subscribe, hit that notification button. Don't forget to share this video with your fellow veterans. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dewayne Kimble, United States Army veteran, retired VA rating specialist, and Amazon bestselling author of VA Claim Success. And I'm joined today by
David Piatek with VA Housing Education, also with Waterman Bank, specializing in helping the military community understand their benefits. Dwayne, why are we getting started so late in the morning? We should be up at like 5 a.m. getting going.
you know what? We made a NCO decision, decided to skip PT and go straight to the motor pool and go and get live with everyone. So the challenge today. Well, there's several challenges today. We want to make sure we answer a lot of veterans' questions as it pertains to the VA compensation claims process and VA home loans. So we are going strong for 12 hours. We have guests coming on 15 minutes after, 15 minutes before to get some of their questions answered. Also, another challenge, we're going to try to answer 8,000. Yes, David, 8,000. Dave had this idea of 1,000 questions. I said an 8-hour marathon, but Dave was like, "Oh, hey, doing 8 hours, might as well do 12."
Round up.
Yeah, yeah. So that's definitely that's going to be the challenge that we have today. So I'm super excited to do this today. 12 hours. I don't know if this has ever been done on YouTube that I know of. How about you, Dave?
No, not around housing, education, and VA benefits. Yeah, I mean, the reason why we did this is because we did an event a couple weeks ago. We scheduled it for an hour, and then 2 hours in, we're still talking, and there's still so many questions that remained. I think that's where it came from. We're like, you know what? Like, we can talk for hours and hours, and that's what we had the bright idea of. Yeah, let's do like a marathon and answer as many questions as we can for the veteran community. Just because people, especially on a Saturday, you got time. Thanks for tuning in.
Right.
And just be able to just really go through a lot of questions for people.
Right. I'm super excited. Yeah, I've done my lives before. I think when I first started, and it was like 2 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes. So I know we can do the 12 hours because we sent out we had social media posts having people to sign up to come on, some clients, loyal subscribers, and I didn't think we were going to get all the slots filled. And then I looked at the list and you were like, yeah, we got all of them. Everybody signed up. So I'm definitely, I'm glad about that because I know the VA claims process, I get questions every morning on my YouTube channel and I try to respond to everyone. Some comments I don't respond to because they may be on the political side. My channel is not political. But for the most part, I would say 90 to 98% of the time, I'm giving some type of feedback. And a lot of questions I can't answer because I'm only giving bits and pieces of the case. That's very hard to do. And I know, Dave, you have a YouTube channel, VA Housing Education, and it's growing.
Right.
I know last year it was just a couple of hundred. Now it's grown. So I know I'm subscribed to your channel and I watch the videos when I take my son to school and drop him off, come back, and I'll watch him and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna ask Dave that question. I got a question about that. I got a question about that. So
Appreciate
definitely
it.
a lot of wealth of information as it pertains to VA housing education.
Yeah, I think it's definitely some of the two big benefits that people have questions on, or when they're transitioning out of the military, they just kind of like, hey, I just want to get out of the military, and then they kind of pass up that benefit that you've earned, both from knowing what's I guess honestly, like what's wrong with you, right? So you know to file for the VA disability piece. And then it's the housing piece because not always are you thinking like, oh, I'm going to buy a house right after I get out. It's mostly down the road, and then that's when people have questions, and then it's really hard to get good resources to be and help you through that process and just really not get taken advantage of. And that's the reason I do it, just because I have such a passion for education and just giving the information out and letting you make that decision, right? That's what we do. It's not like, yeah, like a used car salesman, which everyone needs a car, so I understand that, but it's more of an education focus and empowering the veteran community to be able to make then those decisions on their own, right? And then if they
Right.
work with us, great. If not, we get it. So as long as we give you the info, you can't say I didn't tell you so.
Right, right, exactly, and
There
I
you
know I've learned so much, from you about, um, this particular product or, "Hey, you spent 1,500." I think it was 15.95, and it was on my closing statement, and I had no clue. I knew that number was there. I'm like,
right.
"Oh, 15.95 based on when I'm refinancing." And you were like, "No, that's what they charge you." Now, these big box companies, what if they go and do 1,000,000 veterans that way? Look at how much money they're making. Then you did a live
Oh, it's
stream.
ridiculous.
You were talking about, and you said this more than once. You were talking about, we're paying for their ads.
Right.
We are paying for their ads. So our first guest is coming on at 8:15. I'm super excited to have him. This veteran, what I really like, he was a client, he's a previous client, but sometimes I'm starting to give more nuggets in my videos. And I'm a subject matter expert for a nonprofit organization, and we go on every Thursday for over an hour. We answer veterans' questions on the VA claims process. And I brought it up in one of my live streams. He was like, "Hey, Dwayne, wait a minute. You say you do what every Thursday? Give me that link." And he started to come on. He was a previous client. But what I really like about this veteran, he took the time to get educated on this process. I mean, he was just throwing so many questions at me. I was like, wait a minute, you know, is he like working for the government or something? Because he was able to speak the VA claim language. He was just like, "Hey, Dwayne, I looked at this, and he was having some issues, but I don't want to steal his thunder. He'll come on and he'll just tell you some things." But I mean, super super awesome person. I think we connected. He took one of my Q&A. I did a private Q&A with him, and really nice person. I was supposed to meet him actually in person. I was supposed to go to Texas last year for an event. I didn't make it. He's like, "Yeah, I'm here in Texas. I'm only like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away. I'm gonna drive over. We're gonna have lunch," and that didn't happen. But yeah, so I'm super excited. He was like, "Send me the link." I emailed him. He didn't have to sign up. I think I sent him an email like, "Hey, Chris, here it is. Be the first one to sign up and get your slot." So, Dave, you want to jump in? Let's go ahead and jump into some questions. We got 51 people in, going up to 53. So make sure you hit that like button, leave a comment, make sure you subscribe if you have not already subscribed to VA Housing, VA Victor Alpha Housing Education, and KMD 89 VA Claims Consulting. So we'll take a couple of questions before we bring uh, Chris on. Let me go back up here. All right. So, David, this one is for you.
Yep. I will, you know what? I know in the description our contact information is in there, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop like if you guys want to jump on a one-on-one, we can do that, and I will drop my contact info for that.
Okay.
There we go. So I'll drop that. I just know next week is going to be kind of a crazy week. So you guys, if you schedule a call with me or my team, will easily help out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna leave that Dave's um, website information and make sure you get to schedule a call with him. Dave, do you want me to put in the ticker? I have a number, 1010. Do you want me to share that in the ticker down
No, we'll
below?
just I think
Okay.
the easiest thing is to set up a call. Just because sometimes if people call out of the blue, I'm not able then to get back to you. But if you schedule a call, then it's really easy because we're on top of it.
Okay. So they go to www.vahousingeducation.com.
Yep, and then you can just go right in there, schedule a call. And I also dropped in the chat my Calendly account as well.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But
So
yeah,
we'll
definitely
move.
happy to do a group call because I mean sometimes there's like a group of veterans that want to do something, or they might need like for an organization where people are like, well, we have a veteran affinity group and we want a guest speaker. So always happy to do something like that as well.
Yeah. Before we bring Chris on, Dave, do you have any upcoming events that you have going on that people need to be aware of?
Right. Well, actually, right now, I was supposed to have an event next week, but I'm going to a conference. So right now, we're kind of just holding off on publishing any new events that are coming up. But we did drop some good videos recently talking about the National Association of Realtors lawsuit that has a big impact for the veteran community. And then another big one I'll share with you guys is the VAST program. I have to actually pull that up myself for my own stuff, but it's a new program that came out because what I didn't realize is that the VA helped 132,000 veterans last year avoid foreclosure. I didn't know the numbers
Wow.
were at that level. So what happened is that there was like a whole HARP program during COVID where basically lenders or the VA said that consumers can miss a certain amount of payments and then those payments would be tacked onto the balance of the mortgage. But what really happened was those people that went into the deferment, after they finished their deferment, the banks came back and said, well, you need to pay us back the the $20,000. So if the people didn't have money to make the payments, but then now they're forced to pay that money back. They weren't able to, and basically it took them into foreclosure. So there's still about 40-ish thousand veterans that are affected and in foreclosure right now because of that screw up. So the VA came out. Yeah, it's the Veterans Affairs Service Purchase Program. So they're buying these foreclosed loans back. Okay. They're modifying those mortgages and giving a permanent 2.5% interest rate to all those veterans, which I think is awesome. It starts at the end of next month. Now, the thing is that it is something that veterans, they can't apply for it. That's really the downside. The lenders are the ones that determine if they're eligible or not. So if you know a veteran that is going into foreclosure or actively in foreclosure, then this is something that they can contact their servicer about to be able to take advantage and see if they can apply for it. And I think it's ironic that the people that are putting them in foreclosure are the ones helping, like providing them in this program, right?
Right.
But the thing is that you still have to be able to pay back the mortgage, right? If you can't make the payments on the mortgage, unfortunately, the proceedings are going to continue. But interest rates at 2.5% are pretty. The payment, you're almost paying no interest back. The payment is significantly lower than today, like by more than half. Like that's how
Yeah.
much of a difference this makes. So I think that it will open up that possibility for veterans to purchase. And the reason why they're doing 2.5 because all those veterans missed out on those rates during that time. So that's why that's happening on that. So
Okay. All right. So we have about a minute before we bring Chris in here. Also, I just want to remind everyone I put some information in the chat. I'm starting on May 1st, starting um, my monthly veteran VA compensation claims membership site. So right now it's 50% off. The link is in the comments. So when you click on the link, type in the code before you check out, type in the code VET50, VET 50. Also, I have the link for my book with a 20% coupon code. All right. So definitely make sure you check that out. And also, if you're not subscribed to the channel,
look
make
at this.
sure, yep, there it is. There it is. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to bring Chris in here.
Hi, gentlemen. Can you
Hello.
hear
Good
me?
morning,
Good
Chris. Yeah,
morning,
we got you
Chris.
loud and clear, sir. How we doing? How we doing?
I'm doing really good. Thank you both for having me. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for signing on early. I know you're an hour behind me. You're in Dave's time zone. It's kind of early, so thank you for coming on. So we can go ahead and maximize this 15 minutes, Chris. If you could give, if you want to share 30 seconds, a little bit about yourself, branch, and then go ahead and ask your first question.
Okay, yeah. My name is Chris. I served in the Marine Corps for 8.5 years, and going through this process was very confusing and everything. I watched one of Dewayne Kimble's YouTube videos at 40%, went down the rabbit hole, and now a couple years later, I'm 100% PNT thanks to him.
Congrats. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my claims agent, of course, she definitely played a huge help in it as well.
Cool.
So-
Cool. So, Chris, go ahead and ask your first question.
Okay, my first question being with the Wounded Warriors Access Act, we know that the VHA, you can download your medical records and literally see everything.
Yeah.
Do you think that in the foreseeable future that the VA will be able to make it to where veterans can get their claims file online without having to do a FOIA request?
Well, first, Chris, when you say foreseeable future, define your definition of foreseeable future, like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Well, we know it's the government, so we're going to have to give them a little bit of leniency. So like maybe in like the next 2 to 3 years, hopefully.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from veterans for this. I would say I'm hopefully within a year.
Wow.
Because this is why. Their counterpart, you said it, VHA, Veterans Healthcare Administration, they already have something where you can go out and refill prescriptions. The other week I was sending messages to my primary care requesting for this or requesting for that. So VHA has already moved into like the next millennium, if you will, to give veterans access. So you would think the only thing that VBA would have to do is like, hey, let's call our counterparts over at IT or whoever and see if they will help us get this website built so veterans can do that. So part of me, I want to say within the year, the other part of me, the former VA Raider, it's going to be a while because when the VA does that, you got to think about the amount of money that the federal government is going to be spending because there's a lot of YouTube videos on this information. And right now, it's taking some veterans up to a year to get this information. And once they get it and they get educated, what happens? If they feel they should be 100%, they're all getting 100%. You're talking about, it's over 15 million veterans. Can you imagine like just half that number? I don't know what the numbers are, but maybe half that number and everybody's 100%. How much money? So I think that could play a factor in it. I don't know. I hope not, because we all serve. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that. So, part of me right now, hopefully I think they'll get it in, within a year. But the VA Raider in me is like, nah, because you're going to have a lot of information and a lot of transparency. Next question, Chris.
Okay, and then this question's for you, Dave. Is it possible for a veteran to have more than one VA loan open at a time?
Yes, so that's a good question. So we still get a lot of people saying like, I used my VA loan once and I can't use it anymore, right? That's one part. But if you have a VA loan currently, you can still purchase another property and have another VA home loan. Now, the one thing that you do have to be careful about is that there's two sets of rules, like with everything. You have the new set of rules that basically state that you do not have a VA home loan limit as long as you're eligible, meaning you have a free and clear entitlement, right? So you don't have an outstanding VA home loan and you're eligible for the VA home loan. And then you qualify for the actual mortgage payment. There is no limit on what you can purchase. So if you want to buy a $5 million property with zero money down, you can do that. The challenge, or not challenge, more of opportunity comes up when it comes to the second mortgage that you get with a VA home loan. So now that's going to be based on the Fannie Mae single family loan limit. So across the country, it's like $677,550 is the max that you can get on a VA loan when you have multiple VA home loans. Okay. Does that make sense? So if you
Yes.
buy a place for like 266,500, let's say, right? You still would have $500,000 left to buy a property with your VA home loan. Now, a big advantage of, and you can basically take that old VA loan, turn into an investment property. You can still keep the rate that you have on there. It's pretty phenomenal. And typically people will use like rental income from that to offset the mortgage payment on the new property.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
what we're planning to do. So thank you very much. That's
Yeah, of course.
invaluable information.
And if it's over that, by the way, like let's say you have that 500,000 left and you buy a $600,000 property, well, then you have to do a 25% down payment on the 100,000.
Oh,
And
so you
it's
don't even have to fork out the 100,000 in its
no,
entirety.
it's just going to be that difference. Now, one thing also you have to note, there's a lot of notes here, is that it's always based on the original amount you took out for the mortgage. So even if you did one of those interest rate reduction refinance loans, the amount of entitlement that's locked in is still based on the original purchase price. And that's something you can check with your certificate of eligibility, which you can get on va.gov, or we can get it for you. So.
Okay, awesome. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good question.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. What is your next question, Chris?
Okay, my last question, and this is the one that I think helped me and I feel would help a lot of veterans. Do you think you can either A, show us, or B, tell us the regulation in the CFR that shows that you can use, evidence from a private medical examiner or anything for a DBQ, or just any evidence of record that the VA initially would say, oh no, you went to a different doctor that, isn't one of our doctors, so we're not using your DBQ?
So the regulation that allows you or would force them to use a DBQ and exit statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's several. There's several out there, but the main one is, listen to me all, everyone. Listen to me all, everyone. I'm sorry. It's 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B, subpart C. This is a big issue with certain VA employees. I've done several videos on it. I actually did a video about a year ago where I was talking about this, and it was like a warning. And in that video, I was like, hey, it's not all VA employees. It's only about 25%. Then I did a video this year, and I was like, okay, that 25% has grown to 75% that are refusing to use veterans DBQs and or nexus statements if needed, if that DBQ and nexus is actionable and sufficient for rating purposes. 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B, subpart C. Basically what it's saying is, hey, if a veteran sends in any examinations, reports, progress reports, certain evidence, and the VA rater can use it, no further examination is necessary. But what is happening to a lot of veterans is they're submitting this information. You have to make sure it's actionable and sufficient. And they're still getting scheduled for a CMP exam. Now, what happens when that VA employee does that? You go to that CMP exam, that doctor says no, and then it goes back to the rater. You got information, positive, negative. It's in equipoise, reasonable doubt. We all know reasonable doubt is supposed to go in favor of the veteran. Now, what happened to me at the end of my career, and I filed a claim, I think it was a couple of claims for increase or something like that. I get a call. QTC is like, hey, we need you to report for an exam. I was like, no. I got DBQs that I know that VA rater can use. And they said, oh, your private doctor can't use DBQs. And I was like, well, can you give me the regulation that states that? She couldn't. I said, well, let me give it to you. I said, because I am a VA rater. And she was like, trying to talk over me. I'm like, that 2507 medical request that you're looking at that came from the VA, and dead silence on the phone, because a lot of veterans don't know what that is. And I said, no, send it back and let them know I'm refusing the exam because I don't want there to be any conflicting medical evidence. Now, when I did that, I said, I'm ready to fight the VA on this. If I have to do an appeal, back then it was still called appeals, I'm going to do that. But I'm not going to give you the opportunity to let your doctor say no and not use my information. Now, a lot of veterans say, oh, you just making it hard. You made it hard on yourself. Ask this question. Why do the VA have the DBQs on their website in the first place? Oh, we'll let you use them, but then we're not going to use them. That's contradictory. It makes no sense. So the best thing that I think veterans can do, if you have a DBQ, I am claiming an increase for my service-connected migraines. I now present with the following symptoms: very completely prostrating attack, severe economic inadaptability. That's the 50% criteria. Please do not schedule me for a CMP exam, as I do not want there to be conflicting medical evidence. Please see my attached DBQ completed by my private physician, and this DBQ is completed or something like it's actually more sufficient. Please use 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B, subpart C to not schedule me for a VA examination and to move forward with adjudicating my claim. Now, that may sound like a long statement, but you're giving them the what, when, why, and how. And guess what, everybody? I just dropped the nugget. Okay, so I hope everybody caught it. And that's in hopes that they don't schedule it, because if they get it, then they can go to the 38 CFR and be like, oh, wow, the veteran is right. We can use it, but it has to be actionable and sufficient. It can't be, oh, my doctor has been a doctor for 45 years and I know it's right. What you know is right and what's actually right could be different. Okay. So, Chris, we got time for one more question. We got about 4 minutes. I know if you got another one, go ahead and shoot it.
Okay. I guess this question will be kind of for both of you. I don't know if you remember, but in the last video, Dave was talking about the Chicago veterans and an organization that, you know, the nonprofit. Then you suggested that you guys could possibly rent out a venue in Chicago and kind of do something like this. Do you guys foresee doing that in the foreseeable future? And if so, when should I buy my plane ticket?
Chris, where do you live?
I live in San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's awesome.
So I'll let you take that one, Dave, because the organization, you know the organization, and you're in the windy.
No, for sure. I mean, I think it's something definitely that we can do here coming up. I was actually thinking about doing a housing summit in Chicago, basically getting together with a couple of the nonprofits in the area, getting together with like Jesse Brown and Hines, and just doing like a 4 to 6 hour, you know, kind of event where we talk about, hey, this is how your VA home loan benefits work. This is how credit works and budgeting. Because, you know, everyone's at different stages of life to get through that home buying journey. And then I think also from a disability compensation piece, it's valuable because people associate all that together, because disability gives you the ability to get additional income to qualify for more. You can get tax breaks that a lot of people don't realize how they work. And I think we need to educate people more on that. So I want to do like an actual, like, I want to do something by the fall. Just do like, like a 6 hour event. And then we'll definitely let everybody know.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm definitely up for it. I had family in Chicago. I used to live in Chicago. I hadn't been back in a while. So man, yeah, that would be awesome. But don't schedule it, Dave, around the Taste of Chicago, because I need to take my wife to that. I haven't been to that in years.
That's funny. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on that over the next couple of months so we can get something out. But yeah, because like I think people also want to get back to being in person, because we do a lot of virtual stuff, but yeah, I think that people are starting to get a thirst for, hey, let's meet up in person and get educated.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, Chris, hey, thank you for waking up this morning, sharing your time and your questions with us. Thank you for the support to my company, also the support to the YouTube channel. I know you've been in other events that I've done for free. So definitely thank you for all the support. Congratulations on reaching you maximizing your benefits. I know it's been a long road, but hey, you did it. You did it. You stayed in there. You stayed the course, got educated, and I can just tell, you know, in our conversations, now you're able to speak the VA claim language.
Awesome. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thanks
I
for coming
appreciate your
on.
time. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Take care,
All right,
Chris.
take care.
Wow. Awesome.
That is
So,
awesome.
yeah, we're gonna keep going here. I'm moving some our tickers down at below. So we're gonna end juggling these questions here. So let's get into a few here, Dave. Okay, checking in from Florida. He has
Well,
to be, let's see, Mr. Hawkins. Probably I'm gonna take a wild guess. Jacksonville, maybe Tallahassee or somewhere like that. I don't know. Just you know, just taking a guess here. Also, we got good morning. Very excited to hear this valuable information. Hey, we're glad to do this and bring this information to you. We got Miss Hansworth coming in from San Antonio, Texas. All right. Uh, okay, here we go. Dave, this is for you. Sam, what if your divorce and credit is not so good after a divorce?
Oh, that's a good question. So when it comes to using your VA home loan, there's definitely a lot of flexibility around qualification for the loan, right? Eligibility is a pretty hard one. It's hard and fast, right? It's either eligible to use the VA loan or not. But when it comes to qualification, the VA does really kind of leave it open, and it's going to be really based on your overall financial and credit situation for qualification purposes. So, it's kind of normal, when we talk with folks like during a divorce or after a divorce, maybe some bills aren't paid, some things that go to collection, and it definitely affects what your score is going to be for the VA, for your actual credit score. Now, the VA doesn't have a preset minimum credit score. One thing that you guys do have to keep in mind is that lenders do have a minimum. Now, for us and our team, we can go down to 500 credit score to be able to qualify for the VA home loan. Now, the one thing that you do have to keep in mind when you're going through that, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, is going to be the financial piece of being able to afford the monthly payments that you have. And you really want to be caught up on any type of lates that you've had in the last 12 months. So, as I did a whole video on understanding, there's really two types of approvals when it comes to using your VA home loan. I'll let you guys check it out on VA housing education, but just kind of like a high overview is that we have an automated system where basically your information's put in and the VA says, yep, we're good to go. And the other one is what's called a manual underwrite, where let's say you might have some imperfections on credit that don't let you automatically get approved. Then an actual underwriter needs to review your loan, and then it is a case by case basis for qualification. So you want to get in an early start to that. And another nugget, like Dewayne says, I'll drop is that when you're going through that process, you really want the divorce to be finalized before you purchase a property for two reasons. One, if you're married legally at the time of closing on your property, you will be deeded as a married man or married woman. And then to update that deed, or if you try to refinance or sell, the spouse will have to sign off on that, which, probably want to get included in your documentation if you decide to buy before that. And then the other part to that is if you're in a community property state, then the spouse's credit report will need to be used for qualification purposes unless the divorce is finalized. That's why a lot of times it makes sense to wait for it to be finalized. And if you are a authorized user on a spouse's credit card, let's say, and it's affecting your credit, it's actually pretty simple to just have yourself removed as an authorized user. Now, if you have a joint account, then it's a different story. I would definitely encourage you to cancel out any of those cards that you have so it doesn't get to that point, right? Or, yeah, that's the best. Remove somebody off as an authorized user. And if you are on the account as a split account, just go ahead and close out the account and, come up with a plan for paying off the balance.
Wow. Good information. Good information there. We're going to keep moving. Our next guest is going to be coming on at 8:45. We'll go through these questions in between. Make sure you look at the links. We're sharing links in the comment section and we are running the ticker down below with some information as well. So the next question, Dewayne, if a vet is rated for about over 30 conditions, do they need to go to the doctor to be seen for all those? Looks like I probably will have to be at the doctor's all my life. Okay. So when you say rated, I'm assuming you're saying that you're already service connected for those conditions. Now, um, if you want to continue treatment, that would be up to you. I'm not a medical doctor. There's nothing that I've ever seen in the VA regulation that states, oh, if you're service connected for this, you have to go to the VA for the rest of your life and get treatment for it, or you have to go to a private doctor to get treatment for it. That will be up to you. There's some things that, like tinnitus, I got ringing in the ears. I'm going to have to go to the doctor every 6 months because I'm also service connected for this thing called ostix externi. So about every 6 months, or especially before I fly, I got to go see my ENT doctor. Okay. Sometimes I may stress it out. If not, when I fly and they say, the pilot says, hey, we're coming into the final descent. If I don't see that ENT doctor before I leave, I am going to have a massive headache because the pressure build up in my head. So always make sure that I go to the doctor. And actually, he was a doctor that did a DBQ for me back when the DBQs first came out. Okay, so and I still see him years later. So that would be up to you if you want to. I would just tell people, if it hurts, you got to make that decision. Okay, but there's nothing a regulation that I've ever seen that stated that, oh, VA saying they're giving you 10% for this, you have to, by law, you got to continue to get treatment, but you would have to gauge that. All right. Good morning. Very excited to hear Army veteran. Okay. All right. DMK 13, where are you located in Florida? Annette, good morning, Annette. I recognize your picture, Annette. You have left me several comments on YouTube. Thank you for sharing those questions. I see you got a little dog there. It looks like, I don't know, what is that? A German Shepherd, Rottweiler, Connie Corso. You're coming in from North Padre Island, Texas. All right. Thank you, Annette, for all the support. How will the NAR affect the VA loan? This is for you, Dave, from Mr. Smith.
I'm glad this came up early, man. We got some good questions coming up. So for the people that don't know, there's some massive changes coming up in real estate in about July. So there was a big lawsuit, a couple of them actually, against the National Association of Realtors and like the top 5 brokerages in the United States. And basically what they said is that that they force sellers to offer buyers agents a co-op fee for bringing them a client anywhere from 2 to 3%, and basically saying that they've inflated prices because of that. So what the National Association of Realtors has proposed is that, or what actually is kind of happening as we speak across multiple listing services, is that they are not listing any co-ops in the system. And furthermore, sellers are not responsible, or I guess don't have to offer paying the buyer's agent a commission for bringing them a client. Now, that has a crazy effect on buyers because now you have to, do closing costs or a down payment on a home loan. On top of that, you have an additional, let's say it could be a dollar amount or a certain percentage of that purchase price as a fee to your realtor. So those costs of home ownership are going to go up significantly. And I'll say that we're already seeing this where there's no co-op being offered. And with this lawsuit too, is that, like, let's say, Dewayne, I'm representing you as a let's say I'm representing you as a an agent. Then you're gonna have to actually sign off on an agreement that we have already basically predetermining the terms of, hey, if I don't get paid, you're going to pay me an additional, whatever, $4, $5, $6,000. I think, and the biggest part of all of that, right? So all that being said, you're going to be charged. It's going to cost more money. Well, when you use a VA home loan, you cannot be charged any realtor fees to purchase a property. Now, they can charge you, and a seller can give you a credit for those fees, or they can charge you, and a lender can give you a credit for those fees. But the veteran themselves, when using a VA loan, okay, this also applies to surviving spouses, guard, reserve. It doesn't make a difference. If you're using the VA home loan, they are not allowed to charge you a penny to help you buy a home. The challenge with that is that if somebody's helping you and they cannot make any money, why would they help you?
Right.
So from an overall perspective, I'm trying to rattle my brain day in, day out, talking with people on a solution that would help the veteran community go through this. Now, the reason why the VA has said that they're going to keep this rule is because the internet, right? Accessing properties is very easy. I mean, you can go. I use Realtor.com. You can go to a whole different types of different websites to be able to gain information on what properties are available, right? So they say because of that access, veterans don't need to pay to have a realtor. Good realtors are worth using because they provide you a lot of information and guide you through that buying process. It's like filing for disability. Like that's how I found Dewayne, right? I'm trying to research and go through that process. But no matter how much I research, I'm like, this is not going to happen. Like I need somebody else to help me. And that's the thing with real estate, where it's scary because it's the largest purchase that most of us are going to make, right? It's going to be a house. Hopefully a car is not the biggest asset you own. It's worth more than your house, right? There may be something wrong, but when you go through that journey, there's really no tools out there that exist where they can empower you to make that decision on your own. And I think the challenge is that there's so much information you need to be able to consume. Not only you have to consume it, you have to be able to process it, and then you have to be able to process it for your individual situation,
Oh, wow.
right? And so nothing like that exists right now to be able to give that entire piece to the veteran community. So if you guys have an idea, let me know. I'm happy to put it together because we teach across all different spectrums, right? From the real estate side of things to lending. So can we combine it? Yes, but still, like there would have to be some type of fee structure to that, right? So. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pieces that go behind that. But that's a great question. And I love it that it came up early because a lot of veterans just don't know the impact this is going to have. And if this truly goes through, veterans are going to be unrepresented in real estate transactions. So you're really going to have to turn. I mean, we're trying to figure out a solution.
Right. So just so I'm clear, we got a minute before we bring Danny on. So it's the buyer. So if I'm a veteran and I'm buying a home, I don't have to pay any fees
To the
to
realtor.
realtor.
But
So
yeah.
isn't it like that now? The buyer has to pay the 3% to their realtor
No.
and 3% to, or is it?
So the whole point of the lawsuit was that sellers were paying the buyer's agent the 3% or 2% or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they're taking that piece away. So buyers have to pay that fee out of pocket.
Oh,
So that
okay.
changes the landscape. And because we help a lot of veterans out, like we've helped hundreds of people a year. And listen, the thing is that most of the time people don't have the additional money to be able to give as
Mhm.
a paying an agent fee. If that were the case, majority of the loans or majority of people we help won't be able to buy a house.
Okay. All right. So we're at 8:45. We had Danny here and Danny left. So Danny, come back so we can get you on. I think he's having some issues because he popped in, he was waiting, and then another screen came up. Okay, here he is. Here he is. Danny, you ready? Give me a thumbs up, Danny, if you're ready. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and bring him on.
Yep.
All right, there he is. How we doing, Danny?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good
Hey, well,
morning.
thank you
Morning.
for coming in, sharing your time with us today. Definitely appreciate it. I see the T-shirt. You must be in Tennessee.
There we are.
All right, all right. Okay, Danny. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna maximize this 15 minutes. If you could just take 30 seconds, and maybe if you feel like it, give us a little bit about yourself. What branch of service did you serve in?
U.S. Army.
Okay, go Army.
All
There
the
we
way.
go. Whoa. Check a hole, air assault. All right.
There
A
you
lot
go.
of people say airborne. I say first calf. But anyway, Danny, go ahead and ask your first question, sir.
All right, I've got a few questions and see if I can get through them. My wife is my Dewayne at the house, so she's got a
Your
few
Google.
for me. But Ken, as few as 1 to 2 mentions of any conditions on my STR help in the process of direct service connections. For example, I reviewed my STRs and I found out that I had high blood pressure on a couple of occasions.
Right. So for direct service connection, you need 3 elements. You need a current diagnosis or disability. You need a link in service, which you just stated you have, and then you need a nexus. So what happens is when you file that claim, I am claiming high blood pressure, direct service as a direct service connection. Please see attached service treatment record report dated this date, this date.
Mm-hmm.
I have the following blood pressure readings because hypertension, I want to say it's either 7010 or 7100. The diagnostic code is based on the readings. So if you have readings that show high blood pressure, either from the VA medical center, go to My Healthy Vet, print those off, submit them with your claim. Or if you don't get any treatment, go to your private doctor because they always take your blood pressure when you go, right? So if it is high, now you can, or high over the past year, 2 years, whatever, you can show a pattern of the 10% or the 20%. So when you go to that CMP exam, they have to take 3 blood pressure readings. Now, as a former rater, if a veteran sent in higher blood pressure readings throughout the year that were higher than the current CMP exam, I would use those to give the veteran the higher percentage. So that would fall under direct service connection. If you've been out more than a year, a medical opinion is still needed. So you have to reasonably articulate to that doctor, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Examiner, here are my service treatment records, these 2 documents, or, you don't only give them 100 pages from service showing I was diagnosed with hypertension in service.
All right. Let's see. The next question I have is, can multiple injuries while playing sports on active duty be service connected? I incurred injuries from playing football during downtime, whether it was in the back.
Right.
STR show reoccurring right knee injury, ACL, MCL surgery while active duty, a right shoulder bursitis, as well as mentions of dislocations, right hamstring strain, right wrist sprain, and big toe sprain, which was falling down a flight of stairs. All mentioned injuries have current lingering conditions that I am hoping to service connect, but wanted the clarifications since sports was involved while serving.
Okay. So this is sort of like a 2-part question. I had a client that was a boxer, and he didn't go to sick call to get any treatment, but he had got knocked out in one of those fights. And this was maybe 40, 45 years ago, maybe longer. But he had the newspaper clipping that showed he had got knocked out. And it was like such and such specialist, such and such. And they gave his name, got knocked out in the 3rd round. And he was claiming TBI. And he got service connected for it. Okay. Had another client that played, I want to say all Air Force basketball team, and he had a certificate from it. He was like, "Hey, I sprained my ankle." So that was enough to concede that the injury happened from playing sports without it being documented. Now, obviously, if it's documented, it's going to go through the same process like I explained the hypertension. Okay. But you have to have a medical opinion from that CMP examiner, or if you have your medical records and you have a private doctor to complete a DBQ. Okay. So just think about that if they are documented or if they're not. I play intramural sports. I tweaked a knee or ankle or something. I didn't go to sick call. So it would have been hard for me to claim it due from playing sports, but I went to sick call for other things, other joints, and I was able to get service connected that way. That makes sense, Danny?
Yeah, mine are all connected. I whether it was the ACL surgery that I have at West Point or something like that. Let's see. How does a golf veteran who has conditions listed on the presumptive list still get to file a claim through the Piatek while they also have a current diabetes diagnosis? The way I'm reading the 38 CFR, a veteran with diabetes or an MS diagnosis is no longer able to claim an undiagnosed illness or on the presumptive list, even though they suffer from it and have a current diagnosis from a doctor willing to link the service, such as functional gastrointestinal disorders, including IBS, because chronic symptoms, illness are partially understood. I can't read my wife's pathology, such as diabetes and multiple sclerosis, will not be considered medically unexplained.
So I did get that question early, and I should have reached out. I couldn't find that regulation that you were speaking of. But I will say this. Look at it this way. There's a thing called secondary service-connected conditions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So any of those conditions you're trying to claim, see if they could be linked to anything that you're service-connected for, and you can claim that secondary, okay? Now, even though that regulation may state that, still claim it. Here's why, Danny. Because a rater may deny it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I didn't see that regulation early enough in the week to look for it, but I couldn't find it. They may not be able to grant it if there's the regulation out there. Now, if they deny it, there's appeal rights. And in this instance, I will go straight to BVA, which may take a while, okay? Because the judge has the authority to overturn that decision, okay? But let me ask you, you mentioned diabetes. If you don't mind me asking, if it's too personal, don't answer it. Are you already service connected for diabetes?
No.
Okay, you're trying to go under Gulf War, the Piatek, correct? Okay, all right. So you did mention something like undiagnosed illness, right? So basically what that is they can't link it to anything else. It being, passed down hereditary in your family or whatever, and it's service connected that way. I tell veterans, unless it's something like high cholesterol, which is a lab finding, that's not going to get service connected at even probably BVA, okay? Still claim it, because if they deny it, now you have appeal rights, okay? And let's just say that regulation changed next week or next month or next year. You could say, hey, I was previously denied. Now the law has changed or the regulation has changed. And that could, if you come back in and apply, they could possibly give you early effective date. Not saying that it will, but I've seen other situations where the law changed and veterans claimed stuff previously got denied and the VA went all the way back. Not all the time. I know the NEMR, they did, but the Piatek, they did not.
All right. Let's see. This is one. When I did my intent to file last June, I used the VSO. Now that I'm getting educated by the Dewayne education, I would like to file on my own. Would you advise to go through any additional steps to remove the VSO, or is there any reason that may benefit to keep just in case?
You know what? Awesome question, Danny. I'll take that second question part. Second, second part of your question first. If I had to go through this process again, and I talked about this in some of my videos, oh yes, I would have a VSO.
All right.
Here's why. And I want everybody out there to hear me because I know a lot of people are talking about claim sharks and all this other stuff. And I'm going to get to that as well. You know, my consulting company, we only educate veterans on the claims process. I decided not to represent because as a former VA raider, in my opinion, there was a lot of the cases that I adjudicated, a lot of veterans were not educated on this process the way they needed to be. Okay. So I come from that standpoint, educating veterans. When you have a VSO, they can look up your claims file in real time in VBMS. Okay. That's the system that houses all the electronic claims folder. Now, our previous guest, Chris, he talked about the Wounded Warrior Act, which will give veterans access to that. Okay. So right now, they don't have access. Your VSO does have access if they represent you. But what I'm hearing from veterans, they're hard to get on the phone. And then a lot of them do not know how to maneuver, whether it's a law firm claims agent, they don't know how to maneuver through VBMS to give you the information that you need. So I always suggest veterans go out, get a copy of your VA claims folder, go through it once, twice, 3 times. Now, when that Wounded Warrior Act is already approved, once they give you access, will there be a need for a VSO? Probably not, because you have access to it. I'm not saying not to go out and get one. That would be up to you, but then you have access. You can get educated, and you can see those documents in real time. And if you decide to work with a consulting company, claims agent, VSO, lawyer, or whomever, that is your right. I think it's very irresponsible for anyone to say, oh, you shouldn't work with this company, or you shouldn't work with that company. Work with whoever you want to work with, or if you can do this yourself. I tell people you can actually do this yourself with the right education.
Yes, I believe with my support team here at the house. I think
they got you covered.
Let's see. I've got one. I know there are a few conditions that are a little different, such as a tinnitus claim. Do you need a current diagnosis and nexus statement, or just submit claim due to acoustic trauma?
You already know the answer to this, Dave. You just gave the answer. No, you do not need a current diagnosis. The VA will concede it. Now, will it possibly help if the CMP examiner, if you go that route? Yes, I think it increases your chances. But the main thing you said it, Chris, acoustic trauma. You have to be able to reasonably articulate your symptomology as it pertains to acoustic trauma in service. And one of the things I did when I went to my CMP exam, I told the examiner, hey, I was in the motor pool every Tuesday. In the Army, you go in the motor pool as a young soldier doing PMCS on those vehicles, right? Going to the gun range, doing field maneuvers, all that stuff. You're not thinking about putting earplugs in. And then when your ears start ringing, everybody's ears is ringing, So the way you word it, and I have a video on my YouTube channel, how to win your claim for tinnitus. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah. The way I explain it in there, you should be good to go. But if you've been out more than a year, then an examiner still has to give you an opinion.
All right. Let's see. I think I got time for one more. One of my current dependents is 18 and a senior in high school and is about to graduate. I know you advised before I submit claim to be sure I have my spouse and dependents from completed in case I have approved of my disabilities. In the case of the 18-year-old, how does that work? Because the wording reads that the child must be in school, and he has been and will be before the claim. But here in a few weeks he will be graduated and hasn't decided if he's attending college or technical school in the fall.
So read that question back for me real quick, Danny. I'm sorry.
One of the current dependents is 18. My fourth child is 18 years old and in high school and is about to graduate. I know you advised before I submit claim to be sure I have my spouse and dependents form completed in case I am approved of my disabilities. In the case of the 18-year-old, how does that work? Because wording reads that the child must be in school, and he has been and will be before the claim. But here in a few weeks he will be graduating. Hasn't decided if he's going to attend college or a technical school.
Okay, all right. So I didn't do dependents, but I will say this: because you're not 30% is what you're saying, right?
No,
I'm
not.
Okay, right. You did your intent to file over a year ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Still submit that dependent form because this is what could happen. I can't say it will, but this is what could happen. If they give you an effective date from a year ago, he was in school, right?
Yes.
So they can back pay you for that period of time from your intent to file, especially if you get to 30% or higher, right?
Yep.
If he still continues to go to school, after that, make sure they'll say, okay, they're going to take him off at age 18. They'll be in the notification letter. But then by that time, he could go to college. And if he does, then you submit that application, continued education, then they'll add him back on if they take him off because he was on there before you had that dependent form. Okay. So make sure you still submit that dependent form because if this claim that you have in gets you to 30% and he graduates already and he doesn't go to college, they still owe you for that time back to the intent to file.
All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, Danny. Hey, I definitely appreciate it. Your camera, I think your phone kind of tipped over there, but it's okay. It's okay.
I'm still looking at the same iPad. I'm trying to think maybe I needed to turn me or something.
I think you did that because it shows a better angle of the Tennessee Titans on your T-shirt. I think that's why he did it because at first we couldn't see it. Now we got a full view. All right, Danny. Hey, thank you.
Thank
sir.
you, Danny.
Guys, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Make sure you subscribe to the channels too, David.
We will.
VA Housing Education as well. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Like, Dwayne, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
And this kind of popped up. Speaking of dependents, what happens if you have a child that's over 18 but has it's like a special needs child?
Right. I just did a video on that. It's
Uh-huh.
called Helpless Child. And I rated a few of these. And the main thing that in the M21 manual reference that we look for is, was that child helpless? Child had to be helpless before the age of 18. Okay.
Gotcha.
And a lot of veterans, they miss that. And they'll just send in all this evidence. And I'll have to say, well, send me some evidence showing that this child was helpless before age 18. And I remember one claim where the doctor says, hey, I've been treating this child. I was treating this child when I was a pediatric, doctor or whoever, and at that time they had this, and this going on. So that is one of the things that is needed. You have to show that the child was helpless before the age of 18.
Gotcha. So
And
then
it
there's
should-
no age limit. So if they're, let's say, 40 years old, you could still claim as a dependent.
Yeah. You know what? I'll have to go back and look at that M21 manual reference. I know once I had I can't remember if it was a lady or a male. It was 26 years old and I granted helpless child. And one of the things that, and they have them here at the grocery stores where they can do, bagging groceries and stuff like that. They can still, some of them, not all, but some can still function, but they still need that 24-hour care. Parents will still have to pick them up. They can't drive. They can't file their taxes, but they can, some of them can actually talk to you, but I've never seen them removed. Well, I never seen, age limit where it was capped. They just say, hey, in that evidence, it has to show, they're going to need care, for the rest of their lives. Okay. All right. So we ready for some more questions here, Dave?
Oh, yeah. We got some
Right.
good, a lot of home loan questions. So good.
Yeah.
We're doing it together.
Okay. There we go. There's one for you.
All right. I lose my home entitlement years ago in Arizona when I lived there and still paying it off. I'm currently now now a rental, and I've refinanced under the interest rate reduction refinance loan and looking to move to Texas now. So this is something that I know we talked a little bit earlier about, but I want to be able to refresh it. So that loan that you took out with the original V loan is an investment property now. That's awesome, and you can keep it that way. Most likely, when you did the interest rate reduction refinance loan, your balance was lower than when you purchased it at that time. So keep in mind that on the new VA loan, you're going to have that cap. And in Texas, across the board, it's 766,550 as the single family loan limit for Fannie Mae. So if you took out, like in a prior example, is that if the original mortgage on that property was 266,550, then you would subtract that out from the county limit. Now remember, that only applies when you have multiple VA home loans. So you still would have $500,000 left to buy without a down payment. And if you meet the VA disability qualification for not paying property taxes, you can also qualify without property taxes for a mortgage, which is unique because normally, like let's say on a conventional loan, you need to have a 20% down. So with the VA loan, huge flexibility and a departing residence. Well, in this case, you have an investment property, so you would have to provide tax returns to the lender. They would look at the last 2 years of tax returns and just make sure that when you're going through the home buying process, in advance, you have a lender take a look at your tax returns because a lot of times people that have investment properties, they really don't like paying taxes for some reason. I figured that they want to pay taxes. So they expense so much on their rentals that even if you're collecting, let's say 4,000 in income on a rental property, they actually end up losing money, being negative. And what happens when they then want to buy another property and buy another primary residence, they actually disqualify themselves because of that part where they're writing off so much money. So talk with the lender. Now, if it's your departing residence and you have, let's say, a 4-unit property and you're going to be departing that residence, that's different because on a departing residence, no matter what you're writing off on that property, a lender really shouldn't be looking at the tax returns unless you're self-employed. If you're straight W-2, then they can actually just offset the mortgage payment with realtors provide these competitive market analysis, a CMA for the rental income. So if they're like, hey, this is a strong rental market and this is kind of what the rent roll normally is, then you can offset the entire payment. So there's two sides to that. And if you have, and you can only have your, let's say you meet the requirement for the disability for not paying property taxes, you can only have that on one property.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. We're going to keep it going before we bring our next guest on. Next question. Can you qualify for a VA home loan and a MCC at the same time? I don't know what MCC is, but I'm pretty sure you're going to tell us.
So it's a mortgage tax credit certification. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop something in the chat from the FDIC that's going to give you guys kind of a lot of the tools or a lot of information on there because it is very state specific. So basically, it's like an additional tax credit that you get by purchasing a property. So let's say, for example, in certain areas, they give you 20% or 40% tax credit, and it's based on the interest you pay on a mortgage. So if, let's say, you're paying $10,000 in interest for the year, they give you an additional bonus of 30 or 20 to 40% in additional tax credits that help you qualify for your mortgage because of that. Now, a couple of things to keep in mind with these programs. Yes, you can use them with a VA home loan. You can also couple them with other down payment assistance programs, but they will be state specific. Sometimes they're city specific, county specific. So the general link that I sent you guys is for the FDIC. It's from FDIC.gov and tells you how it works and the benefits of doing something like that. And it can reduce your tax burden, right? How much you pay in taxes to the federal government significantly. But like anything in life, there's always a catch to it. And so there's going to be an income cap on that program. So check with each individual area that you want to be able to purchase with this MCC. Understand what that limit is, and also understand who is going to be factored into the income requirement for that property. And I'll give you guys a good example. A lot of people, would like to pursue these down payment assistance programs. I did a video on it not too long ago. I'm somewhat negative about them because there's so many restrictions, okay, when it comes to them. But when it comes to these programs, let's say I'm buying a property, but let's say Dwayne's going to live with me. We're going to be roommates, right? And I have him on the title of the property, or he's not even on title, but he's going to be living with me. Now I go from just me qualifying for the mortgage to now me using Dwayne's and my income to qualify for this program. So if you have a spouse that's not on the mortgage, you have kids that live with you, but they also receive income, that income can then be used to qualify for this program, and you can get disqualified for it. So just make sure you do the research ahead of time to make sure that you got all of that in place.
Wow. Okay, we're going to keep going before we bring our next guest. They haven't showed up yet, so we'll keep going with these questions.
Got another one.
Yeah.
So how do I move the first loan to a non-conventional loan to get the full entitlement back for a Texas purchase? All right, so this one, if I don't finish it, we'll get back to it after our next call. So basically, a lot of times veterans are told that if they refinance out of a VA loan into a conventional loan, they free up their benefits and they can purchase another property. That is not true. What happens is when you refinance out of a VA home loan into a conventional loan, your benefits, original entitlement benefits, are still locked into your property. The only way that you can get that removed is a couple ways. One, you refinance the mortgage into a commercial mortgage and remove your name off that into, let's say, a LLC or something like that. If you pay off the house, it's the same issue. You still have your VA loan locked in. If you pay off a house, then you can just move it into an LLC and take it out of your name, and then you can free up your benefits that way. If you refinance into a conventional loan, let's say, you can then ask the VA for a once-in-a-lifetime restoration of your benefits. Now, that is a true once-in-a-lifetime restoration. This is where a lot of veterans get confused. They think they can use their VA home loan once, and that's it. They're like, I'm saving my VA loan. Don't save yourself. Use the VA loan. But this once-in-a-lifetime restoration only applies in this case. So I'm going to go through it one more time because it's a lot of info. I have a house with a VA loan. I refinance it into a conventional loan. After I refinance it into a conventional loan, remember, my VA is still locked into the house. I have to ask the VA for a once-in-a-lifetime restoration of my benefits. They will restore my benefits in full. Then I go off and buy another property. Once I buy that second property, I cannot use my VA loan again until I sold both properties with the VA loan. This is very unique just to this situation. I promise you. Normally the VA loan is pretty easy, but this is very specific to that situation. Now, if you refinance it into someone else's name, but you get removed off that mortgage, off the title, then you can utilize, you don't have to do the once in a lifetime restoration. It just can't be in your name. Now, I also did a video recently about a trust. So you can't buy in a trust with a VA loan. You have to buy it in your own name, but you can move it to a trust, but that does not count as restoring your benefits.
Wow, awesome, awesome. So we don't have. I was just looking at some information. We don't have the next person for the 9:15. They
Where
did
you
not
at?
show up. I know, right? So if you're out there, didn't leave the name, but if you're out there, we'll see you come in. But we'll just keep going with these questions. So before we get into the next question, David, just want to remind everyone, I've created we're finalizing, my team and I, we're finalizing our monthly membership. Um, and you can sign up for this membership now. We've put the information in the comment section. Now until the end of this month, it is 50% off a month. Okay. We're going to have some videos in there. I'm going to be going live twice a month. I'm going to be giving a block of instruction on something, talking about the first 7 pages of the 526EZ because people, they missed that. Okay. We're going to be talking about looking at doing a deep dive into the high level review process. So we're going to have a Google Doc. Once you get the email on May 1st, you can go out, add questions to this Google Doc. I'll be taking first 15, 20 minutes of that hour live to go and answer some of those questions. And then we'll get into the block of instruction. Also, I have a coupon code for my book. That link is in the comment section. Okay. So we're gonna keep going, Dave. Do you have any other announcements that you wanna share, David?
No, I'm good for right now.
Okay. All right.
And we'll probably
So
Dwayne probably take a break at the top of the hour. So we don't
okay.
go full 12 hours without no breaks.
I know, right? Because once I get going, man, we get going. So just so everyone knows, we will be taking some breaks in between the guests. And when we do that, we're going to start off. Dave is going to share one of his videos from our YouTube channel. And then we'll, give us time to maybe refill our water or whatever. So during that time, you'll watch one of our videos. Okay. So USMC Devil Dog says, why do duty to assist errors take so long? I wish I could answer that, but that's not really the question. The main question would be, why is there so many duty to assist errors? And in my opinion, is one, the Raiders don't get the training like I did years ago when I first started. They're running through these claims with, I would say, minimal training because I can't compare it to DT errors back when I rated, but I think it's the training. It's just not as robust as it used to be. Okay. You can't fly through some of these claims, and management wants to get these claims off the books. Some of these, you just can't fly through them. It is a lot of information. Okay. And, you just can't do it. So I think that's one of the reasons that you have DTA errors and the appeals process. There's not as many droves as there are raiders. So that process takes longer. But most importantly, okay, I think the vets, they should start putting these VA regulations in their personal statements when they file these claims. Because I would get a claim and veteran would list a 38 CFR, a manual reference, or a court case. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, let me go look. And I'll look and I was like, oh, wow, I can use this to go ahead and grant the benefit without a CMP exam. And guess what? In the narrative section, I will put that information in there. That way it will cover me. And if it got pulled by the quality team, they wouldn't say, oh, it's a CUE. You have to sever that, take away the benefits or whatever. And that would give me justification for that particular adjudication to stand. All right. Let's keep going. Yep. We still haven't seen anybody show up. Okay. Okay. Yep. Compensation. Could you tell us what types do we use when we use them, such as supplemental claims, fully developed ones? Thank you. Oh, and if a veteran uses the wrong form, would it be kicked back? Yes. If you use the incorrect form, it would be kicked back. So a supplemental claim is, let's say you filed a claim for the back condition and they denied it. If you come back in and file or refile a claim, you must use a VA form 20-0995 supplemental claim form. With that, you need new and relevant evidence. What is new evidence? Evidence that the VA has never seen before. Relevant evidence is evidence relevant to the case. So if it's a back condition and you send in an audiogram, a hearing exam, that's new, but it's not relevant. Okay. So if you submit a 526CZ for a claim that you were previously denied, you're going to get a letter saying you submitted on the incorrect claim form, and they're going to say they attached the claim form that you need. So what does that mean? You go to the end of the line. Okay. So you want to make sure you use the correct prescribed claim form. All right. Move right along. Man, I was marking these questions down, David. I have lost, I think that's 4. I want to make sure we capture this for the 1,000 questions. Okay. Good morning from Michigan. I appreciate you sharing your experience with the VA. Not a problem, Peter. And everyone, make sure we get these likes up. We got 85 people. Someone let us know how many likes we have so far. We're going to be doing this like all day. Okay.
Literally all
I
day.
know.
We got more than a full time. I don't know if we're getting paid overtime for this, but it's more than a full day.
I think our payment is just the joy from giving people this free information today.
Oh, yeah.
That's our payment. I'll take this valuable information I can get. I know, right? Okay, so this is David's Calendly link where you can go out and schedule a consultation with him or one of his staff members. So definitely you want to make sure you get out there. You got any VA home loan questions, David and his staff are very knowledgeable in this process. Hello from Texas. All right.
Yeah, a lot of Texas, man.
Yeah, no. Is this only for home loans or for VA claims in general? We're doing both.
Yeah, I mean we do all types of loans, but I particularly specialize in VA home loans just because there's a lot of more caveats that you need to know. Just like anything in life, it's once you specialize in something, it may seem hard to others, but that's what we love to do is just help the veteran community, being Army myself. And we can do any type of loan. And another thing that I should probably mention is that we can do them across all 50 states and territories, right? So you want to buy a house in Puerto Rico, we can help you out. If you want to buy a house in Alaska, easy, we can help you out. And we're pretty flexible too, because we work with folks across the world. We use like WhatsApp and Signal because some folks are deployed overseas or doing contract work and looking to buy back stateside. So we're definitely able to help in any of those programs and anywhere across the U.S. and its territories.
So what about, what is that? The Virgin Islands? Is it St. Martin? Is that?
I think it's, one of them.
Okay.
But the thing is that I have never came across somebody that lives in one of those areas. So if you are living there and you want to buy, reach out.
Yeah. I had a client. Yeah, I had a client. I think they were originally from Puerto Rico, and they said they lived, I can't remember if it was St. Martin or somewhere, one of those islands that they had purchased a home. But I never asked how they used it or if the veteran used their VA home loan. So
I pulled it up. It's I made sure I had the manual up. Yeah, so Puerto Rico, Guam, the Virgin Islands, the American Samoa, and the Northern Mariana Islands.
Okay.
I don't know how many VA appraisers they got in the American Samoa, but I think that's kind of like the challenge. I would say in some parts, like let's say going to like these like Puerto Rico, Guam, Virgin Islands, is the number of VA appraisers that are out there, right? It's like sometimes even when you're down at like certain areas in the United States where they are more rural, it takes a lot longer to get, let's say, process a VA home loan or a loan in general, just because they don't have as many appraisers that are out there. So that's something to keep in mind. And I'm sure someone's going to have a question today.
Right.
We still got 10 and a half hours left.
Yeah. Who's counting? But that 2 hours
Yeah, I
went
know, but
quick. Yeah, hour and a half went quick. Okay, so don't forget my membership, monthly membership. Just also one signed up. And with this, when you sign up, we're going to send an email out reminding people working with the marketing team right now to get an email out now, just thanking people for signing up. But on May 1st, you will receive the link. So make sure, and I want to have it go out like early in the morning, like 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. Make sure on May 1st, you check your mail. If you don't see it in your inbox, check your spam folder. I forget to check mine often. Make sure you check it. If you're using some type of email like through GoDaddy or security through GoDaddy, sometimes they'll send out a quarantine list. It won't go to the junk mail, and like the day later, you'll see that quarantine list in your inbox, and it may be in there. So just make sure before you reach out, say, Dewayne, hey, I didn't get anything. Check your spam folder, okay? Also, this is the book off of the coupon code today, VA Claim 20, to get 20% off. That is the link. You go to this link and I will send the signed copy. So a lot of people saying, Dewayne, I bought your book through your website. I didn't get a signed copy. It's not signed. LOL. Go to the 4th page and it'll say VA Claim Success, 4th or 5th page, and it should be signed. That's the page that Dave is showing right there. Okay. Don't look at the first page. Don't look at the second page, the inside cover of the book. Go to the 4th or 5th page and you will see my signature. Okay. Also, if you want to schedule a consultation, I checked last night. We get booked up like 2 weeks out real quick for these consultations. So I think the next consultation day is Wednesday. It is 9 to 12. Make sure you go out and sign up. And a lot of people, Dave, I don't know if this happens to you, but a lot of people, they'll say, hey, they'll send me a message through my website. How do I sign up for the consultation? The consultation is on the first page. It says free consultation. Okay. So that lets me know, are you really reading that rating decision when you get it in the mail? Okay. So you have to make sure there's a lot of information on our websites. Make sure you go spend the time. You got to invest the time. Okay. We're going to keep going here. Dave, you say 10 o'clock. We're going to take a break. We want to take a break at 10?
Yeah, we'll take a break at
Okay.
9 Central, 10 Eastern
Okay.
time. What's
Yeah.
up, Donnell? Thanks for joining in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Came in from LinkedIn. Okay. We
Oh,
had
yeah.
another member. We had somebody else. I did respond. They came in from LinkedIn. They said they were in Aruba. I was like, okay.
Aruba.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Okay. KMD. All right. All right. I travel still. Okay. All right. Emmanuel
Good morning.
Pettigrew. Good morning. Good morning. BVA would have granted. Okay, yeah. Again, they have those judges have a little bit, they have more power than the Raiders and the Droles. Okay. But again, you got to be able to reasonably articulate what went wrong and why you should be service connected. Definitely learn those court cases as it pertains to what you're doing. I think, Dave, you said something earlier about VA home loan process when you have to apply to what you're doing.
Right.
Does it make sense what you're doing for your VA home loan? How does, whatever the regulation is, or, okay, we had somebody just pop in here. Let me check. Joe, when is Joe supposed to be here? 9:15. Okay. Joe, I don't see Joe. Joe comes in at 10:45. Okay. So we got another, well over an hour for Joe. Okay. All right. Hobson.
Let me ask you one.
Go ahead, man.
You talked about those judges. So is it like federal judges, or is it like a judge that sits like actually works for the VA's internal system?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've never even seen a job application for one of these.
I know, right? I saw one. I saw one of those VA judges once. because
Did you take a picture?
I
So you
did
have
not.
proof?
I
It's
know,
just
right?
like, where are
They
they?
exist. Yeah, are they in your grocery stores or But I was going to in our regional office, we had something called the canteen.
Okay.
It's like a shopette, is what it is. It's like a store, like the shopette on Army Post, right?
Yeah.
Um, and you can go in there. I would go get a soda, snacks, and they would sell books and watches and they would sell different items in there. You don't have to pay any taxes, right? And right down the hall was what we call there was the hearing rooms, and they would be traveling, and it would be a big thing because you see more veterans in the building because they would be doing all these BVA hearings in person for veterans. And I remember going to the canteen one day and I seen this lady, man, and she had like a white blouse on, black blazer, black skirt, black pants, black shoes. I
A
was like,
ninja.
yeah, she was not smiling, but she was a BVA judge, But that's the only time I ever saw one. That's the only time I ever saw one.
That's
But I
funny.
remember it was a big deal when they came to the regional office. Yeah, it was either a good day for someone or maybe a not so good day for someone, depending on the decision. All right. I just sent in a DBQ for migraines. It had completely prostrated and causes me to miss work. I wrote a personal statement just like you said and used very completely prostrating, just waiting now. Okay. So I don't know if you are service connected. If you are service connected, you only need a DBQ. But if you are not, where's the nexus statement? Okay. So you have to ensure that that DBQ is actionable and sufficient. Not, oh, my doctor has been an MD for 20, 30, 40 years. It has to be completed per the VA guidelines. And 9 times out of 10, that the employee may still schedule you for a CMP exam. So, like I stated earlier, you may have to fight with them on this. Okay. So let's just make sure you got it completed. It is completed the correct way. Okay, we got a donation. Just bought your book, looking to educate myself. Thank you for all you do. Hey, I definitely appreciate the support on the book. I got some I got to send out today. I got some I got to send out today. So when we take that break, I got to put these on the front porch, raise the flag, and say, hey, I got some books on the front door. So make sure they go out today. All right. Ms. Tax, can you repeat? Okay, I know you had asked a question earlier, Ms. Ainsworth. So I asked your question again, please. Okay, Jane says, as CVSO, sometimes records are aged or before or during treatment, not current to today's condition at time of filing. Thank you for that information. Definitely appreciate it. And I think I don't know.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, sometimes records are aged or before or during treatment, not current to today's condition. Man, I don't know.
Is that not like having a like if you had prior conditions but you don't have a current medical, like you haven't been seen for something in a while, then does it count towards that?
Yeah, they call it continuity. No continue. What is it? Continuity of treatment. But what examiners fail in that instance, what examiners fail to realize is, as veterans, and I always tell veterans, to talk about this in their CMP exam. When you're on active duty, you're trained not to go to sick call. You're trained to just suck
Yep.
it up. So when you are discharged from the military, you just don't flip the switch off. You still do that. You still do not go out. A lot of veterans still do not go out and get treatment because we've been trained that way. And examiners have to understand that. And that's one of the things I talked about on my first CMP exam. And I was in a comeback unit, and I told the examiner, I'm like, it was frowned upon. It was like an unwritten rule, but it was frowned upon by higher NCOs and officers if you went to sick call. Hey, I fell off a deuce and a half, and my back is jacked up. Oh, just suck it up, suck it up. And so when you've been told for years, months and years to do that, when you get out, It's the same thing. Let me go put some ice or take a Tylenol or Advil and keep it moving. So people on active duty now, I tell them, hey, go to sick call. Do not suck it up. But records are aged or before or during treatment, not current to today's condition at this time. So when I rated, I looked at medical records from years ago. I don't care if it was from the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. That was enough for me to get that veteran to that CMP exam. Okay, because that's the link in service. It would be up to them to reasonably articulate and convince that examiner, hey, I get the same current diagnosis today, and this is how it's been affecting my life from that time to this time.
But
And this is why I haven't been getting treated.
Gotcha. But the rater, when you go to the CMP exam, they can do the nexus for you.
Yeah, that examiner. Yeah.
Yeah.
The examiner. Yeah.
But they don't have to.
Yeah. If one is needed, they're supposed to. If I would get a rating decision and they didn't provide a medical opinion, a nexus, then I'm sending it back because I'm not a medical professional and I can't, as a rater, write the nexus.
Gotcha. And then what is it? If it's more likely than not they get it, or less likely than not? What is the one?
It's less likely than not. When it says less, is a negative opinion. If it says least, LEEAST, it's a positive opinion.
Those are the only two. There's no like neutral one. Like, well, we don't.
No diagnosis.
The
veteran doesn't have a diagnosis of the claim condition.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I got the advantage of being on the show to ask my questions.
Yeah. I know,
so it's
right?
a direct connection.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Thanks for all the support. I just did that for migraines. Thanks, guys. Thank you. And I want to let everybody know the donations that we get. I've created a nonprofit in my grandmother's name, and I'm giving out $1,000 scholarships to individuals in low-income areas. The family members do not have to be veterans. And the struggle I'm having with this, and I'm quite shocked. I gave out since I've been doing this over a year ago, I've only given out 2 $500 scholarships. Now I bumped it up to 1,000. I cannot find organizations that know individuals in low-income areas to give out $1,000 to that individual for scholarships. I'm like,
that's
what?
crazy.
Yeah.
And
I'm like, it's free money. And I'm like, okay, another initiative that I want to do, and if anybody's watching this, please reach out to me because I really want to do this. A Gold Star family that is not receiving the benefits that they're supposed to from the individual that died on active duty. I want to help a Gold Star family this year. Somehow, some way, they may need a washer and dryer, maybe giving them some money towards that or something. But I was doing some research and I could not find. I'm like, wait a minute. I know there's Gold Star families out there, but I'm looking for Gold Star families that, for example, I had I think I was watching something. I can't remember what I was watching, but that what is it? The insurance, the SGLI insurance.
SGLI, yeah.
They didn't get that.
How?
I was thinking it was an APC that rolled over and the veteran died, and somehow the military didn't give the insurance, and then they kicked them out of post housing. It's like, you got to go in 30 days, you got to be out, and they didn't give them any help. So I know when I'm offering the money that or services that I may be offering is not a lot, but it's something. So if anybody has any information or knows of any organization, but I want to give it to, trying to help a Gold Star family that is in need, financially, or just may need some support. Maybe I know a local a mental health provider. Maybe I can pay for 10 sessions for the entire family to go and just talk to this individual due to the loss of the service member. It could be a husband, a wife, or daughter, or son, or something like that. So that's how I want to help. So if anybody, can help me or know of organizations, please reach out to me and let me know. Okay. 100% P&T service connected. If the VA reopened claim for regulatory and procedure, does that reset the 1 year effective date? Well, it depends if the percentage changes, but what would be the reason for them to do that?
Like once you already have a set rating.
Yeah. So what she's saying is, like, say for instance, you're 50% for PTSD, right?
Yeah.
Once that 50% has been in effect for 20 years, you're like your grandfather in, you're locked in.
20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. 20 years.
Okay.
Did I say 20 or did I say 10?
No, you said 20. No,
Yeah.
like you have to go back every couple of years.
No. So what happens is, I did a video on this. You come in and you apply for an increase and you get the increase and it goes to 70. Now that 70 is different. The clock starts not over, but it starts ticking for that 70, but that 50 is still locked in. So let's just say something happens, right? Something happens where they can't really give a good example because I never ran into this situation, but something happens, or let's just say they come in, they can't reduce that below the 50 because that 50 has been in effect more than 20 years.
Gotcha.
So the lowest they could go is 50. But at 20, you're locked in. So everyone, if you got questions about this protection, I have a couple of videos, and one of these is over 2 years old, and she came on live and did it. She has over 35 plus years in the VA. She was a super trained trainer. She was one of my trainers during challenge training. A wealth, I call her VA walking dictionary. I mean, she did everything. She was a decision review officer. She was a rater. She worked a quality review team, super trainer for the VA, VSR, all of that. She did it all. A lot of information in her video. I think that video is about 2.5 years old, but she breaks down the protection rule. Okay. Jane says, Dewayne, please consider doing a survivors benefits show to honor our family lost around Memorial Day. As you know, less than 600,000 get benefits, yet 2.3 billion are eligible. Thank you for all you do. And that's what I thought. She's in Aruba. She's in Aruba watching us on YouTube. So yeah, Jane, I tell you what, Jane, let's do this. Let's do this, Jane. As it talks about the survivor benefits, I can do that. But as a rater, I didn't grant those benefits other than DIC. Get a hold of me. Maybe we can go live around that time and you can share some of that information on that. I'll do some additional research. I can talk about, DIC, definitely, but maybe you could bring a different perspective. And I like to bring people on because I want them to hear from somebody else other than me. Even though we may or may not have the same information. But Jane, I know you're in Aruba, you're doing your thing. Be careful out there in that warm weather, the beach. But yeah, let's connect and maybe we could do a live or a Zoom or something like that.
Hey, Dewayne, do we have our next guest in the chat?
Yeah, but I have on my calendar Joe at 10:45 Eastern.
Gotcha.
We did have someone that didn't show for the 9:15. The next one is at 10:15. So when we take our break at 10 and show the video, when we come back, I'll make sure we see if that person's there. But Joe is at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. So everybody, the times that we sent you is Eastern. Okay.
Yeah, two different because I'm on Central and Dwayne, you're on Eastern. Let me ask you a question about that surviving spouse thing quickly. So if you have because I think a lot of the reason why I think a lot of people don't use the benefit is like once you get out of service, like my wife doesn't even know the benefits, and we do a lot of that, or not doesn't know all of them. But if you have a 10% or greater disability rating and you pass away after you've gotten out, your spouse can still get the DIC benefits. Is that right?
Right. So it's good
And what
question.
does the DIC stand for, by the way?
What did you say?
The-
What does what?
What does the DIC stand for?
The
It's like death
dependency, dependency, dang, you threw a curveball.
indemnity.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the C. I should know this. I'm drawing a blank. Dependence, and I know somebody will put in the chat. I know Jane will. I'm drawing a blank right now, but that's a good question. So during the break, I'm gonna go out to the M21 manual reference because, and I'll have to find it. It talks about if a veteran has been service connected, if the veteran if the DIC, if the veteran dies from a service connected condition, DIC, then the time period, and then if the veteran has been, I think it's under 10 years or before 10 years. I have to go out and look at that. A lot of these, I don't memorize, especially DIC, because Raiders, we would just grant the benefit, and then the VSRs will go through and do the rest. So let me find that M21 manual reference. I know the group that I'm in every Thursday, we talked about this like 3 weeks ago, and we went through it. I was sharing the M21 manual reference, but I'm definitely drawing a blank on that. But with that being said, and you brought up, Dave, you said, oh, my wife doesn't know. What veterans need to do is get a packet. Get a packet, put the service member's DD-214 in there. If the veteran is, let's just say 100% permanent total, that rating decision, they granted the benefit, and the notification letter. Because in the notification letter, it gives numbers, 800 numbers, right? That the person can call education, insurance, whatever, and put that in the packet. Any insurance policies, put that in the packet. And the veteran should provide a list of survivor benefits as well. Put that in the packet as well. That, and this is, even if the veteran is not, even if the individual is not a veteran, this should be done, right? Because when you pass away, a trust, a will, all that needs to go in that packet. So when that person or service member pass away, the family has something. Okay, let's go and look through these records. And I think also which should be included in that is a list of survivor benefits, because there's a lot of them out there. Even there's some survivor benefits for if individuals try to, the spouse tries to start a business. There's different grants out there for them. And I think you even mentioned it when you talk about VA home loan. You said something about to include survivors, the survivor benefits for VA home loans. So there's several out there. I don't know all of them. And I'm pretty sure, Dave, you don't know all of them as well. But I think while we're still here, kicking and breathing, we should be putting that packet together for our family members, because they're going to be going through a tough time. Maybe putting together a funeral, still paying bills. And if you got that packet, that's going to help them through that. And also, and this is something that I did, and I didn't learn about this until I started my businesses. You have a business, there's a checking account for that business, and you have a personal checking account. You need to go to that bank. And I didn't think we were going to talk about this, and it just came up. But during one of our breaks, I'll get the form. But I don't know the name of this form, but it's a checking beneficiary form. So if you pass away, now your spouse can go into that bank and they have access to that checking account. That needs to be in that checklist. So maybe I'll come up with a survivor checklist. I'll connect with Jane, and maybe that's something that we could come up with. We can create together, and listed on the website, listed on the YouTube channel, that checklist where it is free for veterans, and they can use that checklist to go out and build that particular package. So yeah, Jane, get a hold of me. Let's jump on a Zoom maybe with David, and we can just build a list and create something free checklist for veterans to put together for their survivor benefits and their families.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, I definitely have to be part of that because like there's a lot of the housing piece to it. People just don't understand that they can still use. And then getting like life insurance policies, what that looks like, and what's affordable and what's not, right?
Yep. So yeah, Jane, good question, good dialogue on that. In Aruba. Okay.
I love it.
I know, right? Bobby Few, thanks for your videos. I finally in the 100% club. Thank you, man. And that's why I create the channel, because I want to give people a different avenue that they can go out and get educated. I'm pretty sure, Dave, you had to, it was probably one of your reasons for starting your channel as well. I know you got a passion. I tell you, even we talk a lot, and when I watch your videos, I'm like, you and the late Lourdes.
Lourdes. Yeah, you got it.
I couldn't get it first. I couldn't get it right at first, so tell her I'm sorry. But you all were talking about something the other day, and she was saying how HELOC and what was it? HELOC. And I know she was sharing that she was going out and buying an investment property and how the interest rate was really high. They looked at the credit debt ratio, and I'm like, man, Dave and I talked about that, but I don't remember him saying anything about that, the other loan, So a lot of good information that free, and it's free.
Right.
And even you're saying, call me. If you're already locked in with somebody, I'll let you know if it's a good deal or not. And I'm like, are people really calling? Because I would see it. I'm like, hey, I know when I get ready to buy my other investment property, I know who I'm calling. I might even fly up to Chicago and be knocking on the door like, hey,
we'll get some pizza.
Dave, I got a question. You were like, wait a minute. You didn't tell me you were coming into town.
That's funny. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, and you actually make a good point. On one thing that you touched on is that, all this information is free and we're not paying money to market to you. So what does that equal? That just straight equals savings. Because if I got to spend millions a month on marketing, someone's got to pay for that. And then we always say that it's the veteran community that ends up paying for that one way or another. And that's through just having high fees on loans. And that's my, education. And then my also is for veterans not to be taken advantage of and be taken care of and understand that process. Like that's that's why I do what I do, because I see it too many times thanks to people that submit their information. Like, hey, can you review it? And people that have, I'm super honest. Like, I'm like, yep, that's a good deal. Stick with it. Or you know what? You're getting ripped off. This is what you can get. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's definitely key. And that's what I tell people. I'm like, they be like, hey, can I do this on my own? Yeah. It's easy. Just, understand the process first. Understand it. And before you get in it, understand it and understand what you're doing with your claim. And then you can move forward. You got to do it like anything else. Taxes, Social Security, you're going to ask questions. You're going to go out there and get the information before you file. And that way, I think your chances of success go up. All right, so let's keep it moving. I'm jotting down these ticks. I'm like, man, good morning from Virginia Beach. Okay. So Dave, before we get into this next question right quick, we're going to take a break and let everybody know we're going to take a break here in about 7 minutes.
Yep.
And we got Dave's video. He's going to go first with his video. What's the name of the video we're going to be sharing?
So it's going to be state-specific VA disability property tax guide. So what I'm going to set you up for success on the video is that a lot of times people don't know how to search the specific county or city they're going to. And that's what the video is about, because people will think broad strokes like, oh, I can do this because the state allows me to do it. But then you kind of get to the nitty gritty and you're like, well, you know what? I make too much money. I didn't realize that. Now I can't qualify. So a lot of veterans make that life decision of moving and then doing this. And then also it's a good motivator on why you should file your disability, because too many veterans, even today, are like, I have nothing wrong with me. And you served in the 82nd Airborne Division. We have people that I was 3 Purple Hearts, and they are like, nothing's wrong with me. I don't need to file for disability. So I think this is a good motivator as well to understand, what additional benefits you could get on top of your rating, right? You get 100% PNT, maybe 3,800. Plus, you don't pay property taxes. That's another 1,000 a month savings. So there's a lot that goes behind that, and that's why we have that video.
Right. Okay. All right, cool. So we're going to be sharing that in about 6 minutes. So until then, we're going to keep rolling with some of these questions. How much influence does the CMP examiner have on the rater in determining if you will get a good percentage? A lot, because the examiner is the one, I would say the examiner and the veteran, because there's certain words that can be used in your claim. Okay. So if the examiner, like for pain, if the examiner says, yep, you got a back condition, but you have full range of motion with no pain, that's 0%. But if you say that you have pain in your lay statement, there's a 38 CFR that states that the rater can use that word pain in your statement, your claim, the way you worded it, to grant you the compensable evaluation, which is 10%. Okay. But also, the veteran needs to understand the DBQ, because the CMP examiner is going to be completing that DBQ. So at the end, if the examiner says, hey, I'm done after 5 minutes, you're like, wait a minute, this DBQ is like 12 pages long or 5 pages long. You didn't go through the whole thing. Well, hey, doc, yeah, I got some questions. I'm looking at the DBQ. You didn't ask me this, and this. So it's up to the veteran, I think, as well, to hold that CMP examiner accountable. But again, raters are not medical professionals, and they rely on that CMP exam from the doctor to be completed the correct way. That way, the rater can grant the highest percentage for that particular condition if there's a positive medical opinion. Least as likely as not. All right. Good morning from Boozer City, Louisiana. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
I'm not going to take a guess.
Louisiana. Good morning. Motivation for Lifestyle Change. Hey, welcome. Thank you for joining in. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, what are your thoughts on the tinnitus and hearing loss being combined or losing the rating of hearing loss? And good morning. Good morning. If you have been denied for tinnitus, reopen your claim this weekend. Go to your local urgent care, complain about ringing in the ears, get that progress note that is not only new, but it is relevant. Submit your 0995, quick submit link. I did a video on it. Submit it either today or tomorrow. If you never filed a claim for tinnitus, same thing, file it now. So if that change happens, you have that claim already on the books. So it's a proposed change that this individual is talking about. They haven't implemented yet, but if they do, they proposed it 2 years ago. But if they do, and you've been dragging your feet, I don't feel sorry for you, because I've talked about it. I know there's other YouTube influencers in this VA claims process that have talked about these proposed changes. If you're just sitting back doing nothing, that is on you. Okay.
But if you already have it, you don't get.
Yeah, you're good to go. You're good to go.
Oh.
Yeah. Wanda, my 2020 claim was reopened twice. First, regulatory and procedures, and the second time, VBMS error. They made a new decision to continue disability. Does 1 year to appeal the effective date? Yes. So whenever they do a decision, you have appeal rights. Okay, and those appeal rights are 365 days. Okay.
And so can they do that if you got 100% PNT?
Well, obviously, she came in. She said she reopened it. It was reopened twice. I don't know why. She says regulatory procedures, but something had to happen there.
Like you have to poke the bear to get that, or is it like does the V? I think for a lot of people too that maybe haven't filed, or just for my own knowledge too, is like, so if you file and let's say you get an 80, 100% permanent total, any of the spectrum, can they self-identify? Like, do they do an audit where they're like, wait a second, we made a mistake and they initiate it? Or is it like, hey, I filed for an increase? I know if you file for an increase and then they can go back and see, like, oh, they made a mistake, right? But
Yeah, when that happens, let's say for instance you come in for an increase for PTSD. Never did I go back through that entire file. That file could be 25 years old. Right? So if you come in for a claim for increase for PTSD, I'm not going to go back and look at migraines.
gotcha.
Now it's different for joints because the examiner has to look at that other joint that, if you're coming in for an increase in right knee and you're not service connected for the left knee, they still have to measure that range of motion for the left knee. But if you're coming in left knee secondary to the right knee, they still have to measure the range of motion for the right knee. Now she's saying VBMS error. I don't know what she means. I know what VBMS is, but what the VBMS error, I don't know what she's talking about. VBMS error, that it doesn't resonate with me. They made a new decision to continue. Now, they could be talking about QRT. That's the audit. Quality review team pulled that rating decision to see, that rater made a decision on a particular case to see if it was correct, but they only pull 5 per month. I don't know if it's still 5 per month. I know when I rated, they would pull 5 per month. And it was a backlog.
Gotcha.
So it'd be June, then they'd be pulling 5 rating decisions from January. And you're like, man, now I'm on pins and needles for the next 6 months and going forward, All right, Dave, let's go ahead and I'm going to pull up you on the stage here. Give me one second.
Yeah, and we'll be back. It's a 29-minute video, so I'll be right back before that. Let me know when it's up and I'll play it. There we go.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Today we're talking about how to research your VA disability property tax.
And also, Dave, cut the volume up on your end.
The state. The reason why we're doing it is because every single state has different benefits, and that criteria varies primarily based on the following factors. So your VA disability rating percentage is going to be a factor in that. So some states require that you have 100% permanent and total in order to get a tax break of any kind. Now, there's other states that will have incremental, right? So some of them, maybe if you're 10% to 30%, you might get X amount on your property taxes on up, right? Some states it's 70% or higher disability rating, and you can use it. Now, the same thing applies when it's TDIU. Some states will accept that as 100%, that you can then get that benefit. And for others, you could be 100%, but not permanent in total, and you cannot use that you cannot get that property tax break. So on top of that, and some of this stuff builds on itself because typically we start off with the percentage rating and then we kind of move on to the other pieces. The other one's going to be the character of discharge, which you can get a general discharge and still get your VA home loan, still get your VA disability. But for the purposes of the property tax breaks, you may not be able to get them. But again, it depends on the state that you're applying to. And this is also great because like if you're moving to another state or you're thinking about a certain city that you want to move to for you're retiring or you're getting your benefits, you really don't know what you want to do or where you want to go, this could be a big factor because in some areas, taxes are crazy high. Where you could buy a $200,000 home and have $10,000 in real estate taxes. Well, that's a game changer for a lot of people's affordability piece to it. Another one is that some states will look at the income that you're receiving. Now, sometimes they go off what's called an AMI, the area medium income, and other times they're going to be basing it on a poverty level, which isn't much, and a lot of people just don't qualify for. The other part, because I kind of went through all this today, and it was like, man, like, normally we work in a couple of states, but like then when I'm looking at this stuff, I'm like, holy cow, it is extremely wide range of benefits. Some are minimal, some are really awesome. The other one is like, for some states, you have to have, they're going to base it on your VA disability condition, primarily if you have a loss or use of one or more limbs, or like being completely blind, which again, I'm not sure how many veterans are out there that meet that criteria. The other one will be if you're a military member or surviving spouse. A lot of times surviving spouses will get that benefit of not paying property taxes as long as everything's been filed correctly. And then some of them have restrictions where you can't get remarried. Like if you get remarried, you lose that benefit. I mean, I don't make the rules. I'm just letting you guys know what you need to be looking for. Another one, well, on top of, right, so this all layers on top of each other. So the other one is that they may base it up to a certain assessed value of a property, or what's called an equalized assessed value. Like, I'll give you an example. The state of Illinois is one of those equalized assessed value states where because of the different like locations, they tax a little bit different. So they have an equalizer to factor in to make it equal across the country. And that's actually one of the states we're going to talk about today as an example. You may not like the state, but we need to at least give you an example so you can see how crazy the differences are in what the state says and what the counties say, and why it varies so widely, even when they tell you it works one way and another. The other restriction is that you may have an acreage restriction. Like for example, some places will have a 5 acre and no more than $1 million. Others may have like 40 acres. Other places would be like, well, we don't care about how much acreage you have. You're fully exempt from the property. Which leads me into there could be restrictions on the type of properties, primarily around single family homes, condos. Those are kind of like one thing. Townhomes, planned unit developments, all the same. Multifamilies, that's where you have 1, 2, 3. That's where you have 2, 3, or 4 unit properties. Because a lot of times they'll only give you for an exemption for your unit and not the others. But then there's like ways that you can do it so you can get those exceptions. So you got to learn how to do that. And then if you have like a farm residence, that can also be different. Just remember, you can use the VA loan and technically buy a commercial space if you have multiple veterans that are purchasing together. So it hits commercial, you may not even qualify for any tax exemptions. And just remember, you're taking the VA home loan in your own name. You can put the loan in a trust. They did a whole video on that. So if you're interested, check that out. But then you can still keep your benefits. And then the other thing, there's other restrictions around occupancy, like it has to be your primary residence, and you can only have one primary residence at a time. So keep that in mind, because if you want to keep that property and buy another one and use your V loan again, because you can do that, it's going to cause you some issues, either immediately or down the road, because it really depends on how taxes are set up. And that's another thing you got to be really aware of, is that some states you pay taxes current and the other states are paid in arrears. What that means is in 2024, I'm paying taxes for 2024. That state is paid current. In other states, in 2024, you're actually paying 2023 taxes, so they're delayed by a year. So think of it this way. If you qualify for these benefits and you're in a state that pays its taxes current, then your tax exemption should kick in the year that you're buying it. So if you're buying in 24, on the next assessment, it should be updated to 0 if you qualify for all those things that I just talked about just now. In other states where taxes are paid in arrears, you buy a house in 2024, but you're paying taxes for 2023. So in order to get your tax exemption, also depending on when you buy within that year, you may get your exemption in 2025 because there's going to be 24 taxes. But if you buy in some areas later in the year, they have like a cutoff window, you may not be exempt from paying property taxes till 2026. So that's why it's important to understand that, because like I had a buddy of mine recently going down to the county, calls me, David, I got my 100% PNT, I'm gonna get the tax exemption. And I'm like, no, you're not.
He's like, no, but it's a state law. I'm like, no, it is, but the county has a restriction and you won't get that. And that's why we do videos like this, because we want to empower you. So now let me show you what that looks like. And the first site I'm going to talk to you guys about, let me share this with you guys. It's going to be an AARP website. So it's a guide for to property breaks for veterans with disabilities. Now, this is a general guide. Okay, do not use this as the Bible, and I'm going to show you how to search it. But this is a great way for a glimpse to be able to look into what the state has and some of the benefits. Right, it'll give you kind of like a quick snip, and then it's going to kind of go through each of the state's benefits, and it's going to have a link to their departments where they have that. Right, so here I'll give you Arizona. Talks about can qualify for exemption for 2023 taxes and assessed values of their home is less than 29,000 and their income is below 36,000. So some of these have crazy restrictions which you won't even be able to qualify for. Here, Arkansas has got a 40-acre restriction on that. California, right? Look, they have 100% PNT rating. You can exempt up to $100,000 of value for a primary residence. Again, it's going to be vary by state and what those restrictions are. Some of them have a lot of restrictions, some of them don't. But this is only one tool. Okay, this is just for a glimpse to be like, hey, am I using it? This other link is going to be from the actual Department of Veteran Affairs, which is going to list all the Department of Veteran Service homepages for the state. Now, this is a little bit better tool that you can use to be able to utilize that, okay? Now, again, I'm going to pick one that I know so I can show you guys exactly what I mean by a state may have a law, but the county is going to have a different. I know Illinois, again, I get comments all the time like, we don't like Illinois. This is for educational purposes only to show you guys kind of what that looks like. So let me click on it. And again, that's going to be down in the description. So it's going to take you to the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs, right? Their mission. They have different programs. So we're going to tab through these just to see what they have available for them, right? So they have different types of programs, but this is more programming than what we're looking for. Illinois Veterans Home, a commitment to enhancing the lives of veterans. Okay, so they're just telling you, hey, these are the different programs that you can get. This is not really telling us like, hey, this is how your property tax breaks work. So this is where I kind of utilize going to like a search engine and type in Illinois veteran, or let me put it disabled veteran property tax breaks. Okay, so here now it's going to take you to the property tax exemption for Illinois Department of Revenue. So then it's going to start listing out things on here. Where is it? See, like there's so much here. Veteran standards for disabilities. So let me just zoom in on this to kind of show you guys what they have a proposal for, right? So a qualified veteran with a service-connected disability of at least 30%, but less than 50 will receive $2,500 reduction in the equalized assessed value. It's important to note that because it's not $2,500 off your tax, like your actual, like if your taxes are $5,000 a year, you're not getting $2,500 off of that. You're getting $2,500 off the overall assessed value, which is basically nothing. And then if you have 50% but less than 70%, then you get $5,000 off the estimated value. Again, that's not going to be much. And then if you have a service connected of 70% or more, you're exempt from paying property taxes. But then the caveat here is going to be the property's total equalized assessed value must be less than $250,000 after subtracting any portion used for commercial space, right? So that kind of seems like it's pretty straightforward that, hey, if you meet this requirement, you're pretty much good to go. But that is not the case, actually. This is why it gets confusing. And even if we look, I'm not going to look at it now because I'll waste you guys' time. But let me show you guys kind of what it looks like from a, like how the counties look at it, right? So Cook County, disabled veteran exemption. And I'm also going to pull up the another county in Illinois that's called Lake County. property tax. Okay. So, and I'm going to show you the differences in these. Okay. So this one is pretty simple. You can apply online and be able to get the exemptions. All right. So 70% or more disabled receive an equalized assessed value reduction of $250,000, right? And because of this, they can totally exempt from paying property taxes on their home. And if you are paying, let's say you have property values $300,000, they'll actually subtract it out, and you only pay taxes on $50,000, right? That's kind of like the state. And again, here it's going to kind of outline what those requirements are. If a surviving spouse can utilize that, that's going to be listed on here, okay? Now, when it comes to Lake County, right, in the same state where the rules are state-based, right, what they decided to do is that the home must have a total equalized assessed value of $250,000 or less. If it's $1 over, you do not get the exemption for purchasing that property. So that's why when you guys are researching the states, double check where the information is. And even in cases like that, every county has an assessor's office. So you can reach out to the county assessor's office to be able for them to tell you, like verbally, like, yes, you can do this, because sometimes the language is very confusing on these websites. But again, I'm hoping you guys have some good takeaways from what we talked about. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe button. If you have questions, drop them down in the comment section. Always happy to have answer questions, make videos around you guys' questions. I mean, that's how I make these videos. People ask me questions, and I just say, you know what? Great video idea. Let's do it. So I'm happy to do that. You guys have a great day. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Okay, Dave, unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me? You know, I get that little. I think I get that move from Boondock Saints, but yeah, no, it's a lot of good info, and yeah, I made that video because we just had. I mean, I had a buddy of mine that Lake County example was a good one.
Dave, before I forget, we got somebody coming up here at 10:15, but they didn't show up. Okay, Marva, if you're there, we're waiting on you. I didn't see him come in. So go ahead, Dave.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, if someone pops in, yeah, stop me on that. But yeah, I had like a buddy of mine that in this exact situation with Cook County, Lake County, where it's just like, man, like they waited to get their disability rating, they got it, they went and they're like, I'm driving to get my tax exemption. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can't get the exemption. They're like, what do you mean? And that's why that state benefit, because like Florida is another good example of that. Like if you're in Tampa or you're in Miami-Dade, two different sets of rules. And then also like some of them backdated, because I know that because you do your file to intent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it takes 3 years to get your 100% permanent and total rating for the time that you started 3 years ago. Well, some states will actually backdate to your effective date, which would be 3 years ago, and they'll actually give you a 3 years worth of refund on your taxes. But not every place does that. And then some places will have like, oh, you have an income limit, or you can only get so much off depending on what you're getting. Acreage, there could be all types of restrictions that people just don't realize. And like that website that I showed, the ARP, kind of gives you a very broad strokes of can you even qualify. And what you got to note is that those benefits change all the time. Like in Illinois, they're trying to actually drop it to 60% VA disability rating, which I think right now, I'm not, I'm not a guru at all the states, but I'll tell you that 70% rating to get 100% tax break. I think I don't know any other state in Illinois that does that. So most of them require 100% PNT.
Alabama. I think Alabama's one.
Alabama's like that?
Where they don't require 100% permanent total. But
the property taxes in Illinois are kind of crazy.
Yeah, unless you're down in southern Illinois, south of Carbondale.
Well, then, yeah, that's a different story. But like, that's the problem. Like, if you live up north, You
Yeah.
know, I have $250,000 properties got 12,000 a year in taxes.
Do what? Say that again. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
like a $250,000 property up in like Lake County area. It's got about
Yeah.
$12,000 in taxes. So just
Yeah.
imagine. That's crazy.
And even out west, you get out there like Naperville,
Oh yeah. Oh, they're the same thing.
Oak,
Crazy.
yeah, Oak Brook. You get out with those west suburbs, Elmhurst, Hoffman Estates, and even in some of the southwest suburbs, Tinley Park. Man, it is, yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. So before we move forward, I can't share my screen, but DIC, dependency and indemnity compensation. That's DIC. I don't know why I could not remember that. Okay. And I was going through this M21 manual reference, and I was like, it brought up like several references, and then you go to reference, then there's other 38 CFRs. But I am going to find, before the day is over, I'm going to find that time period, because I remember seeing it, and I'm like, you know what, I need to do a video on that. But it says the definition, dependency and indemnity compensation is a monthly payment made to a surviving spouse, child, or parent because of a service-connected death that occurred on or after January 1st, 1957, or before January 1st, 1957, if the survivor elects to receive DIC in lieu of death compensation. Let's see. Also, to a surviving spouse or child that the veteran has been rated. Okay, yeah, here I'm looking at it, and then I went to look for something else. So the time period to a surviving spouse or child because the veteran had been rated as totally disabled due to a service-connected disability prior to their death, typically for at least 10 years. So I'm going to read that again. To a surviving spouse or child because the veteran had been rated as totally disabled, that's 100%, due to a service-connected disability prior to the death. So, for example, veteran is 100% permanent total. They have a really bad case of diabetes. They're service-connected for diabetes. They've been 100% more than 10 years. There you go. Okay. And there's a 38 USC code 13181318, or to a surviving spouse, child, or parent because of death due to Department of Veterans Affairs medical treatment. Veteran goes in for surgery, they botch the surgery, and the veteran dies.
Dang.
Okay. Yeah. And
Not good.
more information about DIC, 38 CFR 3.5, 38 CFR 3.22, 38 CFR 3.358, and 38 CFR 3.702. That's why I like the M21 manual reference, because I just did a quick search. It took me like less than 60 seconds. But I was looking at this other part where we talked about 10 years. I'm looking for that, and it's in the definition piece. So you can talk about when the pay grade code is required, basis for pay grade codes, and this is all have to do with DIC, action to take if pay grade data is not of record. This is just references for VA employees. All right. So let me get back to this calendar, Dave, right quick. I want to make sure I don't see anybody. Yeah. You can see the when people come on, right? You can see that, right?
No, that part I can't see.
Okay. All right. So let me see. Okay. 10:15 did not show up. So Joe should be back at 10:45. So we'll just jump into more questions. All right. And I've lost track of these check marks for the questions.
I know, because it's like always, yeah, we're answering a lot of stuff for sure. So
yeah. All right. Oh, this is okay. 1 of 4. I filed for an increase in PTSD rating in May 2023. I was seeking to go from 70 to 100 in February 2024. Then they denied my increase. I filed a high-level review with the informal conference to contest the rating. A lot of veterans make that mistake. I'll explain why. The first issue I observed in the decision letter was not all my evidence was used or possibly lost. Not the first time they lost my evidence. I had to take 90 days of FMLA from January to March. Intermediate FMLA was not awarded to me, not because my PTSD wasn't severe enough, but because I did not work 120 consecutive hours. Second issue I observed was in the decision making of the rating decision, the evidence I submitted both from my therapist, 16-page mental health evaluation, and a lay statement from my wife strongly supports my inability to reform to ADLs. Okay, that's not the only requirement, but when you're trying to get to 100% for just a mental condition, one of the things that would help me justify getting 100%, you had to be total and social. Now, a lot of people are on YouTube saying you can't work. That's not true. That is totally false. And if someone's saying on YouTube, more than likely they didn't rate and it's just their personal opinion. Okay. But as a former VA rater trained by the VA, one of the things that I look for, you need to work in a safe and protected environment. Right? You work from home remotely. Okay. Had to be working in a safe and protected environment. Now, social impairment. You don't mingle with others. You may go to the grocery store first thing in the morning when people are at work, or an hour before they close because people are already at home. Or you just shop Amazon. You have your groceries brought to your house. You don't like dealing with the public. And that could be whether it's grocery shopping, getting gas, or you don't like being around large crowds, you're a recluse. And then occupational. You work from home, you have to work from home. As it is a safe and protected environment for you. Okay. Now, that's just me. With another rater that maybe not an advocate for veterans use it? Probably not. Don't know. But those are some of the things. And then you got evidence to bag it up. Okay. That's the key. Evidence to bag it up. Because if the rater doesn't do it, if you have a DBQ and that box is checked and you got the evidence to back it up, it'll be hard for that rater to say no. Can they still say no? Yes. And then that's where you say, okay, holler a review. They say no, then you got the BVA. All right. But if you feel you should be 100% overall, while you're trying to get that 100 for the mental condition, you could be working on other stuff, secondary conditions, increases. Okay. This was for you, Dave. Got a home loan.
Can the VA home loan be used for a homestead? So a homestead, what it means is that it's your prime. Well, there's two different definitions. So I'm going to cover kind of both. Okay. So a homestead is basically where you own a property and it's owner occupied, and it gives you certain protections from creditors, from them being able to take your home because it is a primary residence. Okay. So that's one part. So the VA home loan is designed in general to be a primary residence. The only time that you can purchase a property and not live in it is if you are on active duty and a spouse or child, a dependent, is going to occupy that property and meet that occupancy requirement. Okay. But in general, right, the homestead is that, let's say, I'll give you guys an example. You have a mortgage balance of 200,000, but the value is 400,000. Well, you have 200,000 in equity. Homestead will protect that. Normally, it's protected up to a certain dollar amount, depending on where you live in the country and its territory. So it's going to change based on that. And also, separately, a homestead can mean like a farmhouse. So if you're in reference to, let's say, buying a farm residence, you can use the VA loan to purchase a farm residence, but it will have to be a livable house that you're going to live in. And I did like a whole video on buying a property as is, what you can omit, because a lot of times veterans want to purchase, let's say, a 20-acre farmland or 15-acre farmland, and those barns will they're dilapidated, right? No, they're not like in perfect condition. It's not like a house. And what ends up happening is that the appraiser is going to make a bunch of notes on that barn house that it doesn't meet VA standards. but you can ask an appraiser to omit a structure on a building, but just know you won't get value for it when it comes to the actual appraised value. So you could lose some money, but a lot of times those barns or sheds don't really have any value.
Okay. I know you just talked about, I think it was you and Lotus that talked about the way you can increase the equity on your home and doing upgrades, right?
Yes.
But I know Lotus said, hey, if you go to sell, you don't get, if you spend $50,000, you may only get, 15 back
Yeah.
at the end. It's not, so yeah, I remember listening to, listening
Yeah.
to
So that's the thing. Like, when you have a house and, that's like another, we did a whole, yeah, that was the last video that we did was a lot of people have, let's say a really low interest rate because they bought a home a couple years ago. So one misconception is that, well, if I have a VA loan, I can't get another mortgage because the VA doesn't do a second mortgage. Well, that's not true. You can get a second mortgage on top of a VA home loan all day long from anybody. So keep that in mind. And one of the things we were talking about was, even if you don't like your home, but you got a really good rate, well, even if you bought a home that was the same price as yours, your payment would be double that. So why would you leave? Right. So that's kind of the challenge. So I think people are focusing more on like, what do I do with my property? And so I can make it livable, make an addition or whatever. So yeah, we talked about is like you can get a HELOC or a HELOAN, one's fixed, one's variable. But if you pull it, if you make a tennis court right on your property and it costs you 50 grand, you're probably not getting a penny of that back unless you are like living in the hills of California, like somewhere in like Angeles, which it would probably cost you a lot more because land for a tennis court is probably $2 million. So just kind of think about that, right? Like in Florida, if you're putting a pool in, hey, that's pretty normal, right? You could, get some money back, but just, don't use things like Zillow because it's not accurate. They've also said it's not accurate, but everyone keeps telling me, well, my Zillow estimate, and I'm like, well, it doesn't really mean much. Talk to your either prior realtor or talk to a real estate professional and just ask them, like, I'm looking to do upgrades to my home. What is actually going to add value versus what's maintenance? Like changing a roof on your house is a maintenance piece. It's not designed to give you additional value. Can it? Yes, because the new buyers wouldn't have to do some additional work. But if you add a bathroom, that can add 20,000. If you add an addition, that can add 100,000, 50,000, 75,000 to the equity of your property. Basements typically do not add value, so just note that because people will be like, "Well, I have a 5-bedroom house and 3 bathrooms, but one of the bathrooms and one of the bedrooms are in the basement." Well, guess what? That does not count for an appraised value. A finished basement in general can add value if there's other places that have finished basements. So a lot of times people will put a lot of money into a basement and they can't recoup any of it. So keep that in mind.
Well, now what about Dave? What about things like and we're still waiting on our next guest, not due until 10:45. What about like solar panels? Bag up batteries, generators and stuff like that. Does that help with equity? No?
No, not to my knowledge. And now
No.
you made a good thing with this solar panel. So what happens with these solar panels, depending on where you live in the country, there's different energy regulations. Okay. Sometimes it makes huge sense to get these and you get all your money back and the electrical companies paying you. But a lot of these are very expensive. So I've started to see them recently on transactions. And what happens is the sellers get them, or let's say you own a property and they're like $35,000-$40,000. I mean, they range widely, but they actually, that lien attaches to your property as a second lien. That's what we normally see. And when they try to sell that property, the buyers have to then also qualify with having that payment on that solar panel. It's because the sellers don't just pay that off. They're like, oh, this is a transferable loan. Now, then you start running into separate issues like, well, if I'm already buying a property with 100% financing and there's another lien on the property for $25,000, plus I have my VA funding fee, now you're like upside down on your mortgage significantly. So, like, those are all things you need to factor into that decision. And is it typical for homes in that area to have solar panels and have loans on them? And then, okay, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But if you are like a first mover, just remember that equity piece is going to be affected by that move. And typically, you're not going to put a solar panel on a used like roof that's 25 years old because it's going to have to get replaced, right? So
Right.
typically, you'd replace the roof, and then you would do that.
So what if the seller is selling a home and they have solar panels and the solar panels are paid off?
That's good. Nothing happens.
You know,
It's just
but
just be normal.
but could they like say, okay, well, I'm going to leave the solar panels on there? Well, I guess I'm thinking of like when the appraiser comes out, or when they appraise the home, do they? Because the reason why I have solar panels, and I was told that that it's a small factor of when they're appraising a home. It's not much, like you said, you don't, if you spend $25K on solar panels and next year you turn around and sell your home, you're not going to, be able to say, okay, well, before I had solar panels, my home was worth, I don't know, let's throw a number out there, 300, and I spent 25. Now it takes up to 325,
Right. It's not a tit for tat kind of
yeah,
match. And that's the challenge is that, and especially if you're the only one with solar panels in the area, like you're basically trying to sell your home at a gain of 25%.
mhm,
And the buyers would have to be willing to take over that payment. Well, what if they don't? They're like, well, I don't want this. Now you might have to spend the full 25,000 and give it to them at market rate. So up front, you'll lose that 25,000 in this example. That's why you have to be really careful with, the desirability of these solar panels
yeah,
and then how long you plan on being there. Like if you're moving next year and you don't have solar panels, why are you going to get them? Right? If,
yeah,
but then people will be like, well, we're living here forever. And then they get a call 2 years later, like we're moving. So, just be
yeah.
careful with that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So let's keep it going with these questions while we wait on our next attendee for 1045. Thanks for the donation. Does being on a ship mess up getting presumptives for Iraq? Excuse me. DD214 says I was Iraq. Look to get IBS and sinusitis. Hobson, look at the list. And there's a lot on that list. There's a lot of locations on that list. I want to say Gulf Oman is on there, if I'm not mistaken. So they're talking about the Gulf, like the water. So look at that list. And for any presumptives, if anybody's trying to get a presumptive, you're going to have presumptives. You got a certain time frame, but most important is going to be a location. Look at the location. This is where, being educated is so important. You have to do this. You have to do the research, because a lot of people ask me questions. I don't have all these 38 CFRs memorized. I don't know all the locations I know the main ones: Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi. I think they had Djibouti on there. Okay. What is it? EAS, Emerald. What is that? The Emirates, something Emirates. Okay. The Middle East. You're not going to find any raider or any VA employee that worked in VBA have all the court cases memorized, have all the M21 manual references memorized, or the 38 CFRs memorized. That just does not happen. Now, do I know where to go and find this information in less than a minute? Yeah. And a lot of my videos, when I'm sharing these slides, I'm giving you the locations of these M21 manual references and the names of these 38 CFRs, so you do not have to go out there and do it. Okay. But it's simple. If I pull up the M21 manual reference, I'm just going to put in Gulf War presumptives. Then I'm going to start looking for the locations. Boom. Oh, there are all the locations, So you have to find that location. So once you find the location, see where your ship was at. You know where that ship was at in the Middle East. All right. Richard, unknown, gross impairment in thought process, disorientation to time or place. Am I consistent memory, short term, and immediate recall? The third issue is what the CMP examiner never asked me. Okay, so what Richard is talking about, that's part of the criteria. I don't know if it's for the 100% or maybe 70%, but when you look at the general rating schedule of criteria, and you can see my book, I should have brought it over. That's the rating schedule that you would look in. And they would give you the occupation, total social occupational impairment for 100%, and then all the symptoms. Okay. But like I stated earlier, understand the questions in that DBQ because you go to the CMP exam. Like Richard said, the examiner never asked him, Richard, why you didn't come back at the examiner and say, hey, you didn't ask me this question. I would like for you to write this down on the DBQ that you're completing so it can go back to the rater. Now, I'm not saying that they would do it. But that's another reason why you need to be educated on, what you're showing up for and the conditions that you're showing up for and the criteria for those conditions. All right. Let's keep going. Hi, Dewayne. Thanks for sharing. I wonder and hoping you can discuss apportionment for spouses and dependents. Ooh. Raters had nothing to do with apportionments. I know what it is, but I never did. You don't do ratings on them. VSRs do it. But what apportionments are basically like child support, alimony, right? So a spouse comes in and says, hey, my income level is this. My ex, husband is getting 100%, and me and the child needs part of that 100%. And now it's like a bidding war because the spouse has to submit income verification. And then that vet gets come back and say, hey, oh, whoa, no. I'm not giving her or him any money. What are you talking about? No. Here's my income. And then at VSR, they use a chart. I don't know what it is because I never was a VSR. And then they'll make that determination if the spouse is entitled, and if so, how much. I've seen spouses get money, and it's not a lot. It could be $25, or they don't get anything at all. So it's going to depend on that income. Okay. And I know that makes a lot of veterans mad because they're like, hey, wait a minute, I'm not giving up my compensation. Yeah. Nancy says, oh, my dog is a mini golden doodle. Okay, I thought it was a Rottweiler, Coney Corso, a big Doberman, or Italian Mastiff, or something like that. Okay, it is. Okay. All right, Annette. Thanks. We got about 3 more minutes. Okay. And Richard, he's throwing a lot of questions. Any questions about my PTSD or my symptoms once he found out my father had passed away from colon cancer? He talked for an hour about colon cancer, how important it is to get screened. How did that even come up? Father passed away from colon cancer. Why was that even a part of the conversation? Father passed away. Oh, really? For what? I don't want to talk about it. Because then some examiners try to find another way to put that particular diagnosis on other than the military. With these 3 issues, not evaluating the evidence correctly, how do you know they didn't evaluate the evidence correctly? And misplacing, not using my FMLA. Was FMLA listed in the rating decision in the evidence section? I'm presuming no. And they poor CMP exam would make the CMP exam poor. How, meaning insufficient per the M21 manual reference of 38 CFR. Does it appear I would successfully overturn the previous rating? There's a lot more to this, Richard, that meets the eye here. So I have several questions. Can you reasonably articulate per the M21 manual reference of 38 CFR, what made this exam insufficient per not your opinion, but VA's opinion? You got to start there. Okay. This one is for you, Dave.
Realtors can't charge fees. Well, no wonder no one will assist us with the VA loan. Yeah, I mean that's part of that NAR conversation we had a little bit earlier. Now that is in effect system wide up until the NAR lawsuit gets approved by the court. There's also some complication right now because the DOJ is, I guess, launching an investigation into this. So if you guys didn't catch it earlier, is that veterans that, or if you're using the VA home loan, you cannot pay any realtor fees, including realtor compensation for representing you, or any type of additional fees unless they're paid for by someone other than a veteran, which typically is going to be the sellers that's going to do that. Now, I'll tell you guys this, right? One of the main things that why veterans, there's two parts, right? Assisting veterans in using the VA home loan and having a realtor that's extremely knowledgeable on the VA home loan process and how to win contracts. I'm sure there's people out there listening right now that worked with someone that told them like, well, their VA loan isn't competitive. It's too hard to do. They can't buy a condo because it's just too much of a complicated process. You need to switch who you're working with because it is a great product to use. And the challenge I think too is veterans end up using these big box banks and their call centers. They are not experienced. They're not doing this day. They may be doing it day in, day out, but they're just pushing paper, right? They're not helping you think through like how to strategize through that entire process from start to finish. And then also you have to pay for those marketing fees. And that's why you normally pay higher fees with those companies. And then you have the flip side is that they also are just not as experienced to be able to get you quick turnaround. And they're not available 7 days a week. Go ahead.
Okay, Dave. We got Joe in here.
All right,
We're going to get
bring
him
him
in right quick.
Can't keep Joe waiting.
Yeah, no, Joe, where you at? We're waiting on you, Joe. Okay, so we're gonna leave that up. So
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay,
good morning, everyone. That's Joe. I'm just very happy to be able to talk to each one of you, and thank you for taking the time out your busy schedule, both of you, to answer a question or two for me.
Okay, go ahead, Joe. Yeah, Joe, can you let everybody know which branch of service you served in?
Yes, if you can see my shirt, Army. I represent Army. Basically 29 years, and couldn't have selected a better organization to be a part of.
I can't see him on.
Yeah, we can hear him though. We can.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear him. Yeah. So, Joe, go ahead and ask your first question.
Yes, my first question is, and by the way, I do have your book, Claim Success, VA Claim Success.
Thank you for the
awesome
support.
book. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, when I saw the book was available, I ordered it, and of course, I have the autograph copy. So,
all right.
Yes,
all
thank you very much. But my first question though is, I submitted a supplemental claim and with a DBQ and additional information, and I was just wondering, how does that process work? Will it go to the individual that first processed my claim, or could it go to someone totally new? And would that individual be the one to make the final decision, or would they make a decision and then send it back to someone to continue with the process?
Okay, so you submitted a DBQ, correct?
Yes.
Was it for an increase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, all right. So the way it should work, this is the way it's supposed to work. But here recently, I talked about this earlier, it doesn't always work this way. Okay. When you submit it to the VA, it goes into the national work queue. And then it's pulled. I don't know if they still call it management analyst or something like that. It gets pulled and it gets assigned to a certain regional office. And then that management analyst in that regional office, they'll send it to a particular team, like a supervisor. Then that supervisor will assign it to a VSR. And they'll look through it. Yep, Is it good to go? Is there any additional development? And this is where it gets tricky. They are some, not all VA employees are requesting CMP exams, even though the veterans DBQ is sufficient to go ahead and send to the rater per 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B and subpart C. Okay. So when the VSR gets it, yeah, they don't rate. Back when I rated, they didn't get training on VSRs, veteran service representatives. They complete all the development. They didn't get the same training as raters as it pertains to what makes a DBQ actionable sufficient. So what do? Oh, just request the exam. Well, why would you do that when you have information that says, hey, that claim is ready to go? Now, sometimes it gets to the rater and the rater's like, oh, nope, I'm not going to use the DBQ. Why didn't you request the exam? Even though it's actionable sufficient. So 2 reasons, and this is just my opinion: lack of training, and or they are not advocates for veterans. Because they can look at that DBQ, oh man, that veteran's going to go from 0 to 100. Oh, I'm not doing that, even though they're wrong with that mindset. Okay, so the way it's supposed to work, VSR gets it. Yep, everything is good to go. Send it over to that rater. Rater, yep, DBQ is actionable and sufficient. Veterans is service connected for it. Rate the claim, and that's it. That's why they came out with the DBQs to help reduce the backlog. But some VA employees are creating to that backlog by requesting the exam when they don't have to.
Yeah, and that was my question on that one. When I read your book and looked over, what I was doing, trying to get educated, not frustrated. And the thing is, if they were to send me out or want me to go to an examination, the same thing was actually on the DBQ would be the same questions I would go all through again, which I just recently went through with my actual doctor that has been my doctor for over 15 years. So, yeah, I was just kind of curious how that would work and the process, the phases it would go through, but you explained that, so I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another question.
Okay.
It pertains to percentages for the joints and things of that nature. I have basically, I was granted 10% for my knee and a lumbar sprain condition that currently at 20%. Now it's been a while. I've been out for quite some time. It's been 13 years since I only did it initially, have never revisited since that time. So it's been 13 years. And my question is, how is or the possibility of going in for increase pertaining to the knee situation and the lumbar sprain?
Right. So the first thing that you have to understand is what is the 40% criteria for the back and what is the 20% criteria for the knee. It's based off of range of motion. I did a video I think I did a couple of videos about range of motion, okay, that explains range of motion. It's not, oh, I got a herniated disc. It's not, oh, I had to have an MRI. It's not, oh, I had to have cortisone injections. Now, if all of that affects your range of motion, then yeah. So think about it this way. You're standing up like this, right, Joe?
Yes.
The further that you lean forward, that's flexion for your back, towards your toes, the lesser the percentage.
Got you.
Okay. Now, when you go to these CMP exams, some examiners like to play tricks. I talked about one tried to play a trick with me. Oh, can you take your shoes off? Well, I went in March and it was hot. And I had on flip-flops. I clicked them off and he looked over. He said, okay, put them back on. I was like, and immediately I knew what he was doing. He wanted me to bend over in that chair to unlace my shoes. Then he said, stand up. We're going to do your range of motion. I want you to lean forward, touch your toes, stop when you feel pain. And I leaned over and I started feeling a little bit of pain. I stopped. He kept saying, keep going, keep going. I said, didn't you tell me to stop when I felt pain? Why are you telling me to keep going? And I just knew he was going to give me a negative opinion. So I was like, okay, I'm going to get my money's worth and let a little bit of frustration out on it. So that's the way the forward flexion is, or any joint. For the next higher increase is based on range of motion. Where can you find that information? For the knee, it's possibly under diagnostic code 60 or 5261. For the back, more than likely, if it's a thoracolumbar strain, diagnostic code 5237. You can go to the rating schedule. This book right over here. Next time we go to break, I'm going to move my table over. Or look at the rating decision. Joe, they granted that benefit. It'll tell you why they gave you the 10, and it'll tell you why the next higher percentage was not warranted. That's the criteria, but it's based off of range of motion.
Okay, and I did order my disc. It did take about 4.5 months for them to get it to me with the information on it that you just, yes. Matter of fact, they came and left a note on my door, and I had to go to the post office to actually sign for it. And that was
you dropped
awesome.
everything. You dropped everything that day. Your kids were still in daycare. You had to pay that late fee.
Yeah, I was gonna miss lunch to go get that. Yeah, but that really, I'm telling you, all this information, I got that from your YouTube and your book.
Cool.
So I would tell you, you know, I related to military terminology. Your book is a SOP on how to be successful. And the thing what I've found out, and I can speak for me, is I have to be or take the initiative, have the desire to want to do what it is I'm doing. No one else can help me or force me to do that until I'm ready. That's when I'll move. And I figured that out. Like I say, it's been 13 years. And like I say, you can lead a horse to water, to the trough, but you can't make him drink. I'm at the lake right now, and I'm ready to drink it all. So I am really thankful for your book, and I read it. I go back. I've already read it a couple of times, but I still go back just to refresh my mind. I think I know this, but like you were saying about just memorization, you don't have to do that. The book is here. Just go back and read it and go research what it is you're looking for.
Right. So, and we never talked before either, Dave.
No, we haven't. But I tell you what, I've listened to you so many times, and I've heard you say that. And the one thing I would tell you is what you're doing is so awesome that you may not know all the people that you're helping, but they know you. So, and I'm one of them. So this is the first time. I know you've said that people have gotten increases, and then they call you back and say, "Hey, I'm at 100%, whatever. I've used your instructions and your book, and I never talked to you." So I'm hoping to be one of those individuals here shortly. So I want to thank you in advance, and I'm working on it diligently. I'm telling you, I am dedicated to the cause right now.
There it is. Yeah, 29 years of service. Man, you know, if you're thinking about buying that home or refinancing, you want to call David Piatek here, or you got other veteran friends or family members, hey, reach out to him because he's a wealth of information on that side as well. But that's the one thing, Joe, that, you know, I was telling David earlier, a lot of people that subscribe to my YouTube channel and got the book, you're looking at a $30 investment. That's just $29.99. But sometimes I give a discount. They never talk to me on the phone. And let's just say they go from 0 to whatever percentage, even let's just say 10%. So I think what, 130, 140 bucks a month.
Right.
For the rest of your life, and you spent $29.99 and you spent an hour or two a week or whatever, you know, watch every time I put up a video. What is the rate of return on that? You invested some time. And that's what people don't get. And people were telling me, hey, Dewayne, I bought the book, $29.99. Oh, by the way, you gave me a 20% discount. And I was stuck at 90 and I got 100. And the difference between 90 and 100 is $1,500 a month. And they did an intent to file 10 months ago. So multiply that by 10.
Yes.
And then all the tax exemptions that we're talking about, and they never called me on the phone. So that's awesome, Joe. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and you know the thing is, a lot of the stuff when I listen to your videos and your presentations, and I know you have the notes, and you say, okay, I got a couple of slides here. I'm gonna show you. I'm like, oh man, that takes me back to my military days. I'm telling you, presentation, got to get it together. But you are on top of it. But the one thing that I listen to you when you say about the military, which leads me into my third question here, my final question was on being able to submit a claim. Like I was a parachutist, and basically did jumps all over the place. And actually, I jumped into Panama in 1989, December 20th. And my question for that pertaining to that one is, I basically what you stated. You, as a leader, you don't take the weak, easy way out. You suck it up. You drive on, and you take something called Motrin 800, and you keep moving because you deal with the pain. Because only wimps go on sick call, the ones that can't hang. And it is truly, I was sitting here listening to you earlier when I signed in early. That's military training right there. I had to sign in early, just check and do a dry run, make sure everything was working.
Yeah, we
But
saw you.
I didn't go on sick call then, unless it was absolutely something that was out of my control to handle. And to this day, I'm getting better. But still, those traits are still there to hold out and do everything you can before you go seek medical attention. Now, pertaining to that is not in my medical record, but yes, my DD-214, my parachuter's badge, Canadian jump wings, all those things are there. Would I be able to, with that and my statement, basically from my VA form 214138, if I use that form to describe basically what I'm saying here, that I didn't go on sick call and that was the reason why, would I be able to possibly get a CPN exam for that?
Yes. Have you seen my video? What conditions you can claim due to being awarded the parachute badge?
Yeah, I did. And I was just curious. I didn't know, would I need to go to a doctor now to just have something saying, okay, yes, your ankles, bilateral, knees, whatever the case is, would I need that in lieu of what I just stated here, or with what I just stated I have here, the DD-214, all the other items showing that I was a parachuter, would that be enough to warrant a CMP exam?
Yes.
Possibly.
Even with or without the evidence, they should. Okay. But for what increases your chances is you having a diagnosis. And that's going to depend on the examiner. If you get an examiner that's not an advocate for veterans and they just think this is a welfare system, no matter what you submit, they're going to, they're going to say no. And they're out there. Okay. It's not a lot of them, but yeah, I feel that they're out there. But having already diagnosis of a back condition, knee condition, or whatever, I think that helps your chances when you get to, the CMP exam and that examiner says yes. There's actually, I have a link that we give to our clients of a list of articles about conditions from being airborne. Okay, there's actual articles out there, and Google it. Okay, there's a lot of information, and then use that statement and explain to the examiner, hey, jumping out of C-130 that's going X amount of speed, what is the rate of descent based on the amount of weight that you're carrying. If you got a Kevlar, I had a client took his old Kevlar helmet. He said every time we did a jump, we had to have this on. This is just one piece of equipment. Here, hold this Kevlar helmet. And they was like, man, that's kind of heavy. And we're walking around with this. We don't think it's heavy because we're used to wearing it. But then you're not thinking about the parachute, the reserve, primary, secondary, rucksack, and any other equipment that you have.
I used to be the RTO, so I had to carry the communication gear, extra batteries, in addition to my large ruck. So it gets kind of heavy in your canteens of water.
Yeah,
you got to have all those things.
If I was doing that claim, I would invest $100. Go to an Army surplus store, buy a rucksack, everything that you use to jump out. Just say, okay, I'm gonna invest $100, $200, and get a little cart. I wouldn't put it on my back.
I don't want to
get one of them little carts from Home Depot and wheel that into my CMP. What's this?
To let them see what I was dealing with when I'm wearing all that gear.
Doc, put this on. This is when I jumped out of that C-130, X amount of feet, so many, feet in the air. This is what I had on. And here's a video of people jumping out of the plane with it on.
And a lot of times, I mean, I can understand if you didn't jump or you have no familiarization with anyone or talk to anyone, you wouldn't have that understanding. But when you jump, it's not that you just put on all that gear and you take a few steps and you're at the airplane. You may have to walk a great distance just to get to your aircraft.
Right.
And then hitting the ground, it's not over. Now you got to pack all that up in addition to your ruck and your gear, your weapon, all that, your system. You got to get that parachute and put that on your back and retrieve that as well. So, and you may have to walk maybe a half a mile or a quarter of a mile, but it's not over just hitting the ground. Your journey starts after you hit the ground.
Yeah, not like they got that deuce and a half or 5-ton, driving down the road or in the field, picking everybody up.
Yeah. We would love to see that deuce and a half. That was one of my first. That was one of the M151 Jeep and the M35 A2 deuce and a half. That was my first vehicles, and I love to see that deuce and a half come because I knew my walk was coming to an end.
Okay. All right. Well, Joe, we had that 15 minutes, gave you a little bit over because you came in a few minutes after, but definitely thanks for joining us today. Awesome questions. Thanks for the support to the book. Don't forget, if you're going to refi, who are you going to call?
Hey, man, I'll tell you what.
I appreciate it.
Dewayne, no, I'm getting your organization involved, but I got to tell you, thank you for what you're doing. And the housing, hey, I've just got some information on that. I'm going to apply that as well to see about getting a decrease there and paying for the rate there. But most definitely, I want to thank both of you. And I got to tell you, Dewayne, what you're doing is changing the lives for a lot of veterans because financially it is helping not only the veteran, but their family members as well. So from this veteran to both of you, thank you very much for what you're doing today and what you will continue to do.
Okay, I definitely appreciate it. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thanks again for coming on, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, out.
Okay, bye. All right. Okay. Wow. Good information, and thanks again for the book. Again, Dave and I we are putting comments with links. How to connect with Dave, VA Housing Education, and him and his staff set up free consultation. And Dave mentioned something. If you just need them to look at something, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, or have questions about if you're already locked in, call him and he'll take a look to see if it works for you or if he could do something better, right?
100%. Yeah, and don't worry, you're not gonna get badgered. People you just gonna. It's pretty because the problem is like when you don't do something every day, you may not you may just skim over it. And a lot of times lenders don't explain things for a reason because they don't want you to see what they're charging you. I just met with one of my guys yesterday for lunch, and they're like, man, every time I get to the closing table with this company, they're just charging, like we give them all these seller credits, cover all their closing costs, but every time I do it, they charge them more and more because they want to take everything that they have. And it's just, it's sad to see it when you don't need to have it. So, listen, if you're in that process right now where you're like, hey, I just went under contract, all we need is a loan estimate in order to tell you if it's a good deal or not that you're getting. Because sometimes we'll look at it like, you know what, that's going to be similar. Hey, go ahead and finish up. But if you're still far out, right, you want to definitely know what that looks like. So for sure.
So real quick, I know some people had asked, Dewayne, you mentioned the Thursday group that you're a part of, and you and a couple other individuals that know about the VA claims process, you answer questions for veterans for free. Okay, Chris, we talked about it when Chris came on. He's been in there. Another gentleman that follows me on YouTube, Traveling Terry, if you see this today, thanks for the support. Be safe out there. And another young lady attended my quarterly How to Win Your VA Claims process seminar last week. They all joined. Okay. I put that link in the comment section. It's every Thursday at 12:30 or 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the veteran portion. The first part is the faith and wellness part. But if you just want to come on for the Q&A session for veterans, 12:30, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll put the Zoom link in the comment section. It is free. If I'm not there, the two gentlemen that run it, Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Lovejoy, just let them know, hey, I saw David and Dewayne on the 12-hour live stream, or I'm subscribed to Dwayne's YouTube channel, whatever, and I'm here for the Q&A portion. So if I'm not there, there will be someone else there to answer your questions. And I cannot stress, it is free. I used to do it for a local community college. I don't know if I'm still on the books. This next month will make it 5 years I've been doing it. This past Thursday was the first Thursday. They haven't emailed me. I was on the calendar, didn't hear anything back, so I don't know if I'm going to continue with them. But I do a live Q&A the first Wednesday of every month. The next one is May 1st. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you can get an update. Also with David, he goes live. I know with him and Lourdes, they go live. I see him normally. Sometimes I'll see him. I think it comes up on my LinkedIn first before anything when you go live, because that's what I'm normally commenting when you're live on LinkedIn. So Dave, do you have a schedule when you go live, or you just like, okay, I'm gonna go live today or tomorrow?
Yeah, we normally will have the schedule a month in advance. We'll put them up, so you'll see them on the YouTube channel. So if you hit the like button on the channel, you can just go into the live section, and then you'll see like, hey, these are the upcoming classes, because they're not like set like, hey, every Wednesday we're doing them. We typically will do them every other week on a Tuesday. That is subject to change just because of I got a newborn, so things could change. But yeah.
So Dave, what do you think about this? I got a question for you. Our next guest hasn't come in. It's 11:10. People that's out there, I know a lot of companies have what is called diversity and inclusion councils, or supplier diversity. Okay. If you work for an organization and you would like Dave and I to come in, maybe 3 hours, I do an hour and a half on VA compensation, and David does the other hour and a half on VA home loans. Or if you want to make it 4 hours, he do 2 hours, I do 2, he does 2, I do 2. Let us know. That is a service that I offer and have done for companies in the past. So definitely reach out to David and I, and we can get you set up. I use a booking agent for that. So if we need to incorporate David in that, we can get that worked out. So definitely reach out, because I work for Fortune 500 companies. I work for Procter & Gamble, Kraft Foods, Oscar Mayer, Tropicana, and there was nothing in those organizations at the time I worked there pertaining to veterans that were talking about VA compensation nor VA home loans. Okay. So if you're part of a company, you work in HR or you're their supplier diversity, a lot of people, they don't think like, they're thinking, do you have a product like a widget? But they're not thinking, man, I have all these veteran employees. Let me bring these companies in to educate our veterans. Veterans are working hard and they have no clue about VA home loans. I went 12 years and didn't even know about the compensation piece. Nothing. Not until I started working at the VA. Okay. So our person has not come in. So we are going to keep going here. I think, Dave, I'll let you comment on this one.
Yeah, that's the one we just talked about.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah. So just I guess I'll finish it up, because I think they don't hate us. I think a lot of times that these changes in real estate are going to have an impact not only on the veteran community, but as a whole for all home owners, of buyers at least. So, there's some different schools of thought to this part, right? Affordability of home is already hard enough. Now you factor this fee in. The problem is that it's going to take a lot of people out of the home buying process, because if they don't have the money, how are they supposed to buy? So I think in certain price points, I would say that it's still going to be customary and continue to be customary for sellers to offer a co-op. Because if you think about it, if you're not offering a co-op and your home isn't selling because nobody can come in and buy it, that's going to force the sellers to change how they do that compensation, then offer a co-op, right? That's one way of doing it. The other is we're trying to figure out a way, because the VA says, like, look, this is public information. So yes, it is easy to search for properties. I can go on realtor.com right now and we can look up properties together, right? It's what happens between looking at a house and going under contract, and from contract to close is where everyone needs help. And there's no real easy magic solution out there outside of using an individual to help you, guide you through that journey. And I think, even getting a sales contract together, you're going to have to hire an attorney, where realtors have access to the realtor form. So there's this, like, you're hiding information from the public so then you can keep a job in a way, right? But at the same time, you don't do it every day. It's like when I want to file my disability compensation, I'm not saying, oh, I'm just going to read minus Dwayne's book. Yeah, you read that, it's full of information, but you look at the VA's, like, if you look at the VA's way of applying for it, you're like, oh my, it doesn't really make sense because you don't have enough information to do it. But it's the same thing here. You don't buy a house every day. So you really want a way to be able to bounce ideas off people, like we are in this show, where we're answering questions, because everyone's situation's unique, right? You might be both filing for the same disability rating, but how you got that disability rating is going to be unique to you. And it's how you articulate it, right? So it's the same thing with this home buying process. Everybody wants to buy if you want to buy a property, not everyone does. Does it make sense to use the realtor? And that's why up for discussion too is that, do you buy something now, or do you wait for rates to go down, right? And I just did a video on it, talking about it, that normally the longer you wait, the higher the values go up. So you just keep paying more money. And if rates drop, guess who gets in the market? Everyone wants to get in, right? Just think about when you are talking with other people that are all saying, well, we're waiting for rates to drop. Well, if you're waiting for rates to drop and they're waiting for rates to drop, as soon as rates drop, that's your competition that you're going to be competing against to buy a home. And it's going to drive the price higher and negating any savings you have. So, I bought a place a couple months ago, and I bought it in a higher rate environment than it is now. So if you can afford to buy a property now, then that's what you're looking at, the affordability of buying a home. Because later, if you think you can't afford it now, well, you're definitely not going to be able to afford it later, because the values will go up even though rates drop. And I don't think, the only exception to that is if rates were to drop to 2.25 again. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Down to 2.25.
Yeah, I just don't think that's going to happen.
It might.
Wishful.
Yeah,
but I think they learned their lesson, because like they hemorrhaged, when people are like, well, there's limited inventory. Well, there's a reason. Why would you sell a place if you get a 2.25 rate? Now, some people still sell because they have, they're making a ton of cash and they're just buying cash on their next property. That's why you have so many cash buyers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like over average. We just did a video on this. So So there's about $30 trillion worth of equity in the United States. And the average homeowner has about $296,000 in equity. Now, if you just bought a place, you're not going to have that. This is averaged out, right? We have a lot of baby boomers, which, you're going to have the largest transfer of wealth in the history of the world over the next 30 years because of all the baby boomers passing away, transferring down wealth, all this equity that people are going to gain. It's going to create another shift in about 10 to 30 years where we may have an abundance of housing. Things might switch because of that. So those are things to, think about as we go through this journey.
Okay. All right, cool. So we didn't 11:15 did not show up. So we're going to keep going with some questions. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And look at that. That's Connie Corso, Cane Corso in there, isn't it? It's a big dog.
Well, those are big dogs.
Yeah. All right, says Raise, can you get service connected if they remove part of your colon tube? Yes, if it falls under one of the 5 ways of service connection. Okay. Free guy, good luck on the marathon today, Dewayne. Thanks, Mr. Free. This gentleman actually, like in 2019, said, "Hey, you got a lot of information on this. I think you should start a YouTube channel." I did for 2 months, and he kept asking me, and I was like, "Okay, it must be something there," and we're here today. So he is a fellow veteran. Give him a shout out. If you are a entrepreneur and you need, and he hates when I call it this. Okay, what is I don't know what else to call it. It's a CRM or a marketing tool. You need something to capture your consultations, to track that, your revenue, send out newsletters, create landing pages, create membership sites, reach out to him. Free guy. If anybody's interested in that, send me an email, send me a comment or something. I will connect you with him. He's a former Marine. If you need
Always a Marine.
advertising, yeah, I know, right? Advertising, you need a website created, CRM monthly that your currency is too much a month. Get a hold of him. Get a hold of me, and I'll put you in contact with him. Okay. Dave, can you still hear me? I think I just lost some sound, some audio.
No,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. There it is. All right. So, Mr. Freed, if you're still on, email me your consultation if people want to do a consultation. And I'll make sure I'll add it in the comment. All right. Oh, sorry about that. Can we read this video transcript later? Brain can't compute all the information. Yeah, I think it is a feature now for that YouTube has for text.
You can click the CC button. So yeah, they've automated all their, even if you don't have
Yeah.
closed caption, it's automatic because I know even LinkedIn has it.
Yeah, there's a transcript thing now that you can.
Yeah, it's just automatic, right?
Yeah. Dave, this is for you.
They would have a home can I used on the second loan, motorhomes included in that. So that is a great question. So the type of properties that you can purchase, let me just pull it up because it is definitely a list that you can and can't do. Okay. So you can purchase a regular single family property. This is going to include both a detached and attached property. You can purchase a the planned unit development. So if you're buying like in a community, which is super popular in Florida, normally it's called the planned unit development. So like let's just say like Lake in the Hills or something down in Tampa, right? They have like 100 homes in there. You pay like a small HOA fee. You can purchase with a VA home loan. Another type of loan that you can purchase with is purchasing a condo, which condos do require VA condo approval, but it is extremely easy. We just did one in Texas, and it was submitted on a Friday, and on Monday it was already approved. But if they get denied, that's also really easy because you can get a condo waiver and purchase in that condo. So that also makes it really easy. So veterans can literally buy anything that they want. When it comes to condominiums, can't buy a co-op though, because that has too many restrictions and the government does not allow VA loans on co-ops. You can purchase a manufactured home. So as long as it's fixed to the property. Now some of the motorhomes, that's a general, I'm not too familiar with motorhomes. Like you can't buy an RV and you can't buy a mobile home. Okay. You can buy a double wide as long as it's affixed to the property. You can buy a manufactured home. You can buy a farm residence with your VA loan. You can do, between all of that, you can do 100% construction loan, including land acquisition, which is unique because, or if you already own the land, you can get a construction loan to build your custom home. Just know that you can't do the work yourself, with a lot of veterans would like to GC their own project. So they end up hiring like these bigger companies to do them, and they are crazy expensive. I had a neighbor of mine, my North Carolina property. They spent crazy amount of money per square foot to get a house built. I was kind of blown away. But yeah, so those, if you want to build a house yourself, that requires you to use a different type of loan product. You can also use a VA loan to do renovations to your home if you have a service-connected disability and you need to modify the home because of that. Then you would use the VA for that. They do specially adapted grants.
Yep, special adaptive housing. Dave, define
Yeah.
farm residence. You said something about you could use it for a farm residence. What like a ranch, or you putting cattle or something? What is that farm residence?
So a farm residence would be a working farm.
Okay.
Okay. Um, So I'm gonna read. I pulled it up because we rarely do these, but it definitely happens, right? So this is what the loan can be used for, right? So you purchase, construct, repair, alter, or improve a farm residence which is owner occupied by the veteran and has a home that is eligible for the VA home loan guarantee, right? So if it has a single family property, it meets the standards of the VA, then you're getting a loan on that. Now, what the loan doesn't cover on a farm residence, this is the important part, is that the non-residential value of farmland in excess of the home site. That's the $1 million one. It doesn't cover the financing of barns, silos, or other buildings necessary to operate a farm, or farm equipment or livestock. Because I mean, this is a dream of mine as well, to own like a large parcel of land. So the challenge comes up is that the VA doesn't have a minimum acreage requirement. So I had in one of my classes, I had someone that was like, I wanted to buy a 260 acre farm, plot of land with a farm. Technically, you can purchase it, right, and use your VA home loan. The challenge is that one statement, non-residential value of farmland in excess of the home site. So really, they're only going to use like 1 acre to 5 acres to count as your residence, right? The rest of it, you're not going to be able to finance. And that's where the challenge comes up for veterans. Now, there's ways you can go around it with some creative financing, but it also depends on how much money that land is. Like if that farmland is $2 million, sure, you can use your VA loan. Remember, no limit as long as you're eligible and qualified. And unlike a multifamily where you can use other units' rental income to offset yours, you can't use income from a farm residence to qualify for the loan. So keep that in mind also. So like if you bought a 260 plot of land, you might have to be responsible for 255 acres of that, which could be pretty expensive, right? Even at $5 an acre, you're talking about $1.25 million, that's pretty cheap. Normally, the more acres you have, typically the cheaper it is. So, but when you're looking at like a 20 or 30 acre farm residence, then it starts becoming a lot more doable because there's going to be other comps in the area that can support that. And then you start getting into that.
Okay. Wow. That was a lot of information. Just call David.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, the farm residence is a cool one. It just comes with a lot of restrictions. Modular homes, manufactured homes, those are allowed by the VA. It just has to meet the local building code requirements. Renovation loans are pretty cool, but a piece of the fees get taken up by a lender. You get up to 50,000 in general. The VA doesn't really have a preset amount. Lenders really do those a la carte. But they are very similar to 203K loans, which, depending on how much money you need, just get a personal loan, to be honest with you, because then you could do the work yourself. You have a lot of flexibility. You work on your schedule. I've just seen these renovation loans. I used to do them a while ago, but we stopped doing them because I had a good friend of mine get screwed out of $36,000. And like they're like, oh, we did this work. The HUD consultant signed off on it and they walked away without finishing the job, and there was no repercussions to that contractor.
Wow.
So that's why you have to be really careful when you're working, when you're trying to do these. So,
Yeah. Ooh. So the next question is for you as well, Dave.
how does one convert a HUD VASH, which is a Section 8 HUD program for veterans, into a home loan to get into home ownership? That is a great question. Now, we get this question once in a while. So the HUD VASH program, right, is a program where the government's giving you money to be able to use towards renting a property, or if you own a property, for you to be able to use that to pay your mortgage payment, right? It's a pretty cool program if you qualify for it. Then there's the other side of using that money to actually qualify for a VA home loan. So typically, for a program to be able to be used for a home buying purchase, it will have to be able to continue for the cycle of the loan. So if it's a 30-year mortgage, they would have to basically say that, yes, this is going to be guaranteed for that 30 years. The reason why they do that, and it's like a fail-safe system in place, is because let's say you need that HUD VASH money, you need it to make a payment and to qualify for a home loan. If you have to renew that program every single year, and we know it, right? Like, I understand if you get a job or you're in the military, you can get discharged at any time, right? But this is a program where we know that every year you will have to apply and get that program. The lender's not going to use that HUD VASH money, because in the year, if you don't have that income, then they've set you up for failure, because you will be foreclosed on, right? You're going to start that foreclosure process. Now, how are they going to modify your program? And now that's costing more money. Now, I just talked about that VAST program that just got launched that's helping veterans in foreclosure get out of it. But it also depends on if you can afford it or not. So if you need that $1,800 or $2,000 to qualify, you won't be able to use it to qualify for the program. But if you have that money coming in, then you can use that money then to pay for it, but you're not using it for qualification. So that is a great question.
Okay. All right. We're going to keep going here.
We asked this earlier.
This one, I have a special needs child that is 19. Can I still put her down on my dependent? So if the helpless child was helpless before the age of 18. And okay. And I just did a video on this. It's called Helpless Child. So King, definitely go out and watch that video. I give the Interim One manual reference with additional requirements. Okay. And before we get to this question, I just want to say, I was looking at some of the comments on my YouTube channel. One, everyone, I try to, and Dave, I think you do this as well. I try to keep my videos around 12 to 14. Dave, I know yours, a lot of them are under 10 minutes.
Yeah, like right now between 8 and 15. Yeah.
Yeah. That's enough time to go through and watch all these videos. And also go to the channel, my channel, Dave's channel. If you got a particular question on a particular topic, search our channel. I think I just looked last night. I got like over 440 videos. Look for that particular topic. HLR. Go to my channel. Type in HLR, high level review, routine future exams, tinnitus, PTSD stressors, whatever. And there's a lot of information in these videos. Now, my older videos, when I first started, I'm giving everything but the kitchen sink, 25, 30 minutes. People weren't watching them. So I'm like, okay, let me, condense it, get it down a little bit lower, 20 minutes. People still not staying on the whole 20 minutes. Okay, let me get it down to like 10, 12, under 15 minutes. I did a video, I think this week we're going to edit it. It's like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. And I just felt rushed. Like I was like, trying to cram all that information in there. And, and it's just not doable. But make sure you go to the channels and look for that particular topic, and watch the entire video. When I'm watching Dave's videos, I'm driving back from my son's school. I know I
Yeah.
got about a 10-minute ride. I can watch that entire video and I learn something each time. It's just that simple. And guess what? The video is free. And if I want to use that information, or if I contact Dave and use his services, I'm like, hey, now I'm a little bit more educated. Dave, hey, I want to do this because I'm going to call Dave because around October, I want to do something. I'm like, hey, I want to buy another investment property. What is the best way? I know you're talking about a HELOC. This, what about options? This is my credit score. This is, I don't have any other debt other than, this property or whatever the case may be. And then that's going to make it easier for him to work with me and give me the information I need to get that second rental property. So that's the way I think that you have to look at this stuff. Okay.
No, for sure. Yeah, and I love it when people call me and they're like, "I've read the VA handbook and I have a question." And they're like, and they have a and they have a very, formulated, thought through question. But a lot of times, it is just because a handbook has it in there, just like a CFR may have. It's also very, it's independent to your situation because it may say in one section one thing and then contradicting in another based on your situation. So never feel that you have to know everything. Just reach out if you have a question, because I'll have people that have like, I spent 3 hours searching something, and then they'll text me, "Hey, David, you got a quick minute?" And I jump on a call. I'm like, "Oh, this is what it is." And in less than 30 seconds, and you spent 3 hours. Don't do that to yourself. Reach out and touch someone.
Right. Most definitely. Good information there.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next question, working with a vet, 74 years old. He's still 90%. He's still working. Couldn't get IU. Okay. IU, and I did a video on this. Okay. When IU is not a standalone claim. It's a claim for increase for the service-connected conditions that you're saying prevent you from gainful employment. Prevent you from gainful employment. This veteran is still working. All right. Now, since he's 90%, are there, where does he fall? He fall between 85% and 94%. Needs to get to 95 for 100%, right? So that 90%, the service connected conditions, what's there that he could possibly get an increase for? What's there that he could possibly claim secondary conditions? Is there something that he was treated for in service that he could claim due to direct service connection to get him to that 95%? And then you don't have to worry about IU. Okay? That sideways camera of Danny is how my brain is working right now. I saw Danny when it flipped over, and I was like, okay, maybe, he had it sitting on a pillow up against a pillow and it just fell. And then I was
That's
like, you know what?
funny.
You can get a better look at that Titans that logo on there. It said boo Titans. All right. This is for you, Dave.
All right, good. So yeah, a good question. My primary home is with a VA loan. Can I buy a secondary vacation home within 250 miles of me with another VA home loan? So this is a good question, and we do get this actually often. So the VA loan is designed to be your primary residence, okay? Now, what the VA has said is that the VA is basically a God-given right that if you say that you're going to live in that property and you certify you live in it, then you can buy it, even if it's the house next door. Like for one of my buddies, he literally bought the home next door as his primary residence, but you're still going to have to do somewhat of an explanation, right? For them, it made sense. Their parents lived with them, and it was I don't know what they call it, but it was just a flat. There was no stairs in the property, where he has a raised ranch, and they had to walk up and down to use the bathroom and go to sleep. So it made sense to do that. That mileage rule, applies to doing like FHA loans or like conventional loans for depending if they're investment properties or not. But remember, the VA loan is a primary residence if you're a veteran. As long as you certify you're going to live in it and it could just make sense, you can do it. Like we had somebody that lived in a condo that wanted to buy a single family home. Well, that is pretty simple. You have a single family home, but then you want to buy a condo. That kind of starts not making as much sense, right? Especially if you're buying in the same area. If you own a single family home, you want to buy another single family home, but it's in a different school district, it's better, or whatever that you feel that you could put together, then you can do that. The other part to that too is that like, let's say for example, you work 100% remote. Well, then you could literally buy a house anywhere. You could buy a house today, and then buy another house in 7 months and live somewhere else. In fact, we just had a conversation, a couple of them like that. If you're trying to use your VA home loan multiple times and qualify, you want to do it within that year. So if you would buy something now, then you would buy something in like December. So that way you're not reporting taxes for the following year and showing losses, because we talked about that earlier. So if you're going to buy multiple VA loans, buy one in the beginning of a year and one at the end of the year. Just make it make financial sense for you, because you can always refinance the mortgages a little bit later. So, yeah. So as long as you can make it make sense and it's going to be your primary, you'll be good to go. But for self-employed people, it does pretty easy. And remember, you can use solely disability income and pension to qualify. So we'll have people get real creative, and every year, because you have only have so much of a VA loan, but they figure out how to maximize it. Or kids will help them like, hey, let's buy these properties, and they're older and they can live anywhere. Then they take those mortgages and put them in a trust, and then the kids can inherit those properties when they pass away. So now they inherit a portfolio of 3 or 4 loans. Then things start making sense. So I got a lot of people leveraging their parents to just keep buying properties. It's hilarious, but it works. Like I'm blown away on the plan, like them being able to gain properties. Their parents have a place to live while they're keep moving around every couple or every like 6 months to a year. They just move to another location. They can afford it. They're doing their taxes the way they're supposed to. So they are taking that tax liability on, but it's making sense. Like they're doing it the right way.
Right.
And that's how they're growing their investment portfolio. And you don't need to buy $1 million place to make money. A lot of people will buy $80,000 places, $100,000 places, get Section 8, do a HUD-VASH voucher, and make a ton of money doing it. And then the property just pays for itself. Remember, that's how people make money. If you're renting, you're paying a mortgage, just not your own. You're paying someone else's. Just remember that. Like, someone's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I know I went off on a tangent, but
no, good information. Good information there. We have a slot at 11:45. Wayne, if you're out there, don't see you in the waiting room there. Make sure you get on a few minutes early. We got about 3 minutes. A couple people didn't sign up. Hate that you didn't sign up. Hope everything is okay, but we're going to keep going here. Here's another question for you, David.
Had a VA loan repossessed in 2011. My credit has recovered. Can I get a new VA loan now? Oh, that's good. All right. So we really don't talk about this often. I'm actually going to create a video now. Okay. Not this second, but when we finish. All right. So this goes back to the old rules what we're going to talk about. If you are in this VA loan repossession in 2011, let's say, a portion of your entitlement will be locked in to that foreclosure. So let's just, for example, you bought a house for $200,000. Well, the VA guarantees 25% of that. So $50,000 of your benefits have been locked out, which represents $200,000 as the original loan amount. Now, if the sale produced a positive net income, then that mortgage would have been paid off and then you wouldn't have a negative balance. But if this property was sold for less than what you purchased it for, then you're going to owe, in this example, that $50,000, which equates to $200,000. So now let's fast forward to today. You're going to be subject to the single family Fannie Mae county loan limit, which in general across the United States is $766,500 or $550. So you take out the $200,000 from that. So now you're left with like $566,550 as the remainder that you can use on a VA loan without a down payment. Anything over that would require a down payment. So I know it's a lot of numbers thrown out there. So the short answer is yes. The long answer is what I just gave. And the third answer is to call me, schedule a meeting, because it's like, it's sometimes tough. And I kind of feel bad because it's like, sometimes I talk a little fast, but at the same time, it's like I cover the amount of information that needs to be covered is vast.
Yeah.
Because another weird quirk to that is that you cannot buy a property under $144,000 and use your VA loan, because there's two sets of tiers of benefits. Tier 1, bonus entitlement, and then you have the Blue Water Vietnam Veterans Act. So it's just like it's layered benefits. But great question.
All right, cool. We're going to keep going here. It's that time. Good morning, everyone. What's going on? Just joined the party. You're coming in late. What are additional benefits for a helpless child? I don't know if there's any on the VHA side. Just know the compensation side. I'm assuming you're saying, Chris, it's within the VA. I would say go to VHA's website, VHA Veterans Healthcare Administration, and see if they have anything on that side of the house that maybe that would help. I'm thinking community care, they may fall under some type of treatment as well in the community care through, as dependents, but that's on the VHA side. So I would say start there and do that research as well. But on VBA side, the compensation piece. Have a question. Is that when I hit 100% PNT with no student loan debt, can I go to school for 4 years or so and accumulate student loan debt and use my student loan debt forgiveness for being 100% PNT? All right. That is a question for the U.S. Department of Education, because they are the ones that handle student loan debt. Only thing that the VA Raiders do, they grant 100% permanent total. That's it. In some presentations that I do, I list the 800 number. I don't know it right offhand, but I do know the website. So if you go to disabilitydischarge.com, disabilitydischarge.com, that is their website. Call first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock and ask that question. I do it talk about it in my presentations, but that is a question that I cannot answer because it's under the U.S. Department of Education, and I do not keep up with those regulations. But I do know if you're 100% permanent total, if you have student loan debts, they will discharge you, but they are the ones to ask. Okay. All right. So once again, put this in the comment section. My monthly membership. If you sign up, you don't receive an email immediately, you will get one May 1st. Okay, you will get one May 1st. Right now, we're offering 50% off the monthly fee for it. Okay. And it's $48.99. So once you pay that, you're locked in for that for however long you stay in the group. Okay. After that, it goes back to $97.99 a month. Okay. So make sure you get signed in. Put in vet code 50. We had a couple of veterans that didn't do it, and we had to get creative with the back end piece where they didn't get billed. They won't get billed for a couple of months. So use the code. Okay. Use the code. Also the book. So next break, I'm looking out the window to see if the mail lady has come. So I got some books. I saw some people purchase some books while we're in here. Thank you. I got a few sitting on the front porch for them to be picked up. If you want to do a free consultation, I know we have some slots available for next Wednesday. I don't know. I haven't checked to see if anybody has scheduled, but next Wednesday we have some slots as well. And what is this link to? Is this your link or Dave that you shared?
Yeah, I shared that a little bit earlier. That's for
Okay.
the MCC, that mortgage credit.
Okay. Who is the man with red text on his shirt? Can we contact him about VA home loans?
Oh.
That's you. I was like, who is he talking about? Yeah, that's David. David, we're putting David's ticker information down at the bottom. Let me change it right quick. This one. Okay, if you go to www.vahousingeducation.com. So people, I'm changing, going back and forth between some of David's information, my information, and we're putting a lot of stuff in the comment section. Scroll through. Okay, if you see his picture, my picture, we're giving you links to get a hold of us, our contact information. Okay, wait a minute, Dave. We got somebody that just popped in. I want to make sure. Okay, Brittany, I see you popped in, but I don't have you on the schedule until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dave, do you think we should bring her in now since she's already here?
Yeah, if she wants to join, let's the party.
All right, Brittany, I am going to send you. Hold on, in the private chat. I'm going to send you a message in the private chat to see if you're ready to come on. We don't see your picture, so you can't give us a thumbs up. So I'm going to send you a message right quick. See if you want to come on now. So when I hear back from you or you share your screen, we can see it, but nobody else can. And just give us a thumbs up and we'll bring you on now if you want to go. But if not, we do. I see we got you at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just let us know. Okay. A lot of people are missing their slots. So, okay. All right, Brittany, I know you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go now. Oh, she just went away. Brittany, give me a thumbs up if you want to come on now. Woo, okay. We got Brittany, y'all. Is there a song that says something about Brittany?
Britney Spears, maybe.
No. Okay. I'll ask Brittany. Brittany may know. Okay, hold on one second. Let me get these questions here. All right, Brittany.
Hey.
Oh,
What's
Brittany wasn't
going
supposed to be here at 4:15. Brittany showed up at
super early.
damn. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I've been
All
at
right.
work, so I just been listening to the live the whole time. And I was like, you know what? A lot of people are missing their slots. So I was like, let me hop right in, see if they'll, pick me. So
Okay.
That's
So
awesome.
real quick, Brittany, can you tell everyone what branch of service you served in?
yeah, so I'm currently serving in the Air Force. I've been serving for the last 5 years and I'm coming up to go ahead and separate soon. So
Well, you sound like you don't want to be in the Air Force no more. That's easy.
no,
That's
no,
easy duty.
it's been a great experience. Yeah, the experience has been great, but I think I'm ready for something else now. So
Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay. All right.
yeah.
So thank you for your service. My wife, she was Air Force. She was what did she do? Air crew life support. She did the mask for the pilots and stuff.
Yep,
And I was
AFE.
and I was Army and I did, I stayed in the field. She was like, what is that? The field. I'm like,
Like it's not a
Well,
Marriott. What is
yeah,
that?
you're like, you
Yeah, we
go out
don't
in the
have
woods.
that.
And she was like, let's go camping. I was like, what? I'm like, camping. I'm like, you want me? I'm like, so I did, and it was okay, but it just brought back memories. She was like, it's different than when you was in. I'm like, first of all, you didn't understand when I said, going out on, field duty, field maneuvers, Air Force, you didn't do it. And now you're trying to
No.
tell me it's not that bad. How do you know? You know what I mean? She's like, oh, it's
Right.
different, right? But she is a combat vet. A lot of people look at her and she told me, she was like, I was in the military. I was like, what? Oh, you wasn't? She was like, yeah, I'm a combat veteran too. I'm like, other than airplane pilots, I'm like, do Air Force veterans go to combat? And I was like, I know a lot of people are going to give me crap for that. like those commercials or those TikTok videos where they'll show a guy running, he's running, and then he'll drink a beer and he's like, okay, that's the Marines. And then he's running,
Yeah.
drinking his watch, and that's the Army. And then he'll show a picture
The Air
of
Force.
nobody running.
That's how it is. That's how it is.
Or one where they got the Marines getting on this helicopter. They got the Navy leaving San Diego. They got the Army getting on the plane. Then they show a hotel desk. That's the Air Force. I'm sorry, Brittany. I know we've had you enough. So thanks for serving. I know a lot of people appreciate that. But and thanks again for joining us. So go ahead and ask your first question.
Yeah, so I had a question about like diagnosis and the shippy. So I know it's important to have current diagnosis when filing. So before separating, is it important to have my PCM like specifically diagnose me with stuff? Because I have stuff on my problem list. And I wonder if that will like suffice when
Okay.
it
Yeah, good question. I actually have you been through the BDD claims process?
Yeah, so I'm coming up on my window here in a couple of months. My window isn't open yet. So
Okay. Next month, I think almost the last 7 months, I've been doing a free BDD TAPS class. I used to rate the claim that you're about to submit is called a BDD claim. I used to rate those. And I give a free class. It's coming up May 12th, May 15th, something like that. So make sure you follow me if you're on LinkedIn. We got a Facebook veterans group, or just subscribe to the channel. And when we start posting, you'll be aware of that, because I'm going to pause it for a couple of months. You're on active duty. What you want to do, one, is get a copy of your medical records from service. Okay. Once you get those medical records, you're going to go through and you're going to look for either the diagnosis, or it should say assessment, because I think they're all like electronic now. So look for the assessment. That's the diagnosis. Continue to go to sick call. Continue to go to sick call and get things documented. And I'll explain the reason why. Now, on at midnight on that 180th day, you should already have your 526 EZ completed. You should already have that, I think it's SHA, self-health assessment form, completed. You should have a full copy of all your medical records. You should already know your date of discharge. That is the requirement for you to file that BDD claim. And you can use the quick submit link to do it. I have a video on my YouTube channel, okay? Now, while you're waiting on that claim to be adjudicated, if other conditions come up, or even those conditions that you claim, continue to go to sick call and get treated, get it documented. Here's why. Let's just say they don't give you service connection, right? For whatever reason, for a condition that you would diagnose. You get out. You can refile that because you got treatment while you were in service, right? Your separation exam, everything that you annotate on that SHA form, everything that you annotate from you doing that review from those medical records goes on the separation form. Those are things that, separation exam. Okay. So they see it multiple times. Also, understand the diagnostic code criteria for the conditions you're claiming. What are some of the heavy hitters? Mental conditions. Okay. Because they'll give you a high percentage possibly. Tinnitus, that's almost a lot, right? It's only 10% right now. Sleep apnea with a CPAP machine, but you need a sleep study showing a diagnosis of sleep apnea. Migraines, and then different joint conditions. That is the fastest way. If you feel you should be 100%, that's the fastest way, okay? But again, looking at your medical records, seeing what you were treated for, complained about, and diagnosis. A lot of our active duty clients, when we review those records, that's what we're looking for. We provide a list of those diagnoses of treatments and complaints, and those are the things that the active duty service members claim.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
180th day at midnight, You don't need to be on TikTok, Instagram, taking pictures out on the flight line, at home, submitting that claim through the quick submit link. Admit at 12:01.
Okay. So my window actually opens. Like when my window opens, I'll be relocating because I'll be doing skill bridge in a different state. So I was gonna wait until I got.
No, no. Do you know where you're going to be staying?
Yeah, I do.
Put that address down when you file the claim. So what
Okay.
they'll do is they'll schedule those exams where you're at. Don't put the exam down. I mean, the address down where you're at. So if you know that 180th day you're going to be doing your skill bridge, you're already going to be where you're at, or yeah, it doesn't matter. So if you're still, at your base on that 180th day, but you say, okay, next week I'm going to be, in Virginia or LA or whatever, go ahead and submit that claim because the chances of them scheduling you for that exam within 7 days, slim to none. You have to be available to report to a CMP exam in 45 days from submission of that claim. So when you're going through skill bridge, any doctor visits, urgent care visits, you're still on active duty. Those become a part of your service treatment records. Your unit does not have them. You have them. So make sure you keep a copy of it. So that's the way you do that.
Okay. And then my last question, like DBQs.
You don't need it. Don't even
Okay.
waste your time. Because when you go to that CMP exam, that's what those doctors are completing, the DBQ. Now, you need to know what's on them for what you're claiming, but you don't need to run out and get them. No, because they're going to be free for you. They're going to be free. You just need to worry about document. I don't care. Oh, I walked by, what is it, F-22 Raptor, and I bumped my shoulder. Go get it documented.
Okay. All right then.
What other questions?
That's
it?
yeah, that answers my questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, I got some questions for you, Brittany, since you're trying to get out of here early. I got some questions.
Okay.
Are you subscribed to both of our YouTube channels?
I am subscribed to yours, but I have not yet subscribed to his.
Okay. Let's get her done.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Go ahead and subscribe to it.
Okay.
Thank
VA,
you.
housing, education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Brittany, you sure you don't have any other questions? You're going to buy a house when you go out to do skill bridge?
So I was probably gonna look to buy a house, probably in 2025, because that's when I will like officially be separated.
Okay.
And then I'll figure out like where I'm gonna settle down at and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, like I've been trying to like start my transition process, trying to get everything set. So it's been a little stressful. But I'm ready though, I've been like contacting different people that's like already separated or that's retired, and I'm like, what was it that you did that you wish you would have? What was it that you didn't do that you wish you did when you were like getting out? So I just been trying to contact as much people as possible so I can have a smooth transition, so I'm not out there because I'm like by myself really. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, when you get ready, don't forget David Piatek. He's the guy.
Yeah. There's a lot definitely that goes with that, especially in that transition, but at least you're getting ahead of it, right? And planning. There's too many times we see veterans like at the last, like they didn't do anything to prepare for it. And now what do you do? But at least you got that skill bridge program underneath you. So that opens up. A lot of people still don't realize that you can do that skill bridge program, which is crazy to me.
I've been talking with different people, and I'm like, hey, did you know? Like, I was talking a couple weeks ago, I had ran into a girl. She lived in my building. I'm like, hey, did you know anything about Skillbridge? She's Army. And she was like, no, I had no idea about it. Like, some people really don't know about it. I remember when I had got to my first assignment, my senior NCO, she was like, yeah, like, I'm about to do Skillbridge. And I had just got in. I had no idea what it was, and it was still new. But then a couple years later, like I had signed up for it. So, and it's 6 months long, away from
the military
Air Force stuff. Yeah, away from the military, and you really get a head start on like the civilian life. And it's with the company
still pay you.
Yeah, and it's with the company that like I wanted to work for. So I'm like, this is this is a great experience. So,
Wow,
That's
that's
awesome.
awesome. That's awesome.
yep.
Okay, Brittany. Well, thank you for sharing and coming on today. Good luck with all your endeavors going forward, and good luck on that CMP exam.
All right.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you
All right.
guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
See ya.
welcome. Take care.
Hey, Dwayne, you want to take a break? It's been 2 hours. We're 4 hours in. We're
Hey,
a third of the way
hey,
done.
hey! You fading on me. It sound like you're
No, I'm
fading
not.
on me.
I've been drinking a lot of water. I gotta
You know
go.
what? I don't know about you, but I've lost my live stream on Facebook, and they're saying they lost it on having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. So yeah, I think what do you want to do? You want to take the break now, or
Yeah, so I also lost my streak in and out on LinkedIn. It might be just because it's such a long stream, but YouTube
yeah?
obviously is still rolling.
So we'll take a break because it's telling me that I can re-add it. Uh, okay, so I'll try that. I'll do that behind the scenes. I'm looking at it here on your LinkedIn, and it says 4 hours ago, and then see, yeah, it's
It
4
still
hours
shows
worth of
active.
of content. So okay, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll pull up my video. Let's see.
How long's the video?
I want to say just like 14 minutes, 14,
Perfect.
21 minutes. It's the sleep apnea as the intermediate step to service connection. Okay, so okay, here we go. Can you see that, Dave?
I can.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and let me go back over here and press play, and then we'll go ahead and we'll take a break. Hello, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Dewayne Kimble, United States Army veteran and retired VA rating specialist. Today's video, I am going to explain how to obtain service connection for sleep apnea secondary to the primary or already service-connected condition using the intermediate step of obesity. I'm going to say it again. Sleep apnea secondary to the primary service-connected condition using the intermediate step of obesity. This is going to be a good one, so make sure you stick around. Okay, everyone, before I get into today's video, I just want to make an announcement. My monthly veterans membership is now open. In this membership, we're going to be doing some live training every month, also some Q&A, but most importantly, I'm going to be sharing some things that I learned as a former VA Raider trained by the Department of Veterans Affairs that I'm not really showing on YouTube. Some of the information is going to be there, but most of it will not. So if you want to learn from a retired VA Raider, somebody that was trained by the Department of Veterans Affairs and rated for years, make sure you click the link below and sign up. So today's video, how do you obtain service connection for sleep apnea secondary to a primary service connected condition using the intermediate step of obesity? As you know, I got some slides for you, but a lot of people have been asking me for this information. So now I'm going to give it to you, and I'm going to share some things that I saw as a former VA Raider adjudicating claims, how veterans were able to get service connected. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it. Slide number one. Here in slide number one, you can see this is one of M21 manual references, and it states considering direct service connection for obesity. I need you to pay close attention to this. Obesity per se is not a disease or injury for the purposes under, and these are the USC codes, and there may not be, SC stands for service connected, on a direct basis. Now, direct basis, we all know or should know, if you follow me on YouTube, there's 5 ways the service connection. Direct service connection is one. Direct service connection, you need 3 elements: current diagnosis, link in service, and nexus. Now, the link, what they're mainly looking for is documented. There are some conditions that don't have to be documented depending on how you're claiming them. For example, tinnitus, if you're claiming it due to acoustic trauma, they'll concede it. Another one, for example, is PTSD. If you're claiming it due to fear of hostile military terrorist activity while serving in the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you didn't catch it, I just dropped a huge nugget. Okay, so make sure you go back and you listen to it. So the last part of that, and therefore may not be service connected on a direct basis. I just gave you those three elements. The second paragraph here, obesity cannot qualify as an in-service event because it occurs over time and is based on various external and internal factors. Okay, so look at the M21 number, go back to the M21, this particular M21, and they give you a court case down below. All right, move right along, slide number 2. Now, this M21 is a little bit bigger, but what I like about it, and I shared this in another video, they give you a cool example, okay? So let's go through it. Considering secondary service connection for obesity. Obesity per se is not a disability for the purposes of service connection on the 38 CFR 3.310. I'm going to share that CFR with you a little bit later, okay? Now, before I go forward, this is one of the reasons why I like to use the M21 manual reference. It's easier for me to go here to use it as a Google search to give me court cases, okay? Because you see a court case down below. You saw a court case on the last slide and the 38 CFR. You go straight to the 38 CFR, that's like a black hole, okay? It's a little bit harder to search. You can find it, but it may take you longer. That's why I like using the M21 manual reference. Now, second paragraph. Obesity may be an intermediate step between a SC, service connection or service connected disability, and a current disability that may be service connected on a secondary basis. I'm going to read that again. Obesity may be an intermediate step between a service connected disability, that's the primary condition you're already service connected for, and a current disability that may be secondary on a secondary basis under 38 CFR 3.301 subpart A and subpart B for aggravation. Okay, we're just talking about the first subpart A, not aggravation. All right. Then it goes on to say, to determine whether obesity is an intermediate step between a service-connected disability and the development of a current disability that may be service-connected on a secondary basis, including aggravation, the following criteria must be satisfied. The service-connected disability must have caused the veteran to be obese. The obesity as a result of the service-connected disability must have been a substantial factor in causing the claimed disability or aggravating the claimed disability. And the claimed disability would not have occurred, but the obesity caused or aggravated by the service-connected disability. Now, that's a lot. That is a lot. But let me break it down to you because they said something in that third paragraph. To determine whether obesity is an intermediate step between a service-connected disability and the development of a current disability that may be service-connected on a secondary basis. All right, so quick example. Let's just say the veteran is service-connected for a bilateral knee condition. The veteran usually would exercise, but the knee conditions on both knees are so severe that it prevents the veteran from exercising. And due to that, the veteran has now gained weight. So think about the condition, whether it be a joint or something else, that has prevented the veteran from exercising to maintain a healthy weight and has caused the veteran to now become obese. All right. So I know a lot of people are going to say, Dewayne, what about this condition? Dewayne, what about that condition? I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. you would have to go to your primary care physician. I'm not necessarily saying the VA, but maybe a private doctor and ask them. Okay. So if you find yourself in this situation, you are going to have to talk to a medical professional. So if you ask me, Dewayne, what about this condition? I'm going to tell you, I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. But again, what condition has caused you or prevented you from exercising and now you are obese? Now, I will tell you this. Look at your BMI, because technically sometimes we think about obesity, somebody, maybe 250, 300, or 400 pounds. I had an examiner tell me one time, oh, he's 235 pounds, his BMI is 230, he is grossly obese. I went to my private doctor, and my private doctor says, you have an athletic build. I thought you were a linebacker, okay, but you're not obese. But someone could use that first doctor's statement, which was at the VA, saying that, hey, I'm obese. Okay, so definitely look at your BMI. All right. Now, lastly, before I get off this slide, an example. It gives you an example there. This is what I like about some of these M221 manual references. They give really good examples. Down below, what does it say? Considering service connection based on aggravation of obesity, there's a court case for that. All right. So let's keep going. Got a couple more slides. Here's another M221 manual reference. Reasonably raised claims for secondary service connection associated with obesity. Obesity as an intermediate step for secondary service connection is only reasonably raised when there is evidence in the record that draws an association or suggests a relationship between the veteran's obesity or weight gain resulting in obesity and the service-connected disability. Okay, so they're telling you what you need. Get with your medical professional and come up with something that's reasonably raised when there's evidence. Okay, so you have to get with your nutritionist or whoever you're seeing to help you or knows your the reason why you're obese. And if you feel it's due to a service-connected condition, someone has to explain that. Guess what? Look at that reference for more information on identifying reasonably raised claims for service connection for obesity. There is a court case on it. Okay. So the VA is giving you the information you need for this particular topic. You have to invest the time to go out and do the legwork. Okay. Last slide here. 38 CFR 3.310. Disabilities that are approximately due to or aggravated by service-connected disease or injury. Now, in the previous slides, aggravation is subpart B. The other one is subpart A. Except as provided in 3.300, subpart C, disability which is proximately due to or the result of a service-connected disease or injury shall be service-connected. When service connection is thus established for a secondary condition, the secondary condition shall be considered a part of the original condition. So I know that was a lot that I just threw at you, but think about this. Sleep apnea. Do you have sleep apnea? It has to be confirmed by what? A sleep study. The answer is yes. You're obese. Get with your nutrition or medical professional to determine if you are considered obese. That's 2. 3, do you have a service-connected condition that has caused you to become obese? I gave you some examples. The knees, ankles, maybe even hips that prevent you from exercising to maintain a certain weight. All right. Only you can do that. Again, if you leave me a comment and say, Dewayne, what about this condition? I do not know. I am not a medical professional. You have to go out and find a medical professional to tell you that. All right. Now, as a former VA rater, have I seen this? Yes. Have I granted this in a rating decision? Yes, but you don't see it that often. It doesn't come up often. Okay. but I've seen veterans claims when I was a VA rater and trained by the VA. Okay, I've seen the verbiage, the jargon that doctors used that helped raters to service connect in this particular situation. Okay, so again, if you feel you fall in this under this criteria, go back, look at the 38 CFR that I shared, look at the M21 manual references, also jot down the court cases, review them. You may think that this is a lot. It is not. If you think it's a lot, then hey, don't worry about it. Just throw something up against the wall and hope it stick. Okay. So regardless if you're working with a consulting company, a VSO, claims agent, or lawyer, you still need to go out and educate yourself on this. Do not leave it up to someone else. All right. So with that being said, make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification button, and don't forget to share this video with your fellow veterans. Thank you.
No.
All right, can you hear me?
And now we're back. Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Yeah.
Dwayne, don't
Man, that
call
was
it a
quick-
comeback. We've been here the whole time.
I know, right? Don't call it come back. We've been here before. But I was like, okay, I got like 3 minutes. I was like, man, that went by quick. All right, so we're gonna keep going and make sure I want to.
Anybody waiting to join us live?
Hello and welcome back to my channel. Let me mute that. I'm sorry. Okay. No, we don't have anyone. The next guest is not due until, let's see what time it is. We had Brittany, so she was getting on at 4:15. Excuse me. So next one is John at 1:15. Okay. We had, I think, 2 or 3 people miss, but maybe we may catch him down the road somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, if you got a link, just to join in.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so we're going to keep going with the questions here, Dave.
Yep.
Run that. Let's get back. As soon as I did that, I lost place in line. So let me find that again. I do apologize. Well, I find our place back in line here with these questions. It jumped around on me. I do apologize. Is there anything you want to share, Dave, right quick while I'm looking for our spot, which I just found? So
you just did.
Yeah. Hey, when you normally it's easy when you leave it up and get to the next one, yeah. So go ahead, Dave. This one is for you.
Yeah, if I am 72, how much should I put down on a home? Want to get at least half paid off, 600 to 700,000. So that's all going to be a personal decision on that. If you have the ability to be able to put a significant down payment on your mortgage, the way it's going to affect you is in a couple different ways, right? So one, your payment's going to be drastically reduced by putting a down payment. You can have more favorable interest rates by putting down a larger down payment on the property. And then also, if you qualify for tax breaks, that's not going to have a factor into, let's say, the qualification, or may have a factor into qualification piece, but then you still are going to have a lower payment. The other thing that you can think of is that when rates are where they are today, which are going to be a little bit higher, another benefit is that you're just paying a lot less interest than you would if you were paying on a higher rate mortgage. So that's just something to consider on that. And then just focus in on the monthly payment that you want and what you're comfortable with versus how much cash you have. And also, if you need to do any type of repairs to the property, you want to factor that into your cash on hand. But again, that's going to really depend on an individual financial picture and how we can actually make it make sense one way or the other. So those are things that you need to factor in during that decision process.
Okay, Dave. Thanks for that. See, we got one veteran. Thank you for breaking it down. United States Marine Corps. Excuse me.
You're grabbing a quick bite in between
Yeah,
the. It's okay. I mean, like this is real life, right? We're doing 12 hours long is
yeah.
a significant amount of time to be able to do something. So yeah, I mean, I grabbed, I think something similar. I grabbed like 5 healthy cookies that my wife made. I'm like, give me those cookies. I need to grab, I need to grab those cookies. Like my son, for some reason, he's like 2, little over 2, and like first thing he gets up, he's like, cookie, and I'm like, are you a cookie monster?
Cookie.
Hey, going to sleep, cookie, and I'm like, man, these savage little kids, all they want is cookies or
Yeah.
ice cream, and I'm like, one day when
Yeah.
you're an adult, you can do it.
I know, right? So, is there any truth to the VA stimulus check articles circulating around the internet and on YouTube? I haven't seen any about this. Have you heard anything about a VA stimulus check, David?
No, but if there is one, I want one. So
I know, right?
yeah, I mean, I'll take free money any day. But yeah, I don't know of any stimulus checks that are coming out since COVID.
Okay. All right. This question, next question is for you, Dave.
Is it my understanding that you can't purchase over a cap for your specific state? I have 2 V loans, but the total is under the cap, so no restoration was needed. Yep. So we got this is one that there's 2 parts to using your benefits in this case, right? You don't have an outstanding VA home loan at the time of closing on a new mortgage. There's no limit as long as you're eligible and qualified, right? So the eligibility is that you don't have a VA loan. And so actually something that I want to touch base on, because this question has come up a couple of times, is that if you're selling your home, you can still get pre-approved for a max dollar, like whatever the max would be that you can qualify for with no preset limit, as long, or it'll be contingent on the sale of your property, and you can sell in the morning and buy in the afternoon and qualify for the full VA home loan. Not only that, is you can take the extra money that you get from the sale of your place and use it as a down payment on your property. Some people decide to do that. Some people don't because they want to leverage. They might have 100% no funding fee, and then basically they wanted to just take advantage of just having cash on hand for any emergencies or doing renovations to the property. Now, like this, like Tony mentioned, is that he was able to buy a property with 2, 1 VA loan and a second one, and put no money down because he fell under the old rules where the max is the county limit, and anything over that requires a down payment. So right now in 2024, it's $766,550 is the max single family loan limit for Fannie Mae, and that's pretty much across the country. But you can be in what's called a high cost area, like certain parts of California, DC, Maryland, Virginia, like right around the DC area. It's $1,000,001. Oh man, no, I'm sorry. There's so many numbers we got to go through today. It's like $1,149,825 is the max. So in some areas, you can have more flexibility to use your VA home loan than others, but then also the costs of those loans are higher. But a good example is like in the Bronx, New York, or Bronx or Queens, New York, where it's you can buy a single family home for like 180, 200 or 200,000, but you're still getting BAH of like 4,500. Right. So in some of these areas, you can really leverage when you either PCS to them or you're living in them to take advantage of the loan amounts, having multiple VA loans, and just having someone else pay your mortgage. Because remember, when you rent, you're still paying a mortgage, but it's not your own. Yep. I'm going to keep saying that. It's like you're still paying a mortgage. You're just paying someone else's mortgage to take advantage of the equity and the write-offs.
Right. So, Dave, before I get into this question, during the break, I was able to get my live stream back on Facebook and LinkedIn. So what I did was, I don't know if you could see, I could see your in the top right hand corner, the green checks.
Yep.
And if they're red, or is it if it's red, you click on it and you remove it, but don't delete it from LinkedIn,
Oh, so just remove it from it.
and then put it back. I was able to wherever you went to link it to that LinkedIn account. I see you just removed it and then put it back, and it should come back up with a green check, and it should not be red. So how you link the YouTube before to the live stream, if that makes sense?
It does.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead with the question why you do this. So, excuse me. After 5 years, I just see it came back. Yep, that's
Yep.
it. All right. So after 5 years, your rating becomes stabilized. Right, correct. And you need 2 CMP exams for VA to reduce. Correct. If I went to the first exam after the 5 years, how long after they will schedule the second one? Well, they may not schedule it. If it's static, there should be no reason for them to schedule it. Also, I have a video on my channel where I talk about routine future exams. When is that VA rater prohibited from scheduling future exams? Make sure you check out that video, okay? The next one is, so how do we contact Dave? I saw this question earlier. Everyone, pay attention to this ticker that's going down the bottom of the screen. Look in the comment section. Like every 30 minutes, I'm probably have to start doing it every 15 minutes, Dave. If we got to put our contact information in this comment section, and I'm flipping back and forth when it comes to the ticker. So make sure you watch that ticker, okay? How long does prep for decision take? I bought your book off Amazon. Very good read. Thank you for the support. There is no set time for any of these phases as your claim goes through the VA claims process. Okay. So I've seen prep for decision. It could take 2 days. It could take a week. It could take 2 months. I think it's going to depend. I think, in my opinion, depending on the amount of development that needs to be done and the regional office. Some regional offices, they're really quick. Some are not. Okay. And this one is for you, Dave.
Did we cover new laws that are going to make it harder for veteran deals to go through? VA loans won't cover the agent. Yeah, we talked about it, but we probably have people joining in at different times.
Yeah.
So I think it's just important to go over it. So again, for people that don't know, real veterans cannot pay real estate commissions. Why that is relevant is because as of right now, the proposal for settling a lawsuit with the National Association of Realtors and a couple lawsuits is that they will remove agent co-op fees to pay buyers agents a fee for bringing them a client. And now it's going to fall on veterans to do and pay that fee. They can't pay it, but a fee is due. So who's going to help veterans? I think that's what the point of this is that nobody. And or you basically are going to only have agents show you properties that have a co-op, but then you're missing out on all those deals that you could have gotten. So right now, I'm in the process of coming up with a master plan to figure out like what we can do to help the veteran community be able to tackle this piece. It might be education based, where we're going to teach veteran community on how to do a real estate transaction on their own, which I think is interesting. I mean, I have the background to it, right? To do both real estate and finance. I have a complete background in that, but I don't know, because we kind of have to figure that piece out. If you guys got ideas out there and what we can do to help the veteran community with this agent piece, or like if you are a consumer, what would you want to get information on for a real estate transaction? That way we can start formulating, maybe putting classes together on how to buy on your own without an agent. Because that's why the VA doesn't says that you don't have to pay an agent, because the information is online for you, which technically is correct, because you can go to realtor.com. It has a live MLS feed in real time. It's the best one that's out there. And just don't use that company that solicits you for VA loans on there, because then you're not going to have a good day. But you're going to just spend too much money, which that's what you want to do. Some veterans just really choose to do that because they love the marketing. Don't do it. But you can search for properties online and what's coming due. It's public information. Everything about the property is public. So you can technically purchase a property on your own. There's really just a couple things that hinder people from doing it. One, you don't do it every day, so it's unfamiliar. You can't write a contract because you're not an attorney. But then, should we provide contracts or that kind of like a legal aid for veterans to just represent them in that piece?
Right.
Do we do a class on understanding how to read a home inspection? Because you want somebody to assist you, but then you don't want someone to just try to take advantage of you, to be like, oh, you should still buy this. But when you're like, well, do I have all the information in front of me to make that decision? Right. That's the tough part. And even when people still have all the information, they still make mistakes and buy a place that might be running into issues that they didn't foresee. Right. That's the beauty of home ownership, should I say.
Wow.
But yeah, so I think if we maybe come up with some kind of a la carte service, do like a bunch of videos on understanding what happens in a real estate transaction, and then maybe have like a hotline to be like, hey, I have a very specific question for me. Can you answer this? Because it's so unique in every market. Every area is different. And veterans, I think it helps that if you potentially don't have an agent, because there's really no obstacles, right? You're coming in with the knowledge to be able to do it yourself. But that's TBD. But like anything in life, anytime there's big changes, people get scared. You guys remember back in the day, buyers didn't have representation. They changed that law, so buyers would have representation. Now it's come back to bite them in the butt, for the very thing that they're trying to do has now hurt them. So,
all right. So let's keep going here. Excuse me. Dave information to schedule a consultation with Dave. David is scrolling down at the bottom, and he's been putting it in the comment section as well. Need to move, need strategy from an expert like him. Okay. So NYOB, you have David's contact information. Go to his website, www.vahousingeducation.com, and schedule a call with him or his team.
appreciate it.
Mr. Ray, good morning. I just got a disability of 10% for tinnitus. Congrats. But the hearing loss I got rated at 0. Is there any reason why, or does it have something to do with the new change? No. Hearing loss is based on the thresholds from your audio exam. It is extremely hard to be 10% for hearing loss. Okay, it's hard. It's based off the thresholds, and 0% is not a bad thing. Let's just say, 10 to 15 years from now, your hearing gets really worse. You can always go in for an increase. You don't have to worry about the medical opinion and all that stuff because it's already done. So vets, if you get 0% for something, that's not a bad thing. If you feel your hearing's gotten worse at any time, going for an increase, but it is based off audio exams, the thresholds, megahertz? Yeah, all that stuff. Okay. This one's for you, Dave.
How does it work with a VA loan if you were married to another veteran but lose the home but used their VA home loan certificate? Would that affect the other veteran after divorce? That's a good question. Dual military. So if your spouse is the one that used the VA home loan and you are on that VA home loan, then it is your spouse's VA loan that was lost, or that portion of it, and you still have your entire benefit to use. The only thing that you need to meet is the 2-year waiting period from the time of the sheriff's sale in order to then use your VA home loan. And, you just have to make sure that your credit has bounced back and your payments have been on time for the last year. That's really the key to be able to do that. So making sure your credit's been bounced back and just double check if you are really on that mortgage or not. Now, let me see something. But there's other situations that are common where you're married to another veteran or married to a veteran or another veteran and you get a divorce, but you still have the house. The challenge for a lot of people, they also are like, man, we can't get divorced because we have really low interest rate. What are we going to do? Right? It kind of messes up the entire process. So what you can do is that once a divorce has been finalized and either the veteran or non-veteran is awarded the home with the benefit, if it's, let's say, a veteran and their spouse is leaving and they're getting off, they're leaving, but they're on the actual mortgage application, you can remove them with a release of liability by contacting the regional loan center and having the spouse sign off and basically remove them completely off the mortgage to be able to do whatever they want to do. So it's pretty cool that you can do that without losing an interest rate. That's kind of like the big key for people. So that's a good question.
Okay, cool. I think we already answered that question. Finally got, excuse me, 50% for the back. I've never seen the back at 50%, seen it at 40, and maybe you got 10% for tinnitus for a combined 50. Can I get TDIU? It haven't worked. I haven't worked in 15 years. You do not meet the scheduler criteria for IU. I have a video that I really break it down. But again, it's not just because it could be non-scheduler, but scheduler, you have to have an overall evaluation of 70%. And one of those conditions have to be at 40% or one condition at 60. It's just not, oh, I don't work. Okay. You have to, there's other criteria you have to meet. And also, people love to play around with IU. Don't do that. Know what you are doing. If somebody on YouTube or anywhere else, VS, oh, just do IU, you 90% of that. It is a claim for increase for the service connected conditions that you state prevent you from obtaining gainful employment. If you're working, you're gainfully employed. That's one of the requirements, prevents you from gainful employment. If you're employed, you have gainful employment, you're working. Okay? So understand IU, because I've done ratings where I had to deny IU and reduce veterans because and a lot of them had representation, lawyers, VSOs. And I'm like, how is this even possible? You got people on YouTube saying, oh, don't work with a consulting firm. Oh, go with a lawyer, accredited person. And these accredited, some of them, not all. There's some really good accredited individuals out there. But when I rated, there was some, and I'm thinking of one organization, I'm not going to say it. They were horrible. They submit the claim to the veteran, they wouldn't explain it to the veteran. What is IU is not a standalone claim. It's like just filing the regular increase. The only difference is you're saying, hey, I can't work due to that condition. Another increase is just, oh, my condition has gotten worse, but it's still an increase. So you have to understand that. Okay. You have to.
But question, if it's an increase, so can you go in and file for the TDIU and then they turn around and actually give you 100% permanent in total?
Yes.
That can happen.
Yeah, that can happen.
Wow.
And
I didn't know that.
And I've done that and denied IU because 100% permanent total is the greater benefit between the two.
Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, so you're coming in thinking like, hey, I got you. That's insane.
It's so many different variations to this. And so when I hear people say, get a lawyer, get somebody that's accredited, majority of these people don't know. A lot of them do, some of them do, but some don't. And as somebody that rated IU, I'm telling you, if you don't know what you're doing when it comes to this IU thing, you can lose what you currently have and go the opposite way.
That's crazy.
That's what people are not telling you out here on YouTube. They're not saying it. They're more so concerned about, oh, don't use a consultant. Now, you can use a consulting firm. Maybe I'm getting off the beaten path here. It's totally up to you. I'm not going to tell you to go shop at this particular mall. I'm not going to tell you to not do business with this particular company. David said earlier, hey, these big box companies, they're paying for all this marketing. But if you want to go help pay for that marketing, go pay for the marketing. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. Just understand that, somebody gave you a heads up. But at the end of the day, it is your right as an American to go do business with whomever. But ask questions. A lot of people on here today, we're trying to go through 1,000 questions, 12 hours. We're giving you free information. Do your homework, okay? But if you want to go pay that big box company for that Super Bowl commercial they're going to be running, hey, more power to you, okay?
I mean, especially if the company has their own stadium.
Man.
How much money?
Woo!
That doesn't cost like 10 grand. That costs in the tens and tens
Oh, yeah,
and
to
hundreds
have
of
your
millions.
name.
Yeah.
To have your name on it. Whoo, yes, big money.
Mm.
It's that time. Good morning. Thanks for all you do, man. Not a problem. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can a veteran get unemployability if they work who has Okay, now we're trying to put a circle into a square. The regulation is clear. Single disability, 60%. Overall, 70% with one disability at 40. IU is not a standalone claim. It is a claim for increase for the service-connected conditions that prevent you from gainful employment. You're saying that the veteran is working. That's gainful employment. They're working. Okay? But I have a video on my YouTube channel where I go a little bit more in depth on it and really break it down, show you, I think it's either the M21 reference and or the 38 CFR, maybe the M21 reference that covers that, okay? All right, it's that time. If one is service connected for ED for 2 years, can the VA give a CMP and server? How would they do that? They just don't randomly say, oh, we're going to pick, it's that time's claim. He or she has been rated for 2 years. We don't go and give them a CMP exam with justification saying just not service connected as the reason. Even if a veteran goes in and they're already 100% permanent total for something, and there's people out there on YouTube saying don't file the claim. I've seen veterans file it. We've had clients do it, 100% permanent total, and they stayed 100% permanent total. The condition that they were claiming, they knew they weren't going to get any more money, but they knew that was the worst condition, and they're going to eventually pass away more than likely from that condition. So they wanted to be service connected for it because they didn't want any issue for their spouses when it comes to DIC. Okay. If you decide to do that, know what you're doing. Okay. So the VA doesn't just randomly go back, every 5 years, say, okay, we're going to randomly pick 1 million vets claims and just go through them. That doesn't happen.
You don't have the time.
Yeah.
What are they lagging right now? How far behind are they?
Yeah, I did a video. I think claims like over 125 days or under 125 days was like in the six figures, 300 some thousand. Inventory was over 1 million. Inventory is over. And guess what? Every time, it's not so much, I would say two things that really affect that is, and I don't want to get too political, if if we have a Republican president, they're going to assign another secretary to the VA. And they'll be like, oh, we're going to do all these things different. It's going to be great. Then the Democrats get in office. They assign a different secretary. Oh, we're going to do all this. It's going to be great. Guess what? It's just like the deficit. It's just the inventory just keeps rising and rising because every time they do something different, training has to be done. Right. Training has to be done. Employees have to be, just all of that. So it just keeps adding to the backlog, So I'm not saying it's a Democrat or Republican problem. It's just a common sense problem.
So like every time a new party comes in, it's basically, anytime a changeover happens, they put their own people in, they got their own ideas.
Right. So it's just like with any other federal agency, it's like it starts all over again. And by the time they get to the point to where, we're gaining some traction, then somebody else comes in, and then it just starts over. So it's all right. BBQ station. They on Guam will travel. Okay.
We talked about Guam earlier.
Yeah. U.S. Virgin Island is what you're speaking of. Okay. But you did say Guam. I think that
Yeah,
was one of the
Guam.
first.
Yep, Guam and the U.S. Virgin Islands. All right, that's a good one. Does the VA certificate ever expire? I'm assuming that's for me for a certificate of eligibility. So a certificate of eligibility does get it does expire because lenders will only, if it's not within, I think, 30 to 60 days, they just request a new one. It's pretty easy to do. With just a click of a button online, the lender will do it through the VA's portal. And then veterans themselves can also pull it through the va.gov, and it's super quick. You just type in the search certificate of eligibility, and then it's going to pull up, and then you can provide that to the lender. But if a lender's asking you for it, then they don't know what they're doing with VA home loans. I'll tell you that because
They don't
they
know.
can pull it themselves. So that's the route you should be looking at. Someone that does it for you. Now, not all of them pull automatically from the VA home loan from the VA. So that's one challenge. Sometimes you have to provide documentation. So normally, like a DD-214 would be submitted. Now, there could be times when you get a DD-214 and it doesn't suffice due to a couple of reasons. One, it could be the type of discharge you got was other than honorable. And so the VA might need some additional information to determine if you are eligible for the VA home loan. Especially if you have an other than honorable, you want to submit that through a lender to the VA so they can then follow up on that. You can have a certificate of eligibility, and then all of a sudden the VA will not issue a certificate of eligibility because it needs more documentation. We've seen that happen as well. The VA does make mistakes and sometimes issues a certificate of eligibility to a veteran that shouldn't have had a VA home loan. We've seen that happen. So they were lucky. They missed it. They issued it. They used a VA loan. Now they're going to sell it, and now they can't get it.
Uh-oh.
So
It's best to just stay there then.
well, yeah, but a lot of times the veterans won't know themselves. Like,
Okay.
because
Okay.
we'll have people all the time like, oh, I meet the requirements, and then we'll look at it and be like, no, you don't. Not to be negative, but and there's also times too where someone serves 2.5 years, but only a year of that time counted towards their service. And I don't
Oh.
know, that could be like somebody went AWOL for a while. So all
Mhm.
that time you missed doesn't count, and then they think that they qualify, and then they don't.
They don't.
So there's definitely some parameters on that. And I know I have videos on my YouTube channel on VA housing education that goes over what some of those requirements look like.
Have you ever did a video? Is also your certificate eligibility, your character of discharge plays a role if you're dishonorable discharge or other than honorable. Do they look at that?
Oh, you know what? They do. So let me cover that because it's different if you're active duty or in the guard or reserve.
Mhm.
And it depends on your disability benefits also. So because that factors into your property taxes. So first part I'm going to talk about is your character of discharge. Active duty can get other than honorable and qualify for a VA loan. If you serve in the guard or reserve, you have to have an honorable discharge in order to uh, be able to use your VA home loan. Okay, so those are two. It's active duty, other than honorable, and you meet the time requirement of 2 years, you're good to go of active duty. If you're in the guard or reserve, you have to be discharged with honorable. And there's a whole bunch of criteria that goes with that, but as long as you have an honorable discharge, you're good to go. Now, when it comes to your property tax breaks, see, you can serve a year and a half term, get out of the military, and file for disability, get 100% permanent in total, but that still doesn't mean that you can use the VA loan.
Hmm.
One, two, if you got out on other than honorable discharge, most states won't give you a property tax break.
Mm.
You have to have an honorable discharge. 3, some states allow you to get the property tax waiver if you're at 100%, not 100% P&T. So 100% would include TDIU in that.
Right.
So you have to be careful, because if you are buying a property with just your disability income and it's TDIU, which you can, I have a whole video on TDIU income. Just because if you're receiving it, the lender's going to count you as being 100% and use all of that income, even though that income can change, and it could change as fast as next year, but the lender just wouldn't know it. It's not like the HUD-VASH voucher we talked about. When we go into it, it is evaluated every year and it's subject to funding. Well, here we go with you making the TDIU income and any Social Security. All that income can be used right away. On top of that, we can gross up that income so you can qualify for more.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So that was a short question with a long answer.
Okay. What can you help with, Cam Day tonight? Okay. All right. So when you want to buy something off Amazon, you go to Amazon's website, right? So I just put our website down below. All of our services are on our website. A lot of people go to my website, they'll do a form submission. Dewayne, what do you do? And I'm like, just click on the link, 2 links to the left of where you clicked on the link to send me this message. And we have all of our services that are on there. If you're needing something and it's not on that list, then we do not provide it. But all of our services and fees are located on our website. So when you get to the website, just go to the top. You want to click the link that says services. Okay. We do things outside of that's not on the website. A majority of those are free. Like I'll go live the first Wednesday of every month at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, answer questions like we're doing now for 1 hour. I did put a link to the Thursday group that I'm a part of, another nonprofit. Log in about 12:35 Eastern Standard Time every Thursday, and it's faith and wellness, but we get to the compensation piece around 12:35. So if you log in at 12:35 and they're talking about mental health, just stick around for a couple of minutes and don't get into the VA compensation piece. Okay. Just lost my space again. There we go. All right, it's that time. Thanks for the membership link. All signed up. When can I start to use it? Have a recent denial. Okay, the way the membership is going to work. Okay, and I need everybody to understand this because we explained on the landing page. It's going to go live March 1st. Check your emails. March 1st, I think that's on a Wednesday in the morning. And you're going to have an email instructions on a login, setting up your password and all that stuff. All right. Now, there's going to be different lessons within the on the landing page. Okay. Twice a month, I'm going to go live. We're going to do it by Zoom, and we're going to have a Google Doc. Okay, because I'm sticking to this 1 hour. I used to go over hour and a half, almost, additional hour. I'm not going to be able to do that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go live twice a month, and I'm going to add maybe the first 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to be answering the VA questions that are on this Google Doc that you'll have access to once you get logged in. Okay. And then I'm going to start the block of instruction. Okay. That's the way it's going to work. So if you miss it, it's okay. I'll upload that day's video to the membership site. So you can log back in later, and watch it at your convenience. Okay. So if I'm not given a block of instruction that day, one of my team members will. We're all retired VA raters trained by the VA. So that's the way it is going to work. Okay. Okay, this is the third time that we've asked. I haven't heard anything. Go ahead.
So I just looked this up, this $3,600 stimulus check. So now I see a ton of people talking about it. Dwayne, I think we need to get on this $3,600, by the way.
Okay.
But basically, I don't think this payment. I don't know if it's legit or not because I'm not seeing anything from the VA. Um,
I'm gonna
Something
Google
about a
it.
hoax never announced or occurred. This says something about the benefit amounts to 3,600 and is a part of a broader effort that includes a 3.2% cost of living adjustment increase. Help beneficiaries keep peace of mind with inflation and maintain their purchasing power. This isn't a stimulus check at all. It's a regular pension plus COLA rise for 2024, which comes to around 3,600. So it's the wording of how people are putting it is basically what is causing this confusion. So it's just basically the pension and the cost of living adjustment increase for 2024 basically equates to about a $3,600 in extra income.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I'm looking, I Google it and I see it. But there's nothing like under
No,
VA news or anything like that.
I know. That's the thing with these. It's like it might start as clickbait and then it turns into this.
I'm looking at a YouTube video, right? Not looking at it, but I see somebody posted one. Yeah, and yeah, definitely it could be clickbait. Um, but I don't know how those individuals break it down in
Right.
that video. But you were saying that it was part of the increase or something, like COLA increase.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, with this year's COLA yeah, so basically what I said. With this year's COLA set at 3.2%,
Mhm.
beneficiaries can look forward of payments of up to 3,600 aimed to providing essential support to veterans and affording basic necessity and managing long-term healthcare costs. So it's just
So that's a
yeah, I don't
COLA increase.
yeah, that's the COLA increase. It's just
So yeah, whatever your percentage is, if you're 100% and that 3.7%,
yeah.
what's the difference and multiply by 12, that's where you come up. Well, that's no different than us just talking about the COLA increase, if I'm correct.
Yeah, but it's just fancy way to get people, I guess, to
Yeah.
click on it.
And I see some videos over 100,000 views, so somebody got paid from that. Okay.
I
All
know.
right. Okay. All right. So there you go. Says sorry, vision very poor, miss a lot, not a problem. Uh, that's Howard. Hi guys. Hey, how you doing? Say, oh snap, y'all doing the 12? It's going down. Yeah. All right, here we go. George Washington submitted IMO. Do you think this person got teased a lot in basic training?
Say it
Okay.
one more time.
I said, do you think this person got teased a lot in basic training? George
Yeah.
Washington submitted IMO, Nexus, and DBQ for claims. Submitted IMO, Nexus, and DBQ for claims complete using ACE Matrix, non-musculoskeletal. VS completed CMP exam on claims, also using ACE Matrix. Question: does VS ACE carry weight? Well, it's going to depend on if your DBQ is actionable and sufficient. Now, I have a video where I talk about when VA raters are not or prohibited from using ACE exams. And one of those is a mental. We had a client, she claimed they had a claim, I think depression or something secondary to all their service connected conditions. And they kept trying to schedule her. And she said, no, use my actionable and sufficient DBQ and Nexus. And they went back and forth like 2 or 3 times, I believe. And so then guess what the VA employee ended up doing? Doing a mental health ACE exam. And the
Oh,
rater
really?
rated it and denied it and said they give more weight to the VA CMP examiner's ACE exam over the DBQ. She went to a high level review. And I will tell you why I'm laughing. And she explained to the DRO, gave the DRO the M21 manual reference that prohibits ACE exams being done for mental conditions. So they had no other choice but to use hers. But that's just how, either again, like I stated earlier, how does that happen? That's a DTA error. I think lack of training, and part of it is the attitude of the rater. They're not, some of them are just not advocates for veterans. Like, oh, you're going to quote this 38 CFR that I know I'm supposed to use? Well, let me show you. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying that goes on a lot, but does it go on? Yeah, as a former rater, I can say, yeah, I've seen it. Okay. Had people on my team that just didn't care. All right. Do you need to submit VA health records to VBA when filing a claim, or are they able to pull those records? Good question. Yes. I've seen veterans go to release of information, have them print out a whole stack and submit it. As a rater, I wasn't looking through that because I could already see it. I can go to, and I think we talked about this earlier, Chris, the first gentleman that came on, that Wounded Warrior Act were given access to veterans' electronic claims folder on VBA side. And we talked about veterans having access to information on VHA side. And actually, when we go to break, Dave's going to share his video. And then we go to break again. I'm going to share my video. I'm talking about, do your VA primary care physician, did your VA primary care physician omit important evidence? Okay. And I'll be talking about the system that raters can use. So yes, they can see that. Okay. Ken, first time here. Wow, this is powerful. Ken, okay. You know what, Dave? I'm going to challenge everybody.
Oh, yeah?
I'm gonna make a challenge. We have 96 people watching. I want to see 96 thumbs up in the comments. Give us a thumbs up if you are enjoying this information. 2, I want to challenge everybody. If you're not already service connected, I'm sorry, not service connected.
Dude, we're gonna make you service connected.
Yeah. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. Okay, because I had someone that follows me email me, and I looked at it on break, and they was like, "How do I get the link to the live?" And I'm like, "It's not a link." Last week in the training, I was like, "Hey, subscribe to the channel. You'll get notified." Come on. Or I'm gonna tell you how crazy this is. Also, when we were at the break, I was checking my email. And I'm going to tell you what this email said real quick. I'm going to tell you what this email said. 12-hour marathon just kicked off. Join the live stream. VA compensation and housing benefits. David equals VAHousingEducation.com. I'm subscribed to David's newsletter. I'm looking at the newsletter with his face in mind. So go to a website. Subscribe for the newsletter. Go to my website. Subscribe to the newsletter. When we go live, we've been going live, what, Dave, since August of last year, I think?
Yeah.
September, maybe. And, okay, free information. With social media, there is no reason why we should receive an email and say, send me the link. Oh. Wait a minute. We got John. When was John supposed to come in here? Let's see. John, we see you. Hold on 1 second. If you're driving, now I don't want you driving now. You get in an accident. Oh, this is John. You FedEx using the group last week, right? Yeah. John was in the group. He dropped them packages. He wasn't even stopping. He was just throwing them out like newspapers. He like, hey.
Whoa.
Yeah, he threw a kitchen table out of the FedEx truck. I was like, John, hey, hold on, man. What are you doing? Hold on. Okay, 1:15. We're going to go ahead and bring John in now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. You ready, John? All right. I'm going to try and keep my space here where I'm at. Okay, all right. Here comes John.
Ready?
Yeah, John, can you hear us?
Yeah.
What's up, John?
Not much. My first question is this, because I'm getting ready.
Well, hold on, John. Hold on, John.
Okay.
How you doing today?
I'm not bad. How y'all doing?
Hey, we doing good. What branch of service did you serve in, John?
The best one, the only one.
The Army, right? Yeah,
I
there you
said no.
go.
I said the only one.
Yeah, the
The
Army.
Marine.
Yeah.
The
Right.
Marine.
You know what?
Yeah.
John came in ready. John like, hey, all right, my first question. He didn't want to hear nothing. He just came in, guns a blazing. All
I
right.
think y'all just trying to get giggles and laughs so y'all can stay awake. The 12 hours kicking y'all.
I know, right? Hey, check us out about 6 o'clock. We
Yeah,
might
that's gonna
be
be
late.
fun.
So y'all dropping a whole lot of coffee, huh?
I don't drink coffee. I
Oh,
never
you
I'm
don't?
drank
drinking
coffee,
tea.
and I never smoked a cigarette.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Had quite a few cervezas though, but yeah, no coffee or cigarettes. But yeah,
Hey,
John,
so
go ahead.
you on so you had a fasting from last night when you ate all the way up to now. You still fasting until the end of the stream, huh?
Yeah, you know, John, I mean, David caught me. I was chewing on a hot dog, right? I was like, man, I woke up late this morning, but I had everything already set up. I think I emailed David like about 1 o'clock. I was like, all right, I got the information. I've updated it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. All right, John, go ahead. What you got for us?
Okay, first one is I'm planning on buying a house later this year, and I've been noticing around Atlanta, you see a lot of stuff about point buy down. Is it advantageous to do point buy downs when buying a house? I mean, I know it is to lower the interest rate, but
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's a good question because I think it's I get that question actually almost every time. It's like, do I buy down an interest rate or not? So from a higher level picture, right? It's going to depend on that lender that you're working with. And the reason why I say that is because some lenders have very high margins. So to buy down a rate is somewhat artificial because you can go work with another lender and not pay those discount points and get that same rate. Okay. So
Yeah.
some of the big box banks, they charge a lot because, like we've always talked about, you have to pay for their marketing. Right. So now let's talk about like a regular lending institution. I would say like what we do because we don't charge anything. So then when you look at doing the buy down, it's going to depend on how much of a cost is going to be associated with the buy down and also what the monthly savings are going to be, because you can take your monthly savings divided by how much a rate would cost you. It's going to determine your recoupment period. How fast are you going to make up for that money? The other part that you have to think about, let's say like when you buy in Florida, right? You have to pay transfer stamps every time you do a refinance, even if it's an interest rate reduction refinance loan. So if it costs you separately like $8,000 to do a refinance because of your state's requirements, then you might be looking at doing an $8,000 buy down up front and try to maximize as low of an interest rate as you can. But that will be subject to looking at the monthly savings and what that recoupment period would look like. That's really the best way to determine that, because if it takes you 6 years to recoup that money, rates are cyclical. So even though they may seem high now, they will drop at some point, and you're going to be able to refinance at barely any cost. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The next question is it to our advantage as a veteran to go with the VA backed loan versus, let's say, FHA loans, especially when it's like down payment? Can we take advantage of the VA backed loans and the down payment assistance programs that's out there?
Yes. So that's
Can we
actually,
combine?
that's a good one, because a lot of people don't realize that you can take advantage of a down payment assistance program with a VA home loan. I would say for sure, when you're looking at the landscape of loan products, an FHA loan charges private mortgage insurance for the life of a mortgage, right? So it's a downside. Plus, you pay that 1.75% upfront fee that gets rolled into a mortgage. So if you are a veteran and you have at least a 10% or higher disability rating, you don't pay the funding fee, right? So it's a big advantage off the bat. And one thing I will touch on is that a lot of veterans get steered away from using their VA home loan because of the bad rep that VA loans have. Just like what we were just texting, someone was just texting me about that. Like, hey, maybe we should switch loan products because we can't get our offer accepted or it's hard. Well, it's really depending on how they are able to sell that to the listing agent to be able to let them know that it is a great product and you've earned that benefit. Uh, Rates are typically going to be lower on VA loans, but they are very comparable to an FHA loan. Okay. The other piece to that is that the qualification flexibility is significant on a VA loan versus an FHA loan, which does have its hard stops on using that product. Another big advantage with VA loans versus, let's say, an FHA loan, which is another government product, is that you can do escrow holdbacks for repair items on a VA loan, where on an FHA loan, it would have to be weather related versus a VA loan where it's consumer driven. So if you're like, hey, I want to buy this property and I don't care what it's going to take, then it makes sense to use the VA home loan.
Okay, my third question I forgot because I'm a Marine and not in the Army, so I'm gonna switch it up on you. I was looking at a building that I'd like to purchase also, and what can you do like a rehab loan? Would a VA like back a rehab loan?
You
like
can.
A building on a rehab?
Yeah, how much money would the rehab cost?
Oof, it's basically studded already. But the copper was stolen out of the place. So basically you have to replace all the wiring and then do the sheetrock.
So it's basically just frame.
Right.
Yeah, that one is a
I mean, the
tricky
building is already built, but inside
right.
the different apartments is basically just framed.
How many units are there?
11.
So you won't be able to use a VA loan on that. You'll be capped at 4 units and then technically 4 units plus a commercial space, but 11 units would be a commercial loan. That's number one. That's a whole different process. Now, if you, let's say this was you want to buy a property where the outside is basically complete, but it's not framed up inside, that is something typically you will not be able to use any regular renovation loan product for, which would include a VA renovation loan, an FHA renovation loan, or what's called a home style loan from Fannie Mae. That's something that you would get like a commercial lender to give you money for investment purposes, or you would leverage like a personal loan. But I'm assuming this 11 unit building would not be cheap to finish.
Okay.
Also, right? The 11 units, probably even say at 20
what
grand.
If you were to convert it down to 4? You couldn't do that and still get the loan?
Not an 11 unit apartment building. Like if you had, I don't know, like 4, 3 or like 3-4 unit buildings all next to each other, and then you separated the pins out, then yeah, you can do it. But not one building that's 11 units and could deconvert it. Now you could convert it from apartments into condos. You can do that. Then you can make a lot more money. But if you go down that route, then you'd be talking about, again, a commercial loan. You wouldn't be using a VA loan. But that would be really smart, especially if that area has that building is designed in a way that it can be turned into condos. Because some places are just not built that way, right? They may not have laundry units, facilities, and all that.
Actually, it is. And that's what I was thinking, turning it into condos.
Oh, yeah. Then you can make a good amount of money.
Okay. Well, good luck on y'all 12 hours. Maybe the Army can stay up. If it was the Marines, I know we could stay there. But, the Army might fall asleep on it. So keep an eye on them, okay?
See, we'll take it. I mean, listen, I'm also Army, so we might have to take like a nap.
Oh, okay.
Like
Well, both y'all will be napping there.
It was a Facebook meme, and they showed this. I don't know which way it went, but I don't know if it was the Marines calling the 82nd Airborne at Fort Bragg, which I think Fort Bragg has been renamed, or
Yeah,
vice versa. Yeah, and they say, I don't know if it was Marine calling 82nd Airborne, 82nd Airborne calling Marine saying, hey, we just want to let y'all know y'all can go ahead and clean up on our something. The war is over. Something like that. I don't know, they had this guy on the phone, uniform, his AR and all that stuff. And I was like, man,
trust me, it was the Marines calling the
Yeah.
army.
It was
Calling
okay.
clean.
We were teasing a young lady came on earlier, Brittany. She was Air Force, and we were talking about a meme where they had a guy was jogging. He come around the corner, and the Marines, and he slam a beer. Then here come the Army. He's running. He'll stop, do jumping jacks. And then they had the Navy, and the Navy was kind of lollygagging. And then they showed the Air Force, and there was nobody coming around the corner. Like, oh man, that was too funny.
Oh, boy.
They had one, the Marines. They getting on that. What is that helicopter that the wings?
Oh
the
yeah,
wings
I know what
move.
it's called.
Yeah, I don't forgot the name.
Yeah, they had the Marines getting on that, and they running with their helmets, and they getting on that. They got the Navy pulling out of San Diego, draped around. They got the Army getting on the C-130. Then for the Air Force, they show the check-in desk at the Holiday Inn Express.
You better check your comments because I'm pretty
I
sure
know
she heated
they
on
coming.
you right now.
Oh, they coming. Okay. All right, John, you got any other questions before we
That's
move
it.
on?
That's it.
All right. Well, thank you for attending the event last week and showing up today. We definitely really appreciate all the support. If you already hadn't, make sure you go out and subscribe to Dave's YouTube channel. He's growing that channel. A lot of good information. He stated earlier, I don't know if you heard it, but he was like, hey, if you're getting into if you're already in a situation where you're doing, you're doing some business with somebody else and you just want him to take a look at something, he'll go ahead and do that. So anything, VA home loan or just a regular, loan question, his team is the people to call.
Okay. Oh, by the way, look like Dave taking that nap on you now. He done did
I know, right here.
I told you it wouldn't be long.
There you go. Hey, while he was talking to you, I dipped out for a second. I came back in.
I saw that. I didn't say nothing.
We tag teaming, but we've been in here almost 5.5 hours. So we're gonna keep it going. We're taking some breaks. In the breaks, we're showing people. We're taking turns showing people some videos that they may have, not watched and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
we definitely giving some information. You be careful, man.
Right.
In Atlanta, driving that FedEx truck, doing this training, you throwing people past. He rolled by you.
Hey, when your thing coming to? I thought you were doing the conference coming through. When are you coming through Atlanta or what?
That was last year, and we had to scrap it because we weren't getting a lot of traction. But basically, the training that you did last week,
Yeah.
I was doing that in person.
Right.
And we were going to do a VIP session. And, I had it scheduled for 5-city tour. And then, we were advertising, doing, had event planner, looking at different locations. But if it's something, if you have a certain amount of people, part of an organization, a church, and we said this earlier, you want me and Dave to show up or one of us or both, and we break it down in 2-hour sessions, let us know. Even we've been trying to, I've been trying to do some stuff with supply diversity with big companies where the companies, they would pay to bring me in and then it's free to the veterans. So it's just a matter of getting past that gatekeeper at these large organizations. Because FedEx is, you work for FedEx is huge. How many veterans that work at FedEx, they got questions like you, whether it be on the VA compensation claims process or VA home loans, So if a big company like that want to say, hey, thank you for your service, what better way, hire us, bring us to come in and explain these things to you so you can take advantage of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, appreciate all the questions.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
All right. Take care.
All right.
You be safe up there in the ATL.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All
At least
right,
I got one.
Yeah. What?
I said we got one with all questions from my end.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We'll keep going here, get through these questions. Following increase with PTSD, does having been prescribed meds makes it better chance for increase? Okay. So whenever you're going in for increase again, look at the diagnostic code criteria for that particular condition that you're going to increase for. That's the criteria. That's it. We're not going to take a circle and try to put it into a square. Look at that criteria. Understand what that criteria is. Do you have evidence? Okay. We definitely we want to do that. I need to understand what is needed for a DIC claim. Okay. I don't know if I still have that pulled up. The main thing is the veteran service connected? Did the veteran pass away for a service connected condition? Okay. There's other information out there on in the M21 manual reference that will take you to the 38 CFR. Earlier today, I don't know if I still have it pulled up. I do not. Oh, do I? Let's see. Nope, I do not have it pulled up. But I was at the M21 manual reference earlier, and I was reading what it is, and the criteria, some of the criteria, and stuff like that. So again, that's where we have to invest the time to go out to, because I don't have it pulled up anymore. I did earlier, so I go back earlier and watch first part of this video where I talk about it and break down some of that criteria. But there was like 4 or 5 different 38 CFRs attached to that M21 manual reference. Thanks. It's that time for that donation. Can the VA remove? I think I answered that one earlier. Okay. Ken's Pacific time. Okay. Yeah. I had a brain, but there it is. We talked about that earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, we should definitely do a video around just specifically for spouses and surviving.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and it's actually on my vision board. It says a video that's been there for months. Explain DIC. So yeah, I think it's time for me to go ahead and do a video on that and explain DIC. Let's see. Okay. Guidance. Yeah, thank you, because there's no guidance for widow and widowers. Okay. Now, one thing I would say this: if you're married to a veteran, and let's say that veteran is in poor health, you need to get that veteran service connected. I talk to a lot of widows where they say, "Oh, am I entitled to anything?" And I'm like, "Okay, was your spouse a veteran? Yep. Was he or she service connected? I don't know." Now you know, because we're giving you this information here. And if you're a veteran and you have a family member and you're sitting there saying, "Oh, I'm a Marine. Oh, I'm, airborne or whatever, and nothing wrong with me," and you know there's something wrong with you, don't do your family like that. Because once you're no longer here, then your family is going to call someone like me and be like, am I entitled to anything? And I hate telling people, no, you're not, because when the veteran was here, they had that hua attitude, and now they screwed their family members. Okay,
right.
So if you don't want to do it for you, do it for your family. If you don't want it, then fine. Or if you get it and you don't want it, give it to your family. Put it in a trust for your grandkids. Give it to your ties to your church. Okay, but these are things that you're entitled to. So one heard of widows talking about, "Oh, I'm about to lose a house. I can't pay the taxes on my house. My husband did 2 combat tours in Vietnam. Why aren't you 100%? Why have you been paying taxes on that home? Now you left your wife stuck because you got this mentality of, I'm nothing wrong with me. I'm Superman." Doesn't work like that. Okay, at least I don't think so.
No, I think that's right. But let me ask you, Dwayne, is if let's say somebody does wait till they're older and they go, I guess at what point would a veteran be able to pass on their benefits. Example, right? I guess couple. Like, hey, I did all my CMP exams. I finished everything, but I passed away right before the rating.
The claim keeps going.
So even though
keeps
you've
going.
passed away, the claim keeps going until it's finished, unless they need a re-exam.
Right. And what happens is then that's when that DIC, what we've been talking about, DIC comes into play. You know, did the veteran, when I read the DIC criteria earlier, did the veteran pass away from a service-connected condition? You know, was it in effect more than 10 years? You know, things of that nature. So I've actually rated a couple of claims that way, but it was let's see. I got the claim. The veteran just finished the CMP exam, and the family sends in a death certificate.
Wow.
So the veteran passed away before they got a rating decision. We still had to rate that case.
That's timing. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people just are like, well, I keep pushing it off. And it is a lot. You got to go through those CMP exams. It can be frustrating, but the upside is significantly big.
Exactly. And once you're done, you get to whatever percentage you feel you should be at. If it's 10%, fine. If it's 100%, fine. I don't tell people, hey, don't go after 100%. You know, if you feel you should be 100%, go after 100%. You know, and don't stop till you do. And then once you get there, then it's done. You go live your life. You go buy your new home. You call Dave, hey, Dave, I'm moving down to the Virgin Islands or Guam or whatever. I need you to help me, finance this house on the beach. And you're done. But just to sit there and be like, you're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old and still acting like you're still in the Marines and or whatever branch, it's crazy.
Well, if you're buying in the Virgin Islands, please invite me.
I know, right? So we have someone else coming up here at 1:45, but we'll still keep going with these questions, okay? I think this was the one. Okay. I was denied my CMP exam due to submitting DBQs from my private provider. VA closed my claim, but I did get Service Connection and one using their own policy against them that they didn't follow. Okay. I don't understand that one, but I do understand if you did submit a DBQ and it was actually more sufficient and they used 38 CFR 3.32, 6 subpart B and subpart C, there it is. That's proof. Because a lot of people on YouTube are telling people, oh, even though you have a DBQ, actionable and sufficient DBQ, you still have to go to a CMP exam. And as a rater, I was like, no, that's not true. I've actually rated cases where the doctor, the veteran did go to a CMP exam, and I granted the benefit based off probated value of the private doctor. Wow. I love that when I got those DBQs from private doctors and they were sufficient. All right. I think okay. All right. I thought this was for you, Dave. Okay, but it's mine. Channel of Love, Hope, and Faith. Part 1 put in for increase for assuming the headaches, current HAs, headaches. Current rating says 0% tension, headaches, diagnosis, code 8100. Yep. CMP, DBQ, check no on all boxes saying my current symptoms are migraines and I'm only service connected for tension headaches. Okay, 8100 covers headaches and migraines, period. So the rater should catch that and be like, okay, it's the same. Not the same in medical terms, but from diagnostic code 8100. Migraines and headaches fall underneath that. Part 2 saw the DBQ too late, so missed the pill because my service connection says tension. Does it matter that my current it shouldn't. Lost 50% headaches. My question would be, did you word it the 50% criteria? Okay. I interviewed a doctor back here in February. You can reach out to them, have them to do the DBQ and skip the CMP exam or I don't want to say skip it. It'd be up to you if you go or not, but per 38 CFR 3.326 subpart B and C. Denied for shoulder problems that caused a total shoulder replacement. Favorable findings of treatment of shoulder in 1972 while on active duty. Can that rating be overturned by BVA? Yes, but the main question is: have you submitted your FOIA request to VBA to get a copy of that CMP exam to see why that doctor said no? That's the first thing. Good morning from Puerto Rico, Mr. Perez. What is the weather like? I've never been to Puerto Rico. Have you been to Puerto Rico, David?
No, but it's sounding like we should be going.
No, right. If I go that far south, I'm going a little bit further. I just came back from the Dominican Republic. And it was kind of chilly down there. You know, it was sunny, but it was windy. It was back in February. But I digress. Yazoo City, Mississippi, separated from service in Germany, where was attacked by 4 service members. Okay. So, you know, it's not so much what we say as what we can prove. How do you prove that? What's documentation that's out there proving that? Any advice for service members separating and going through the BDD process? Thank you for what you do. Yes, we talked to Brittany earlier. Document. Did I mention document? Get things document. Go to sick call. Do not suck it up. Document. Special health assessment. Put everything down that hurts. Separation or retirement exam. List everything that hurts. List, document. So if you feel you should be 100% and you come off active duty and you're not 100%, you feel you should, you got enough documentation in service. Okay. Hey guys, what is the VA making changes on the hearing and tinnitus decisions? I think they proposed it 2 years ago. I have video out there on it. They have not implemented it. So get your claim in now. We talked about that earlier. Great info. Mill to Vet. Is that a website or organization? I'm curious. Okay.
I'm gonna look it up because I saw you contacted a couple times.
Yeah, I saw that. My father is 90 years old, Korean War vet. Can the two of us use our benefits to have a home built? Dave, this is you. Have a home built on his property to accommodate caregivers for him and my mother. What is my first step?
So if both of you are veterans, you can combine and get what's called a joint home loan application to be able to build a home on the property. So it's definitely possible to do. Joint loan applications are definitely different, and there is no max age to use a V loan. You could be 105 and get a 30-year mortgage, no issues. There's no age discrimination or any type of discrimination in these loans. So the main thing it's going to depend on is his income, because he still would have to have a source of income to qualify for a home, even if 2 people are going in together to purchase a property. Now, the thing is, if you're trying to build multiple build sites on let's say a plot of land, that is very circumstantial. So if you're interested in something like that, then we would have to see what your actual picture looks like. Does that make sense?
Say it again, Dave. You say say it again right quick. You said if it's a plot of land, is you said plot?
So no, I was saying if you own, let's say you own a 10-acre piece of land, a plot of land, right, with its own tax pin. And then sometimes people will have a home already on the property, but then they want to build another structure on the property and use a VA loan for, let's say, for this example, like a caregiver be able to live there, or build a facility for them. The challenge is that it can't be a separate PIN, if that makes sense, because it's one property with multiple dwellings on there. Then it's hard because you would have to refinance the entire property and build that structure, which I've never seen before. What you can do is you can do a cash out refinance, pull equity out of your property, and then build that with cash. That's definitely possible to do. So it just depends.
Okay. Makes sense.
But this one is more of a longer winded, conversation.
Answer.
with the individual to see like what exactly their financial picture looks like, and
Right.
then we go down that rabbit hole.
Okay. All right, here we go. DK, thank you for your education. I was able to go from 80 to 90, then in a little over a year, got 100% P&T 2 years ago, but utilizing your teaching in V's Bible, 38 CFR, thanks after 8 years of fighting. Congrats, congrats, congrats. There we go. Investing that time to get that high level rate of return. Okay. Have 80 heart to get to 100. Keep fighting. Don't give up on it. Okay. I have scheduled time to talk to both of y'all. Looking forward to bringing your story and information to the mill. That's when I saw this. I was looking for that. I Googled it, but I'm curious. Let us know, because I saw something else out there, mill to vet tribe or vet tribe or something like that.
No,
but I didn't see it.
I'm looking at their YouTube channel, right? It's designed to empower active duty militaries and families during their military journey, transition, service, and integrated veterans.
Okay, I
Yeah.
Googled it.
Yeah, throw it up on YouTube.
I good. Let me see. Mill. This is just mill to vet.
Yep, one word, mill to vet. You see the logo right up there. Seems pretty
Yep.
cool.
Okay.
Mike
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
That's what pops up. Thanks
Yeah.
for joining us all day.
Pad and Sickles. What is it? I see is this Pad and Sickles, Micah. So hey, whoever this is on Mill Vet, send me an email at info@kmd89.com. Info@kmd89.com. We had some people miss their sessions today. Our next one is at 1:45, and then we don't have another one until 3:15. So, Dave, if you're all right, maybe we could bring this fellow
Bring him
YouTube
on.
influencer on here. So, whoever mill to vet is, who do we got? I see. Got to put my glasses on. Patton Sickles, Chris, and then Yogi. Yogi. Okay. All right. Yeah, come on. Let us know what you do. I see you got some videos from 3 months ago, and it's a lot of veterans here. So love to just hear your story, what you're doing for veterans, and how you can help veterans and let other veterans know about your YouTube channel. So info@kmd89.com, and I'll send you a link to come in. So so when we get that, let me pull up my email just in case. Yep, nothing yet. So we'll wait on you if you want to come on. Feel free. All right, let's keep going. In Tallahassee, okay, the Nugget Show. I started saying that in my YouTube videos, dropping these nuggets. Keep on dropping them. Thank you guys for what you do. More than welcome. All right. Part 1, 60% GERD rating proposed out of wait a minute. Let me just leave these on. Proposed to cut to 10. You did something. Appeal stayed at 60. CMP exam noted mistakes in previous DBQs where my esophagus cancer was directly linked to GERD. Wasn't considered, even though they were aware. Never assume that the VA rater is aware. Never. Should I have been rated 100% for the time cancer was active? Yes. If you're service connected for any cancer, it is active. You take it to some type of treatment, therapy, treatment. Yeah, it's supposed to stay 100%. Cancer active during service connection time frame. They never put me in for the 100, only 60. Would this be a DTA? Yes, but make sure you get a copy of the rating code sheet or the disability breakdown letter, which shows the diagnostic code, and then you can look up that diagnostic code. I'm assuming for that particular cancer, most cancers are 100. For that one, I may have misspoke, or I always assumed that it was 100. It should be, but look under the diagnostic code. Yes, it's tough to go from 80 to 100, but thanks to DK, I saw the Raiders' mistakes in the 38 CFR and just used it for my epilepsy. There it is. Use their regulations against them. Recently received a decision letter for hearing loss, which is currently 10% disabling. It's continued. What does continue mean? I actually have an upcoming video, but I'll tell you, confirmed to continue. What that means is they kept you at 10%. You didn't get an increase. Okay. If I file TBI and migraines and the VA combined them into post-traumatic stress headaches, can I still file things that are secondary for TBI? Yes, you can. Also, you can file increase for migraines. So if you get to the 10%, they have to break it out from the TBI. Or they can keep it if the TBI remains at 0. I've seen veterans have 10% or 20% for TBI, 50% for migraines, and 70% for mental. All right. And then tinnitus secondary to the TBI because that is a common complication. Good morning. Before separating, will official diagnosis from primary care matter? And should I request to officially diagnose me with things? Yes. Yes. Keep getting documented while you're on active duty. Yes. BDD. Good morning, guys. Quick question. I just got my rating decision for tinnitus. However, hearing loss is 0. That a good thing? Yes, because I informed the VA. Hearing loss can go all the way up. Yes, but do you meet the criteria? Does your audiogram meet the criteria for the 10, 20, 30? You have to take a hearing test. The thresholds at the 500, I think it's 500, 1,000, 15, 2,000 megahertz. Those numbers are going to determine if you are at 10, 20, or 30. 0% is not a bad thing. If it gets worse, you can always come in for an increase later. Just getting service connection is the hard piece. Okay. Good morning, fellas. Is there truth? Okay, we answered that one already. Stimulus check. I'm gonna do a video on that just to see how many views. We'll do a video on that just to see how many views we get, Dave. We'll go live.
No, I think so.
VA stimulus check. Just let everybody know it's just clickbait. We just want to see how many people are going to click on this and watch it. Thank you for all you're doing. This has been this. I have so many questions. Thank you for the donations and support. I just applied for VA family caregivers. That is under VHA, Veterans Healthcare Administration, because of seizures. Okay, wait a minute. Did anybody come in? Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody was sending me something. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Somebody emailed. I thought that was the meal to vet. Yeah, because of seizures and aid and attendance. Job let me go almost a year ago, so it's been a fight still, but I feel like something will work out eventually. Okay, yeah, just make sure. I like to try to help veterans, friends, and families who wants to give up, like myself, wants just a little encouragement. Yeah, so the caregiver program, and I need to talk about that again. I think I did a video on it. It's on the healthcare side. I try to stay away from videos on the healthcare side because I never worked on the healthcare side, and they always change their regulations. So I'll I may have to do an upcoming video on VA caregivers. I have to do the research first because the last time I looked at it, it could have changed. So, Dave, I got an email from Dido Girl. You know who Dido Girl is?
Yeah.
Yep. She says, DK, sorry, missed my session because I was thinking about my time right now in Texas. Okay. Dido Girl, you have the link. Okay. Somebody was supposed to come on at
what time?
1:45, but we don't have them. Oh, wait a minute. That's her. Oh, wait a minute. No, Shannon Wright. Okay, this is Shannon K. I'm looking at it, Shannon Wright. Dido Girl, we don't have the individual that was supposed to come on at 1:45. You have the link. I'm pretty sure, matter of fact, let me send it to her right quick. I'm going to respond with the link. Send that to her right quick. I'm going to send that email back. Feel free to go ahead and jump in. We'd love to meet you live. You've been in a lot of our live streams. So I just sent you that link. Okay, still waiting to hear back from Mill Connect. Yep, no, nothing yet. All right, but in the meantime, we are going to keep going. I'm here now. He said, "You're here now." Okay. All right. Okay. 90% TDIU, obstructive sleep apnea, knee and ankle, 100% PMT, separately 7% submitted buddy letter, and 21-2680 from VA doctor for SMCs. Do I meet 30? I would have, does Bradley versus Pick. Okay. I stated earlier, Bradley versus Peak. I'm trying to think of what does that relate to. Shoot. I would have to go look it up right quick. The 38 USC. I don't have any of these memorized. There's too many of them to memorize. It's like saying, an IRS tax agent has all the tax codes memorized. I do not. I would have to look up that 38 CFR. Bradley versus Peak is like on the tip of my tongue, the topic. But I'm going to look at that when we get to the next question for David. Okay, Bradley versus Peak. Call regional office to see if I can expedite my claims file since my appeal date expires soon. Regional office says I can file a notice of disagreement instead to gain. You know what? I did a video about how to get a copy of your claims file faster. Okay. It's about 2.5 years old. A lot of people that watched that video said, hey, I did what you did, Dewayne, and I got it in a couple of weeks. Okay. Again, this is the link to the Thursday group. It is free. Okay. 12:35 p.m. We get to the questions for the VA claims process. David, if you see a question for you, I'm trying to go through here just to see here. Good
I got
morning.
a lot of questions. Yeah, someone is asking.
I can skip down and then come back.
Can I call Dave to strategize a refinance? So I could talk about refinancing while you go through that. You want to throw that up? Just a little bit down.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, there we go.
All right, perfect. So I'll talk about refinancing with a VA home loan because you definitely have a couple options. So if you bought a mortgage in the last year or 2 years, then it might make sense doing what's called an interest rate reduction refinance loan. That's where you take your current VA loan and just do a rate in term refinance into a new mortgage payment. There's a couple of questions that people always have. If I have a 28-year mortgage left, can I refinance into a 28-year mortgage on a new mortgage payment? The short answer is yes, you can do it. But the VA does have two main criteria for doing an interest rate reduction refinance loan. One of them is that you have to save at least 0.5% on your rate, and you can recoup the monthly savings into your fees within 36 months. What that means is that if you go from a 7% to a 6.5%, that's the minimum, right? 0.5%. And you're saving, let's say, for example, $100 a month, and closing costs between title and regular lender fees are not more than $3,600, right? Recouping that within 36 months, then you are allowed to do the refinance. Now, we look at these all the time, and right now we will see people submit and try to refinance with a 0.5% rate savings. And a lot of times it just doesn't make sense by the time you pay all those fees. So it's definitely going to be a case-by-case basis. And if you are actively in a refinance right now, you can go on the website and submit what's called a loan estimate review. I just need the loan estimate. It doesn't have your it just has your name and address and loan amount and like just numbers. Based on looking at that, I can tell you if it's worth it or not. Because sometimes, but right now, a lot of times it just won't. Rates have gone up. Margins aren't there. So just kind of keep that in mind. The other thing that you can do is you can do what's called a cash out refinance. Now you can go up to 100% of the value of your property. We did have somebody we helped recently do a cash out refinance. What they did was they consolidated all their debt and they saved over 20, it was like 2,800 a month by doing a debt consolidation. Right? So they had a really good rate before the refi, but all their other debt had a lot higher rates. So they were able to leverage using the VA loan, leverage doing the cash out, leverage still getting a good rate, and consolidate all their debt to be in a much, much better financial position. So that's really cash out. You can do an interest rate reduction refinance loan. If you have a VA loan, you can still get a second mortgage, either a fixed second mortgage called a HE loan or an adjustable rate mortgage, which is a HELOC in itself. The benefits and cons of both is a HELOC. You could take out $100,000 line of credit and never touch that money, but you have it in the event you have an emergency. Because when do you need money? When it's an emergency. And if you don't have a line of credit set up, you're not setting yourself up for success. So even if you don't want a HELOC, but you got a ton of equity in your property, get one. Because if things were to hit the fan and you need $20,000 out of the blue, then you're going to be scrambling to get it. With a HELOC, it's good for 10 years. You don't have to touch that HELOC at all. You can access that equity anytime that you need it, and then you just pay that money back, but they'll give you up to your limit. You might pay an annual fee, but it's like $95. I'd rather pay $95 a year and maintain a HELOC and then something happen and then not have access to money. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
All right, let me get back here. Called my regional office to try and expedite my claim. Only have a few months. Okay, so talked about that. Watch the video I did on how to get that claims file a lot faster. Okay, and mine came in the mail. Okay, did you ever request yours, David?
Yeah, I did. So when I finished my process, I actually requested it before I finished my final rating. And so what happened was, as soon as my rating hit, my file was immediately released.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So this is Ray from Miami. Looking forward to the book and monthly membership. This is the book. There's another one out there on Amazon, but it is not this one. This is mine. VA Claim Success. I'm putting links in the comments section to this book with a code VA Claim 20 to get 20% off today only. Okay. If
Dwayne,
go ahead.
I'm gonna have to write a book. You keep talking about this book, and I'm like, Dwayne can't be the only person with a book. I need to get one now too.
Yeah, there you go. You just gotta do it. So with that being said, I'm gonna drop that link in the comment right now for that. And you asked about the VA monthly membership, the nuggets. I am dropping that link in there as well. Okay. So okay, we're gonna move on. Yes, sir. That's real talk. Okay, I'm just going through these. Great information. You're doing great work. Job, Mark, in York, England. Hey, just purchased your book. Looking forward to getting it. Okay, I definitely appreciate it. I just put some out on the my front porch there. And that, thank you both for all you do. Definitely, you're welcome. Is it true that people that at 100% can ask for an increase? Yes. Just know what you're doing. Okay, just know what you're doing. Good morning, gentlemen. I am a avid listener to both of you on YouTube. I bought your book this morning, Dewayne. Thank you. I'm currently rated at 10% awaiting decisions on a couple of secondaries. Okay, keep going. Stay in the fight. Do not let the VA win. Dave, I'm gonna check my email right quick to see if anybody. Nope. So Dito Girl has not responded, and Mill to Vet has not responded. But we're gonna keep going here. Bobby Bow, hello veterans, stop worrying about the rate. Most homeowners pay double for their home if they stick to amortization schedule. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So because you pay interest on a mortgage, you actually end up paying sometimes more than double the amount of money that you owe, right? So that's why it's important to make extra payments towards your mortgage payment every month to reduce the principal. So your amortization schedule resets every time you make an extra payment, and you basically accelerate how fast you pay off that mortgage, right? So there's plenty of calculators online. The only time where you almost got real free money is when the rates were at 3.25%. Well, then, I mean, 2.25. Well, then at that point, when people refinance into those loans, the savings were ridiculous, right? And you basically almost paid no interest. But yeah, well, either way, you're going to be paying interest on getting a mortgage. It's really the only way you can do it. And the thing is, the challenge with that is that you still need time to pay that back. Now, you can always get an assumable mortgage if you guys don't know. You can actually assume another veteran's VA home loan and get their interest rate. But you do need to have the cash to do a difference between the mortgage balance and what the purchase price is. And then you have to go through that process of switching out benefits, which is not as easy as I just made it sound.
It's like
I made it sound like it was like, oh, just another day. But no,
Yeah.
it's the process.
Okay. All right. So the person missed, and also if anybody wants to come on for a quick 15 minutes, feel free. Just email me at info@kmd89.com, Kilo Mike Delta 89.com. We have a lot of people missing their sessions that they signed up for. So Dave, that we got, let's see, 3:15,
So I can share
4:15,
my
and 6:15.
I can share my video because we've been online for 2 hours.
Have we? Okay. All right. So we'll go
And
ahead.
then which also marks the halfway point. We are
Really?
halfway
Yeah.
through our event.
Ooh. Man, it just seemed like we only been on here like 2 or 3 hours at the most.
Well, that's how we got to this mess. We were like sitting there like, oh, we've already talked for 2 hours. We could talk for hours more.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and we'll take a quick break here. Oh shoot. I lost my place again. I always do that. But we'll oh, there we go. We'll pick it up. All right. So Dave, I am going to put up. Oh, let me remove mine. Add to stage. Okay, Dave, you go ahead and
Yep,
press play.
I'll play it and then we'll see you guys in about 14 minutes.
There's two ways your VA home loan is originated, meaning the process a lender goes through to qualify you to buy a home and use that beautiful, beautiful VA home loan. So every lender runs a VA loan through an automated underwriting system, also known as AUS. When that system can't determine the risk and eligibility criteria, the loan basically gets downgraded to a manual underwrite. So that's why you have an automated approval, which is like approved eligible, which I'm going to explain later. And then sometimes you're going to be like, well, this doesn't qualify for that. Now we need to do an actual manual underwrite. And that's when a person looks at it, not a computer, and says that, yes, you do actually meet the requirements for using the VA home loan. And it's important because sometimes people are like, well, why did I get downgraded? And there's definitely some significant impact on that, which I'm going to explain. But you can definitely get downgraded from an automated approval halfway through a transaction or all the way up towards the end of buying a home, because it's really going to depend on your financial picture. And there's a lot of factors that go into it. Sometimes the system just can't recognize that things have been updated, let's say on your credit report. Like, for example, like if you have a recent bankruptcy in the last 2 years and you're just 2 years out of the bankruptcy, the system it won't recognize it. And then that's basically going to cause it to be referred or downgraded to a manual underwrite. And why it's so significant is that sometimes, well, not every lender does this, but I see it because I look at a lot of approvals all the time, thanks to folks like yourself that reach out for me to review their loan documents and see if we can actually help them more. And if you guys have questions throughout the whole, any of the process that you're in, there's in the description, there's a link to contact us. Happy to review loan estimates. Happy to walk you through the process. It's what we love doing and helping our veterans. Now, so typically in a manual underwrite, you're going to have a higher interest rate, and typically you're going to pay higher fees. Not every place is like that. We're not like that because we want to be able to at least be able to make that dream possible of being a homeowner. Now, your credit score is definitely going to have an impact on what your rate's going to be and your fees. But some people have really good credit scores, but they just may have a life event that happened that makes them be downgraded to a manual underwrite. And I keep saying downgraded. It's really not that bad. It's just how that approval process works. So I'll stop saying that. And sometimes the process takes longer because there's more documentation that you need to gather, which I'm going to explain in a little bit. And then also you do have a higher risk, this is reality, of getting denied for a loan a couple days before closing. Now, the reason I do this video is because every other day, at least, I get a phone call from a veteran watching one of our videos, and they're like, I was with this bank, which normally it's the top lender in the country in VA home loans. They're like, hey, I just got denied for my loan, even though I was pre-approved. And we'll look at it and go, well, what happened? This just recently happened on Friday. And sometimes it's heartbreaking because people search for a long time to find a home, and they're excited to purchase a property. And it's kind of shitty when someone calls you and just says, just kidding, you don't qualify because we didn't do our due diligence. Not me, but like what the lender is doing. And a lot of that could be avoided if you educate yourself and you know that process and how you can utilize the resources that exist. So let me walk you through what that process looks like so you get an insight into what it should look like. So then when you're talking with a lender, it's like a reverse interrogation, right? You have the information that you know how things are supposed to happen. You have the loan officer on the other side. You're basically doing like a spot check on them to be like, yes, they're doing this. So then I can confirm that they actually do know what they're doing, because a lot of people will sell you they do a lot of VA loans, but they don't do them. They just want your business. I come across this all the time. All right. All loans are put into a loan origination software system. Okay. You're probably like, why do I need to know all this? Because you do. You want to know how this works. So for example, they use Encompass or Calyx, which is kind of like the most popular information. You fill out an application, they put that information into that system, right? The loan officer puts all that information into the system, and the information, this is key, is only as good as the information that is provided. Now, this is why the pre-approval process is crazy important, right? You must submit all your financial documents if you're serious about buying. If you have a pre-approval right now and you didn't submit your documents, find a new lender, right? Our number one complaint from customers is that we ask for too much documentation. you want to be thorough as possible, because I get those phone calls of people being denied. I want you to be successful. You should want you to be successful. So with that, if you guys have questions or want to schedule a call with us, link down below. We're happy to talk with you and help you through that journey. So after the loan officer puts that information into the system, they got to run your credit. Yes, a soft credit pool, I want you to understand, won't let you run an automated underwriting system. You just can't do it. So you're just kind of guessing. And we've had times where we're like, oh man, this is good to go. They got a good debt to income, good residual. But for some reason, the system didn't like it and they didn't get an approval. They had to be downgraded to a manual, and then they changed the parameters of the loan for them that they couldn't do what they wanted to do. All right, this is why the documents need to be reviewed. The lender needs to know how to do a VA loan analysis and correctly put the information in. VA looks at residual income. If you don't submit your like actual pay stubs, guess what? They don't have the correct residual income, and then you could be screwed. If the lender's not asking you what square footage of a property you're looking at, they're also wrong, because the VA accounts for 14 cents per square foot. And they qualify that against you for qualification purposes. So that's another big reason that you want to do that. And then once they have everything and everything's correctly put in, a lender's going to they're going to run a software system in one of these systems. A lot of softwares within softwares. They run Desktop Origin Underwriter or Loan Prospector. So it's Fannie and Freddie Mac based. I'm sure you've heard of them. And then within that, Ginnie Mae, which is the FHA and VA, because they're government, right? Government products are underneath that. And basically the system checks those eligibility requirements, risk category, right? Do you have collections, lates, how much you utilize debt, how do you utilize credit? They look at trending data. All that's factored in. It's marked against other people out there in the world that have applied for mortgages, gotten mortgages. They've gone into default. They look at all those patterns to make those decisions so you can see, right? Most lenders in the country run Fannie Mae, not Freddie Mac. And why that's important, you're thinking like, well, David, again, why do I need to know this stuff? Because you can be approved for one and not the other. So a lot of times when we run, like let's say we're really tight on numbers and we run it through Fannie Mae, it may come back that, hey, this is a manual underwrite. Well, if we flip it on the other side through Freddie Mac, we can get actually an automated approval, so we don't have to go through additional loopholes that you would have to go through, right? So there's basically a couple different type of decisions that come out from this. The easiest one is, hey, you're approved and eligible, you meet the risk standards and eligibility requirements, you're good to go. You have approved and eligible, you meet the risk category, but not necessarily the eligibility requirements. The other two are manual underwrites. That's refer eligible and refer ineligible. That's when a human has to determine that you do meet the guidelines. Now, VA is extremely loose, so loose that I even look at it and I'm pretty flexible. And I'm like, man, like they really don't have many things in place to be able to deny a loan, which is good and bad. But veterans, remember, still going to foreclosure because lenders may miss some things on that. That's why manual underwrites has an additional layer of complexity, and every lender is going to underwrite these loans different. So from the example from Friday, the veteran, man, it just kills me like how this whole thing went down for him, but they got denied by two other lenders. We were able to do it because we did some additional digging into the guidelines. So then we knew like, hey, this is what happened. We provided the documentation. Okay, it's doable. But a lot of people kind of get stuck in that. They're like, I don't understand. When they come to us, they're like, I don't understand why I can't get a VA home loan. Well, because depending on your profile, your credit profile, your income profile, residual DTI requirements, this is going to have a major impact. And then the manual underwrite is very lender specific. There's no general guidelines because, again, the VA is pretty loose. So what typically gets overlaid is going to be debt to income ratio. There's going to be a cap. With that cap, they might also have residual income overlay. So let's say in an area, the income requirements, you have to have $500 left over after all your bills. But they may say, well, we want to, 200% residual. So you have to have $1,000 left over. So that overlays to that 50% debt to income ratio. Sometimes you're going to have compensating factors. I'll give you a couple examples. Like you have minimal consumer debt. You have little or no increase from current rent. So let's say you're paying $3,000 a month and your new mortgage payment's $2,800. Well, that's very positive. And because you're going to have to provide a 12-month rental history from a landlord or, landlord property management company saying you've made all your payments on time. And if you already have it reporting to your credit, that makes it a little bit easier. But you're going to have to provide this. Some of them want 24 months, right? Not just 12 months. And if you don't have that, you're kind of SOL. But others may not. They may look at it and go like, well, he paid cash, or, they'll provide, I was looking for my phone, but like they'll provide like, hey, I Venmo my landlord every month, or I Zelle them, whatever, to show that, right? Because sometimes crazy things happen. Like we had a landlord that passed away. They couldn't do it. Well, we had all the proof. So it depends on the lender and how flexible they are. If you have a down payment, that can change your approval in general from from a manual to an automated. That definitely sometimes helps, or reducing the overall debt to income ratio, even though the VA primarily looks at residual income. Okay. So those are things that are going to be that. Having any recent lates also can disqualify you, but that's something that you don't want to disqualify yourself. Talk with a lender to be able to do that. Now, let's talk about some good news that comes with that. Now, not every lender does these, but I highly recommend it for manual underwrites. Is that you get a pre-underwritten loan, meaning that a lender is actually going to underwrite the loan before you start looking at properties. One, it makes your offer a lot more competitive. Two, it takes all that drama away. Am I going to get approved or not? Because a lot of times they just need extra time. And I'm telling you, it's well worth doing these because it just saves so much money. And the reason I say that is that, like, when you go under contract, you order an appraisal. That's, like $500 to $1,000. And the VA charges that. It's not the lender, so it's based on the region. We could talk about that for hours in itself. Then you're going to have to pay a home inspection. VA doesn't require one, but I highly encourage you to get one, even if it's a new construction, especially if it's a gut rehab and really anything. Even if you plan on renovating the house like I did, I still got one just because I want to know, like, hey, is this gonna work for what we're trying to accomplish with that? And then if you're buying a condo, you also have to pay condo to get the condo docs. Also depends on where you're at in the state. So you might rack up $1,500 only to find out that you couldn't do what you want to do. Is devastating for you financially, for your family, because you're thinking, hey, we're going to be moving. You're excited. You're telling your friends. It's worth it to take a step back, take a little extra time, and focus on what's important to you, and working with someone that you can trust. Again, we're happy to help with that. Hope you guys like what we talked about. If you have questions, comments, drop in this comment section. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I'll catch you guys soon.
Okay, everyone, we are back. We are waiting on Mr. Piatek. Great video there. So he's dropping a lot of nuggets about this VA home loan process. We went live. Actually, when I met Dave last year, we connected. He reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, hey, I think we could, educate some veterans. Wait a minute. There he is on the VA education process. And I was like, okay, yeah. I looked at his profile and he had this little tie on, a white shirt. I'm like, okay, who is this guy?
Who's this nerd?
Yeah, we connected and we've been going strong ever since. So he explained some things in my closing disclosure statement. I think I fell into those big boxes and I gave him almost $1,600 for that name on the side of whatever building, stadium, football, basketball, or whatever stadium, Dave, I did get someone that wanted to come on. I sent him the link. Still waiting on them to come in. Haven't heard back from Mill to Vet. Was it Mill to Vet?
Okay.
Yeah.
They connected?
Yeah. Well, I told them to send me an email so I could send them the link, but someone had reached out. Still waiting on Dito Girl. She missed earlier, but trying to get her back. But anyway, hey, we're gonna keep going. Man, we are going.
Yeah. Sorry about my camera issue. I think my camera got tired and it just turned off. And I'm like, what?
Oh, that's what it was?
Camera, come back. We need you.
I know. That's one of those things when you have a YouTube channel, you gotta learn those tricks like the continuous AC power, that dummy battery.
Yeah,
I
I
was
have that on mine.
Yeah, I think the first time I was recording a video when I first started my channel, and I was like, man, so I just charged the battery up overnight, popped it in, and I had like 10 takes on this one video because I was new, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm right at the end, battery dead. I was like, man, you got to be kidding me. So I jumped online and I started watching the videos of the channel that you talked about, we talked about yesterday. And I was like, oh, okay, let me go get one of those.
That's funny.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to keep going. It says, Dave, this is for you. I don't know. Can you provide some light on that?
Oh, that's just the on the third page of a loan estimate, you're going to see that how much interest you're going to pay back. But the thing is that, like, look, at the end of the day, you're paying someone else's mortgage when you're renting, right?
Yeah.
And it comes down to that financial piece of, can you afford where the payments are today? Yeah, you're going to pay a ton of interest. There's no going around it. Focusing on that, piece of it, it's important to understand what it is that you're doing. Should that hold you back? Absolutely not. People will wait for costs to go down, right? I want to be able to afford more home when rates go down.
Yeah.
Do you think, let's say you want to build a new place, do you think construction costs are going to stay low? Like, you know what? Oh, you know what? This year construction costs are going to drop 20%. Rates are going to drop to 3%. And then housing demand is going to drop 20%. None of that's going to happen. If it does, come back and tell me I told you so, but I just don't see that happening in any way. If rates go down, the cost of material goes up because more people want to buy again. So it's just kind of a vicious circle. If you don't lock in what you have now, it just becomes harder to do it later. Like we've seen people on this call have either been in a position where I'm going to wait till the market slows down in 21 and 20. I'm going to wait because it's just too much activity. It's too competitive. I don't want to put 100,000 or 50,000 more for asking price. They wait. Rates are at 7%. Values have gone up another 20, 30, 40%. Now they can't literally afford to buy it. But at that time they did. And that 50,000 they would have used for going up above value would have easily made up for itself. And that's what we look at today, right? I got clients right now going over asking price. The appraisals are coming in short. But guess what? They're coming up with the money or splitting the difference because it is already so hard to get into home ownership. So I'm not saying it's the right thing or not, right? I'm not saying that what you have to do. I'm just laying it out for you guys to know that you're gonna buy or you're just gonna keep waiting, and the values keep going higher, and then you're just gonna be in this vicious circle.
Man,
that's the truth. So,
yeah. Okay, here is pay off your mortgage early if you want to really save on interest.
Yep.
Hey, what are a couple of? I guess that's one benefit. Well, what are some other benefits from paying off your mortgage early?
I mean, that's a huge factor. The amount of interest. Now, if you have a 2.25% interest rate, then paying it off early, really, you can take that money and make money somewhere else, right? Because you're really paying almost no interest. Like, I think then it becomes a question of your financial picture. Do you got an extra 100,000 laying around? Should you be paying off your mortgage, or should you be getting a return of 7 or 8% on that money?
Right.
Right now it's tough because rates are at 7-8%, and then your return on money kind of is similar, but you remember your mortgage is amortized, so you keep paying more and more interest. I mean, you pay less and less interest as you make payments, but like you mentioned, is that You take out a $300,000 mortgage. Where's my calculator? I'm gonna do some
Yeah,
quick math
right
for
there.
you guys. All right, I got my fancy HP 12C. It's an old school calculator, but I'm just gonna give you guys an example of $300,000 mortgage. All right, so $300,000 mortgage. And let's just say the interest rate 7% over 30 years. Okay. The payment on that is $1,995.18. Now, what do I do to determine what the final amount is? I times that by 360 because that's how many months I need to get, right? So that $300,000 mortgage equals, I don't know if you can, I'm probably not going to do it, 718,000 in total payments, right? So if you've paid, like this gentleman is saying, about 418,000 in interest, that's a lot of money. But at the end of the day, this is what everyone does in order to get these mortgages. And right now, where the rates are not that bad, right? They're not at 16% like they were back in the 80s. They're still good. The 2.25%, those are gone. You can forget. You might as well just forget about them. Don't even
I
like
think they're
let
gonna
that
come
come
back.
in your mind.
I think they're gonna come back. I think they're gonna come back.
I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. But the thing is that with those, you can get assumable mortgages, so they still exist, right? But remember, no matter what, even if I got a lot of veterans right now that are buying multifamily properties, they're buying income properties and having their tenants pay their mortgage, and they're living for free. So it's still possible today with where rates are to live for free. And then we have a lot of active duty service members that do like they rent their individual rooms and they don't pay a mortgage. So they move to a duty station. Like that's phenomenal. I mean, kudos to them. I wouldn't be able to do that, but
Yeah, I just had somebody email me that they want to come on. Can I go live? Yes, it's that time. You don't have to show your video. Yes, come on, let's go.
yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Hopefully
Wait,
that answers it. But like, yeah, you definitely want to, if you can make extra payments, pay off that mortgage as fast as humanly possible. You'll save yourself just a stupid amount of interest.
all right.
I can give
So
you, yeah.
let's see. Great educational live. Appreciate it. We got it's that time. Hold on, it's that time. Give us 1 minute. We're gonna let Dave answer another question right quick. Dave, this is for you.
Yeah. Do you know what agency in Texas I go through to get a VA loan for major housing repair and maintenance? So if it's for a VA renovation loan, I don't know any good lenders to recommend you because normally we do any type of regular VA home loan stuff. But for these renovation loans, it is very specific. So I'm not sure of a lender that can do those. But renovation for new construction loans, just reach out to me and I'll connect you with somebody. But I don't know, unfortunately, anyone that's good for these renovation loans.
Okay. Hold on. All right, we're gonna bring it's that time in. It's that time.
What's going on?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
We got New York City in the house.
Yeah.
You know who that is? That's ODB. We got New York City in the house.
Yeah, it's cold as Chicago over here, at least for me.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, what's going on with you?
All right. Good seeing you guys. Good info as always. I'm gonna hit both of y'all with a question. Tell me when I could go.
Go ahead.
All right, Dave. So the refi question I've been asking on my 20 chats is simply this. In Florida, want to help out a family member. I haven't never used my VA loan. I was able to figure it out before all of this and been all right. But now that I'm older, I want to do this in Florida. So I'm going to go on the mortgage on the title for 6 months. Can I use that and then take advantage of my my VA home loan? DTI is about 35 max, if that.
So you want to be, just so I understand it, You
She's
want to
old.
be added to a title of somebody that's a family member, added on their title. And then 6 months later, you want to refinance that mortgage into just your name.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So that 6 month gives you the ability, you have to have vesting on the title for 6 months before it's yours. And then you could do what's called a cash out refinance on the property and use your VA home loan. You can definitely do that, but the waiting period is 6 months on title. Now, if you are, do you have the service connection for not paying property taxes?
Yeah, I'm 100% PNT.
So then you can apply for that immediately. So the title work allows you to immediately file for the tax exemption.
Okay.
6 months of being on title allows you to have a vested interest in that property for you then to be able to refinance into just your name if you would like.
Uh-huh.
And you can remove all the parties off the title if that might have to happen no matter what, because if you're using your VA loan,
Yes.
they can't be on the title. They can just, you have to quick claim them on after you close.
Yeah, and how much can I do a cash out refi when I do that? Up to what LTV?
100%. But the caveat is pricing gets significantly worse after 90% loan to value.
All right, so keep it at 90 or below. Okay.
Yeah, 90 or below with closing costs. And this is in Florida.
Yeah.
So don't forget you got to pay transfer taxes in Florida.
What percent is that usually? Is it a flat fee or is it a percentage?
It's a percentage. I don't know the top of my head.
What'd you say? Transfer fee is what it's called? I'll look it up.
Transfer taxes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So like when you
even
bought
though
a
I
house,
won't pay property taxes, when I'm doing something like that, I do have to pay transfer taxes in that.
That's correct.
Okay. Good to know. Anything else you want to on that? So is that strategy good? That's what I wanted to strategize with you. So it sounds like my head is on right. That makes sense. And it's, the way I explained it is doable.
Yes, definitely. The family members are going to be removed off a title completely, or are they going to stay on title?
Off.
Okay, so if you're completely absorbing that property, that's not a problem at all. Do they have a mortgage on the property?
Yeah, minuscule.
Okay, so you just have to pay that off with the refi, and then just make sure that the title company will do those quick claim deeds for you at closing. That's really the main piece to that. And then just make sure you update all your driver's licenses and insurance and everything to the new address, so everything is going to be in line for itself. And when you do that, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help.
Okay, so the driver's licenses, the insurances, that also has to show 6 months?
No, but you just want to have continuity in everything.
Within the 6 months, make sure all of that's
Yeah.
fine way before. Or it has to show 6 months as well.
No, just within 6 months, just have everything updated.
Of course. Okay. Just the title has to show 6 months on. 6 months in the day on. Okay. That was good one for you there. And you said up to a 4-family?
Up to a 4-unit property.
If you have a large 1-family and you're converting it to a 4-family, how much help can I get from the VA?
That wouldn't be a VA loan product.
Okay.
If you're trying to do a conversion, no. I mean, the best thing you could do is take out all the cash you can out of the property and then spend that on the conversion.
Okay. And then refi it afterward under this new value.
Correct.
Which should be able to pay off everything. Okay.
But you would have to meticulously document that, because that's going to require, I'm assuming, city approval. You're going to have to have all the documentation for that conversion.
Yeah,
for sure.
Bunch of paper shuffling there. All right, thank you, sir. On to you, Dewayne.
Hey, don't ask me the hard questions.
No, this is an easy one.
Layup.
He throw 2 curveballs at the same time. Go ahead.
Not today. So I wasn't clear. I heard what you said in the chat and in the super chat. So on the ED, so basically it's one of those things where I put in a higher level review, some errors and some other stuff. They came back and said, yes, duty to assist error. So this has been going on since January of last year. And so this year is when they gave me a bunch of CMPs, no problem, all came out in my favor, even increases. Then last month or in March or something, they somehow did an ED exam along with 5 other exams. Nothing I put in for. This is all under the higher level review.
Mhm.
And I told them where to send it. Send it to my VHA because I've been treated there. I don't want my stuff outside. I guess they didn't like that or whatever, but somehow now I got a decision dated 2 weeks ago saying it's not service connected, but it was already service connected. That's my question. It was service connected for 3 years. So to sever a service connection, you just do another CMP and deny it over something made up?
No, they in the rating decision, did it say did they deny it or sever it?
They severed the service connected. They didn't deny. Yeah, they denied it by saying it's not service connected, but it had already been service connected for 3 years. So I don't even understand. It's almost like they put in.
Okay, well, hold on. This is what you do: contact the VA Monday morning and ask for a disability breakdown letter. The ED should be on there as long as it's still at 0. Fine, you're good. Also, when you talk to them on the phone, ask them, "Hey, I don't have a copy of my rating code sheet," which I did a video on how you can log into your va.gov and look at all the documents that they sent you. So if you just got a recent rating decision, you should be able to see that rating code sheet. Look at that code sheet as well and make sure your SMCK is still on there. If it is, then don't worry about it. If it isn't,
they don't send me mine. I always got to order my C file to get my
right.
Rate.
But what I'm saying is, I did a video last year how to download documents that the VA sent you. Now, they're not going to send you that code sheet, but they sent you a rating decision. There is a code sheet assigned to that rating decision that you can see and print. If not, for whatever reason, call them and ask for a disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes. The SMC code will not be on there, but as long as the ED, I think is 7000 series 7022 or 7, something like that, the diagnostic code. As long as that on there, then you're good. Because if they severed ED, they would have to turn around and sever the SMC in the rating decision. And if they didn't do that, you still should be service connected. Now, why all that other stuff happened? Good question. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So basically, I did what you did. Most of all I know is what I got from you. So I logged into va.gov, download the decision. The one they put in the mail, I haven't even got it. This is dated May 9th.
So you should have been able to see that rating code sheet, because in that video, I think I show or I say, you can get the code sheet as well. If I'm not mistaken, the video is over a year old. So excuse me if I don't remember exactly the detail.
Did you go to a separate section to get the code sheet, or you just downloaded the decision? It should be in there as part of the decision.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't never send me mine. It's not there. I just downloaded.
Well, you're not going to get it in the mail. They're not going to send you the code sheet in the mail. You're not going to get it.
And I downloaded my decision. I haven't even got my decision in the mail yet. This is my decision from the VA.gov.
The rating code, I think that rating code sheet was a part of that. But if not, the next best thing is the disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes, and then you can you'll see if that 0% for ED is still on there, and then you can you'll know that you're still service connected for it.
Okay, so let me share with you what they said here. So I remember this now. I had already been service connected for it secondary to diabetes years ago. So this new decision says something about terror. You're not service connected through terror. I don't even know how you came to that. I had never put in for it.
They don't know what they're doing. Just, we got to keep in mind
examiner states
the training, and I've seen VA employees just send letters out just for the heck of it, just to get a production point to meet their quota. Okay. And it confuses the vet. And it's like, why did I get this? And I really don't know. I can't say in your case, this particular case, And then some of it could be lack of training. They don't, a lot of them, think about all these DTA errors that are going on. Why are we getting veterans getting all of these DTA errors? Why? We just started hearing about this. When I first started my YouTube channel, I didn't hear about all these DTA errors. And now in the past year, it's just DTA error, DTA error, DTA error, DTA error, because people are rushing. And I think, in my opinion, people are rushing through this stuff. Now, I have to argue both sides because I've been on the other side. I understand why they're rushing, because they're trying to get these production points so they don't lose their job. They don't get fired. And the vet is caught in the middle. Okay. And then I think it's part of it is just lack of training and maybe laziness, so just because you get a letter and it's like, man, I don't really understand this. Somebody could have screwed something up. And I've seen where they've asked people that are service connected for PTSD on the military sexual trauma, hey, they going for an increase and they're asking them to explain the trauma. You don't need to explain it again because you're already service connected.
You're right.
And they're like, why did I get this letter? Now they're making me relive this all again. And then the VA is like, oh, we're so sorry. That letter should have never went out.
Yeah.
So then you're stuck with, why did that letter go out? They're not going to go back and talk to that person and be like, hey, follow up training. I don't think that's going to happen. No.
Yeah. All right on that. They on the duty to assist. It went back 4 years. It says our system messed up June of 2020, and they're trying to get me to basically, it seems like they're saying, reapply for anything. That's my interpretation, like reapply for anything we messed up because there's a problem in our system in what you applied for. But they're not telling me what the problem is.
So every time you get a decision, they give you appeal rights.
Mm-hmm.
You can appeal that and, just give any reason and then ask the decision review officer, hey, explain this. What did I miss? I don't, and they may or may not tell you, they may not even know, but it would have to be, I mean, you've been around this process for a while now.
Yeah.
Just look at it again. Then you have to understand, what you did initially. And again, it could just be a mistake on their part. It just depends.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Because they kind of singled it out. They gave me 10 CMPs and they singled it out. And it's the only one with a denial. The rest, went out they were supposed to go. So sounds about right. All right, sir. Thank you, gents.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, well, I appreciate it. And you enjoy the rest of your day.
You guys do the same.
Okay. All right.
Hour and a half? Okay. Oh no, 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah, we got like 5 hours, 39 minutes and 42 seconds.
All right, so I have another one for you, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said the 2-4 families, so it seems like the 4 families, the formula. So can you do 4+1, 4 apartments plus 1 commercial?
Yes.
Storefront. You can do that. How much they'll do the 100% finance on that?
Yes.
Okay, can you get them to do that on a build, or is that?
No, I feel like you mean the new construction.
Yeah,
that's something I would have to check on.
Okay.
So out of doing thousands of transactions, we've never had someone once purchase a property with a commercial space below, because it also has to meet like certain criteria. Like it can't be more than 25% of the total gross, like the gross square footage. So that kind of creates a problem unless you're really going as a 4-unit building.
Okay.
And the other thing is that with purchasing a multifamily, you can actually use future rental income to offset your mortgage payment if you have 6 months of reserves. So for an example, like on a 4-unit plus a commercial space, you would only be able to use the rental income of 3 of the units. But if you have strong regular income that can make up for that, then you could definitely do that. And then you can run the business out of there or rent it. It won't make a difference.
Okay. How long after you, example, you take over a property for a 6-month VA loan, how long before you could put somebody else back on the deed after you've had the loan? How long do you have to own it for as a VA loan before you could?
Next day. Now, be careful because in some areas you have to pay transfer taxes again when you add somebody on. The one thing that you can do is you can't buy a home in a trust, but you can take a VA loan and put it in a trust. It's because if you add somebody to title, that doesn't mean anything. The house still gets foreclosed on.
Right.
So if you put it in a trust, then anybody in that trust can take that and they're not going to foreclose on the home. And then that trust lives forever. Your VA loan may not be able to transfer, but then they can keep the VA loan that's on there and just pay off the house. And then the house just goes, again, still stays in the trust. No mortgage. Trust takes care of the payments for the taxes and insurance, and you're good to go.
Okay. I'm slow.
No, you're good.
Last part that was good on the trust. You tickled my brain. So you're saying the trust will prevent the foreclosure as long as the payments? They don't have those usual rules to come in and strong arm the individual because it's in a trust?
Correct, because they wouldn't know if you passed away or not.
Okay. Okay. Nice one. What do you call it, Dewayne? That was a big nugget. That was a wall nugget right there. Thank you, sir. I will be in touch. I'm going to do some more stuff and then get back to you scheduling. Thank you again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, sir.
Dwayne, we should have like a little emoji thing that has like little chicken nuggets just falling from the sky.
I know. Before we bring on this next veteran, well, I think it's a spouse, Eric, I want to pull up the M21 because I know she has some questions on this. So I want to make sure I bring this up. Give me 1 second. Erica, are you ready to come on? Okay, let's see, private chat. See a thumbs up. Okay, here we go. Erica, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Hey, how we doing?
Doing pretty good. This should be fairly simple. I have more information as to my experience than I do questions, and I just wanted to share because I saw I saw earlier, those questions being posed, and since becoming a widow and kind of joining the veteran group universe throughout YouTube and Facebook, I realize it's a wholly different experience for veterans and what they experienced, like my husband did when he was going for compensation versus what the spouse does or dependent after a veteran passes, mainly because there aren't CNPs and a whole lot of other moving parts, the veteran is deceased. There's no more data to collect. There's no more testing and evaluations, basically, review of records, which they did they requested a CNP of his records. He was deceased, and I was baffled by the letter I got about a CNP. I'm like, well, what I understand that to mean is they need to evaluate him. I'm like, how are they going to do that? And later, that's different, but it was all in, just review of his records. But just real quickly, a real brief overview. So my husband was 10% service connected for many years before his passing, and ended up passing with 100% service connected, but not for what he died from. So at the time of his death, his 100%, it was 10% tinnitus that was exacerbated by cancer and metastasis to the brain. So that 10% hearing loss ended up being 100%. But he didn't die from tinnitus, of course. He died from cancer. So at his time of death, we were already receiving, CHAMP VA. It qualified us for the burial allowance, qualified us for DEA or Chapter 35 educational benefits, commissary privileges, those sorts of things. But there was no monthly compensation because he didn't pass with something that was service connected. And as you mentioned, for those veterans who find themselves suffering terminally, as you're saying, to go ahead and kind of get their ducks in a row, beforehand, my husband was Camp Lejeune affiliated as a Marine. A lot of Marine veterans are finding out after the fact or very late in the process that their illnesses or death was related to that water. So saying that to say, when he passed, everything started from then with service connection. I did an intent to file. He passed in 2020. So I did an intent to file after the smoke cleared from COVID in 22, filed early 23 with the help of a VSO. Well, actually, they didn't assist. They gave me information that led me to amending his death certificate because when he passed, it was just pretty much cancer, nothing about the water. So I had fortunately been given the recommendation of having his death certificate amended, but they were like, "Oh, I relocated in the same state." And they were saying, "Oh, well, if he passed where I currently live, they could help," but they couldn't help me. So it was just like, good luck. And I left there thinking, well, maybe I can do it. And I set out to do it. And fortunately, with his death being more recent, I just reached out to who signed his death certificate and started the process, went through the funeral home, and
this
I,
is to update the death certificate, right?
right, to help
Okay,
with the DIC claim.
right.
Right. And so my advice to anyone who, and some people are trying to go back 10 plus years to get death certificates amended. Of course, the sooner the better. And if you don't have to do it at all, even more so the better. But I just collected my data, collected evidence of, submitted to the doctor that I was asking to update the death certificate, his DD-214, proof that he, was where he said he was, and this is what happened with the water. I sent them basically like I was sending it to a news reporter. Here's the story. And my request to amend the death certificate. So that was done. And the same doctor and another treating physician did nexus letters for me because, of course, there's nothing in his records about cancer. He was never treated for cancer. He didn't have it when he served, right? So, and there's the whole latency thing. So that is just, it's what I experienced there. It was denied, and we did a higher level review. That was where another VSO came in. And I know it was an act of God that he submitted the higher level review. I was at the commissary, at the Soldiers for Life Center at Fort Moore, getting a commissary letter, and the VSO said, "Let me help you," because I was all set to go to the VBA and appeal that way. That was just what I thought I was supposed to do. And so he said, "Well, let's try this." He pulled up the file. He said, "You got everything in here." He said, "You may have too much in here. Like, we don't have any cards left to play. Everything's there." And it somehow worked out because within a couple of days, there was the meeting, go over the file, and within 2 weeks, they had reversed the denial.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. 9 months was the whole process. And I lost about a month or so sitting on whether I was gonna, which way I was gonna pursue in the appeal, which route I was gonna take. And so from what I've gathered and talking to various other people, like the higher level review with relationship to the PACT Act and all of the weight, or a lot of denials or cases going before the VBA are being remanded back to the VA. And there's so much weight there that higher level review, I don't know how historically how good of an option it's been, but it seems to be a pretty good option at currently. Is that always kind of been the case with higher? Because I think people just jump over it, like I need to go before a judge.
Well, the thing of it is, and first, before we get started, Dave and I, we send our condolences to you and your family on the loss of your husband.
Thank you.
The main thing is this, and I talked about this earlier. It's the training. Why are Raiders getting this wrong? And, and then they talk about DT errors. We just talked about that. A lot of people go to BVA because they're just like, you know what? I'm done. The judges, they have a little bit more power. You know, you wait a little bit longer, but they have a little bit more power to overturn some things. You know, the DRO has power to overturn, but what I've been seeing, some of them are screwing it up. So what is it? A lack of training or what? And it's unfortunate because guess who's caught in the middle? Veterans and their spouses trying to go through this. But I would like to say one thing that you said it, but you didn't say it. You stuck with it. You didn't take no for an answer. You didn't roll over. You didn't give up, and you fought back. But the most important piece, what did you do? You went out and you got educated.
Mm-hmm.
And so many people give up. And we were talking about this earlier, David. You know, veterans, and we got a spouse on here, and I talked about this earlier. Veterans, stop sucking things up. You hear Erica talking about how she had to fight, and her husband was only 10%. A lot of veterans say, I did 30 years, and I saw a veteran did 30 years in the military, was airborne over half those years, all those jumps, and he's bent over. Oh, I was still good, 82nd Airborne. And he's like, I'm only 30%. I'm like, what? You know, so
Pure ego.
Yeah, they have
yeah.
mentality, but then the spouse is left to fight.
Right.
And you went through this. So veterans, even spouses, if you got to kick that veteran in the butt, lay your foot down or whatever, make them get that claim in, get service connected, because, even though, I'm in, Erica, I'm glad you shared. One, you glad I'm sharing your story, and you won. You shouldn't have had to go through that.
Thank you. Yeah.
You
And
know,
it wasn't for lack of my husband. I was trying to see if there was oh God, I'm getting fuzzy with it now. If there was a claim that he had open at the time of his death but because he had applied and was denied. And he was doing all this unbeknownst to me because he was used to just being the veteran that he was. And even before we married, and so I kind of had to pick up, see where he had left off. And he left me in a good place. And it was really his motto of never give up. Never give up. And it pushed me to, I even reached out to my senator's office so they could do a congressional inquiry. That there was a 4-month stall. Mind you, this was only a 9-month process. I've heard of people, even on the DIC side, taking a decade or more. I'm 5 or 6 months in, and I'm like, what's the holdup? because it was stalled at a certain point. The phases that it moved through, it didn't change for like 4 or 5 for many months at level 4 or 5. So I reached out to my senator. Can you look into it and see? And not that they're going to affect any particular kind of decision, but I think that level of inquiry makes them look a little deeper at, hey, what's wrong? What do we need to do to move it forward? I threw everything at it. I said, I'm not trying to do this for years and years and years. I'm gonna give it. And I knew the reality was, hey, I can still get still denied and have to appeal it and still have to fight. But I just had it in my mind. I was determined that this was not going to be years of my life doing this.
Right.
So I don't know if I willed that to be, or it just was great, by the grace of God. But
I think it was a combination.
Probably. Well, thank you both again. And I also must mention that I did look at your channel and got some information while I was going through the process as well. That was very helpful. So, and I've been sharing it like crazy to anyone, because I still, am in contact with a lot of veterans who they need the help. So I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you for coming on again. Condolences to you and your family, and thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Hey, Dwayne, just a heads up. My camera is turning off. It says it's tired. So just be aware that if the camera goes off, I am still here. I'll be able to just play with it. I might have to turn it off for a little bit when we go on break. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Do you have one of those little small mobile fans?
No, you know what? The camera is extremely cool. It's like a Sony A7 IV. So it's cool. I touched it and I'm like, I changed out batteries, but I have also that plug.
Yeah.
I'm like, why you got to be like that? You're trying to show love to the veteran community. Why are you trying to be like that?
I know, right?
Like, don't be like that, boo.
So let's see. I think we have our next one. Yeah, 3:15, 4:15, and 6:15. So we only got 3 people left. So we're going to keep going with these questions and try to get through these as quick as possible because there are a lot of questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna turn my camera off for a little bit.
Yeah. All right. No problem. All right. So it says, Mark Cook, could you detail the secondary submission process? Okay. Yeah. You have a service connected condition and it has caused something else. So you have to figure out, okay, if service connected, let's say for a mental condition and you're taking medication, Google the side effects for that medication. And that's what you can claim. I am claiming such and such secondary to my service connected, whatever that condition is. Please schedule me for a CMP exam to obtain a medical opinion. That's it. Okay. So you have to figure out how you're going to word it and does it fit? Okay. Dave, this is you can see your screen, right? Dave, you still got your
Yeah,
screen, right?
I can see
Okay.
everything.
Okay. All right. That's for you, Dave.
Oh yeah, I know Donna. Hi Donna, she's a
Oh,
Navy.
okay.
She's a Navy vet. So hi all, veteran and realtor. Looks like NAR has sent a letter stressing the importance of veterans being able to pay their buyers agents a current prohibition. Right, we talked about that. In order to have representation in a case when seller decides not to offer co-op buyer agent compensation. Any updates? So I talked to another realtor that's also a veteran the last week, and I know they stressed this importance of this letter going out to them. So it's so early in the process overall that I think that people, to be honest with you, are people just don't have an extra 2 or 3% of money to throw around, right? In general. So I don't know the greater impact of what's going to happen because this would require legislative change. And it's a double-edged sword because if Congress says, yes, we're going to have veterans be able to pay this, you're going to have half or less than half the veterans be like, oh, I don't want to spend more money than I already have to, right? So they're going to be like, well, we want to be protected by not paying these fees because, again, the amount of cost of home ownership has gone up already significantly. Now add this onto it, and I'll tell you, majority of the clients that we helped, there was hundreds a year, they wouldn't be able to even afford to pay the realtor fee, even if they could, right? So the challenge is that this really needs to unfold over time before we start jumping to these conclusions. Not jumping to conclusions. I understand why right now it's tough because it's like, who's gonna pay for that money, and can veterans truly purchase properties on their own without realtors? But we do see that also as a handful of times throughout the year. People are like, well, we're just buying it from another seller. And then, they're able to do it. So it's a good question. I think it's going to require some development. And like I said, we're going to come up with some ways to empower veterans to actually do that entire process on their own.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think, Dwayne? You think you'd buy, you've bought houses, right?
Yeah. I've had a few.
Did you use realtors every time? Or did you buy the house on your own?
I'm trying to think here. Yeah. I used realtors each time.
Do you
And
think
it
you
was
could do it yourself?
with a lawyer. Yeah. I would
With a lawyer.
in each case I had a lawyer. So whenever even at closing, I think this recent refinance I didn't have a lawyer at closing. I was just doing a refi, but whenever I was buying it initially, uh first house I bought, my cousin came in, he was my lawyer. He went over that closing document. He page by page, line by line, explained to me what each page meant that I was signing.
Right.
I think when I bought this house that I'm in now, uh, I had a lawyer look over the paperwork, and since it was a new bill, the taxes on it was low because of it was just a plot.
Right.
So then he had a concern. He's like, wait a minute, these taxes, I don't want you all undercharging my client these taxes. They need to be more, or he's going to get hit with an out-of-pocket bill because his escrow is going to be low. And so that took like a week for them to figure that out. Now, I wouldn't have probably caught that. I know now, but I probably wouldn't have caught that, especially on a new bill. So at least at a minimum, I would use a lawyer. But the question, I guess, I don't know. The question I have, if a real estate agent refused to work with you because basically they refuse to work with you because you're a veteran and you don't have to pay them this 3%, could that be a lawsuit for like veteran discrimination?
Yeah, you know what? That's
You
the
know what I
other
mean?
piece. Well, the whole point of listen, this is kind of like a vicious circle. So the whole point of this lawsuit too was price fixing, where the people are like, well, the standard is 6%, or the standard is 3%, or 2.5%. That was another part of this lawsuit because of that.
Mhm.
But then you have agents too saying like, well, how am I supposed to make my 2.5%? And I'm like, that was kind of the point of the lawsuit. So there's not
So you don't make it.
price fixing on something that's supposed to be competitive. That's another part to this. But yeah, to your point, I guess, if I mean, think of fair housing. If you ask, it, I don't know, like if you were to say as a veteran, like if I interviewed you and said, well, are you a veteran or are you not? Oh, you're a veteran. I'm not going to help you.
Right.
I think that would be discriminating against a certain class
Right.
because you're a veteran. And I think federally veterans are not protected. The status isn't protected, but in most major cities, veteran status is a protected class. So you got to know the difference, okay?
Mhm.
Federally, no. But statewide and city or county citywide, most major cities will have a veteran as a protected class. So, the contract that veterans sign is like, okay, so this is another part to this part that starting, and I just got the email. I looked at it. They were sneaky. They emailed it today so people wouldn't make videos on it over the weekend
Who,
or
who,
on
who, who who emailed from who?
yeah, so last night I got an email. I got an email today, 2 hours ago, surprisingly, that they said basically last night, plaintiffs' counsel basically motioned the preliminary approval of this agreement from the National Association of Realtors. Right, so you're getting it right now. Probably no one's even done it online yet. Basically confirming that they're considering this approval of this National Association of Realtors piece. So like I said, just got the email on that. Yeah, so it's gonna bring about some challenges because the part of it is that agents will have to sign buyer broker agreements with clients now. So Dewayne, when you come to me, before you didn't have to sign a contract. You can work with me, and then I have quote unquote automatic representation because I made the offer for you, right?
Right.
This new law says no. Now, Dewayne, you need to sign a contract with me stating you understand how much it costs to work with me. Well, the thing is, you can turn around and say, well, listen, I'm a veteran. I don't have to pay these fees. And then the agent's going to be like, well, I already have an signed agreement with you. What do you do? And then, man, it gets so tricky with this subject because let's say you sign a compensation agreement of 2% or 3%, whatever, $2,000, whatever the dollar or percentage amount is, right? No matter if you sign it and the agent's like, you have to pay it, and federally it's illegal, so you wouldn't pay it. Now, that's
Right.
only when a co-op isn't available. Now, the agent may tell you, like, let's increase the purchase price to get a seller credit to cover those fees. Okay,
Mhm.
that is a strategy, but now you're in a high competitive market. Now you're coming in asking for a higher purchase price. So now as a veteran, you're paying more money. So why would you want to
Right.
pay more money than anyone else?
Right. Right.
Two, you are then they're providing information from you for a basically to walk you from contract to close in a transaction. Because again, most people find the properties online anyways. It's like you go to realtor.com, you find it, right? This is one of the reasons why the realtor or the this is one of the reasons why they don't really I don't think they're going to overturn this, because veterans, it's a suicidal for politicians to say, yeah, let's go ahead and have veterans pay more money. Most veterans are like, well, why would I pay more money, right? There's more of those than not, right? So you have more
Right.
veterans that are like, why would I pay for it? Versus the few veterans that are like, well, I have the money, I can do it, I don't care paying for it. Okay, they can do it. But you kind of mix that around of the also just the pure reality of it. Again, I cannot stress this enough. 80% of people live paycheck to paycheck across this country. Most of the deals that we help veterans are able to purchase a property would not be able to purchase a property if they had to pay these fees. Okay. Like majority of them wouldn't be able to do it. Coupled that with veterans going to these big companies and getting overcharged like crazy. Right? It's just like it just kind of spells disaster. And what I think is going to happen is that veterans are going to either out, like they're not going to be able to be, I mean, not competitive, because as a person without using a realtor, you can do it. It's just it falls on you to do that work, right? And a lot of people too, when we talk to them, like they you don't do this every day, so you don't have a knack for talking to people, negotiating with the sellers. Like you have to be very personable.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
already stressful. So veterans that suffer from PTSD have a harder time sometimes through the home buying process, right? Just being honest, because it just becomes a lot more stressful for that, right? So there's going to be a lot of factors. Like, would sellers agents want to work with a non-agent? I don't know, right? But then is there
Right.
discrimination in that? But you make a good point, right? If I am a veteran and I go to a realtor and they say we don't work with veterans, they're discriminating against me for using my VA loan. But
Right.
if you are a veteran using a conventional loan or an FHA loan, then you can pay that fee. Okay, so that's another update we did. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae on the 15th announced that you can only. I mean, I could talk for. I guess I would be like, well, I could talk for hours, but we have hours to talk.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. So, but I'm gonna have to wait for my camera to, I guess, cool down or something. But for video to pop back up. But yeah, they basically came out and said that sellers can give an additional credit for that money, and it won't count towards the overall max closing credit you can get. But I just find that really weird. I don't know. Why would you give a seller credit to cover agent fees if you just might as well put it in the MLS? So like that's the other tricky part, is that like agents, when they search the multiple listing service, won't be able to see if a co-op is offered or not. So you want to look at a house, I don't even know if I can make money on it or not from you or the sellers. But again, market will shape that. But that's the other problem, right? It's going to be the divide between the wealthy, the divide between the classes is going to get even bigger, right? COVID split it big time. Now you factor this in. Well, only people with a lot of excess money are going to be able to buy homes. So the divide is going to grow even more. Or the opposite is going to happen. People are going to realize, well, I listed my home, no one's coming to buy it. Now I need to add that back in. So, but sellers also want to make more money, which why wouldn't they want to make? I would want to make more money if I was a seller, right? You would too.
Yeah.
So it's not greed. It's just like there's reason there's multiple offers because people want to make more money. And why? Yeah, I mean, you would do the same thing. So I'm not saying you, but I'm saying like in
Yeah.
general, people want to make more money. I know I went off on a tangent on that simple question, but there's so, and I know we've been asked a couple times, but it's just so many factors that go into this. Who pays the money? Is it going to make sense? You know, are you going to take time out of your day to search which people already do, but that home buying process in the background, right? When you go to work, we're working on loans. Your agent's working on any type of negotiations that are happening, right? So there's value in having somebody really good, but like in life, only the top 20% of people are really good at what they do. So I think there's going to be a big fallout in both the mortgage. I know mortgage companies are closing down. I know mortgage companies are laying off a lot of people. I know realtors. It's just not going to make sense for them to do this part-time anymore. It's going to become very hard. So I anticipate that the industry in general, I'm hoping too, because there's just there's people that just don't belong in this business. I would shrink by a third. That it's a significant impact. That's what's happening right now. So,
wow, that is, because
it's like the biggest nugget.
Yeah, it's a lot of real estate agents out here. It's like everybody is man, they're getting into that for whatever reason. I don't know if they think it's easy or I don't know. I don't know. It's like you drive through a subdivision, you probably got 25 real estate agents living in the same subdivision, doing the same thing.
Well, I mean, I think that's let me see if my camera, hopefully it works for a little bit. Okay. I think that's the allure of it, right? It's like it's easy money, but the average agent makes like 50 grand a year.
They makes 50 grand a year?
Mm-hmm. That's the average loan officer, or 50 or 60, and that's the average realtor makes that kind of money.
Oh,
it's not that like dollar bills you see on TV shows or people putting up on Instagram like, look at me. It's like you're not making that much. Now, granted, the top 1% of people make all the money, just like the top 20 do well. So,
okay, all right. So let's keep
going
here.
Motivational speech.
Let's keep going with some of these questions. How can we obtain military medical records to support our claims? If you are service connected, submit the FOIA request to VBA, Veterans Benefit Administration. If you are not service connected, it goes to RMC, Record Management Center in St. Louis, Missouri. The format and timing of your videos recently is perfect. You keep it simple and to the point with references, so can people know where to go research? Yeah, that's important.
My video's still having issues, Dewayne. Yeah. So give me a second. I might pull up a secondary.
Okay. All right. Let's see, we're going to keep going here. How do I get in touch with David directly? We've been scrolling. It's that time you were on, so we've been scrolling his information along the bottom here. Let me put another banner up for him. Yep, there it is. www.vahousingeducation.com. And so everybody know, I'm working on questions from 11:37 a.m. and it's 3:16 p.m. So we're going to get going here with some of these questions, do some rapid fire, and make sure we get majority of these questions answered. Okay. Good morning. Before separating or at my SHPE, will official diagnose for my primary care matter, and should I request them to officially diagnose me with things before filing? Yeah, before you leave active duty, make sure you get that done. Dave, we have a question for you, but we'll come back once you tell me you're good to go. Working on supplemental for missing info. Call and text said I should file IU. Want the IU decision depend on the first. It could, and those individuals at the call center should not be saying or telling you, hey, you should do this or you should do that with your particular claim. All right. Okay. Just trying to make sure. Okay. Yep. Ray says, just got my disability for tonight. It's 10%, but got denied for, I'm assuming that's tinnitus, but got denied for hearing loss. So if you got hearing loss at 0%, they didn't deny you. They granted you. They just gave you 0%. Is this a good thing with the new changes? Yes, because it means you're already good to go. All right. We got another question there for David. We'll get back to it. Can I get the link to the Zoom, please? To which Zoom? Okay. Just got my disability for, okay, just talked about that one. I'm sorry. Somebody says, okay, go Air Force. We got Space Force to make fun of. I know, right? My daughter just got out of Space Force. We do have 4 segments of special forces in the USA. Okay, all right. You can always add. Let's see. I'm just going through these right quick. Says, let's do U.S. Virgin Islands. Okay. Okay, here we go. 4-part question. Okay. File for intent to file by phone on August 9th, 2023. Hopefully you got that letter in the mail. For the intent to file, once you called in, filed a claim on January 29th, check claim status on e-benefits and notice that date of claim was used as filing. Okay, so did you call back after you did that compensation by phone and confirm, because a lot of our clients, we make them do that, call and confirm that that was in there, that person that you talked to on the phone put that in there? If not, they don't have a record of it. Not until the file date. VA says online application was not signed, so was incomplete. Okay, I'm confused. You said you called in, but online application was incomplete. If it was incomplete, then that still should be the effective date and therefore not valid. But unless you went back and did it online, a lot of our clients do not do it online just for this reason. They said that LTR was sent, which I never received. But again, did you call back and confirm that when you call and did that intent to file? If you didn't, that's a problem. If you didn't watch my videos, yeah, that's a problem. But in some of these videos, especially when I talk about intent to file, I state, hey, if you call in by phone, call back the next day or a couple of days after, hey, confirm that it's there. In a couple of weeks, you should receive a letter. If you don't, call back. You have to do that. Just don't call and that's just it. Okay, there's follow-up. And using these electronic systems is the exact reason why I wouldn't use it, just for this reason, Harris, that you stated. Okay. Okay, Lil Rock, how we doing? Says, I have the copy of my service treatment records, but there is not an exit exam in my records. I do not recall having one either. Is not having one you don't need it. It's not a requirement. But again, you got to think about the link in service. Is it other stuff in there? Okay. Can my student loan forgiveness be used at any time? For example, I get 100% P&T and 20, and I go to school and no, you only can use it one time. You can't use it and then go back and take out student loans and use it again. You can only use it one time. Body fuel, student loan forgiveness laws change all the time. In 2028, most likely laws will be different for long. It could be, but for right now, no. Good day. If someone has 7% mental health rating, can they ask for 100% with potential new mental health update at the VA? Yes, but the update, if you're talking about the proposed changes, they have not went into effect. But you can always go in for ask for an increase. But do you meet the criteria is the question. Frank says, good day. If someone has 70% mental health rating, can they ask for 100% with the potential new mental health up? Okay, guys, where are we getting this new health update? On what? Because if you're talking about the proposed changes, they are not in effect. So it plays no role in anything right now because they are not in effect. Is that what you all are talking about? Okay. Again, there's videos out there on YouTube that are getting veterans confused about the proposed changes. Yeah, those are proposed changes from 2 years ago. They have not been implemented for the mental health, and they may not be. So if you feel you meet the next higher percentage criteria and you have evidence, submit a claim for increase. Okay. All right. So this is the information for the monthly veterans membership group. Okay. That I created. So if you're interested in that, make sure you sign up. Okay. Here is the link for the book. If you don't have it, there's the code VA claim claim 20 for the 20% off. Okay. If you want a consultation, in our consultations, we only discuss our services. The consultation is not for you to call and say, "Oh, let me just tell you my story," and ask 20 questions about the VA claims process. We ask you a few questions to try to determine which educational service that we provide that's going to help benefit you. Okay. And this is the Fake the Wellness group that I'm a part of. Every Thursday, 12:30, 12:35, log in Eastern Standard Time to talk about okay, hold on, Dave. Do you want me to remove the other one, David? You're on mute. Okay, you're on mute, Dave. All right. So we'll keep going. So
All right, we're good.
Yep. I got you. I just removed. Okay. Your video. Okay, let me remove this one.
Perfect. Thank you.
It'll say kick from studio, but it will be removed from the studio if you want to. Okay. All right. And
I just won't be able to
All
share
right.
my videos.
Okay. All right. So again, every Thursday, we part of the group. It's free. 12:30, 12:35. You log in during that time for the VA Q&A session. Okay. So they will get back. Let's go back. You had a couple of questions here. Oh, sorry about that, John. I thought you were logged in from somewhere else. But yeah, we'll keep you in that waiting room. All right. Let's see. Man, I was rapid fire for a minute, so I got to go back.
know.
Okay. All right, here we go. This is you, Hub Bash voucher.
The best voucher. Yeah, so with these Hubvish vouchers, basically they're vouchers if you meet a certain income threshold to be able to use that towards paying rent, or if you have a current mortgage, paying it towards your mortgage. Now, so those vouchers, right, there's really going to depend on availability of the voucher itself. So I don't know which one is the best voucher, just because there's so many different programs that are out there that you can pick from. But get with your city, your county, or your state to see what programs they have available that you can get. So basically, again, they're just a form of a payment that you can get towards your mortgage payment or your rent, but you can't qualify typically for a mortgage with just getting a HUD-VASH voucher. Oh, like think of it like the Section 8, or it's like a veterans program, something like that.
Okay. All right. I think it was another one. Give me 1 second. Let me find it, Dave. I don't.
Are you good?
Is there a website? Oh, here it is.
Oh, is there a website? You know what? Nobody, I can't remember last time somebody asking me if this is even an option. So I actually went to HUD's website. Okay. So you can actually go to the federal agency's website to get these properties for sale. Unfortunately, since I'm on my mobile, okay, this is where you go. HUD Home Store.gov. So again, home, HUD, HUD, home, HOME, store, STORE.gov. And then you actually can go in and see, like, I'm looking in Florida, 58 properties for sale. Oh, they got one in Miami-Dade. They got one in Tampa for sale, actually.
Foreclosure?
Yeah, it's a new listing right in Tampa, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 179. And then it's a bidding process, right? That's actually pretty cool. But yeah, so it's in Tampa. It's in just north of Del Rio. Do you know where that's at?
Del Mabry.
No,
Is it Del
there's
Mabry?
Del Rio. No, it's like University Square, North Tampa.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. So they got plenty of them. I mean, not like crazy amount of them. Like I'll give, Illinois, I think only had 57 or no, had 16 properties in the whole state.
For foreclosures?
Mm-hmm.
Only 16? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like like I mentioned earlier, is like HUD or VA is really good with preventing foreclosures. FHA not so much, but VA is pretty good about it. So yeah, you can go to HUD. They have special programs too. You can qualify for like first time home buyers.
Mhm.
When you go to the Department of Veteran Affairs one, it doesn't take you. This is to avoid foreclosure. Call here. Remember, they got those
Oh,
crazy
okay.
programs that they're implementing,
Yeah.
which are great. I'm trying to see if there's any other ones, but yeah, just HUD.gov, homes for sale, and it basically took me there. Yeah, these are just
Okay.
different programs that they have, but yeah. So hopefully that helps.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to get back to where we left off. Our 315 didn't show, so we're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep going.
Did that mill to connect get back?
No, they never said anything. So I don't know if they, already logged out by that time.
Oh yeah, it's true. I mean, it might be a nice day, but
Here's one for you, Dave.
mm-hmm. Are houseboats possible? I like where you're thinking it's going, but you can't use it for a houseboat.
Right.
It's like an RV, because I mean that is a common one that I get, the RV one. But you can, Dwayne. When can you get like a specially adapted vehicle? Can you not if you meet a certain criteria?
Yeah. What is it? Let me see. I'm gonna look it up right quick.
Yeah, while you talk about that, I'll just kind of go through. Yeah, so I mentioned a little bit earlier, and I did a whole video recently because I was just looking at it. Basically, it's what type of property can I buy with a VA home loan? It's the title of one of my videos that was released on April 8th. And it goes through all the different types of properties that you can buy. But yeah, RVs, mobile homes are going to be a no-go. Motor home, you would have to. A houseboat normally will have special type of financing that you're going to get from that seller of those houseboats.
Okay.
I stayed on a boat once for a couple of days and never again, man. I get on land and I still think everything is swishing back and forth. I'll never forget that. I had that dream of I want to live on a boat until I did for a week, and then I was like, never again.
You're like, nah.
No
So
way.
we're looking for the auto allowance, right? Is that the question you had?
Is there like an allowance you can get if you meet a certain service connection?
Yeah. Let me try to look it up now.
No, you're good. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of options that you can purchase within just a regular. Now, if you do a cash out refinance on your home and pull equity out of your property, then yeah, you can technically buy a house or houseboat with your VA loan because you're basically taking your current property. And I guess, yeah, that's something we could talk about, right? So you can take your current property, leverage it by doing a cash out refinance. With that cash out refinance, you could take that money you took out and then buy anything that you want. So I guess technically you could leverage your VA loan to buy an RV or a houseboat. You can do it, but it just requires you to already have a VA home loan or have a property with equity, or like in that other gentleman's situation, you get put on the title of a property because you inherit the property. You're on there for 6 months, then you can do a cash out refinance because you meet the property's minimum requirement for being able to do a cash out.
Okay. Man, it is a lot of information on this auto allowance.
You mean they didn't make it easy?
Oh no, they never do. They never. Eligibility. Okay, here we go. Eligibility for automobile and adaptive equipment. Application for automobile and adaptive equipment allowance. Rating claims for automobile and adaptive equipment. So yeah, there's a lot. So let's see what this is. Eligibility requirements for financial assistance for convenience. To be eligible, here we go. To be eligible for financial assistance in purchasing a new or used automobile or other convenience, a veteran service member must have acquired one of the following disabilities as a result of injury, disease incurred or aggravated during active military service, basically service connected, or as a
Yep.
result of medical treatment or examination, voc rehab, or compensated work therapy provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs. Loss or permanent loss of use of one or both feet. Loss or permanent loss of use of one or both hands. Permanent impairment of vision in both eyes. So, well, man, that'd be kind of hard to drive with that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless they got AI.
Yeah, so it says with a central visual acuity. Okay, so they're not saying they're blind. With a central visual acuity of 2200 or less in the better eye with corrective glasses. Okay, so they can see. Okay, central visual, but permanent impairment, not permanent visual loss. Okay, so not blind. Central visual acuity of more than 20 by 200 if there is a field deficit in which the peripheral field has contracted to such an extent that widest diameter of visual field has an angular distance no greater than 20 degrees in the better eye. You know, an eye specialist would have to explain that one. Or
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, a severe burn injury defined as disability caused by deep partial thickness or full thickness burns resulting in scar formation that causes contractures and limits motion of one or more extremities or the trunk
Jesus.
and preludes effective operation of an automobile or ALS.
Wow.
Woo. Yeah, and they got a bunch of other stuff. Issues.
Sounds
A
about right.
certificate eligibility. Second, automobile allowance, eligibility requirements for adaptive equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds
Definition
like.
of adaptive equipment: power steering, power brakes, power windows, power window lifts, power seats, special equipment necessary to assist the eligible person into and out of the automobile or other convenience. I seen those on pickup trucks.
Yeah.
Those little lifts. eligibility requirements for adaptive equipment. A veteran or service member who qualifies for adaptable allowance also qualifies for adaptive equipment. To be eligible to receive only adaptive equipment as opposed to adaptive allowance, the veteran or service member must be entitled to disability compensation for ankylosis of one or both knees or hips based on the establishment of service connection or entitlement under 38 U.S.C. 1151. Those are tort claims, malpractice, if you will, as a result of VA treatment or examination, compensated work therapy, or voc rehab.
Wow.
Woo! That is a lot.
That is more
Okay?
than a lot.
That's a
That
lot.
was a-
Yeah. All right. So somebody keeps asking, Dwayne, what is the link for the Zoom? Which Zoom?
yeah, I'm not. There's no
Yeah.
Zoom.
Yeah. So yeah. All right, let's keep going. What happens if you file an increase for a condition that is no longer rated by the VA? As an example, ankylosis, dorsal spine. Okay, so it is probably replaced with something else. Okay, so they'll go under a new diagnostic code. If currently in the military and about to retire and following the BDD claim at 180-day mark, is it beneficial to make a table of contents for the rater if meds records are over 2,000? Okay, you can't get service connected for medication. What is the diagnosis? What is the assessment? What are you claiming? Back condition, knee, migraines, PTSD. Okay, you still have to fill out that SHA form, self-health health assessment form, separation exam. Make sure all this stuff is documented on that information, on the separation examination.
Well, Dwayne, if somebody's going through that process, do they say, okay, I have migraines, and I pulled out all my medical records and I've lined it up for just migraines. Oh, I have back pain, so here's my medication for back pain. Here's all my doctor's visits just for my back pain, and then I just take those 2,000 documents and just line them up just for that. Does that make sense?
I would do it not by medication, because they're looking. When I rated BDD claims, I'm not looking for medication.
Yeah.
The doctor may be looking for that. I'm looking for the diagnosis. So if you say, hey, here's all my medical treatment records in chronological order for migraines, boom.
Okay, cool.
Medical treatments for back condition, boom, chronological order, and do it that way, then yes. But medication, then you're trying to say, oh, here's the medication for all these conditions. You're going to explain that on the CMP exam. Raters are not medical professionals. We're just looking at, do you have a diagnosis? Now, we need information from the CMP examiner to give us the rest.
I got you. And that's where you're talking about the medicine, because that's when they're noting it on the DBQ.
Right. And they'll put it on the DBQ if you need medication. But the only disability I can think of right off the top of my head, and I'm pretty sure there's more, but just right off the top of my head, where medication, well, two. If you're taking continuous medication, I think that's either 0 or 10% for mental. And if you're taking metformin for diabetes, that's 20%. Those two. That's just right off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure there's some other ones, but that's the only two I can think about where it's just medication. Okay. Like the gentleman was asking earlier, medication for the back. That's not in the criteria for the back. Okay.
So many nuggets.
Oh man. Jumped on. Sorry if this is you, real estate only.
No, he's saying he thought, because we were talking about real estate, if this is only for real estate. No, this is both disability and yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going here. It's that time. I think he came on. Are people who have service connected Simpson hearing loss for 20 years protected from any? Yes, as long as it wasn't under fraud. VA told me I have until fall 2030 to utilize my post-9 until I don't want to waste. Use it.
But why did they give
Yeah.
Why do they have a
It's 10 years, I think. I think it's 10 years.
Oh,
and this falls under the education department, which raters don't have anything to do with the education department, but you can go to va.gov and get the VA education department's 800 number.
But
And
you should transfer it to, but you can give it to your kids or spouse,
yeah,
and then you
I've
can
heard
take it
veterans
back.
doing it. Yeah, I've heard veterans doing that. You know, if they're done and there's still funds on there, then they could transfer it.
Yeah, transfer, and then you don't have to worry about the 10 years. I think. I mean, maybe I take it back. But I know you can transfer. I just don't know how long it stays in effect. But if
Yeah,
your kids are, 1 or 2 years old, how are,
right. Yeah. Uh,
which reminds me.
a veteran is never protected on the VA. That is incorrect. There is a 20-year protection rule. So after 20 years, if it was not obtained by fraud, it is protected. So what that means is, let's just say you got, I don't know, PTSD at 70%, or say 100%, and it has been in effect more than 2 years. If it wasn't obtained by fraud, and the VA said, "Oh, we made a mistake. Can't touch it." Okay, who is that? MC Hammer.
Can't
Can't
touch
touch
this. Do, 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 do.
it. Yeah. All right, so it's that time. I don't agree. What I find is that VBA does things to test your knowledge of the process. If you know how to respond, to correct themselves. Yep. Let's see. Keep going here. I check my VA account once a month to ensure I'm still at my current rating. Veterans be proactive. Yep. There
Yep,
you
me
go.
too.
Not reactive. Not reactive. Yep. That is, yeah, that's a good point there. Dewayne, I had to submit Holler review. They gave me a slew of CMPs. I think, yeah, Chris, he had talked about this, so I don't want to cover it. Overseas home. You want to
Ooh.
run through those again? Is that like we
Well,
talked about?
if you're overseas, you can buy a home stateside. I did a video on that recently as well. But if you are overseas and you're trying to buy a home overseas, then you can't use your VA home loan. Now, do they offer additional type of loans out there? Yes. I just don't know if you're going to be able to take full advantage of a no money down option. Typically, you're looking, I would say, at a 50% down payment for any overseas purchases because they don't have legal recourse to go after you. So that's the challenge, right? So if you legally can't sue you and take everything from you, how are they going to give you a loan without having max security? It's like the they have those ITIN numbers. So you don't have a social security number, you buy a house in the United States. But those programs require a 20% down payment. And you have to have sole proof of income. So in the event there's a foreclosure, which remember the risk of those loans going into foreclosure are much higher than a regular loan, then they can at least have equity that in the property to sell it and still make a profit if you foreclose on the property. So same thing goes with being overseas, unless potentially you have a dual citizenship. But remember, no matter what income you make overseas, even if it's in the foreign currency, you have to pay taxes on it in the United States.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so it's all about that.
What if you're medically discharged and got 100%? Not really understanding that, but you're 100%.
Well, on the VA loan side is you can use 100% of your disability income to buy a place, and you could just qualify with just disability income.
On the CMPs, you're talking about the 100%?
Yeah, if you get the 100%, I mean, if you have any rating, you can use it to qualify
Right.
for a VA home loan. So there's definitely some big perks to that.
Additional income, right? Is that
Yeah.
what you okay.
Or just sole income.
Okay. Mr. Kimble, who assigns the contractor for the CMP exam? Is it random or is there a reason one is assigned over the other? Good question. No, we would just put in the request. That's the only thing that we were able to do, unless it has changed here recently. Since I've been gone, you put the request in. You know what? Good question. Must go through a portal and it gets assigned. And then I think it's also based on where you live. Who's close. So I think that plays a factor into it as well. It's that time. The membership is starting actually May 1st. May 1st. Okay. Chuckles, pay for pay to play, please explain. I will respond. So I can keep getting a VA loans. This is you, Dave.
So I can keep
Yeah.
getting a VA loan as long as I either pay off the loan or sell the house, and we only allowed one. No, so you can keep using the VA home loan unlimited times, and you can have more than one VA loan at the same time. Now you're not buying like 2 VA loans at the same time. You buy a property with make it a primary residence. 2 years later, you decide to rent that property out that you took out with a VA loan, and then you use the VA loan again. But it definitely will depend on the key to that is going to be how much entitlement you have left in order to be able to do that. So those are just big factors to consider.
Okay. All right. I was just moving. Okay. Any ideas how to maximize VA loan?
Well, that's going to require like a 3-hour conversation. But normally I would be like, oh, we don't have that kind of time. But today
Yeah.
we actually do. Listen, maximizing the VA loan itself, it's really an individual question, right? In general, the product itself is phenomenal, and there's so many different things that you can do and leverage with a VA loan that you can't do with a conventional loan, right? We know the big ones, right? 100% financing, no private mortgage insurance, you got disability, you can qualify without property taxes if it meets the area's requirements. But it comes down to your financial picture, because right now we have a lot of veterans that are putting 5, 10, 15, 20% down payments and still utilizing their VA loans because they typically are going to have a lower interest rate than a conventional loan at 25% down. The reason that exists is that the VA guarantees 25% of that mortgage off the bat, making it extremely lucrative and the least amount of risk for a lender to lend on that loan because of that. But then the complication of lenders not knowing how the actual programs work make it challenging for veterans to be able to utilize their VA home loan. Another part of maximizing your VA home loan, I touched on it, was just getting the best possible interest rates at the lowest amount of fees. Right. In general, veterans get charged the most amount in fees. They average about 5 to 6% because they work with the big banks. But they should be the cheapest out of any loan product that's out there. So just going to keep that in mind. Now, one thing for veterans that have 100% permanent in total, a common thing that they always say is that, why do I have to pay closing costs when I receive disability? Well, you don't. The only fee you don't pay on a purchase when you have a service connection is going to be the VA funding fee. Otherwise, you're going to be paying all the other third-party closing costs. If you're interested, I think the best way to do is to contact us. Let's schedule a call with us. Figure out what your financial picture looks like today. Once we figure that piece out, then we can tell you with certainty, this is going to be the best options that you have. And then we set you free and we don't bother you. As long as you walk away knowing what you can do, that's what's important.
All right. Keep going here.
And
When
then in like 10 minutes, you want to, I shot you a video. It's like 18 for our next break if you want to take a break.
Yeah, we do 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Did you have the last one or did I have the last one?
You
I think you had the last one. No?
Did I?
I think so. Was it? Yeah. I only showed
We've
one.
only had a couple of them. Okay. Then it's you. Yeah.
Okay. When a veteran wants to file a PTSD claim and one of their stressors is fear of hostile terrorist activity, getting tongue-tied. I know John's gonna be like, okay, here you go. You're fading.
No fading.
Yeah. Activity. What is the benefit of listing another stressor for the claim if mental is? Hey, awesome question. instead of having one way, now you have two different ways that you could possibly get service connected. Okay. So they're either going to tell you no both ways, or they're going to tell you yes both ways. Instead of one way, you have two ways. Great job, fellows. Shared on most of social media. Yeah. So if you're on Facebook, you're in a Facebook group, and you're allowed, your admin allows you to share some of our videos, share them. You know, they're free and filled with knowledge. Okay. Especially if we have an upcoming event, you know, if you're the administrator of that group allows you to share it, hey, by all means, excuse me, share it. So I can't remember when we did this, but I asked people to give a thumbs up. So that was around 1:00. So we're catching up with these questions because we're like, this was posted at 1:05, so we're probably 2.5 hours, something like that, behind. Okay, what if you're doing a claim but they can't find no medical records? Woo! Or visit because they think the doctor did not write a note of visit. If you're saying that there's no treatment in service, they should have sent you a letter stating what your options are to try and rebuild that. Then you have lay statements as well that you could be writing. Okay. Have people write for you. I'm sorry. Yep. Let's get these thumbs up, everyone. There we go. We got a bunch of them there. Yeah. If the advisement would to be to give as many stressors as related to their PTSD, is each stressor just put on multiple VA? Yes, because they're different stressors for one peak. Nope. Yeah. So you could have, I've seen veterans claim PTSD due to 3 different stressors: military terrorist activity. Maybe they saw someone get killed, and I think got killed in a stateside training accident, and they were part of domestic violence. There's 3 different stressors. Okay. So that would go on 3 different 0781s. The one for terrorist activity wouldn't really need 0781s because that's easy to verify if you were in combat. Okay. So here, a lot of thumbs up. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Dewayne, can you talk about how National Guard vets can get service connected for events if not deployed? Dave.
Yes.
You want to take that one?
Yeah, so I think the tricky part with the service connection for the National Guard, and I'm doing like a presentation here not too long ago about that, which you're going to help me out with, Dewayne. But the problem is that you just need to get an LOD while you're in service, right? So when you're doing your drill weekends or you're on your 2-week annual training, when you get injured during that time, you need to go see the med shed. Hopefully you have one, but some units don't, and have them file a LOD for you, because if you don't, you will not be able to then claim that. Typically, when you come off a deployment, like if you do like a 6-month deployment or 9-month or 12-month deployment, Title 10, even if it's a Title 10 stateside deployment, if you would document all your stuff within that time, as soon as you get back home, even though you're still in the Guard, you can file for VA disability compensation, and it will count for being out within the 1 year of service. And then you can take all those records, and even if you don't have proof that it happened on active duty, they will still be able to give you a presumptive condition. So that's just my experience with the Guard. So if you if you have no deployments, you're not going to have any. You need an LOD, because it's hard in the Guard because you're also in the civilian job. How can they tell from that one weekend a month that it exactly happened on that weekend, right? You could have been playing basketball. You could technically get injured in the civilian side, go to drill, do a PT test, and be like, oh, I injured my leg or I strained my leg. Yeah, it can happen. Most of the time, they'll also tell you like, oh, you don't need an LOD. BS.
get one because they're basically just pawning off the paperwork, because the state will pay for your, like, all your care. One easy way to be able to get them to support you for an LOD is if you're already have TRICARE Select Reserve. That way you're getting your own insurance, but they're just monitoring you and adding all that documentation to your file. And then the flip side, if you go to a private doctor because you're in the Guard and using TRICARE Select, right? And you go to a doctor and say, well, on this weekend, I was here at drill, I was injured, and this is what happened, and I need to seek treatment. Well, you can gather that entire proof, like, hey, this is all my physical therapy I did in the private sector, gather the whole thing together, go to an active duty hospital and have them upload that into your medical records. And that's another way that you can then connect your service connection.
Yep. So the National Guard and Reserves is tricky, but the way Dave explained that LOD, unless you go on active duty, okay.
Right.
A lot of people say, well, hey, don't get out if you're not 100%. Wait till you go to that last deployment and get that DD 214. Okay, so when we say in deployment, it means you went on deployment, you got that DD 214, and while you're on deployment, you can be making complaints for those
Every
conditions.
deployment you can do it.
Yeah. Especially, I'm saying, if it's your last one, you're like, okay, after this one, I'm getting out. I'm done.
That's what they always say.
Can I change a HLR to a supplemental that has been sitting in limbo for 12 months, even though a CMP has been completed? I have new evidence with a private exam. Yes, you can withdraw your high-level review and do a supplemental if you want.
Does it reset the time?
Yeah, it's still a waiting. It's still a waiting period, but they're saying they're not service connected, so they're just. It's on a high level review and it's just sitting there, and they're like, okay, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go ahead and move forward with a supplemental. But yeah, you have to withdraw the high level review.
So it doesn't get backdated to the original.
It could if it's the same condition and they get that supplemental back in within a year, but it's been 12 months, so it could be over.
I gotcha.
Yeah. We'll have to wait until they finish the HLR. No, you don't have to. You can withdraw it, but like Dave said, does it start over? So you could lose that early effective date if there's a potential of one. Okay. Because we know the high level review, if you come back in within 365 days, not the high level review, the supplemental, if you come back in within a year and you do get benefits, they could backdate it to an early effective date. But if you're already outside that window and it's on appeal, it might not be a bad idea to leave it on appeal, because you went on appeal, then that effective date could go back, to the original effective date as well. So you got to weigh that. Another thumbs up, Semper Fi. Okay. All right, Dave, we're going to take a break. It's 4:00. We have
How long of a break?
Let's see. This video is, how long is this video? 14 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see you guys soon.
All right. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Dewayne Kimble, United States Army veteran and retired VA rating specialist. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to go to myhealth.va.gov, send a note to your primary care physician. When this primary care physician fails to include critical information when you are being treated for a condition that you're going to file a claim or have a current claim with VBA, Veterans Benefit Administration. And towards the end of this video, I'm going to explain why it is important so raters can see this information before they adjudicate your claim. Make sure you stick around.
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock generate hundreds of millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of money known as royalties.
My name is Christian Mickelson, and I help everyday people increase their income online.
Okay, a lot of vets have been reaching out to me and saying, Dewayne, I get treatment at the VA medical center. I don't go to a private doctor. Or even if you do go to a private doctor, this is so important. When you go to the VA medical center, sometimes your primary care physician does not include all the information to include symptoms for a condition or conditions that you're claiming before VBA, Veterans Benefit Administration. That's where the raters fall under, Veterans Benefit Administration, the compensation piece, okay? Now, I'm going to share with you how to leave a note where your primary care physician can see it. And the reason why you want to do this is after you've already come to this particular website that I'm going to show you, you looked at that progress note and you're like, hey, wait a minute. My primary care physician left out some critical information for the migraines that I'm claiming, the back condition that I'm claiming, the knee condition that I'm claiming, or any condition, okay? Towards the end of this video, I'm going to explain as a former VA rater why this is important and things that I saw veterans do during this process that I'm going to show you, okay? So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to take you to myhealthy.va.gov, a VA's website, okay? So as you can see, this is myhealth.va.gov. This is for VHA, Veterans Healthcare Administration. Now, you can do a lot of things here. Pharmacy, you can refill your prescriptions if you have any prescriptions, your appointments. You can keep track of them. You can make appointments, cancel appointments, also messaging and health records. Now, we are going to focus on the messaging piece, okay? But this will come after, hey, I've already looked up my progress notes. I noticed that I was in, let's just say for this example, migraines, and you have a claim. Let's just say increased claim for migraines. You get treatment at your VA medical center. All right. So this is the login page. You click sign in. You sign in. If you haven't registered, go ahead, click register and register and follow the prompts so you can get access to all your medical information. Okay. Now, bear with me. We're going to go to the next screen that I'm going to share with you. You mentioned okay. Now, once you sign in, you're going to come here. Okay, but again, you have to be registered first. When you get here, you have the pharmacy. You can refill your prescriptions. You don't even have to go to the pharmacy and wait in a long line unless you want to. They will UPS your prescriptions. And guess what? The VHA, they're pretty quick about getting you your medication. Okay. Then you have appointments. You can view your appointments, schedule or cancel appointments. Now, a really cool thing about this, you can get text of upcoming appointments, okay? So the VHA, I think, is further along than VBA as it pertains to their website and the upgrades that they have. Then you have messaging and health records. I'm gonna talk about the health records really quick. You click on blue button medical records. I'm not gonna do that, but what you can do when you click on that button, you can do a search for progress reports, okay? Progress notes, treatment, x-rays, MRIs, you can see all that information. And guess what? Raters can see it too. So I want you to follow along with me in this example. So let's just say you're a veteran and you're going to claim, or you have a current claim for increase in your service-connected migraines at 30%, and you're going in for increase, okay? We all know for increase, the 50% criteria, you have to have very completely prostrating attacks, severe economic inadaptability. All right. So you come here and you click on blue button medical records. We're not going to do it for this example. And you go through and you say, wait a minute, I was in a couple of weeks ago and I informed my primary care that I have very completely prostrating attacks of migraines or my service-connected migraines, and I have to take off work. Okay. And you don't see it in these progress notes. So once you log in, you come here and you want to click on messaging. I'm sorry. I was about to click on inbox. Okay. Then you're going to come to this screen. All right. Scroll down. I'm not going to go all the way down because I do have some emails in here. And what you want to do is click on compose a message. All right. Because what we're going to do, we're going to send that primary care physician or his or her nurse a message. Okay. So over here to the left, you got inbox, draft, sent, deleted, folders, managed folders, secure messaging. You're going to scroll down. Okay. Now, I'm not going to click on this where it says select a group to send a message. But when you do, there's several groups that you can send messages to. But if you already have been through eligibility and you have been assigned a primary care physician, when you click on select a group to send this message, your primary care doctor, his or her name is going to come up at the top of that list. And you click on that, okay? Then subject, general. I'm not going to click on subject line because I have some pre-filled information there. Subject line, you can put omission of symptoms from doctor's visit, whatever date, okay? And then here, you want to type your message. After reviewing progress notes dated, let's just say February 21st, 2024, I noticed you failed to mention I stated that my service-connected migraines, for this example, interfere. I think I'm spelling that right. Oh, right. Let's see. Interfered with my employment. Okay. Now I wouldn't get too long-winded, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. Okay. So for this example, I'm just using migraines, but you can use any example for any condition that you're claiming. Now, if you were there for multiple conditions, then you want to add that whatever symptoms that you complained about, you can put it here. Okay. Now, after you do that, you click send. I'm not going to click send. Okay. But you click send and it goes to that primary care. Now, also, you can ask them, please include this statement in an addendum. Okay. And so what that means, you're asking them to submit an addendum to include what they failed to include initially. Okay.
My employer recently told me that what set me apart from the other candidates was the Google Career Certificate.
My boss told me when she hired me, one of the reasons you had this job or you got it was because of that certificate program.
Thanks to the Google Career Certificate, I felt really prepared when I had those interviews. I didn't feel at a loss because I knew what I was talking about.
I've always worked 2 jobs, and now I work 1. The Google Career Certificate helped me change my career.
Train online for jobs in one of 6 fields. Enroll today.
Now, you may say, Dewayne, why is this so important? I'm going to explain it to you. As a former rating specialist, we have access to those progress notes. Okay, so we are supposed to go back and look through those progress notes. So, quick example, veteran submits a claim, increased claim for service-connected migraines. They go to a CMP exam. They're already 30%. The doctor does not check the box where it asks, does the veteran's migraines interfere with their employment? The doctor checks no. Hopefully, in your personal statement, and I've done a video about personal statements, also in my book, I talk about example wording that you've already used your lay statement to say, I am claiming an increase in my service-connected migraines since my previous CMP exam. My condition has worsened. Now I present with the following symptoms to include very completely prostrating attacks, severe economic inadaptability. That's your lay statement. Woo! Guess what? I just dropped a huge nugget. All right. Now, you get scheduled for a CMP exam. You go, and the doctor doesn't check that box. It goes back to the rater, and the rater is going to confirm and continue that condition at 30%. But before they do it, they look at the lay statement. They come to Capri. That's the system that houses your progress notes. And guess what they see? They see that note that you just sent to your primary care physician. At that point, the rater should say, okay, even though the veteran's CMP examiner did not check the box, I can use the subjective lay medical evidence, which shows the symptoms the veteran talks about, which is the 50% criteria. And upon review of Capri, I see the veteran sent a note to their primary care physician saying, hey, please submit an addendum. Also, you failed to mention that I reported this. At that point, they should go, and they do have enough information to grant the increase. Now, if they still fail to do it, guess what? Now you have appeal rights. When you go to the high level review, you're going to explain everything that I just explained to that decision review officer and say, hey, I conclude based off my lay medical evidence, which I'm qualified to give symptoms, not a diagnosis. I'm already service connected for migraines, and progress note dated this date failed to mention this. I sent a note to my doctor requesting addendum and explaining they failed to input certain information as it pertains to my symptoms for my service-connected migraines in my progress note for that date of treatment. Now, I know that may seem a lot. Go back and watch this video again and again and again until you understand it. Stop overthinking the process. This is super simple. I just gave you something that you can use when your primary care physician omits certain information. Also, keep in mind, raters can see this. If you look in the evidence section of your rating decision, it'll say VA medical progress notes from San Antonio, Texas VA Medical Center from this date to this date. Guess what's in there? That note that you sent your primary care stating you left certain information out. So, one, the rater should catch that before they adjudicate the claim. But today we know the VA's training is not that extensive, not like it used to be, and it could be missed. And if it is missed, I just dropped a huge nugget on how you can reasonably articulate that to a decision review officer if you elect for informal conference on a high level review. Okay. So again, raters can see that. They will be able to see that note, and especially an addendum if your doctor or the nurse updates it. Okay. So with that being said, make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification button, and don't forget to share this video with your fellow veterans. Thank you. Okay. All right. You're on mute, Dave.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I got you now. I apologize, everyone. I forgot to mute myself so they heard me eating tater chips. They heard me talking to my landscape guy. Hey, I want some plants. I want these plants. I had people, a couple people call me, a couple people that have my number. Only a couple people text me. Only a couple people have my number, email. I'm like, man, wait a minute, what they talking? And I didn't see it. I saw Chris come back in down below. Oh, John said he heard me. Hey, y'all can tell I was hungry. I was like, I gotta get it. People was like, hey, I'm gonna see if anybody put in the comment.
You know,
we heard you eating.
it's like being back at basic training. Like you have 2 minutes to eat, and you got to just eat.
Yeah, it says somebody said, Dewayne, when you read this comment, tell us what chips. Cheetos. I was eating some Cheetos. I had to wipe my hands, my fingers. Oh man. Somebody said hot mic, got a hot mic.
That's
Okay.
real life, people. When you're doing a 12-hour event,
I know,
that's real.
right? By any means necessary.
By
We're doing
any.
this for you all. So man, I'm laughing so hard the top of my above my ears are hurting. I'm laughing so hard. Oh wow. Let me see if I can get back. We had someone supposed to come on at 4:15, David, but they didn't show. So again, if it's anybody else out there that wants to come back on, anybody wants to come back on, send me an email. I've been checking. I didn't check it. Alicia says, yeah, we can hear you chomping on chips and talking on the phone. Mute your mic. I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get back to where we were at. Oh man, it's too funny. I was like, oh man, it was so bad. I was like, okay, you can hear me. I was like, what? And, the phone call, I apologize, but the chips, hey, we're gonna have to let that ride. And I'm gonna let that be a quiz. I'm like, hey, when I did my live stream, what chips was I eating? And it's Cheetos. So you might win a prize if I ask that somewhere down the road. Now I'm trying to get back to where we left off. Oh man. Okay, simplify. Oh, it says, okay. Tell him sorry to hear that he joined the Marines. We all make the bad decisions in our life once. Yeah, John heard you. Now he's driving. He can't say nothing, but he heard you. He said, "Oh yeah, that wasn't us, John. That was King. King said that."
That's so funny.
Oh man. All right. Hello. If my PNT was denied, who should I talk to? Well, you got to figure out before you talk to anybody. You got to figure out why your PNT was denied. What happened? That's where you got to look at what happened. You had some conditions. Why didn't you meet the 100% criteria? If that's the way, if you were claiming outside of IU. Just tuned in and didn't realize it was for VA loans. Sorry for the benefit. No, it's for both.
Both, yeah.
Kevin, both. But this question is for you, David.
Yeah, Canadians may be able to buy a converted single family that is being made into a 4-unit apartment home. Yeah, definitely. So as long as the zoning has been updated, then you can do it. Okay, so you got to just remember that the zoning has to be done correctly. Then you're going to be able to purchase that 4-unit building, even though it's converted. Most of the time, you just need to get just the zoning updated, really, and you can do it. So it's a good question.
Yeah. So somebody said, man, excuse me. Somebody says Fort Bragg is Fort Liberty. Let's go. Okay, Fort Benning, Fort Moore. Okay, so man, I know I was at Fort Hood. They changed that. The name,
I don't know
Fort
any of them.
Corvus or something like that. U.S. Air Force Holiday Inn Express. Yes, sounds very familiar. Loved every minute of it. Don't play. I hate the game. I know, right? I know. It's a MOS in the Air Force. Combat controllers, I think it is. They wear the black berets, sort of like the SPs. And once they get out of basic and AIT, unless they go to like some Air Force service school where they got to go to an Air Force installation, all their duty stations are at Army post. And I'm like, why did you pick that MOS? Why? To get stationed at an Army post. I know some Army installations have Air Force veterans, Air Force personnel, but they were like, we only get stationed at Army installations. I was like,
Do you know the pros of that, Dwayne? Is they get
What?
substandard pay allowance for staying on military
I know,
base,
right?
army.
Yeah, because our Burlington sucks. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. So what kind of allowance is that?
I don't know. It's like a substandard because they have to live in such poor conditions. They get
Yeah.
extra money, which I'm
Yeah.
like, wait a second. If we're getting that as a standard, that's not good.
Yeah. So that's the Army standard, Air Force below standards. That's yeah. I
Yeah.
haven't heard anyone mention before, and that is if you have a surgery on already service-connected disability, can you put a claim in for hospitalization and can you get compensation? I have a video, Mr. Rogers. Look for paragraph 29 and paragraph 30. That's what that falls under. Okay. I think this one's for you, Dave. DIC survivor
Yeah,
benefit.
yeah. So basically, yeah, it's the same process. You still qualify for the same standards as a veteran would be, so you can take advantage of all of the program itself. The key to that is if you have to apply for that benefit. I forgot which form it is, but it's a form that you need to submit to the VA to confirm your benefits. And then when we pull that certificate of eligibility, it'll have all the information on there. And then also, if the veteran passed away with a service-connected disability, then you don't pay the funding fee either. And then when you apply for, let's say you meet the state's requirements for getting the property tax waiver, then you just need to submit the correct documentation to the county assessor's office, and you'll also get the tax exemption on your property taxes.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going here. Speaking of, do y'all know anything? This is you, David.
Oh yeah. And speaking of, do you know? I'm sorry that I'm looking so close because I'm doing that on my phone.
Oh,
Speaking
man.
of, do y'all know anything about the housing benefits that was denied? Or like World War II vets, Congress was trying to allow this. I haven't heard of anything. I haven't heard of anything in regards to that. I've heard of that before, for sure. But I don't know if it's going anywhere. The challenge is I'm not saying it's a challenge. It's you also, just like with the whole housing piece, is that you just kind of have two schools of thoughts from veterans, right? If you didn't serve, you shouldn't be able to use the benefit. And then you have, well, if you served but you couldn't use your benefits, why can't you pass them on? Right. So there's 2 points to that, but I'm not sure where they are with that. I don't know, Dwayne, have you heard of that before?
I have not.
Okay, I've definitely heard of people talking about that they faced those challenges during that time between World War II and Vietnam veterans of not being able to use or being denied their VA loans or being denied the ability to use them. But I don't know if that's, based on the area or if it was a government program. So they used to be, the government was the one that did all the, what's it called? All the redlining.
Right. I was just looking up denied housing. Let's see real quick. How did you buy promise was denied? I just doing a quick Google search. Let's give Black World War II vets what we promised. That's a newspaper article. Yeah, that's an interesting topic. I would have to do some research on that.
Yeah, and it's like some of it says GI Bill guaranteed mortgage. Well, those are different, right?
Yeah. Just a lot
I
of
would have to do
yeah.
It was like, I mean, redlining I get because that was out by not that I get why they did it, but like that was done by the government, right?
Yeah.
And then to change all of that after they did all of that, obviously that was a nightmare.
Yeah.
of a process. But yeah, I would have to do some more digging. I see something from the History Channel talking about it. Actually, yeah, updated last year.
Yeah.
So
We got Chris want to come back on. Dave, he was our first.
yeah, bring him on.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, you got the link. I saw you popped in when I was eating my Cheetos. So yeah, come on back in, Chris. So we'll keep answering these questions. Do I need an advocate if I've been denied? Well, you got to figure out why. Advocate is not going to guarantee you permanent total status. Do you meet the criteria? That's the big thing. Do you meet the criteria? If you have a claim that did not go before the Board of Appeals 22 years ago, I have proof from a senator. Is it in your, regardless if you got proof from a senator, is it in your claims folder? Do you have your claims folder and do you see it in there during that time? You use the Form 9. So if you have your claims folder, okay, you got the CD, right? You got the CD. Did they you got the CD? Is it in there? If it's not in there, then I don't know. That'll be hard to prove. I'm the SC recipient and did a HLR hubby, was not service connected and had to do so after the fact. Would love to share my 9 months process. And this was camp. I think this is Erica from earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got Chris. Chris, give us a second. We want to get through a couple more questions here right quick. I'm already 100% permanent total, but have a condition I did not previously claim that I believe is caused by my service-connected issue. Should I file another claim or just leave it alone? If you do, know what you're doing. Okay? Know exactly what you're doing when you file that claim. Great check, guys. Not a problem. All right, so we're going to bring Chris on, and after this, Dave, we're going to do a quick rapid fire on these questions because we are on question, let's see, 1:39 p.m. and it is 4:28.
Oh, geez.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Chris, you ready? Here we go. We're bringing Chris back on.
All right.
There he is.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Chris texts me. Chris was like, text me. I look at my phone, probably look at it like once every 30 minutes. And I was like, oh, Chris texts me. I saw you come in, and I was like, oh. And I looked, and I'm like, I'm not muted. I just
yeah. You came in the StreamYard. I could give a message that way. So.
Was it loud? Was it loud?
Yeah. What's going on in the background? And I was like, I don't remember that from the live or the video that you posted about the medical evidence from your blue button report. I was like, I don't remember seeing in the
You don't remember seeing that one?
No, I do, but I don't remember hearing the chewing
in the background.
Yeah, but no,
it woke everybody up. It made people pay attention.
No, I definitely watched a lot, if not all of your videos by now. Okay, so a couple questions. So my first question would be, could you speak on the matter of how you are or were able to schedule your higher level review informal conference online?
They took it down.
Okay, so they did take it down.
I posted it. I recorded the video on a Tuesday, posted it that following Monday. And I was on my computer and I just started getting all these messages. And they's like, Dewayne, where's the link? And I'm like, man, I know I put the link in there. What, And I clicked on the link. The website is gone. And in the video, I'm actually on the website looking at the calendar and everything. They took it down to about an hour or two after I posted that video.
Man,
they took that website down.
Probably.
I don't know if it was because I posted the video, but yeah, I unlisted it because I didn't want people to to be like, oh, Dewayne, you put this up for clickbait or something like that. So I went live, I think that night or the next day, and I talked about it.
Yeah. Okay. And then my second question. Suspense dates. Can you elaborate what that is?
Okay, let me give you an example. So let's just say a veteran submits a 4142 medical release form, right? And the VA has a duty to assist. They have a duty to assist to send you that 4142. When they do that, they set that suspense date out 30 days to give you time to respond. So after 30 days, it gets flagged in the system somehow. I don't know how. I'm not an IT person, but it lets you know, hey, suspense date has come and gone. Do something, and then it'll get assigned to someone, and they'll say, okay, we're going to send this medical release form out to the doctor, set another suspense date, normally 30 days out.
Oh, okay. All right. And then my last question, I hope the way I phrase it makes sense. There were times when I'd log into myva.gov and I would see that the status of my claim said preparation for decision. So then I would call both the VA hotline just to get generic information. Don't worry, just to get generic information. And then I would also call the regional office. And the regional office is the one that explained to me that there are various steps within the preparation for decision phase, and it's not an independent stage. Could you discuss the different steps within the preparation for decision phase?
You know, I know what. Oh, that would be very hard, Chris. One, because I never was a VSR. I never completed development on a claim. Preparation just could be like that 4142. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Because they never gave us any formal training when they added that website. So a lot of people will say, you know, oh, how long is this stage? What is this stage? And I'm like, wait a minute, because I'm on the other side. So when we're doing things on the other side, that algorithm will say, hey, post this on the website so the veteran can see it. But we don't know what's being posted over there, right? So gathering evidence, that's like development. Preparation for decision, that could be the CMP exam is back. Okay. And they're doing the development, of the review to see if it's ready for decision. Now, if you go on there, and I don't even know if this is on there because I was working at the VA when he had this. I never went on there to see different stages because I think that came about when veterans complain about the long wait times and there's no status update. So, you know, Congress say, hey, you got to do something. That's the VA came up with this, and it's more confusing now than it was when they didn't have it, you know. So the only one I know very familiar with, RFD, ready for decision. You know, RFD, ready for decision. And that means it's been it's in the queue to be rated. It's either it doesn't necessarily mean it's been assigned to a rater, but it's ready to make a decision. And it's either assigned to a rater, waiting on them to make a decision, or it's waiting to be assigned to a rater to make a decision.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I tell veterans, even our clients, don't put too much weight into these different stages because guess what? It could be an RFD, right? Ready for decision. You go back in there a week later and it could be gathering evidence. You're like, what happened? And, you know, then the veterans all on YouTube, the VA sucks, you bombs and all this other stuff. But they're not saying, oh, you submitted additional evidence, maybe saying that you got treatment somewhere. So now that is a duty. The VA has a duty to assist that veteran to get those medical documents.
Okay. All right, thanks. Do I have time for one more question?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Okay. So
hey,
this
you
one,
got a lot of noise in the background too, Chris.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to mute.
I'm just teasing.
Oh, okay. I was like, I followed the earphone and everything. I just want to make sure it wasn't leaving. Okay, so this question's for you, Dave, and I'm going to do my best to try to explain it. So let's say a person applies for the VA loan and for whatever reason they didn't meet the credit score requirement for the VA loan, which I know is probably few and far between. But then let's say they get to 100% permanent in total, and then they get all the benefits like student loan discharge, things that can dramatically increase their credit score. How long would they have to wait before they can reapply to see if they meet the qualifications?
So that's a good question. So their credit score, so it would depend on their credit profile and the makeup of their credit. Because if, let's say, you have student loans and you are in default every month on those student loans, and all of a sudden the VA came and paid them off, your credit score is going to take about 2 years or 3 years to recover. So that's one part of it. The VA technically doesn't have a minimum credit score to do a loan. It's a credit profile that most of the time will disqualify a veteran from using the VA loan. Because I think in one of the videos we played, I did one on understanding two types of VA approvals. One is what's called an automated underwriting approval, and another one is a manual underwrite. So if you really have good credit, not too much derogatory things on your credit report, most of the time you're going to be eligible for an automated approval. Now, folks that qualify for manual underwrite are really 620 and below credit scores, typically fall underneath that. And then they're going to be looking at things like the last 12 months of payments. Now, it's not a hard and fast rule, but they really look at the last 12 months of on-time payments. If you have a history of collections and then you have another collection that comes up, then you would disqualify yourself for another 12 months before you can purchase another property. So it's really that financial piece. Now, if it's like an isolated event that happened within the 12 months, like you got a $20 collection for not paying a ticket and you immediately paid that off next month, well, that wouldn't be a reason not to give you a loan. But if you're chronically late and you're chronically in collections, then you really have to have a clean 1-year history from that event. Now, I tell people never disqualify yourself. Talk with someone. Again, we're happy to talk with you and go through that. So at least you know what your options look like. The disability, what it does give you, especially if you get some things like your student loan discharged, is what people don't know is that if you have a service connected, let me take a step back. If you have student loans that are in default, you cannot use your VA loan because that is a federal debt. So same thing. What veterans don't realize is if you get an SBA loan for a business and you default on that loan, you've lost your VA benefits until you've paid that money back.
Okay,
Now,
I thought it was going to be like you lost it forever. It's like, oh no.
No. You lost it for the time until you pay it back, but most veterans can't pay that money back. The other thing that I think was interesting that I don't know is that if you are in default on student loans and you get the 100% PNT, will they wipe off delinquent federal debt? That's the one thing I don't know. I've never had that happen.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Gents.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So, Chris, stick around.
Okay.
You're never leaving.
We may.
Yeah, no, I can flood you guys with questions. Trust me.
We're gonna let some of the people ask Chris a question.
Oh, I will do my best to answer them.
Yeah, because you're knowledgeable in this. But I want to get back to something that you asked me about. That's why I want you to stick around.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, John, I'm in Reddit now. Okay. I got your private message, John. So, John, he's talking about the VA claim tracker. Okay. So let's break it down. Claim received. Initial claim. Then it goes to evidence gathering. So evidence gathering would be the VSR doing development, reaching out to RMC to get your medical, get your information from active duty, your military personnel records, and your service treatment records. Okay, it could be the 4142 that I mentioned earlier, where you will go and you say, hey, I got treatment box 17 on the 526CZ, which will extend your claim. Okay. That's evidence gathering. Prepare notification. Now, as a former Raider, when I'm thinking prepared notification is the rating decision has already been done. And the VSR is building the notification letter. So they're prepping that. And then complete, obviously complete. Then there's one for, and these are screenshots, so I do apologize. I don't know if this second one is for appeal, gathering evidence, review of evidence, preparation for decision, pending decision approval. Yeah. So gathering evidence, self-explanatory, review of evidence, that could be in the development stage, or I would think before evidence. I'm just trying to, as I adjudicated claims, how I would look at it. Gathering evidence and then review evidence. Okay, they gathered it, then they reviewed it. Preparation for decision. They're getting ready to, the VSR is getting ready to send it to the RVSR, then pending decision approval. What I would look at that as, is rated for decision. Everything is done. Gathering, review of evidence is done, and it's pending decision, meaning, okay, they're going to make a decision. Or it could mean authorization. It's already done, and the VSR is going through the promulgation, authorization, and promulgation process. Okay. So again, I think the VA did this just because they wanted to satisfy that mandate from Congress. Hey, you got to do a better job. And they have, but it just confuses the vet because they'll come and I think I did a video. Stop going online and looking at your claim status. You're going to
drive yourself
That's
crazy.
hard to do.
It is.
And I get it because it's like starting a YouTube channel. You'll be like, oh, it's 3 p.m. Hey, how many subscribers I got? And then you'll come back 3:35. How many subscribers I got? And you just do that. And I was like, okay, I got to stop. Now, I rarely ever look at it, unless somebody asks me, But when you first start the YouTube channel, you're looking at, oh man, how many subscribers I got? And people was leaving comments and I was replying back and forth 4 or 5 times. I'm like, no, I can't keep that up. I can't keep that up. So again, you can get to pending decision approval and go all the way back to gathering evidence, and then you're like, what happened? They'll say, Dewayne, what happened? I don't know. If I did, I could give you the Powerball numbers, but I don't know, so that's where, I just tell people, just stay away from it. Stay away from it. But I got a question for you, Chris, and we'll answer some other questions. I want to make sure I don't lose my place. All right. So what was your number 2 bottlenecks with the VA? The issues that you just had that you was like, you know what? I don't understand this. It's making me upset. Just 2 things that you basically dislike about the VA claims process.
So the 2 things I'd have to say is the first thing was the obviously, in contrast to what you guys had to do during your time where you had to wait, 10 months for a CNP exam. And that was considered short for us, in our digital age of everything. Yeah.
You remember saying that, huh? You remember? It took me 10 months. Yeah.
Yeah. In the day and age where it's like, there are times where I'd file a claim now and then instantly I get a call like the day after, hey, you're scheduled for a CNP exam. So, I was used to that. Then there was times where I'd file a claim and it'd be like a month or 2 later and nothing till I called the VA and they're like, oh yeah, you know what? Here it is. Let's get the ball rolling on it. So sometimes I feel like claims slip through the cracks, and that's one thing. But I'm sure, any government agency that happens. And then the second thing, and this one without you, I would have never figured it out, was the what's the term where it's like, for lack of better terms, like a language barrier. It's like the VA speaking VA and I'm speaking English, and our language just wouldn't mesh. And so I guess, for lack of better terms, the way that they put their terms out there in a sense is kind of ambiguous, because I'm like, I don't know what half this stuff even means. Even if I sit down and I read my decision letter and my narrative and I come back to it later, half the stuff that they say, I'm like, this doesn't grammatically not sit well with me, but it just doesn't make sense. So I would say the language barrier, would be probably some of the issues. But after watching your channel and learning the VA language, I mean, suspend states and stuff, I would have never known what that was.
Yeah.
So.
And how long you been following me on YouTube, Chris?
A couple of years. I'd say 2.5 years.
Yeah. I hear a lot of people talking about claim sharks and all this other stuff. And at the end of the day, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't let that deter me or anything. I do other stuff outside of YouTube that a lot of people don't even know. And I know if you've emailed me, you're like, Dewayne, wait a minute. You said you where? You doing what?
Exactly.
So what are some things, if you could explain to people, what are some things that you've been a part of that I've done where veterans are on for free? And normally I'll say, okay, I'm going to schedule it for an hour. And, just explain that, because I want people to understand, because I don't think people really pay attention when I be saying, hey, I'm going to be over here. I'm going live with David. I'm doing this. And I don't know if, Dave, if you have this issue. And then they're like, well, wait a minute. What about, you don't do this and you don't do that. You could touch on that a little bit, Chris.
Okay, so things that you schedule for an hour, which I think it was kind of more beneficial to me than it was to you, but your consulting company offers a Q&A session, which is super awesome. And every time I get the chance, I always tell people, don't sleep on that service. Two of those Q&A sessions and my claims agent is what got me to 100. Yeah. So that, and one other thing too, I like to think that I'm pretty analytical, and I dot my I's and I cross my T's. And I thought I claimed everything on my medical record. And when I first became a client of KMD 89, you went through my medical records and you pointed out 3 things I didn't even know were in there that I got service connected for. So I was like, I thought I had a pretty good grasp on it. But there's that. There's also the Zoom link. Sometimes like what you do with Dave's videos when you're driving and you're just listening to him. I was driving and I was like, I got 40 minutes. Let me play one of DK's lives and Dewayne's lives. And sorry, that's
hey, that's fine. I had a couple of college buddies call me that, so I knew exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So I was like, let me play one of DK's lives. And I was like, Zoom link on Thursdays. I was like, I follow this guy pretty well. What the heck is he talking about? I've never even seen it. And so then, I was fortunate enough to email you and be like, hey, do you by chance have the Zoom link? And, you were kind enough to share it with me, which that's also another thing that was pretty awesome. Yeah. And then I'm not sure, I should know this, but you used to do the veterans roundtables, which were pretty fun.
Every month. Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
And then a couple years ago, you used to do these like events where it's like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to write a rating decision. Or if I gave you a scenario, I want you to see what you would interpret as what you should give as a rater kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So you made it very interactive, which was really nice.
Yeah. That was a Kahoot class. And man, that took a while to put together. Dave, I was like working with toothpicks, holding my eyes up, putting that content together. But I created a claims file. That's what it was. I created a claims file and people signed up. I emailed it out. And I think we did something like a Kahoot quiz and, was showing people how raters look at stuff from a rating standpoint so they could say, oh, wow, I kind of see, and it was very light. It wasn't a lot of fluff in it, but just giving people, helping them understand what raters have a tendency to look through on a day-to-day basis, but I might bring that back because I think that was very educational, So, all right. So, Chris, stand by. We're going to get into some other questions here. Let's see. I'm already 100% PNT, but a condition I did not previously claim that I believe is caused by my service-connected issue. Should I file another claim? You can. I think I did respond to this.
I think we did this one.
Yeah, just know what you are doing. Okay, that's that. I cannot stress that enough. Okay, Dewayne, how long should a supplemental claim take after you're notified that a reviewer has it? Also, the new CMP is complete. Thanks for today's info. There's no set time frame. I've seen it take 2 days, and then I've seen it take 2 months. it's just the process is it's just so crazy, and it goes to different regional offices, and it's like, you have these directors at these different regional offices, and they're all doing different things. So when the claim lands there, especially dependent claims, those do not have any priority. I don't think they had any priority when I was rating. Now, I tell people, if you're not getting anything, this is your first claim, you have dependents, submit that dependent form. If you're 0, 10, or 20%, and you're going for an increase, so you file a claim, submit that dependent form. Because if you get 30%, then that VSR during the promulgation authorization, I can't remember which one, they have to go ahead and add those dependents at that time, and you're done. If you wait 2 or 3 months, it might be another 3 or 4 months before it happened, because that's not a priority. Okay. Do you recommend submitting supported articles with your file, especially if you're filing a claim for, let's say, being awarded the parachute badge? It wouldn't hurt. Also, if you're submitting a nexus statement and the rationale, articles that support that medical opinion, especially like if you're claiming sleep apnea or secondary PTSD, is there any medical literature or articles out there? Sir, you assisted me greatly. Question, will I be re-examined after obtaining my mental health rate on 56, if that matters? Okay, if I helped you, you should know I've talked about in the rating decision, and I did a video on this, VA re-examinations, routine future exams. How do you know when you're scheduled? I show a screenshot of a statement. In your narrative for that particular condition, if it says, since there's a likelihood of, see, look at Chris. See, look at it. Look at it.
Chris, you looking for a job or what?
Yeah, he jumped in there. Chris is like, hey. But again, there you go. That's, Chris is able to speak that VA claim language, and that's part of it. You got to invest the time. But since there's like a likelihood of improvement, then since there's likelihood of improvement, that means you have a routine future exam. And Chris stated something earlier. And I stated it earlier because I'm subscribed to Dave's channel. I got Dave's personal cell. I can call him and he'll talk to me. But I'm like, you know what? 7 o'clock in the morning, my time is 6 o'clock in the morning, Dave's time, and I want to support it. What he's doing, I want to get other rental property investments. So when I drop my son off at school, either I'm listening to motivation, or I'll see Dave dropped the video, and I'm like, oh man, I know it's about 8-10 minutes. My commute back is longer than that. And I'm watching those videos. So you got to invest the time. If you're just looking for someone just to spoof feed stuff to you and fill out these claim forms, which we do not do, then your chances of success is going to go down. You're not going to be able to advocate for yourself. If you're not contacting David, hey, Dave, I don't think this deal is good for me. How can I get out of this? And I want to work with you. You got somebody here say, I wish I would have had somebody like I knew Dave back when I did my refi. Just to be like, hey, does this work? Does it make sense? He's like, no, man, what? You go, no.
Yes.
And this is what and I haven't seen this done. I know I'm getting off topic. We're what? 8 hours, almost 9 hours in. And I'm still feeling like, man, I'm drinking C4.
We still got a lot of questions. We still got a lot of questions. I think next time we do like an 18-hour one.
Why not just do 24?
Right. But what people don't see, Dave, how did we prep for this, to bringing this to them?
Yeah.
David's virtual assistant was doing stuff. I was doing stuff. We were creating social. So it just wasn't, we just jumped on YouTube today and was like, we're going to go live. We had to prep for this, and it takes time. Guess where my family's at today? They're at the beach. Hey, my wife says, and I'm just going to read it to you. What she said, okay, and she's watching, and she's like, why are you reading about stuff to people? She says, I say halfway there, she says, we are relaxing on the beach, about to get lunch, but we miss you. I miss you too. With my buddy doing this, we'll call him a little buddy, waiting for our food. She has a smiley face with melting like it's extremely hot. Which beach did you go to? We're at Clearwater Beach. So I'm not even with my family. They're at the beach. And I'm here on YouTube Live giving people this information for free. So you have to invest that time, so this wasn't, the challenge is staying on here 12 hours, but man, just Dave, just talk a little bit about the number of emails that we went back and forth.
Both morning and night, going through this for like the last month. We've been going through this back and forth with the assistants. And yeah, I got a newborn and a 2-year-old. I went upstairs quickly during break. Savages up there. I'm like, savages. And I'm like, you know what? I gotta go. I kind of feel bad for my wife, but we only got like 3 hours left, but it's all good.
Yeah. So, I enjoy, like Dave, I'm pretty sure I can speak for Dave. We enjoy doing this because we want everybody to succeed and know about these benefits. I can't tell you how much I've learned from David. I'm like, man,
well, vice versa. That's how we got to know each other, was because of this. So I saw your videos and I'm like, man, I need some help. So probably always need help.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to these questions. We're gonna get through these. Dave, this is you.
Let's see. First-time home buyer, only receive VA and SSDI. Do I qualify? Yes, you can use that income to qualify for a VA home loan. Not only that, if that income is tax-free, we can actually gross up and give you an additional 25% on that income to qualify for more. And if you meet the disability requirement for not paying property taxes in your state, you can also qualify without property taxes as well. But just know, when you do something like that, either taxes are paid current or in arrears. If they're paid in arrears, you're still going to be paying taxes for another year. If they're paid current, like in Texas, you go and file after you close and you get your exemption right away. Then it makes sense to qualify and set up the loan that way, but it doesn't work for everybody.
Yeah.
And it also depends on your credit score and what your financial makeup looks like.
Yeah. All right. So I think this is Erica. We talked to her earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you. One, definitely appreciate you coming on and sharing your story. Man, when she told me her story and what she did, again, like Chris, took the time, invested, didn't give up, just stayed with the process and was like, no, VA, I am going to fight back. My husband served, and you got to have that mentality. You got to have it. And Dito girl still hadn't come back. So next time we go live, we are definitely talking about her. We're going to give her a lot of crap when she comes back. When she comes back, she dished us.
Oh no, we did not. No.
Oh yeah.
Next time we're gonna have to have people pay to schedule, and then we'll give them a refund when they show up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's all right. Your deposit to show up is $99.99. Let's see. Please clarify if this is a CUE. I started taking I can't pronounce that. Omeprazole in service for acid reflux. The prescriber said history suggests GERD, possible, brought on by, is that another medication? Part 2, I got out 2010. GERD was listed on my exit exam and part of my BDD claim. My VA doctor started prescribing this medication on 2011 after I told him that over-the-counter Prolastic was not working. Make sure. Attended GERD CMP 2011 was denied based on exam and current and valuable information. Is my opinion that the claim GERD is less likely than not. So that's the negative opinion. As there is an upper GI series, I refused it on file or any treatment records for GERD. Only reports that the veteran has history of GERD. I did supplemental claim last few years. Secondary to migraines, depression, and anxiety was denied again. Okay. That's, CUEs, clear and unmistakable errors are hard in some cases, not all. So you got to prove that the VA made a mistake. If they go through that process and everything, there's no duty to assist errors, And even though you were denied, it doesn't mean there's a CUE. Okay. So even if you were treated for something in service and you have a diagnosis and you've been out more than a year, they still have to request a medical opinion. And that can be a negative medical opinion. Okay. So it went through the process. So then you got to think, okay, let me have full transparency, get a copy of your claims folder, then do a supplemental and just keep going back in. Okay. All right, let's get some housing questions in here.
Actually,
I guess Dave.
Sorry, Dewayne, I don't know if you see, but John looks like he has a follow-up question for Dave. I'm not sure how you can get him to ask that.
Okay, hold on. Crispy, can I ask Dave a follow-up question? Yeah, let me see if we can bring Dave in here. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. John, you driving that truck, and I don't want you to have an accident now. People waiting on their packages. I'm waiting on my FedEx package. Okay.
Okay, so I didn't know he was driving.
He talking about he got a headset. Okay. All right. So you can't throw no packages out the window and keep it rolling. Okay. All right. All right. I'm about to bring you on, John. I'm about to bring you on.
I'm gonna find your package. I'm gonna find your package and throw it out the window. But
I done seen my FedEx driver to come by here 2 or 3 times, and they always delivered it to the wrong location. UPS will never do that.
Does this microphone mute it better for you now? The background noise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Actually, I got. Well, the first one is yeah. Did you see the crazy look on my face when you was eating them chips on the live night? What? But Dave, and let me see if I got this correct. You did answer this, but I was distracted and I didn't catch it all. So if I get a, let's say I take let's say the VA, I get the VA back me for, let's say 600,000, and I only take, let's say 200,000 for a place that I'm purchasing. And let's say a year or two later, I decide I want to go after the remaining 400,000. You saying I can do that if I qualify?
Yes.
And I can buy another property then using the VA backed process for that for. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So you could definitely do that. And so, like, where we're seeing a lot of veterans really take advantage of these multiple VA home loans is with parents that are retired. I think I might have mentioned this earlier. So they'll have their parents buy, let's say, or they've never used their VA benefits. They'll buy like a single family home for 160,000, 200,000. Then they'll go buy another one for 200,000, and then another one for 200,000, then another one, and they just keep reusing their, keep adding to their VA portfolio, taking those loans and putting them in trusts. So those kids can have them for later. It doesn't work for everyone, but yes, if you have remaining entitlement and you're qualified, you can do it.
And that's one more question, Dwayne. This trust thing. So I have a trust. Is it a particular trust that I can put my property into instead of putting it in my name, or do it have to go in my name and then later I put it into a trust? Or is a trust better to protect the house, or is basically what I'm getting at?
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so the trust works in a couple of ways. One, you really would have to buy in a trust for no one to know who that trust belongs to, right? But with a VA loan, you can only purchase it in your name, and then you can move it to a trust, and then you can change out beneficiaries as needed. But that would be the way you would do it with a VA loan. Now, if you do, let's say, a conventional loan, you can actually close in a trust. So then no one would know who owns it. So if you're trying to be like James Bond over there, then it makes sense. But still, I think in general, it makes sense to do that if you have the ability to, because it's from lawsuits and everything else that they look for.
Yeah. And, for my fraternity, I used to be the military affairs chair committee. And I used to bring people on to talk about, I talked about VA compensation, brought a gentleman on from the West Coast, another YouTuber. I was in his tax strategy program to talk about tax strategy. And I brought my lawyer, my business lawyer on. He talked about the difference in the benefits between a trust and a will. And one of the things he said was with the will, and I'm no lawyer, so I'm not giving any legal advice, but one thing he said about the will, and he's seen people have a will get remarried, pass away, and then their ex-wife comes to their current wife and they're in court. And so the current wife has to spend all this money to fight off the ex-wife, which lowers the amount of the estate. But when you have a trust from a lawyer, that can't happen, because in that trust, you know, who does it go to, including the home. Okay.
That's like also in veterans don't update their SGLI and they have their ex-wives on there. There's nothing you can do.
Man,
nothing.
Yeah. So definitely, you know, I was like, when I heard that, I was like, oh man, I need to go get a trust. And it's kind of a pain in the butt because there's a lot of questions, but once you get through it, you know, then you can make addendums to it, you know, over the years, just getting it, you know, through the initial process. Okay.
For sure.
All right. Okay. Next question. If asking for an increase for migraines, should I ask for a reconsideration or an appeal? How long would it typically take for each? So I'm gonna let Chris take this one. If asking for an increase for migraines, should I ask for a reconsideration, which is a reconsideration now is supplemental.
Okay.
Or an
All right.
appeal.
Okay, so obviously let's get the basics out of the way. If you're going to do the increase, it would be the 526. If you're going to do the reconsideration or appeal, it would depend on if it was within 1 year of the decision date and how long would it typically take for each. It's, you know, I'm sorry to give you bad news, but it's the VA. It can take 2 months. It could take 8 months. You know, like Dewayne was saying, if I could answer that for you, I'd give everybody the Powerball numbers, but that would be irrelevant. So,
right.
But if there's anything you want to add on to that.
Yeah. So if you're asking for an increase, it's not a reconsideration or appeal. You're just asking for an increase. You're saying that their current service-connected condition has gotten worse. Reconsideration, that's what before it became supplemental, that's what it used to be called, reconsideration. So you're coming back in because you were denied. But you're saying an increase, you're already service connected. And then an appeal, what would you be appealing if you're just doing an increase? Okay. So again, reconsideration is now supplemental 0995. Appeal is 0996. And like Chris said, for the increase, 526CZ. Good job, Chris.
Thanks.
Dang.
He was nervous. He was like,
a Jedi
oh, man.
now.
Yeah, I didn't know that was coming to me.
Hey, now you see what I go through, Chris, when I'm going live, and I'm like, okay, this question, I'm looking at it. You know. All right, so let's keep going here. File.
Okay, Dewayne, do you still want John in the thing?
Oh, John, you want to stay in, or we'll take him out? But
No, I'm good. You can put me in the back room.
Okay, all right.
Good talking. Thanks for reconnecting.
Throwing them packages
drive
out
safe.
in the ATL. Yeah, John and ATL driving around FedEx throwing people's packages out. Yeah. So it says, I filed HLR 2023 for decision 2019 for good cause because of COVID. VA denied because they say per VA policy, COVID extension ended. I was waiting for a claims file I requested. Joe Biden said on January 3rd that he will end COVID-19 emergency declarations on 2023. I know I'm putting in a new claim for iron deficiency and aid in attendance. I'll review for mental that was denied for 2023, which makes it hard to focus and makes me sluggish every day. Is this a lost cause for high-level review? 2019 decision. I discovered CUE confirmed. Healing Pond live stream for a decision. Bilateral ankle shins that might increase me from 60 to 80, possibly IU. I was granted IU. 2008, 2009 was denied every time. With that CUE also prompt VBA to review my past denial of IU after 2009 decision to discontinue IU and give me IU from 2009 to present. I haven't worked since. Woo!
He was granted IU for like a year.
Yeah. let's take this last question. Can they go back and review some stuff? Yeah. In this case, they could, because if you're saying there's a CUE, you had IU way back then, they got to go back and look at stuff. You talking about from 09 to now? Man, that's question I have, do you still have IU? Unless I missed something, because you said IU from 08 to 09. What is your current percentage? Would it, if you're at 90%, what do you have to possibly get an increase? Do you have anything for secondary? Do you have anything from active duty that you hadn't claimed to get you to 100% if you're trying to get there, which I assume that you are because you went after IU? You got a lot going on with this claim. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it would be hard for me to give you a concrete answer because I need to be looking at stuff from 09 to now. You need full transparency. What is in that claims folder? What were you trying to do? What did you do? What did the VA do in the interim? And where you at right now? Okay. So again, if you're service connected, Monday morning, 8 a.m., and this is for everybody, contact the VA at 800-827-1000. 800-827-1000. Get a disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes. See where you're at, your overall percentage. Okay. What is your goal? If it's 100% and you're at 90, that means you fall between 85 and 94%. Is there a possibility for increase? Are there secondary service connections? Okay. And then you can go back and deal with, the CUE. Again, what is the CUE? Because you're going to have to know that. And then you're going to go back to 2009 to present and look for it. And then you got to argue what fact of law and show which 38 CFR court case that was violated. Okay. So there's a lot of things going on with that claim.
Can I ask a follow-up question regarding
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you think, if he's IU from what I read, it said 2008 to 2009. If they're reducing him from IU, shouldn't they have given him, what is that term that I'm looking for? It's slipping at the top of my tongue. Gosh,
Due process. Due
process.
And if they don't give him due process, what kind of error is that?
CUE?
No, what kind of error?
DTA.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, DTA, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, if they, you brought up a good point, Chris. So if they granted it from this date to this date, and if it didn't change the overall percentage, then they don't need to give due process. Because if he's 80% and the 80% doesn't change, then they can just, and this is the same thing with a condition that improved. So if that condition improved, and you reduce it from, let's say, 50 to 40, but it doesn't change the overall percentage, I don't have to give you due process on proposal to reduce because your money is not going to change. They can just go ahead and reduce it.
But wouldn't his money have changed in this instance?
It could have. It could. Well, it would, because IU, they're paying them at the 100% rate. Yeah.
So would that need due process then, or?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he should have gotten a letter proposal to reduce. And that's why I say it's hard to answer that question. So like hey, Dewayne, what about this? So
Gotcha,
you need more information. And that's why when people ask me questions like this, I'm like, I don't want to give hypotheticals because they're looking at it one way. I'm reading it, but then Raider mind kicks in and like, wait a minute. Well, what about this? What about that? And people are like, well, what do you mean? So it's more questions sometimes that I have. Okay.
So that's what the one-on-one Q&A for.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. More to come. Okay. All right. Is my chat working? Yes. I think we answered a couple of questions from you already. Would it be smarter to borrow from? Okay, here you go. This is for you, David.
Yes. Would it be
Matthew.
smarter to borrow from your TSP or credit union for down payment on a mortgage, since I have used all of my VA home loan money? So the thing that, this is kind of a toss up where I would tell you talk with a financial advisor, because it is truly going to be based on your individual financial picture. Okay. In general,
you can take out a HELOC against your current property and use that money as a down payment on another property and use your VA home loan. So that's possible to do because you already own the property. So technically, you can't go out and borrow money for a down payment. Now, if it's your TSP account, you can borrow against your TSP. Then it makes sense because you're not liquidating that money and not paying all the crazy fees that go with it. You borrow that money from your TSP account, you purchase the property, and then you pay that money back to the TSP account. The advantage of that is that TSP money payment doesn't count against you if you borrow less than 50% of the balance. So you got $100,000 balance, you need 40,000, you can borrow that, and then that payment doesn't count against you for the qualification. But like all good things, there's a downside that now all of a sudden you have a car payment style loan that's not being factored into your qualification, and it can affect you individually. So you have to kind of think through that. If you're liquidating a TSP, you need to both talk to a financial advisor and an accountant, because not only do you pay a 10% penalty, and I'm not an accountant, like Dwayne's disclaimer, talk to somebody. You need to talk to a financial advisor and a CPA because you have a 10% penalty you pay, plus you pay your regular federal tax rate on that money on top of that. Plus, if your state charges a fee for that, there's also going to be a fee for that.
Yeah.
And
not
so
a
you wouldn't.
CPA.
Yeah, like a CPA. I recommend talking to an accountant or CPA. People are always gung ho, like, well, I'm gonna save $300. Yeah, but the amount of pain that goes with getting it wrong, or people are like, well, I wish I would have known that, would have written more stuff off. Well, like that's why you hire a CPA and pay them the money to assist you with that, or pay them like an hourly fee, like a consulting fee, and they'll go through everything with you.
And I'm subscribed to a gentleman on YouTube. He's a tax strategist. His name is Carlton Dennis. Carlton with the Karlton Dennis. I was in his tax mastermind back in 2022, in all of last year, and he taught me tax strategy. Especially as a business owner, things that, and my CPA had no clue. And then I was talking to another tax strategist just this past week, and they were like, "Oh yeah, your CPA last year forgot to file a 1120." And I'm like, "Okay, what's that?" "Oh, you have to file it when you do this, 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 and this." So even as an entrepreneur, business owner, not only do you need a bookkeeper and CPA, you need a tax strategist.
Yeah.
I'm learning things like the accountable plan for the real estate, material participation of 100 hours. What can you use for that 100 hours? Real estate professional status, what's the requirement for that? The Augusta rule. How to rent your vehicles to your business, how to rent out your home office on the Augusta rule to yourself. Just, little things like that. So, if you're an entrepreneur, you gotta understand those things, because not all CPA not all CPAs understand that. And I had one that I thought that they understood. I was telling them, hey, I want to do this one, and they were like, oh yeah, and they would just give me bits and pieces of information. And is it expensive to have one? Yes, but trust me, the knowledge that I've learned, that I've passed on to people, the rate of return is high. Okay.
For
So
sure.
I had somebody to email me, Mr. Washington. He says, man, I'll call in. We don't have a call in. This is, you don't have to share your video if you don't want to, but you have to have this link. So I'm going to send you this link. Okay. So if you want to come in, and you don't have to share your video. He said he had a long question. Okay. All right.
Just eat some
Master.
cake.
Yeah. I think that's Chris.
Is it Chris? I hear some of the little munchkins in the background.
Yeah. Sorry. I'll go tell them to be quiet. Excuse me.
No, you're okay.
Okay.
So it says if you received an SSB, okay, I answered this. Okay, I think this is Mark. He was on a training last week. I think Mark from England. from across the pond. So yes, what he's talking about, severance pay. If you receive a severance pay and then you file a VA claim, you get service connected, they will recoup that information. It says turn up the volume, David. I think I can hear you just fine, David. I know you switched.
Turn down for what?
Nice.
Turn down for what?
Yeah. Let us know if you can still. This was from 2:00, so I don't know
Oh,
if
is
was
it?
when you were fading out the camera. Can you put the email in the chat, please? Oh,
that'd be risky.
No, that's risky. I mean, put your email up to people to email you. Is that what she meant?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'll put it in the info. You know what? I did. She got it because I think this is Erica that came on.
Yes. She joined us.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How can you help people if you are not charging them? There's a lot of people. Okay. How can you help people if you're not charging them? YouTube channel. I got over 400 videos where you can watch for free. You heard Chris talk about, he did 2 private Q&A sessions with me. And I don't know when you did the first one, I think I was charging Chris like $99 or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And how long did that first one go? It was supposed to be an hour. How long did it go?
That's why I was saying it was more beneficial to me. I feel like we were on there for like an hour and a half at least. And you just kept answering every question I kept throwing at you. So it was awesome.
And then he bought the book, $29.99. I don't know if you had a coupon code. And you went from 40 to 100. Look at the difference between that. Okay. So how can you help people if you're not charging? You can watch these videos. I gave a link to where I'm at every Thursday at 12:30, 12:35. Chris has been on there for free. Okay. So if you don't want to buy the book, I'm 12 hours here. I'm not charging you all to come on here.
Right.
So that's how we help. Okay. If you want to become a client and pay, hey, that's fine. But there's so much information out there that we're giving you already. You look at the videos. Oh, Dwayne's going live or Dave's going live. Let me jump on there and get some of my questions answered. I'm still stuck. Hey, let me do a private Q&A. Boom, jump into that. And you get to where Chris is at right now. And you didn't spend thousands and thousands of dollars to do it. Okay. All right. Also, I was going through an eviction process, June 23. I know he was talking about something else earlier, but it didn't relate. He was talking about the compensation side. Oh, he was going through an eviction. This was a gentleman that was rated for IU just for a year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I got you. Do VA raters look at your previous CMP exams when you open a new claim? I rarely did. For example, if you're doing an increase in PTSD, I didn't. I very seldom. Because that's old evidence. Your condition could have worsened. It could have worsened. Some raters do. Their reasoning, I can't say. This is a question for you, Dave. What is the max loan amount for California, Los Angeles?
No limit. As long as you don't have an outstanding VA home loan. Typically, it's going to be, again, you can go up to, we go up to $5 million with no money down.
Wow. Sorry.
Say that again. You say what?
$5 million, no money down. Spend, baby, spend.
Oh, man.
But I haven't met somebody that's bought a house over 1.6 million. Someone came close to buying a $2.2 million property, but especially with the multifamilies, it gets pretty good. But I haven't met someone that's paid over $2 million for a single with no money down. But you can go up to 5 if you'd like. Now, if you have an outstanding VA loan, then most of the areas like in California that are high cost, like Los Angeles, are going to be $1,149,825 is the max, right? So $1,149,825. That's going to be the max combined
if you go into that situation.
Okay.
And also double check because the Los Angeles offers some special grants for veterans.
Okay. All right, let's keep going here. We got somebody that came in that's waiting. I'll bring them in a second. It says, sucks that VA doesn't have many condos in Florida approved. Can you elaborate on that, Dave?
Yeah, so the challenge of, for a lot of veterans purchasing with a condo is they do require VA condo approval. And I just was arguing with someone yesterday about this. Oh man, two people, two separate transactions from videos that we do. People reached out. They're like, "Hey, I'm a veteran. I was forced to do a conventional loan, but I want to switch and use my VA benefits because the condo's not VA approved." And they say that it's a horrible process. It's extremely easy. Number one, all condos can be purchased with a VA loan, even if they're denied or going to be denied with a waiver. It's a straightforward process. We do them every single month. And so there's just so many opportunities for veterans. So if you're in Florida, and yes, there's not many condos that are VA approved because people just don't know how to do them. But we know how to do them, and we'll do them for you.
Yeah.
So
okay. All right. I just muted you real quick, Chris. I heard you eating those chips in the background. So all right. So Hugh J says, KMD89, I watched all your videos. Help me get 100% permanent total. Thanks to you for the videos and Q&A lives. So to the person that says, how can you help veterans without charging them? I asked you. I don't think he was a client. He just watched the videos and he got there. Okay.
Yep.
And I'm not upset about that. You know, a lot of entrepreneurs say, man, you're killing yourself doing these free videos for people. These videos are here for a reason. So to educate veterans, and they could take this information and go help another veteran and another veteran. And eventually you got millions of veterans being educated and they've never called me. And I am super okay with that. Okay. So I'm going to answer this one question. And then we're going to bring this person in. This question is for Dewayne. How can a veteran protect himself from fraudulent situations by the VA allowing others to access his personal financial information by giving his social security number, date of birth? The only information that is shared, I think maybe the CMP examiners can see some information. And if you got somebody representing you, okay. Now, I've heard veterans say there's companies out there that ask veterans for their login information. We don't do that. Even we use a secure third-party secure portal. We ask individuals, when you upload documents there, redact your information. We don't need that. We're not going to ask you for your checking account information, routing number, bank. We're not asking for that. Don't need it. We're not asking you for your VA login information. We don't need it. Okay. So be careful who you're giving it to, but those should be the only people at the VA that has access. And then on the healthcare side, they got access to certain information, but don't you go out and give that information out. Okay.
Can I say something on that real quick, Dwayne?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so one thing that I do is the VA, whenever I call them for any, like the VBA or anything, they ask if you want to set up a PIN, and they cannot release any financial information of any kind until I provide that PIN. So that's something I would recommend all your viewers do.
Okay. So you said set up a PIN, right?
Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah, because it's really easy, dealing with fraud from the financial side. Like, it's really easy. Like, if you have some basic information, they'll let you give you everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything. And I'm like, you did not verify anything.
Yeah. All right, let's bring this person in. Hello, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Welcome.
Yeah.
That was me with the long question, and I put another long question in there. I've been watching for about 6 months when I discovered you. Now I think I watch almost all your videos.
Okay.
Going way back and stuff. So the first question I want to ask is about the housing question. I was at the VA one time, and I always heard somebody talking about they had 2 VA loans or try to get 2 VA loans at one time. I want to know, how could that be possible?
So you're saying like getting two VA loans literally at the exact same time to purchase two separate properties?
Well, not at the same time, but
okay,
have them at the same time. Probably one now, then one a couple, like a year or two later, or whatever.
Yeah, so it's gonna depend on the amount of entitlement that you are going to take. So if you let's say you're in an area like Texas, where all of Texas, the max county limit, right? This is going back to old rules when you have more than one VA loan at the same time. The max county limit is $766,550. So if you bought a home for $266,550, you would still have $500,000 left to use and purchase another property and use your VA home loan with no money down, right? If you were to go over that $500,000 in this example, let's say $600,000, you would have $100,000 difference. You would have to put a 25% down payment on that $100,000, so it'd be a $25,000 down payment.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely possible to do.
Oh, thank you. And that question actually was like probably two questions in one. So what happened was 2005, I put a claim in and I got granted 60%, 40% for my back, and I had a bunion surgery, so I got 10% for that and 10% for flat feet. But I had also put in a claim for my ankles and my shins secondary to my disabilities, and it was denied. I've got my C-file now because I didn't know about the C-file way back then. And I looked at it and I could see the CMP examination, and it says, what I had in my denial letter said, ankle and shins is not due to back disability, and it was denied. But when I got the C-file and could see the exam, it says that, but it says it's due to my flat feet. It said the ankle condition and the shin condition was due to my flat feet, but they never put that in the decision or anything. And the only way I've seen it is because I got that CMP exam from 2005, and that's what they told me I could have a CUE.
Dewayne, are you muted?
Yeah, I can't hear. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you see, people got me flustered about this mute button, and I wasn't even eating tater chips this time. So you're service connected for the flat feet, right?
Yes.
And you claim ankles and shin splints secondary to the flat feet and something else, right? No?
When I wrote it, I put it secondary to my disabilities. So at that time, I had was back and flat feet.
Okay, so even if you claimed it due to all your disabilities, I probably would have sent that back for clarification. I don't, depending on, I'm just going off what you're telling me, and said, if they would have said it's due to, you got, let's say, 5 different service-connected conditions and you claim it secondary to all 5, you only need one way for that doctor to say yes and grant it that way. You grant it secondary to the just the flat feet, not the back or anything else. But I would have to see how it's worded in that CMP exam, in that medical opinion, in rationale. And if it's worded that way, let's just say the doctor says it's not due to 4 out of the 5 ways that the veteran is service connected, but it's due to that one service connected condition, then, just based on what you're telling me, I would think that would be a strong CUE.
Yes, that's what it is. It says not due to the back, but it's due to the feet.
Yeah, and keep in mind, a high-level review, you got 365 days. A CUE, I've seen CUEs go back 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And the veteran gets service-connected or a higher percentage. And
yes.
you talking, I think the largest back pay that I did, it was a Niebuhr case for a Vietnam veteran, close to $500,000. Can you imagine?
I had one for over $650.
650,000.
Yeah, we had a veteran that, he just kept fighting and fighting and fighting it. And like, I was blown away because I asked him, he's buying a house. And I'm like,
yeah,
where did where did this money come? Like, something didn't make sense. I'm like, listen, I'm just asking. I'm not saying you're dealing drugs. Where did this money come from? Because I have to explain this, right?
Yeah.
And so we looked at that VA thing. I was blown away. I was like, just these huge checks were coming in because they were back paying him for that 15 or 16 years at 100% PNT.
Can that 650 be counted towards that 25% markup?
The assets no. Well, the assets no, but the income can be. But I was blown away like on how the math worked out.
Yeah. So, just keep in mind, CUEs do not expire. Okay, so if it's 2-3 years old, but you have to tell them, hey, this is what happened, and this is the violation.
Fact or law.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think for a CUE on that. They failed to grant a benefit. I'm just trying to think right off the top of my head which 38 CFR that would fall under. Failure to grant benefits, failure to grant service connection. I have to look that up in the M21 manual reference to find something, especially it should be some court case out there. I would look for, that wouldn't fall on the direct service connection because it's secondary. But I would go to the M21 manual reference and look, type in secondary conditions and start your search there. And then that way you could find possible court cases that has something to do with secondary conditions, failure to service connect, something like that, and then call that CUE.
Okay. And the other part of that question is, I did get IU for about a year and a half, 2008 to 2009.
Oh, so you're okay. I got
Yes,
you. You're the one that had, okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they gave it for 2008, 2009. Then they took it away because they said I was in school and stuff. I was in school.
Oh,
okay.
Like that. And then I constantly appealed it. I constantly kept appealing it and stuff like that. And then that's when I come talk about the high level review, the decision I got in 2019. When COVID happened, we got the extension because of COVID, and you get 60 days after the president ended COVID.
Yeah.
So I remember Joe Biden had said it was January 30th. He said he was going to end it May 11th. So 60 days from there is the day after my birthday, which is July 10th. So that's why I said I had put in for my C file, and I was waiting for my C file, so I could have it. But my C file didn't come, so I said, hey, this is the last day. Let me just hit the, perfect my claim and put it through. So then I got the letter back from them stating that it wasn't July 10th, it was actually June 10th. They because I think Congress had forced Biden to end the emergency about a month earlier than what he had previously stated. But I didn't know that. And then I also, at that time, I was going under eviction. And I remember you told somebody asked you earlier about they waiting on a C file for some kind of other extension or something like that. I wonder, is there anything possibly
for an eviction or make sure
to help me with the miss it? Because they said I missed the extension for my high level review by a month, and I was going under the eviction at that time. And like I said, Biden had changed it up because he said he was going to end it May 11th. That would have been to July 11th, but then Congress came in.
Right. And I don't, I'll have to see what he extended, but I don't know if any extension due to COVID for the high level review going past 365 days.
Yeah, it was. They gave me the letter, and the letter was like per VA COVID extension ended on June 10th, 2023.
But was it for just a high level review? VA
Yes.
extension on what? Okay. And so you turned in the holler review outside of the 1 year mark per that letter that you're looking at.
Yeah, but because of COVID, when COVID happened, I was inside the 1 year, and then they gave extension for claims and everything.
Right. So did you, when you got the claim in, did they kick it back, said, oh, it's not valid because it's outside the 1 year mark?
Well, I put it in and they didn't say nothing. I had to, keep calling them up every 15 days, and they finally sent it to me in December of the notes that they gave me that letter in December.
So what was the outcome in that letter in December?
No, it said that I was outside I missed it by a month. They saying it ended in June and I submitted in July because I was going off of what Biden had said.
Okay.
He was going to.
Right. So I think at that point, when they denied it, they gave you appeal rights, right? You got appeal rights. To keep messing around with the holler review, which, I don't always tell veterans, hey, you might, look at BVA because you can go back and, because you can't do a holler review on a holler review.
Yeah.
You got to go back and do a supplemental, excuse me, or BVA. You could look at supplemental, and if they deny it again, then they give you appeal rights again, and you do the high-level review. So you're at that point now. Do you go back and do a supplemental? If you get it in within a year of that high-level review, and you do get service connected, the effective date could go back, or you could do BVA.
Yeah, they didn't give me the high-level review. They just said it was out, so they didn't give it to me.
Oh, they didn't even give you a rating decision. They just said it was.
Yeah, they said it was outside the window. That's what the letter said.
Even if you sent that, okay. So again, supplemental or BVA. Supplemental, reopen that claim. And if it's still within that 1 year of that previous denial, early effective date. If not, then BVA may be the route if you're trying to get that back pay all the way back. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because supplemental in this case, obviously, if it's outside that 1 year window and you get it, that more than likely it's not going to go back. And then you have to appeal for the early effective date because of the extension in the letter that you have, So it's like, okay, what do I do? So you can do the supplemental, say, okay, my game plan, do the supplemental, get service connected, and it'll be the date of claim. Now you have appeal rights from that rating decision. Say, oh no, I should have been given an early effective date because of what you just explained about Biden's letter. And then if you don't get it, do BVA. And at the same time, you could be working on other things if you're not service connected, if you feel you should be 100%. That could be something different, like increases in stuff that you already have, maybe additional secondary conditions, other conditions that you hadn't claimed from service. So you can have a BVA up here, but then be working, other conditions to get you to the 100% quicker because BVA is going to be there for a minute. If that makes sense.
Yes. So I could also use the eviction at the same time as a good cause because I was going through a lot of things and it has to do with my disability and stuff. It's a fair housing case I have with against the landlord.
Yeah, that the VA may or may not look at it because they may say, you could try. I'm not going to say not to, but if I was rating and it'd be different if you submitted like a hardship or something, because you could submit a hardship and your claim would have went to the front of the line. I did a video on that.
I do the eviction is hardship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could have done, I did a video, I had to think how to get your claims processed faster. And that's one of the ways, you see in proof, hey, I'm about to get evicted. I need my claim to go to the front of the line.
Okay.
And they'll do it. But that eviction is what? It's already over and done with now, right?
Yeah. It was at the same time of that stuff was going on.
Yeah. So I don't think they'll look at it and be like, oh, we're going to extend it because of the eviction. that's just for the hardship to get the claim done now. If you get service connected to get your money in your pocket so you don't get evicted, you could, catch up on your bills. Make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And sorry, like I said, I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the next question I have was, I put in a attempt to file in 2018, and I perfected in 2019. And I put it in as muscular skeletal foot secondary to my bilateral flat
Hold on. Before we get too far, you said you put an intent to file in, right?
Yes.
So on the intent to file, you can't list any conditions. So you did the intent to file, and within 365 days, you submitted a prescribed claim form for these conditions, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm tracking now. Go ahead.
Yes. And then so I did because at the time they didn't. I have plantar fasciitis, and it's well documented in my service record. They was actually talking about med board because of it. So there was no diagnostic code when I did the intent to file. Then I didn't know that they changed things up. So I just had it under muscular foot. So I did the claim and everything, and then and I did an increase for my flat feet at the same time. So the increase came back for my flat feet October 2019, and it raised me to 50% with 3 symptoms and 7 additional symptoms on the letter. And then November 2019, they came back and made a rating on the flat feet. They included something I didn't claim, like Morton disease, Metro. I can pronounce it. They included that on there.
Yeah.
But then now they put in parentheses, now claim with arthritis and muscular foot secondary to bilateral flat feet. And it says currently evaluated at 50% disabling and is continued. So it's like they combined it together.
Right. Yeah. So they avoided pyramiding. I would have to see the different diagnostic codes. I just did a video this week on pyramiding, and I talked about that. Okay. But let me ask you this. What's your current percentage, if you don't mind me asking?
It's 80.
Okay. And where are you trying to go?
SMC, I have, they denied me.
No, you're at 80%. Where are you trying to go? 90% or 100%?
SMC.
No, SMC is a separate benefit. So
Yeah,
you're at 80%.
I'm trying to get 100, then 100 go
Okay.
to SMC.
Okay. Not all the time. Not all the time. But I understand what you're saying, though.
Yes,
I
sir.
understand what you're saying. So just percentage-wise. Okay. Just real quick. You're at 80%. Get the disability breakdown letter to include the diagnostic codes first thing Monday, 800-827-1000.
I got it.
Okay. So when you look at it, are there any conditions that warrant an increase? Now, that foot condition, if I'm not, I know pest planners used to be 50%. Right off the top of my head, I don't know what it is. Okay. Is there any possibility for increases than what you already have? Question. Now, I'm just saying, this is the first question you have to think about. Is there anything that has caused, we talked about secondary conditions. Is there anything that you currently have has caused something else? That's number 2. And then is there anything from active duty that you have not filed to get you to 90 or 100%? Those are the 3 things right now you have to think about. Go ahead.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt. I do have I put in for mental condition and sleep apnea and one more, but they came back and they denied the sleep apnea on the CMP exam. They said I had sleep trouble, but they didn't say what. They said they couldn't tell which is which.
Okay.
When I was in a delayed entry for almost a year, so I weighed like 142. I went in, I was like 144. I hurt my feet. I was only 2 years, and I got up to 172. So within 1 year, I didn't really go up, but when I get in the Army in 2 years, I went up like almost like 30 pounds.
Okay. I would say I interviewed a Dr. Freeman. okay, back in February.
Mhm.
Watch those videos. He's actually worked for all of the I think he said all of the third party contractors. Okay. Reach out to him. And there's, I know I just did a video, I showed it today, intermediate step for sleep apnea to obesity or something like that. And talk to his staff because you may have to, invest in getting a private DBQ and Nexus statement because it sounds like, no fault of yours, but you're spinning your wheels going to these CMP examiners at this point. So that's something to think about. It'll be up to you. Just say, hey, I saw Dewayne and David M on YouTube. I was going live today for 12 hours and just say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. And, how can you help? I think you're at that point because you can go back in, new and relevant evidence and mess around with these CMP examiners and they give you the haw and him and all this other stuff. So it's something to think about, but at the end of the day, that choice has to be yours.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, when they gave me the symptoms, they put different symptoms on there. When they come back, that's why I was looking at it like, how could it be pyramiding with its symptoms, and they give me different symptoms?
It can. If you go and look at the musculoskeletal and the 38 CFR, I think it's book 4 point. I don't know. I have to look at my rating schedule. It'll say certain diagnostic codes has to be combined, and they have to give you the primary diagnostic code has to have the highest percentage. Okay, so at the beginning of each body system, it says do not rate these separately. So I will have to look at the one for the musculoskeletal as it pertains to the feet, because if they do break those out and the quality review team pulls it, that rater could get an error, and then they have to go back and correct it, sever whichever one they broke out that wasn't supposed to be breaking out, and combine it, and that could reduce you. Okay, so without looking at anything, it sounds like that's why they combined it to avoid the pyramiding.
Because I've done research on the board, the case studies, and I saw a lot of times when they had separated, they separated flat feet from plantar fasciitis.
Right. So if that regulation changed after that court case, then it could be non-valid. But the way you find out is you go to the rating schedule for the musculoskeletal for the feet, and then you figure out, okay, and I'll have to look at it. I'll have to look it up because this rating schedule is from 2009. It is old.
No, I got the current one. I got
okay.
all the things pronounced and stuff words we wouldn't know regularly.
And let's just say they did combine it and it's supposed to be broken out. Then you can call the CUE on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And
then also in there, they arthritis. But when I got my C-file, I see that the CMP examiner diagnosed me with arthritis back in 2014, but they never put anything up there.
So arthritis is going to be combined. It's not going to give you 10% for ankle and then 10% for right ankle arthritis. It's going to be combined with that
I got
joint.
you.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. And then
Clear as mud now?
I'm sorry to take up all your time, but
no, you're all right.
I've been looking forward to this. I remember when I was there when you first said you was going to do it. And I was like, yeah, I get to write down everything I can.
I got it.
Try to pick your mind.
Yeah.
So the other question I have is this maybe a duty to Sis Sarah, and I probably can't do nothing about it. I heard you said within 1 year you don't have to get a CMP exam. One year discharge.
You have to get a CMP exam?
You don't. You say you don't. You didn't have to get.
I said that if you get out within a year of active duty, if you file within the year, you don't have to get like additional documentation because it's a presumed condition. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I when I got out, I immediately filed for my feet and back, and they sent me to CMP exam on September 11th, and I live in Brooklyn, New York. And it was at 10 o'clock. So that was on December. The CMP exam was like within 6 months of me getting out the military. And then on the CMP exam, they said, I complained of pain. But at that time, I had all the adrenaline and everything because I actually saw the second plane hit the tower on my way going to the CMP exam and stuff. And they said, you know, I got pain. He said it was noted pain, but damn, I should have had it up. They had noted pain, but they saying that they gave me 0%. Because I told them, like, you know, it hurts and stuff like that, but you know, I could try to go a little more.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold that thought. All right, Chris. Hey, thanks for coming in, Chris. I definitely appreciate it. I know you still got to run. You know, thanks for hanging in there, answering that question. I know I probably threw you on the bus real quick, but you answered it. You answered it. So good job. Yeah, thanks again, and thanks for all the support too.
Man, thank you for everything.
Really
no worries. Thanks, gents. And then before I did leave, I just wanted to ask, and real quick, when he said that IU was taken away because he was going to school, what would have triggered that? Do you think if it was just like voc rehab or just the GI Bill? I was really curious on that subject.
Yeah, you know, because if you service connected for something, how do they know that you're going to school? You know, and that's a good question too. Something triggered that. Something triggered that. I don't know if you can shed light on. Maybe
Yes.
you voc rehab. You know, they snitched you out or something.
I was on Vocry, and the crazy thing is, I was in school for the part of the time that they gave me the IU too. That when they gave me the IU, I was in school, and they, you know, and they only gave, you know, up until, you know, for that's just that year and a half.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. All right. I gotta
All
go.
right.
Thank you guys so
All
much.
right, take
I
care,
really
Chris.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. Good meeting you. Hey, Dwayne, we'll take a break after this one too.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, sir?
No.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you got a lot going on with that claim. Before we do that, Dave, give me a video to put up. I think you gave me
I
one.
sent you an email.
Okay. Let me see. Where did it go? I opened it. I know I did. Yep, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Mr. Cunningham, you're at 6:15. We haven't forgot about you. I see you there. So we're going to go ahead and take another break right quick. Then we're going to probably come back if it's not right at 6:15. We got Mr. Cunningham coming in at 6:15. We are at 10 hours.
Doesn't even feel like 10 hours.
I know, right?
It feels like we've been doing this for an hour. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. 8 o'clock that we started. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump in to this video. When we come back, we'll get a couple of questions. And we got 6:15. We're bringing on another veteran, Mr. Cunningham. And thanks. What was your name again, sir?
Charlie.
Thanks for the question, Charlie.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate everything, man. You've been very helpful. I wish I had this way back then.
Yeah, and when you see Method Man and Red Man, tell them we all said hi.
I got you.
The cow. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
No, thanks.
All right. Let me pull this video up. Let's see. Need to add my screen. Share. Present. Where's Dave Piatek? There he is. Okay. Yep. There he is.
All right. Thanks, man. I'll see you in a few.
All right.
There's a lot of drama going around personally inside when you're thinking about selling your place and buying another property. Listen, there's a lot of people that have really low interest rates, and they're like, well, if I sell my place and buy another place at the same exact dollar amount, I'm going to be paying double the amount in mortgage. Now, everyone's situation is different, right? If your family is growing and you're living in a 2-bedroom condo, but you have yourself, your spouse, and 3 other kids, that is a problem. But the challenge is that, well, how do you leave that property and purchase another property either at the same time, or do you rent it? There's so many different options that come with that. So we're going to break down all of that in today's video. So we're going to just kick it off, kind of going right into it. So pros and cons of selling your property. Now, and there's also different ways that you can sell your property, right? You can use a realtor to sell your property. You can sell the property yourself. So there's going to be a cost associated with that sale, right? No matter almost how you look at it, because you still have to pay for closing costs on the sell side, and you're also going to be paying closing costs on the buy side when you purchase a property. So you need to figure out what that net is going to be to you based on what you owe and what the sale price of the property is going to be. Now, it kind of leads into, can you rent your current property? Now, it really depends on the financial impact that it has on the purchase of the property. And it depends on the type of loan product that you use, right? If you use a VA home loan to purchase a property, and then you're going to be purchasing another property, you have to consider your VA home loan entitlement, how much is actually locked into the current property, which is going to be based on the original purchase price of the property. And the original loan amount that you took out. That's why you definitely need to get a certificate of eligibility. If you use a conventional loan or an FHA loan, there's also different parameters for that. For example, if you have an FHA loan and you're looking to purchase another property and it's also going to be an FHA loan, you're going to have to meet certain parameters to use that loan again. Now, if you use an FHA loan and now you're going to be using a VA loan, then it's not a big deal. You can still offset the entire mortgage payment on a departing residence without any reserves, as long as you're in a strong rental market. And basically, you can get a realtor to provide what's called a competitive market analysis. And that's going to catapult you into that piece with the lender to say, you know what, we can offset that. And you don't even have to rent out the property fully yet in order to offset that payment. Now, with other mortgage products, you do have to already rent that property, which creates a challenge because it's all about timing, right? If you're selling your property and you're thinking and you're going to be purchasing one, it's a limited inventory, or it's limited inventory pretty much everywhere. So it definitely gets a little bit tricky, but we do them all the time. So you really shouldn't be worried about it too much. The other challenge with renting a property for a lot of people is becoming a landlord, and they either don't have time for that, or this is not even time. It's a cost, right? If you hire a property management company, you still have to maintain that property. But the pro to that is that someone else is paying your mortgage and you're building that equity in the property. So let's say you have $200,000 left on your mortgage. You have 25 years left on the mortgage. Over that 25 years, that asset housing typically appreciates, and your mortgage balance is going down. So even when you go down to paying it off, you're sitting on a couple $100,000 in cash, or actually it's locked into the property. So until you sell it, then you're going to be able to realize those gains. And that's when you're going to be paying taxes on it. I'm not a CPA. Talk to an accountant, especially when you're doing all of this. All those things are going to be considered. And the one cool thing that you can do to offset your effective rate and the mortgage payment on your future purchase is using the money that you make off the rental income to offset the purchase of the property. So then it starts becoming a little bit more lucrative. You're like, well, if I sell my place, we need a bigger place, but I can make an extra $1,000 on my rental. Then I can use that money to pay for the mortgage. Now, $1,000 may seem high when I say it, but there's a lot of people that have really low rates, and the rental market has kind of exploded over the last couple of years because it is definitely much harder to get into home ownership. That way, it's a catalyst for you to be able to get that money. But again, it's going to depend on how much entitlement you have locked into your property and using, let's say, a VA home loan again. The way you can do that is request a certificate of eligibility. I'll drop a link down below in the description. You guys could schedule a call with us to get your certificate of eligibility, or you can just go to the va.gov and get that certificate yourself. Normally, it's pretty easy and it's pretty fast. And also, in with all of this is really understanding the market of where you are. Sometimes, reaching out to a professional like a realtor is going to help you determine that. But some people, right, you have the internet, you can search on any of the websites for rentals. There's plenty of them. You can use like the Zillows of the world, realtor.com. there's plenty of the website, apartments.com. There's all types of stuff that you can go and look at. And you also kind of think about what you want to do from that personal circumstance position, right? Do you want to deal with that headache of the renters? What happens if they don't pay rent? And again, depending on where you're at, you might have military clientele that are coming in. If you're in like in a military heavy area, you can also have someone assume your mortgage as well. So you can swap entitlement with somebody. We did a whole video on that because that in itself is going to take a while to explain, but it's definitely an option, especially if you have very little equity in your property. So let's say you bought 2 years ago, you may not have $100,000 in equity where you can sell the property, absorb the cost, and it makes sense, right? Other people's situation is where they have to sell it because either they're on active duty PCSing somewhere else, or they are, we often see it when someone passes away, a property is going to sell, like from a estate sale perspective, divorce situations, family size growing. Sometimes they just want to get rid of that property and purchase another one. And so if you have little equity and you have a VA home loan, then doing an assumption with somebody else is a great option, but basically lets you get out of that property for a very minimal cost, but you still have to pay closing costs. It's still a regular sale. So just note that, just like you did when you purchased your property. Now, all of this is going to revolve around your financial position. So the first thing you have to kind of do the considerations, but what's going to help you determine that is by getting a pre-approval from a lender to see what your financial picture looks like in order to buy that next property. Because it might be, or you might be in a situation where you're like, you know what? Or the lender's going to let you know, hey, based on your financial picture, you're going to have to sell the other property in order to purchase another one. Well, that kind of eliminates that option. Or they'll tell you, like, listen, you have a lot of flexibility. You can keep the current property. You can purchase another one. You could be purchasing a property next door to yourself. We've done that before. Or you could be purchasing a property across the country. And especially if you're overseas, own a property here, but you want to buy another one, another set of circumstances that are going to come up. It's kind of unlimited. I mean, I could talk about hours about this, but that's also going to help you dictate that pre-approval is going to dictate those loan options for you, because, you might be sitting in such a good state with your current property and renting it out that you might say, well, we have the cash to do a down payment with, let's say, an FHA loan or a conventional loan. Then it's going to also open that up to understand what those products look like and what are the pros and cons of those additional products that you might be able to do. Now, for some people, when you have a VA loan and you want to use your VA loan again, what's going to happen is that your entitlement is locked into the property you currently own. So you can sell and buy on the same day. So when you do your pre-approval for the VA home loan, they're going to basically pre-approve you for your full entitlement being contingent on the sale of your property. So that's why most of the time it goes pretty smooth, but there can be delays on either side that move that needle. And sometimes it's a domino effect where you have somebody buying, you're selling, you're buying someone else's place, they're buying another, they're selling their place to you, they're buying another one. So there can be unexpected delays and frustration around that, which can cause some issues for you when you're doing your move, especially like if you're moving across the country or from overseas. Because again, you're trying to line everything up so you can kind of get the best deals and costs for that. Another factor with loan products is debt to income ratios. And that's why sometimes what you're qualified for may be like, and your financial position will be, hey, you could only do the VA home loan. So now you're going to have to consider selling that property in order to buy another one, because most products have debt to income requirements where VA loans look at mostly residual, with DTI being a factor, but not as big as the residual income component for the VA home loan. The other thing is the credit considerations. If you have really good credit, then it kind of opens up more loan products as far as like being competitive on the pricing, let's say private mortgage insurance if you don't have a 20% down payment. And again, it might lead you back to doing a VA home loan. Again, this is why that's probably one of the most the first step and most important part of all of this, because it lays the foundation for what you're going to actually be able to do. Now, when you're going through this process, obviously choosing the right lender is critical to understand, or like a critical piece, because they're guiding your entire life here, right? When you're going through that process of making that decision, do you sell and buy? It's a life decision. It's a decision for your family. You want to be able to move for whatever reason, school districts, lifestyle, all of that is factored in. And unfortunately, a lot of lenders will pre-approve people, and they actually pre-approve them incorrectly. So you might be already selling your home on the contract on the buy, and then you can get denied. I'm not making that up. We get those calls all the time. So if you guys want to work with us, you can schedule a call with the link down below. If you're in the process of selling your place, you can submit a loan estimate. We can review and see if we can beat it. That way you're getting the best pricing possible. Because if you work with the biggest lenders that are out there, I'll tell you this, that you're being overcharged 100%. We see it all the time, thanks to viewers like yourselves that submit these documents to us and want us to review them. So they save, a couple $1,000s. A couple $1,000s is a lot of money, right? Moving is expensive. And then you really have to understand is to identify your housing needs, right? What is it that you actually want in a property? What do you need in a property? The size of the property, how much maintenance you want to be able to do, or you have the ability to do. Because sometimes people will go for townhomes and condos because it is a lot easier to maintain, because you're already paying an HOA fee that maintains the property for pretty much anything from the exterior, versus, hey, I'm buying a single family home. I got to do a lot more work to it. It doesn't fit my lifestyle. And also the pricing consideration. This is why you got to do a lot of market research ahead of time. Again, the internet is great because all those things are available to you to be able to research ahead of time, right? If you need a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, you could throw that in one of the online providers, and then you're going to be able to see, okay, hey, these price points are just too high for us. And the cool thing, like for me, when people ask me to price out things and how much things are cost on a monthly basis, I primarily use realtor.com because it lets you set a veteran profile. Just don't go with do not contact the people that they have market to you on there. They are one of the ones that overcharge you like crazy. Again, we get those estimates all the time. And then you can basically set those parameters for yourself, put in the interest rate after you've been pre-approved, so you're having a good idea of what the payment's going to be. I would always estimate a quarter higher on rate, because rates move all the time. And you don't want to be thinking like, well, this is my absolute budget. If I'm $1 over, it's not happening. Have some flexibility when looking at homes, because you might be looking at properties that are fully rehabbed that cost a little bit more versus properties that need some work, but you have to put work into it. All of that is going to be a factor. And for some veterans as well, being close to a, let's say a VA hospital also is going to have a big impact on them. Because if you do have a lot of medical needs that you need, then having accessibility to a hospital or VA hospital is also going to be extremely important to you guys. Now, when it comes to executing on your plan of, well, how am I going to do all this, is going to be the groundwork. The first part's going to be understanding your pre-approval. What am I pre-approved for? How is the program going to work? Am I getting another VA loan? Am I doing a conventional loan? Am I doing an FHA loan? Do I have the proper information? The rates? Am I getting charged private mortgage insurance? What are the fees associated with that? That lender is going to let you know. These are your left and right limits for what you can purchase. Then you're going to sit down and look at your personal finances, your budget. You're going to look at it. You're going to go, this is what we're most comfortable with within a monthly budget. Our lender told us this is the max. That's too high. We want to be lower. Do your research on any of the websites that are out there. I use realtor.com because they also have live MLS feeds. So when you're looking at properties, they're updated in real time. Again, that's another big benefit versus the other ones where they have delayed. Their systems are delayed, so you won't get you might be looking at a place, you're like, I want to look at it, and then it's already contingent. It won't update. Typically, that updates the second day. Minusrealtor.com, then it's all in real time, makes it easier. You got to make a determination after that to say, well, who am I going to be working with? What is my team? Just like in the military, working with the right team is going to make a world of difference, right? Having a lender that's very responsive, someone that's going to educate you on the information. They're going to educate you on how the system works, what the timeline looks like. So it's going to match what you want to be able to do. If you're working with a realtor, do they have your best interest? Are they going to be able to tell you when doing a home inspection that, you know what, there might be some issues with the appraisal? They'll be like, I know this because I work with a lot of VA loans. There's a lot of things you can do, like escrow holdbacks. I just did a whole video on that, on how you can do some of the repairs yourself to make your offer a bit stronger, right? And, and also you might think of just selling the property yourself. So you kind of really have to dive into that component, market research, making sure that you then have a separate team, right? You need to have your own attorney, depending on where you're at. Someone has to draft the contract for the sale. So you got to do some research in your area to make sure that you can do that. Plus, if you're doing it yourself, you have to do the showings yourself. You have to do all the negotiation. Not everyone's an expert at it. That's why you can work with additional professionals. So I know you covered a lot, and we'll do some separate videos to kind of separate each of these topics out to make it a little bit more digestible. But if you guys can, please hit the like and subscribe button so we can get more content out like this. And if you guys have video ideas, drop them in the section. And something I don't really talk about much is that we actually do a lot of presentations for military units and organizations around housing. So we're happy to do that. We can do them anywhere in the country with the beauty of doing conference calls. We typically spend like an hour and educate people on that. So if you're interested, you can also set up a consult for that. I'll catch you guys soon.
A lot of investors.
All right, we're going to remove that. Okay, so Dave, you got me? Well, X out of some of these screens. Stop screen share. Okay, Dave, can you still hear me?
Yes, can you hear
Dave?
me?
Yeah, I got you. Okay. All right. So before we bring on our next veteran, real quick, one of the book, I put a code in here. If you order more than one book, you only get a discount on one of the books. So somebody emailed me. I did respond. Let me know if that response is okay with you. But there's a code for 20% off. This is the book. Also, we got David's information, the website, www.v8housingeducation. Make sure you go out and schedule a consultation with him and his team. Also, don't forget my monthly veterans membership. I think we had like eight people sign up today. Definitely appreciate that. You will receive the link on May 1st. Okay. I had my website in the comment section as well. If you want to schedule a free consultation. Am I missing anything, David? Am I missing?
No, you're getting everything down. Yeah. I mean, We're going right now a little over 10 hours strong.
Yeah. So we got a little under 2 hours left. Man.
That's crazy. Like we have time left what we normally do a live event for.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is like, I thought like, oh man, like how is this going to work? It actually is surprisingly a lot easier than I thought. So
yeah. I haven't seen this. I've seen people go live, but for this length of time,
no.
And we've been averaging about 100 people. It's down to 76 right now, but we're up around 100 people. So I'll just take this time, say thank you for everybody. We've had John in here since, I don't know what time John got to work, but John, he going strong. He's going hard in the paint today, All right. So let's bring our next veteran on, Mr. Cunningham. This is the gentleman that I was telling you about, the Thursday group. I know he's going to talk about that. All right. So here he is.
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
the
sir.
man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Cunningham. What's going on?
All is well. Thank you for having me. Truly appreciate This is amazing what you guys are doing. 10 hours. I guess I must have had
12.
10 off or something, because when I logged in, I said, they've been on here for almost 10 hours. Wow. This is amazing. Great job.
Yeah, we're going strong. So I did put just recently in the comment section, I talked about it earlier. I've been plugging it all day, where I go live. What I said with another with a nonprofit organization. I'll let Ms. Cunningham expand on that as well. Every Thursday, 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Somebody say, hey, pay to play. You don't have to pay for this. It's free. I think I've been on there over 2 years, but I don't want to steal Mr. Cunningham's thunder. Real quick, Mr. Cunningham, go ahead and share the branch of service that you served in.
All right, thank you for that, Dewayne. So my name is Rod Cunningham, retired Chief Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force. I did 29 years of service. I'm also a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, where I serve as the Military Affairs Chair for the entire state of Florida. And so what we had decided to do was, in my role, I wanted to do something different. I wanted to help veterans any way that I could. And so we decided to do a Zoom call. I did a seminar a few years, probably about 3 years back, and I reached out to Mr. Kimble. He said, no problem, I would love to be on. It was a hit. And then about a year later, we decided to do it every week. We was going to do it once a year. Then we decided to do it every single week. And he's been there every single week. And he's actually in a different fraternity than we are. So I'm Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and we have all of our colors are purple and gold. And a lot of people that come on, probably 20 of them are fraternity members, and his fraternity is blue and white, is Phi Beta Sigma, and so he has to take all of this criticism for being in a different fraternity, and he just smiles and delivers every time some great information. Everybody loves him on the call, and it's just been wonderful. So what we do is, the way we structured it, we actually when we first come on, we do a faith. So we have a pastor come on and do 10 minutes. So we actually start at 12 noon Eastern time every Thursday, but we'll have the pastor come on for 10 minutes. And then I'm a mental health expert. So I'll actually do 10 to 15 minutes of mental health and talk about PTSD and things of that nature. And then around 12:30, 12:35, that's when Mr. Kimble, as well as another subject matter expert, will come on and answer questions for it from anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half every single Thursday. So it's very powerful. We've seen people increase there. It's funny because people will come on and say they'll raise their hands and when they come on, and that lets me know that they just got their decision back, right? And they raise their hand is like, I was 10%. I started working with Mr. Kimble, and now I'm 100%. I'm going, what? You've been on here for a year and a half. You never told me, and you actually are representing the state of Mississippi. You're my you never told me. You just come on one day and raise your hand and say you went from 10% to 100% by working with Mr. Kimble. It was amazing. I was probably almost in tears just seeing him celebrate, because he had been out for 25 years.
Oh, wow.
And so that was huge. And so from that point, we just started to kind of gather all the people who actually were using Mr. Kimble, as well as one of the other subject matter experts. And we came up with $835,000 annually have been put in the hands of veterans and their families because of this call that's been going on for 2.5 years. So that's what I'm proud of, that we were able to do that. And I'll add this before you say something, sir. I'll add this. The mental health piece. I met a gentleman on the call, and he had a mental breakdown. It was probably 8 months after the call. He's a fraternity brother and a pastor, and he had a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. and he called a few people that he couldn't get him. He called me. I was at a sleep study and was supposed to have my phone off. Answered the phone. He said he had a gun to his head. He lives in Alabama. He said he had a gun to his head and he was about to kill himself. And talk about waking up quickly and trying to trying to convince him. It was an hour and a half into the conversation. He said, Brother Cunningham, thank you. You can tell people that you tried, but I'm still going to kill myself.
Mm.
I mean, talk about your heart dropping. And I had to throw a Hail Mary, and I said some things to him. It snapped him out. I called the police. I had to find his address. Look up his address, right? I think I looked them up through Zillow. There you. And I found his address and sent the police to his house. And they sent 2 Marines, because he was a former Marine. They sent 2 Marine cops out to talk to him, and it was very helpful. He ended up, he was 0%. He ended up getting, going to the VA and getting admitted, and he ended up being 100% PNT for PTSD.
Wow. I remember being on that call that Thursday when he shared that story, and I'm gonna tell you, you could hear a snowflake drop, when he was sharing that story. So, now I remember, and even like Rod said, we're in different fraternities, but we got one cause to this, and we're all veterans, and regardless of what colors we wear, what fraternity we represent, or organization, whatever, we all got one thing in common, and that's that we are veterans. So David, he talks about VA home loans coming on, giving his information. I'm talking about VA compensation. Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Lovejoy, which is the state representative, military affairs chairman for the state of Alabama for Omega Psi Phi. I know for Alabama, he's doing some great things up in Alabama, and they put this program together every Thursday, and we're trying to build that viewing or attendance, and I've been sharing it all day today. So definitely awesome job with that, Mr. Cunningham. So again, he talked about the Thursday. And Mr. Cunningham, quick question: how much do veterans you've been doing it 2 years, and people come every week? How much does your organization charge for that? What's the cost for people to attend?
There is no cost. We're all volunteers. We once one person tried to give some money, and we were like, no, we don't want the money. We are here. We are. If I don't know how people understand fraternities and sororities like Omega Psi Phi, Phi Beta Sigma, Alpha Kappa Alpha, or Alpha Phi Alpha, and Kappa Alpha Psi, but we're serving the community. We're here to serve the community. We're not here to get paid. We get paid from our profession. We come to serve, and we're selfless servants, and that's what we do on that call. We're just there to serve. Now, if you want to hire the people on the call, that's something that I don't even know about that. I never know who decides who they want to work with, if what have you. It's just me just wanting to give that information back, because even as an E9 in the Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant, when I was retiring 2 years prior to retirement, I went looking for a book like Mr. Kimble's book. I went looking for it. I went, how you go into clothing sales and there's a little book rack. Yeah. I'm going looking in that book rack. I'm like, there's nothing on VA claims. I went into the BX. I went looking. There was nothing. And so I had to just kind of figure it all out, and just listening to other people talk, especially my fraternity brothers who are veterans. And they would just tell me things to do 2 years out. Make sure you get a sleep study. Make sure you get and some of the other things they would tell you to go get some X-rays, and things of that nature, and so that the military can start to document some things before you actually ring that bell and get out.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely some good information there. And real quick, Mr. Cunningham, what are some other things that you're helping veterans do as it pertains? You talked about books, as it pertains to books.
Well, so a lot of veterans have stories, but I will say, Mr. Kimble, every veteran should not write a book.
For legal purposes, or
No, it's because some of us have experienced tremendous trauma, but we haven't experienced the healing. And so so I'm a publisher and an editor, and so I'm a boutique publisher. So I like for people to come to us with ideas, and then we help you put that in. We help you put that on paper, and then take that book and then get on stage and speak and tell your story from the stage. And we teach you how to do that and how to get paid to do that. But when I say every veteran shouldn't write a story, is because they haven't healed yet. So the book reads trauma, 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 drama, drama, trauma, trauma. And then there's no, as a reader of a book and you're reading that story, you're like, okay, they went through a lot, but how did they get on the other side? And so some people aren't ready to get on the other side yet. So I would actually coach them as a mental health professional. I would coach them into a healing place. And then from that place, now they can write the book and they can talk about how they came to the healing.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah. And how long you been doing that, Mr. Cunningham?
So I've been doing that for a year now. I've been speaking. I wrote a couple of books now 6 years ago, and I sold over 25,000 copies of my book. Most people, Mr. Kimble, you probably don't know this, but most people sell about 250 copies of their book in a lifetime.
What?
So I sold 20,000 copies of my book, and I sold 1,000 copies to one client. And so that's part of our program, where once you write the book, we also teach you how to market the book. And then we teach you how to get on stage and get paid to speak, because most conference planners, they will not hire speakers. They'll hire authors who speak. You got that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they're looking for the expert, or at least a perceived expert. And once you write a book, you are a perceived expert on a particular subject, and then you can speak about that. And people will pay you between $5,000 and $15,000 if you're a no name.
Yeah. And David talked about, he's like, man, people are talking about your book, Dewayne. I got to write a book on VA home loans, which
I got you.
Yeah. and David has a YouTube channel, VA Housing Education, and he's seen his channel grow over the past few months. And we're waiting on Mr. Cunningham to get his channel up and going, but it is going. You do have videos on your channel, correct, Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, I do have some videos out there. Based a lot of it is my speech, right? Because I speak about mental health, emotional wellness. I speak to colleges, I speak to corporate America, as well as healthcare organizations like Johns Hopkins Hospital. So I speak for their brain surgeons at their conferences and such.
And what's the name of your YouTube channel?
Oh, my YouTube channel is Roderick CC. So do I need to type it in?
Yeah. You say Roderick
CC.
Okay. All right. Okay, cool.
And
so
then, go ahead.
No, you said, I'm gonna go back to this Thursday group. So you say it's free.
Free.
People just they only have to invest their time, come in at 12:30, 12:35 for the Q&A. And the past year, people have increased their compensation benefits, and combined is almost $1 million out of that whole year.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
2.5 years, almost $1 million. 2.5
okay,
years.
2.5 years.
Yes,
and it's free, because we had somebody talking about pay to play, and I went and I immediately put your link in the comments section. And I know we had Chris on earlier. I don't know if you saw that. Chris was on. He was like, wait a minute, I was listening to DK, and he talking about this link into this group every Thursday. And he reached out to me by email, and he came on, I think, a couple of times and supported, asked a couple of questions and stuff. He, is going through some things. So yeah, it's free. And that's why I tell people, subscribe to David's YouTube channel, VA Housing Education. because we go live. I know you've been on a couple of my lives, Mr. Cunningham. You're on today, and we're doing all this for free. And I know the Thursday group, we were struggling to get people just to come on for free. And, David was saying, hey, man, we might charge and say, okay, we're going to charge you and we'll give it back to you after you come on. Because we have people scheduled today and they missed the time.
Wow. I know.
And they come on live. And, one gentleman, I think you were here, he was like, I got another question. He hit me like 7 questions, part 1 of 7. And I was like, oh, man. Then he hit me up by email. It was like, hey, here's the link. Let's go. Let's get on. He jumped on. We were inviting people on. Hey, ask your questions, and it's free. And I don't get that because I'm like, you're getting all this information for free. Now, my business charges, okay? But I'm doing all this free stuff and people are not attending.
Well,
and then when
you say you charge, but this membership program that you're starting, that's genius to me because you're saying to folks, hey, I can help you a little closer, not as close if you buy my regular package, but man, I'm going to give you some personal attention month after month, and I'm going to start out at $48. And if you get in now before May 1st, you get to stay at $48. I'm just like, because wait a minute, I'm 100%. And that represents $48,000 a year. Plus, I don't have to pay $12,000 a year in my taxes here in the state of Florida, and the taxes on my home. And so that saves me that's like earning $60,000 a year, not to mention my beautiful retirement. And so it's just a wonderful thing. And I just hate to see people just leave that on the table. Trust me, your pastor will take it. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't want this money, if you don't want this, your pastor will take it. You go ahead and file. And when they give it to you, just go ahead and give it back to your church and serve your community. But don't keep sitting on this. You have gone through this thing called the military, and you have allowed your body to get beat up and getting up early and PTing and wearing yourself out and away from your family and missing events and missing funerals and not being there for your grandmother or your mom. And all these things will play up here. Right. And so now you get out going, I'm healthy. I'm okay. I don't need that money.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier.
It's designed that way for a reason. And it wasn't the military who decided what the ailments are for you. What is it? Is it VA? Who makes that decision? Some judges or some Congress people? Who makes the decision on what those ailments are that you can actually get rated for?
It's a they told us this back when I was a Raider. I don't want to say a committee, but a board is that comes out with those. But I think Congress has the final authority, especially when the law changed. There's like the PACT Act, or NEMR. But I think I'll just call it a committee or board for right now. When they change things in the rating scheduler, and I could be wrong, but I remember being the VA, when I was a rating specialist, they're talking to us about this specifically back when I was a rater. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But when it comes to law changes, then that's Congress, implementing a law change. And then the VA has to implement it and puts it into effect, like Biden signed the PACT Act, the new PACT Act covering the presumptives for Agent Orange and Gulf War presumptives and locations and stuff like that. Yeah.
You remember we have someone that got out 55 years ago on the call, and he comes on every week.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep. So it's just mind-boggling to me. Veterans, they'll complain, and you'll hear them. They'll talk about claim sharks and all this other stuff. And I'm like, look, if you follow me, you'll see other things that I'm doing. I was saying earlier, I did facilitated I was a facilitator for Hillsborough County Community College here in Tampa, the NLAB. Next month we'll make it 5 years. I've been doing a presentation, and it was going strong, and not membership, but attendance dropped a little bit. Sometimes may have 25 people on there. Sometimes it may just be 2. It's free. So you have to follow people, especially if they're on YouTube, follow and see what else they're doing in the community. And on the topic that they discuss, David and I think like Dave, we've been going almost this August or September, make it a year.
Yeah.
That we've been going. And Dave was like, hey man, I gotta fly down. We gotta figure out a game plan for 2024. We're talking about doing some things. I know Rod and I are talking about doing some things from an entrepreneurship standpoint when veterans want to start a business. How can we educate them on that? And definitely we're going to be tapping into David's knowledge because he got his own business, right? So he's doing some things. We're all veterans, we're all entrepreneurs, and we're all collaborating and giving this information, and it's free. And I'm like, wait a minute, people complain about it, and it was crazy. I was like, all right, I'm gonna start charging. And I started charging like $24.99 for town hall meetings, and people were signing up. And I'm like, I don't get it. I was doing it free, and people wasn't signing up, and now I'm charging. Then they sign up, and I'm like, it's just I don't get it. I think now they feel like, okay, I got some skin in the game, so I have to show up now. And I'm like, okay, whatever floats your boat, So before we get back into this Q&A, Ms. Cunningham, because I want to make sure we get, through some more questions in here. I got some questions for David. Anything else you want to add?
Oh, no. I just want to thank you for allowing me to be on the call. If you are a veteran and you're thinking about writing a book and you feel like you actually have grown from the tough thing that you've been through, give me a call, reach out. You can find us at, I just put my phone number. Do you put phone numbers in here?
Yeah, you can if you want to, whatever, however you, I've already been sharing the Thursday link with them. So put in the comment section how they can get a hold of you.
Just reach out to me. Oh, it says it won't allow phone numbers. Oh, did you see it? Okay, I'll put in the website then.
Okay. I didn't know that. Did you know that, David, about the phone numbers?
No, because we can post anything in there, but and I don't know. We're doing it from a different system.
Okay. And
so you may have to put it in there for me. It won't let me do it.
Okay. Do you want to share it and I can put it in here?
813 380 8045.
Let's see. Okay, it went. Oh, it says it can't post comments to same destinations. Hold on. I'm gonna pull this question up right quick because I got to mark it, and I'm gonna go down below and see.
All right, this question, you want me to answer it now?
Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second, Dave. So they're both there. I can see yours and I can see mine, but it says can't post comments to some destinations. So okay. Oh, okay. So we're streaming live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. So it's probably not letting us post to some locations. It just don't tell us which one.
Got it. No problem. Well, they heard it, so they need this there.
Okay. All right. Feel free to stick around if you want, Ms. Cunningham. We're going to go through a rapid fire Q&A. That's what I call it. Where we're going like boom, 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 boom. We're going down the line. Just in case. If you all have any questions about a book, mental health, stuff like that, Mr. Cunningham is here to answer any of those questions. So go ahead, Dave.
Or even, I'm
sorry.
I was just going to say, or even being a paid speaker. You want to get on stage and speak, and you want to learn how to get paid to do so, you can reach out to me as well for that. Sorry about that, Dave. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Oh, we might have to talk afterwards. So good connection. Yeah. So the tricky part when you're going through a divorce, I think I mentioned before, is going to be how you take title to a property. So you really want to purchase after your divorce is finalized. So you're a single man or single woman. You should always get pre-approved as far in advance as possible because you want to know your financial picture and where it stands before you start making all these grand plans, only to then find out you can't do what you want to do. So the key to success is early planning, having a full financial review, and then execute on what you're trying to do.
Okay. All right, cool. Holler review and formal conference is golden. Yes, just know what you're doing with questions to ask. I have several videos on how to win your holler review. Again, shout out, Mr. Cunningham knows this gentleman, Freed guy. You probably know him as D Freed, Mr. Cunningham. Actually, he was a gentleman to suggest it for me to start my YouTube channel. He's a veteran, Marine veteran. So if you're needing a CRM, he hates when I call it CRM, but all-in-one marketing tool. I use it. If you need a website, he's your guy. You need a landing page, he's your guy. You need stuff for marketing, he's your guy. So free guy. All right. This is Master Photography. Mark, please go over how to get medical records again. Okay. If you are not service connected, getting your medical records from active duty, you have to reach out to RMC, Record Management Center. If you are service connected, you have to submit a FOIA request. You have to submit that request, FOIA request, Privacy Act request to VBA, Veterans Benefit Administration. Fill out that form and you can email it, fax it, or upload it to Quick Submit. These keyboards really tear us up. LOL, auto correcting our terms. Okay. She did reach out to me, Rod. I was on here earlier and I didn't mute my mic and we was playing the video. I'm eating Cheetos, talking on the phone. They were like, hey, you got a hot mic. All right, but it won't
Happens to the
everybody
best.
else. Yeah. What can be done when decision letter states lack of continuity of care and persistent disability not present present? A persistent disability not present during service. Thanks so much for all you do. You only need to be seen one time. Now, what they talking about lack of continuity is continued treatment after service. And what they fail to understand, even VA employees that are veterans, what they fail to understand, you don't go to sick call every time something hurts. Do you go to the doctor today every time something hurts? No, because we've been trained that way. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. And we don't go until something is like, okay, something's going on. I need to get some type of medical treatment. So these are things that you have to explain to people, but don't give up. Just supplemental claim and keep going back in, And eventually it's going to land on somebody's desk that is an advocate. I'm trying to keep up with VA claims, Mr. Baker, YouTube videos. I think I checked today, over 441 videos. We had Chris on earlier, another gentleman, and people left comments saying, hey, I watched your videos, never used your services, and it took me from here to here. Okay. And it was all free for them. Okay, I think this is Charles that came on. I think you already answered that question.
I think
right?
yeah, it's a possible of 2 V loans. Yeah, so you can have. So I think we've asked this before. Yeah, you can have multiple VA home loans. Just note that your financial picture will be factored into this process when you have multiple VA loans. I mean, you can have. I mean, we've had people that have had 4 VA loans. So you can have as many as you want, to my knowledge.
Yeah. All right, Dave, this is for you.
How's the property tax work? If I'm in Georgia, do they add it to your mortgage, or is that something escrow? Just trying to see if I have a difference in my mortgage payment every month or not. So that's a good question. So I did a video on that very recently about understanding individual tax breaks, just because it is hard to know all 50 states and counties, because there's I would say tens of thousands of counties that are out there. So you just got to look up what county you're looking to purchase in and see what their disability qualification is. Not only what their qualification is, what the parameters around that are. Like, is it more than a certain dollar amount? Is it a certain assessed value? Then you get X amount, or you don't pay property taxes up to a certain dollar amount. And also you have to kind of factor in, do you have this, when you file for this, is there income limits? Like, do you make too much money? Every area is going to be different, and just make sure you're looking at the county that you're buying in. From the lending side, the nice part is that if you qualify for that state's requirement for the tax exemption, you can actually qualify without property taxes, and we don't have to set up taxes in your monthly payment. Now, with that being said, that can be dangerous, because if taxes are paid in arrears and you have to pay
$15,000 in taxes every year, but you're not good with saving money, does it make sense to do that? Versus, hey, let's go ahead and set up the monthly payment in your taxes, set up the escrow account. That way, when your tax exemption kicks in and you have a zero tax bill, then you take that to your lender and they'll update your payment, and then you're going to get a refund of some money.
Yep.
So it's better to get a refund than to be short, because what people don't know is that if you don't pay property taxes, but you make your mortgage payment, they can still foreclose on your house.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, you got a question?
Yeah, so I remember when I was actually qualifying for this house, they said that I had to qualify with the taxes included, even though it was going to be removed. I was going to have $1,000 of it removed, you know, once I filed with my
servicer.
Not
mortgage
with the county. Well,
thank you.
Unfortunately, you didn't know me then, but now you do. So we're in good shape.
Also, you said I could have qualified without that.
Correct. Yeah. So most companies won't do that, but it is something that you are allowed to do for sure. But again, does it make sense all the time? That's kind of really up to each individual.
But that could be huge, though. You know, the difference
it's insane.
$3,000 and say $4,000 payment. You know, that could knock you out of the qualification.
Right. Yep. And yeah, that's the thing a lot of people don't realize, the power of that disability rating. Not only that, just paying that funding fee, right? Like, you know, if you use the VA loan over and over and you don't do any down payment, that VA funding fee is 3.15%. Well, on $1 million, on $1 million property, obviously it's going to be $30,150. But you know, even on a $500,000 property, like you're not really buying. I think Florida, where you guys are at, $500,000 is pretty much the standard. You're still paying $17,500-ish just to use the VA loan. And if you have a 10% or higher rating, you're not paying that fee. I mean, that alone in itself is huge. And then working towards that disability rating that you have, right? It's worth its weight in gold. Like you said, yeah, you make the 38, plus you're not paying another 12,000 a year in taxes. Like that's real money. That's not like that 12,000. So that 48,000 is actually 60,000. And then that 12, because you're not paying taxes on that money, right? And then that 12,000 is going to be like $18,000. So you're really getting more like close to $80,000 in benefits just by having that.
Wow. So let me ask you this question. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Now that I have him right here, right? So I'm looking at a new property, $2 million. What can the VA do for me in that range? It's like, okay, you're already out of the window, so you got to do your own thing at $2 million. How does that work?
So the thing is, okay, so that's what falls in line with a lot of the questions that people had around, can you have multiple VA home loans, right? So in a situation like that, it's going to really depend on your financial picture, because if you've exhausted your entire benefit, right, because you bought it, let's say your first house is $1 million, you exhausted your entire benefit. Now, anything that you buy, you have to put a 25% down payment, right? So if you want to buy a $2 million place, $500,000 down, and you have your VA home loan, right? Then you can do it. If the thought process is that, well, I want to maximize my loan and not put any money down, well, then either you're going to sell that property and buy it the same day, right? You list your property, you sell and buy, and you can buy a $2 million property with no money down. So that is an option to do. And once again, you're not qualifying with the property taxes. You don't have to escrow if you don't want to. So that is definitely a possibility. Plus, we take non-taxable income and we gross it up by 125%, giving you additional power and qualification.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
So let's get on some questions here. Thanks for this. Watch videos, read book last week, going to file supplemental to add, and was advised to file IU. Okay, just know what you're doing. IU is tricky. We talked about it earlier. A lot of veterans get themselves into trouble. Okay. Welcome to the membership, Mr. Washington.
George
right.
Washington.
No, it was C. Washington.
Oh,
That
C.
was-
Washington.
Well, we did have somebody earlier. Their name was
George
George
Washington.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Medical records, not medication records. Okay. Mr. Kimble was denied service connection because examiner said even though it was service event, it's more likely it happened post-service, but there's no evidence of post-service should reasonable doubt apply. Not in this case. But if the examiner said why it was post-service, why didn't they provide a medical opinion for pre-service aggravation? Okay. You can always go back in, just make sure, get a copy of your claims folder, make sure there's nothing in there post-service. And did you say anything that would give that examiner any indication that this happened prior to service? Okay. Was denied GERD secondary to PTSD, had Nexus letter and DBQ. Nexus letter had 5 different studies showing vets with PTSD have a higher probability of having GERD. They had us do an over-the-phone CMP exam. The doctor said PTSD does not cause GERD and referenced a paper. The paper did not say anything about what causes GERD. The rater said the CMP examiner. I'm going to see if I can. Okay. CMP examiner paper was used because it was written after the studies. Positive findings did show diagnosis of GERD. They also show both DBQs as evidence used, filed for high-level review. Okay. So what that means is go to the M21 manual reference, and there's a word that you want to be looking for, equipoise. Equipoise and reasonable doubt. Look that up, argue that fact and law on the high-level review because you got a positive and negative, okay? Can you talk about don'ts for buddy letters? I need to document memory issues caused by meds. This is a known issue, but I have a rare disease. Buddy letters, short, direct, to the point, and it's someone that, or lay evidence, lay testimony, somebody that knows your condition and how it is affecting you. Short, direct, and to the point. A lot of people like to send in 5 or 6 pages of evidence. Somebody has to read it, and it may not get read. Okay? Keep that in mind. This is hot mic. Dewayne, when you read this comment, when you read this comment, tell us what chips. Cheetos. That's what I was eating before I forgot to mute myself. Paper was used because it was okay. We just got that. How do I show that doctors, DBQ, and paper should not be used? I don't know if you're talking about your doctor or their doctor. But again, equipoise, reasonable doubt. Okay. Okay. Smacking. Yes, I was smacking when I was eating those chips. I was hungry. I heard Does gallbladder complications fall under Piatek? I start having complications after a year after returning from Iraq. 4 years later, had my gallbladder removed. I don't think gallbladder is on the list. When you say gallbladder complications, what is the actual diagnosis? Okay, and then you have to look at that at the list. If not, it could fall on the Gulf War undiagnosed illnesses. Oh, I think he came on. We talked about he had like 10 comments there. Okay. All right. Don Freed, the marathon continues. Let's go. This is from 4:35 p.m. We're at 7 o'clock. Oh, we got 1 hour left. Okay. All right. So thanks.
That's it? You don't want to go a little bit longer, Dwayne? You don't want to maybe go too much?
I tell you what, we go 5 minutes over or 1 minute over.
No. I got to put my little one down to sleep.
All right. I'll just tease it. All right. What is the near content treatment in regards to skin conditions rated 30%, but oral medications once a week? Should I appeal? It's going to depend, Big Bad Wolf, it's going to depend on the evidence that's of record and do you meet that 30% criteria? Okay, so if you're already service connected, what is the diagnostic code for that particular condition? And if you're at 30%, what is the 40% criteria? I'm thinking he said near constant treatment. I would have to see which diagnostic code you're referring to for me to elaborate on that particular skin conditions, because there are several diagnostic codes for skin. Okay. This is for you, Dave.
Did you know homeowners? So what that basically means is, like, when you take ownership of a property, you get a homeowner's exemption, meaning that that is your primary residence, right? So normally you get a break off the taxes versus, let's say, if it was a second home or an investment property. Oh, sorry. So you could only have one a homeowner's exemption on a property at a time. So when you move away or you turn it into a rental property and you switch your occupancy and that's how you switch it, was with that homeowner's exemption. You file with the county, then you get it, depending if it's arrears or not. You might have to wait another year before it kicks in, and sometimes it kicks in right away. And same thing for the adjustment. Now, if you're thinking about buying out of state and saying, well, they're not going to catch me, they eventually will, because you have changed your driver's license. Unless you don't change your driver's license, but still you buy another property and you try to file an exemption, they'll see that you have another property and they'll check the status of that property. So only one homeowner's exemption per property.
All right.
Now, if you have two separate, I guess, if let's say I buy a place and I put myself on the loan, I'm the primary resident. My wife buys another property and I'm on that mortgage, but she lives in that, then that's her primary residence. That's technically the only way that you can have two, I would say, homeowners exemptions.
What if it's in a different state? So you got
same thing. But you know what? If you're married, you could only have, because even if you're living apart, I don't think you can get a homeowner exemption on two separate properties. You buy a property and live in it under your name, your spouse buys a property and they live in that property, then I'm assuming here that you'd be able to do two separate ones.
Okay.
Because it's for either the person living there, either you're single or you're married. That's really the two ways you take title, right?
Okay.
So homeowners is supposed to give you that homeowner's protection, that when it's a homeowner's property, then like creditors can't come after a certain dollar amount of that property in the event you were to default. So there's some protections around that. Every county and state's going to be a little bit different.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
But you want exemption, one homeowner's exemption.
Why don't you bring the round table back? I'll pay for it. Okay, so I do you one better, Ken. I don't know if you signed up. The monthly membership. There it is. You get 50% off now until the end of the month. So that'll be basically the same thing. I'll be going live twice a month. There will be a Google Doc in the landing page. You'll receive an email May 1st to set up your login information. Every time I go live, I will record it. It'll be Zoom. It'll just be for members. Okay. It's not open to the public like we're doing today. You have to be a paid member. And then it's okay if you miss it, because I will upload that to the landing page. You can go back and watch it later, and my team and I will date that. So that will replace the monthly roundtables, Ken. All right.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
In your membership, so how many videos do you have out there right now?
We're still building it out. It'll be done.
No, I mean, how many videos you have on your
on YouTube? 441, I believe.
So 441. So I'm taking it then that your membership site will actually be curated, where a person can start here and each month continue to build into actually getting filing their claim and such, right?
Right. So it's like it'll be like algebra. You build off of what you learned last week. So again, twice a month. I got it set for every Tuesday, one at noon Eastern Standard Time, 1 at 6 p.m. And then the summer coming up, I plan on taking vacation, so we may shift the dates. But when you be a member, you'll see when we go live, we'll have the Zoom set up. You'll get an email. So if you got some type of spam pop-up blocker May 1st, check it. If you got a quarantine through GoDaddy for your email, you don't get those quarantine emails until like a day later, because I know people go, I didn't get it. Check your spam folder, okay? Check your spam folder. I'm going to say it again. Check your spam folder, junk folder, all right? On May, check that first before reaching out to me, because I'm going to ask you that question, okay? Thanks to you guys for doing this for us. We got 55 minutes left, Dave. Almost there. It doesn't seem like 12 hours, though.
That's what I'm saying. That's
I
what people
seen
are
the
like.
sun come up and go down from outside. So
That's the funny
you know.
part. Me too. Because when I came, I'm like, oh, the sun's just coming up, and by the time we finish, it'll be going down. But that's what people are complaining. Like, oh, I work 12 hours a day. I'm like, you know what? That's not too bad.
Yeah.
And we're doing this on a Saturday, and I still got to work for the whole week.
Yeah. I had a CMP exam for injury that took 15 years to get. Wow. Now I've been waiting over 6 months. Why is it taking so long to get an answer? It's hard to say. It's, it could be any factor, excuse me, that the reason why it's taking so long. It's hard to say. Let's see. Back to migraines, receiving an initial decision of 0%. And 0% is not a bad thing. A lot of veterans say, oh, I only got 0%. Evidence showing 50% rating. I need a higher level review with the same evidence and received a 30%. Do I apply for an increase of 50? Yes, you can. Okay. And make sure you put that 50% criteria in your claim for the increase. If there's evidence in the folder at the time that they adjudicated the claim showing you should be 50%, yeah, the high level review. That choice will have to be yours, because if you get it on appeal or high level review, then they got to backdate it back to when you initially filed a claim for migraines. Why would it take 7 months to get a decision? It took 12 months for mine. It just depends on how much development. If you sent in a 4142 and they had to go out and do additional development, who knows? This you, Dave?
Yeah. Is credit score impact getting it? Yeah. So when it comes to your credit score, it's the best way to get free money. So the higher your credit score, the least amount of fees you're paying, and also the lowest interest rate you're getting. VA loans, no, the VA does not technically have a minimum loan amount, but lenders do, because all these mortgages need to be sold on the secondary market. So they're not holding all that money, and they're basically sold through mortgage-backed securities. VA just guarantees 25% of that. So the makeup of your credit is going to have a big factor in, are you qualified for a VA loan? Right? There's two parts to a VA loan. Eligibility, do you meet the time and service and character of discharge? And then do you qualify? Do you have the credit collateral capacity to, right? So the credit, how it's made up. Do you pay your bills on time? What your credit score is, right? The capacity, do you have income to pay for that mortgage, right? And it has to be reasonable that you're going to continue to have employment. And collateral, which is going to be the property that is being securitized by the VA home loan, does it meet the VA standard, right? So there's a couple things that go into that. And like I mentioned, eligibility, there's manual underwrites, and there's what are called automated underwrites. We did a video, we played that video earlier today, but you can check out my website and learn about that. And I'll stress, don't disqualify yourself. The best thing is to talk to a professional. Give me a call, set up a team with myself and my team. We'll walk you through that process, because everyone's situation, like we mentioned, can be similar, but it's going to be unique to your financial makeup, because you might not have really a good score, but you might have all your lates were like 14 months ago, making you eligible for a manual underwrite. So all these things are going to be factored into that, but always work on your credit to get it as high as possible. We've also done budgeting videos. because budget leads to good credit, and good credit gives you the cheapest financing options available. Because I think a lot of times people are like, well, if I have bad credit, I'm the one that needs the help the most. Why don't I get the lowest fees and the lowest rates?
Right.
Well, and the thing is that it's all risk based. So look at it the other way, right? Dwayne, if I can't pay my mortgage, I can't pay my rent, I'm late on my credit cards, hey, I want to borrow $500,000 from you. What do you think that, when you're looking at that investment, you're thinking, well, this is a high risk
Yep.
candidate, and that's why they're getting charged more in fees. So that's just things to think about when you're going through this process. And that's why when you have the highest credit score, everybody wants you, because you have demonstrated that you can pay your bills on time, and those are the ones you want to attract, and then you fight for those people and give them lower and lower rates, because you just want them, because you know they're going to repay even though you're making less money on them.
Yep. There it is. So before we go forward, Rod, I forgot to ask you this. We talked about it. You said you had a books. What's the name of your books and where can they get them?
The name of my first book is Climb, CLIMB, Face Your Past, Own Your Future, and Climb 2, Time to Soar. So those books are really focused in on high school and the college market, really teaching them about the things that break their heart and then how to fix that. And so when I say break their heart, it's also dealing with it messes up their heads, if you will. And that is when your parents divorce, number one. Number two, and we call that parental abandonment. Number two is loss of a loved one. Number three is trauma. And number four is rejection. And these are things that happen to us that we can't control. And because we can't control it, it messes with us. It triggers us a lot of times. And that can make us make poor choices or look for comfort in all the wrong places. And so I talk about that and how to fix that in the 5 steps to emotional wellness, so that you don't continue to make poor choices in your life. And so that's what it's all about. And then once you've been making poor choices for 10, 15 years, sometimes you don't know the next step. Well, I'm well now. I've been to therapy. I do these things, but now what? How do I get to the next level? And that's what the second book is about. And you can find that at chooseclimb.com, CHOOSECLIMB.com. Choose Climb.
Right. While we're going through some of these questions, can you put that link, when we get back to the question, can you put that link where people can go and get those books in the comment section for us?
Yes. You can also get it on Amazon.
Okay. And can you put that link in there as well before we got about 45 minutes? David, I know at the beginning you talked about who you're working with. You named the bank. Do you want to give that information out again?
Yeah, so I work with Waterman Bank. So, and I'm licensed to be able to originate loans in all 50 states and its territories.
Oh, wow. All territories. Yeah. So we get that house in the Virgin Islands, we contact you, right?
Yeah, we're getting one together. That's what I'm
there
hearing.
You go. Yeah. Make it happen.
It's like a timeshare.
Yeah.
But don't buy timeshares.
I'm in.
Put me in, coach.
And we split the times. That we're down there. Yeah.
Well, let's just get a big enough house so everyone could be there.
See, for everyone out there, when you start to own your own business, you become an entrepreneur. You see some big things go on in your life.
Yeah, different mindset. You are making a difference for us, vets. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. Do I request my claims file now? You can, but if you're not service connected, you've never filed a claim, it goes through RMC Record Management Center in St. Louis. This is you, Dave.
Yeah, I just tuned on to live event learning something I didn't know. I live in Texas and didn't know that if I didn't max my VA loan, I could still use the rest of it for a second mortgage. Yeah, so it's one of the big perks of the VA loan. So thanks for tuning in on that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Can you claim obstructive sleep? Can you claim obstructive sleep apnea secondary to depression and anxiety, or the back pain. Rod loves secondary conditions. And actually, I did a video. This is probably one of the fastest ways if you're trying to get to 100% is these secondary conditions. A lot of people don't know about them. They don't know how to word their claim. They don't know how to reasonably articulate it. But yeah, that's it. Let's see. Okay. Now we're at the question at 5:52, almost 6 p.m. This is a question from 5 o'clock, 5:52 p.m. So what is that?
About
9
2
hours?
hours.
9 hours?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
from 8
that's
to
2
5.
hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah. He could do intermediate step based on his foot condition. Could be. Yep. And I did a video talking about that. If a vet has service-connected IBS, but that condition is being kept in check by medication, would that condition be compensated? It could be, depending on the 0, 10, whatever the different percentages that could be awarded for that condition under that diagnostic code and the percentage for that diagnostic code. Just free guy again. Hello there. Great job today. Can I purchase a second home on VA entitlement? Have a primary at $350K.
Yep. So I think this has been a common. I think I should do a whole video around just this topic because we've been getting a lot of good questions around it. So yes, you still can buy another property at 317,550 with no money down. Anything above that requires a 25% down payment. That video is coming soon.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Pick up the book today until midnight. Get 20% off. The 20% off is only good for one book. So if you order 2 or 3, you only get the discount on one. VA claim 20. Okay. This is for the monthly membership. I'm sorry. So again, it's 50% off up until the end of this month, $48.99. That's what you pay every month. David, what do you have any upcoming events that you're doing? Seminars, either on the East Coast?
Right now, I'm not doing too many because I got to be in Vegas next week for a conference. And then the following week, I'm doing a conference with like a nonprofit for a whole week. But we are actually going to be doing one on. I actually got to get the video out onto the YouTube. So on May 2nd, Lourdes and I are going to be doing a live event. It's at 6 Central, 7 p.m. Eastern time on is it the right time to buy going into the spring market? So we're going to definitely break down a lot of the things that, I still have people that are like, I'm waiting for interest rates to drop. I just dropped a video on why you should not. I just did a video on why you should not wait because it's equity. And they're like, well, you can purchase more when rates are lower, but you don't because values go up, right? So, we're going to talk through a lot of these things around understanding the housing market, the effects of the NAR lawsuit. Hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, we have more information. So I will get that video out here next week after I come back from Vegas. Got a conference to go to. But just make sure you guys hit that subscribe button on my channel so then you can get a notification for that live event. So that's my big one coming up as far as YouTube wide. But we still do events all the time for nonprofits. We coordinate a lot of that information. There are veteran affinity groups we're always doing presentations for. As well as organizations like yours. So,
yeah. Rod, would it be a good idea to bring David on to the Thursday? Just talk about VA home loans
most
for the
definitely.
veterans.
We can bring him on Thursday, and also it sounds like he needs a booking agent.
Well, I'm gonna see Dave Ramsey this week. So.
Yeah. David be moving and grooving.
I
think you were in Virginia last week, right?
You're all over the place like this, and you're speaking. You need a booking agent. I don't know if you know it, but I'm Dewayne's booking agent. So,
dang, look at that! Drop it up. Look at that.
Listen, if you want Dewayne to come to your corporation or your college You got to talk to me, and we got to negotiate his fee. Negotiate his fee.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
funny.
So yeah, you know, and Rob, you know, tell the people what some things you got coming up. I know you had something on the 14th and you postponed it. You know, tell us a little bit about that, or any things you have coming up for your business, any events.
So I have a live event coming up on April the 28th, and that event is really helping people understand the book writing process as well as the paid speaking process. And so we're going to take you through from A to Z, you know, from the idea that you have, the number one ideas that work in books, as well as on stage when you tell those stories so that you can make the 5K to 15K per speech fees and things of that nature, how to sell more books, and so on and so forth. And so we're going to teach you all of those things. And if you want to work with us, you can. If not, you can take that information and go off and write your own book and become your own agent and get on stage and do all those great things. So the link for that one is
put it in the comment section, Rod. Soon as you give us the link, put it in the comment section. It should. If not, let me know what it is, and I can put it in there. But yeah, I know Rod, while he's doing that, he has some things coming up.
That was wrong.
And so we gotta figure out, Dave. You know, we 3 veteran entrepreneurs on here. You know, what can we do? What can we come together and do? You know, something to, you know, we're doing this 12 hours a day. Obviously, that's a lot in itself. You know? I'm like, I had some energy about an hour ago. I'm trying not to look at this clock because I'm like, you know,
it kind of slows down. Like the last hour, it's like, you know what? And I'm just like, we need to delete that out.
You came back. All right. Okay. So you got it in there. So you said, Rod, April 28th?
April 28th. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you put the link in the comment section.
You saw it? Did it come up?
Hold on. Let me pull this next question up right quick. Dave, this question is for you, and I'm gonna look for this comment. We're like at 6 p.m. questions, Rod, so I got to come down to 7:30.
All right, this question is, can you get a V loan with a new construction build on property? So there's 2 ways a new construction works. The first one is that you're buying a property that is already built or is being built by a builder. So you're just coming in as an end user to purchase that property. That is a regular VA home loan. Now note that builder will also have to be approved by the VA, which is pretty easy process. They typically will have to offer a 1-year warranty with that property, and the property must have some type of termite treatment in the ground or in the property so you don't get a termite inspection with your purchase. That's why it's important, if a builder doesn't do many homes or hasn't done a VA loan, you do need to have that treatment piece completed to it. So outside of just getting some additional builder documentation, the process to buy a home is the exact same way as a normal purchase. Now, if you want to do a custom home build, that process is very different. So I'm going to give you kind of a high-level overview of that. So you can use your VA loan to do 100% construction loan, including land acquisition. So you want to buy a plot of land for $100 and build a $900,000 home, you can use the VA home loan to do that. What is different about that process is typically you're not going into a process for a custom home saying, oh, today I'm going to buy a house, I found land, and I'm going to build something, because there's a lot of work in the building plans and blueprints that you're going to work on. Now, some people end up using like the big home builders that are out there. They'll do custom homes. You'll pay a ridiculous amount of money for that, by the way. I mean, you're paying like $400 to $500 a square foot, which I think is a little ridiculous, but that's kind of what happens in certain areas. Then basically they get paid in draws. So if it's $1 million project, $1 million or $100,000 for land,
150,000 for the initial draw. So now you're paying interest on $250,000. They finished they finished the foundation and framing. Now they get released another 150,000 to do some additional work all the way up until the work is completed. And with that, you're at times able to roll in a certain amount of mortgage payments because you still have to start paying interest on all that money as you're going through that process. Then that money gets rolled into the mortgage. So those are the two ways that you can get a new construction.
Okay. All right. Rod, I didn't see it pop up in the comment section. So can you just let everybody know the link or email it to me and I'll make sure I'll put it in there. But go ahead and let us
Texted
know.
it to you, but I'll email it as well.
Okay. All right. Annette says, please bring it back. I think you're talking about the monthly roundtable. The membership has took the place of that. So Annette, let me know if you're able to get into the membership or if you're already in there. Thank you, Charles, for the support. Been here since 10 a.m. getting all the golden nuggets. Definitely appreciate the support and you hanging out and for all the questions earlier. Mr. Freed, May 8th, Mental Health Awareness Concert in Tampa. Mr. Freed, thanks for all the support. Again, he was the individual that said, hey, we were in a veteran entrepreneurship group, and he said, hey, I think you ought to start a YouTube channel. And I drug my feet for a couple of months, and then I jumped on the idea, and we went from there, okay? Please give Mr. Cunningham link to the seasons. Please give Mr. Cunningham link to the season. I'm not understanding that. Sessions. All right. I'm assuming you're talking about the Thursday sessions. I'm going to put that in there right now. Again, 12:30, 12:35 Eastern Standard Time. When you come in, let Mr. Cunningham know, hey, you came from YouTube. If Mr. Cunningham is not there, the other gentleman is Mr. Lovejoy. He's the co-host, so definitely 12:30, 12:35. They start around that time with the VA compensation Q&A. Okay, Rod, I just got it. Let me.
Yes, we do it every single Thursday. We're even there on Thanksgiving. Well, if Christmas falls on a Thursday, we'll be there on Christmas. We don't miss a Thursday. So, and even if I can't make it, the co-host will take over.
And Rod, the link that you just sent me, link to influencelive.com. That's your upcoming event, right?
Link to influencelive.com.
Okay. I just want to make sure I get that right.
And it's the number 2, influencelive.com.
All right. So I just put the link in the comment section. Yep. There it is.
Awesome. I see it.
Okay. All right. So we got that.
You have 32 minutes, Dewayne. 32
Yeah,
minutes.
we're on 6:33 p.m. Been watching, had to break off. Can I ask if you get awarded 60% for mental health? You can't have 60% for mental health. It's either going to be 50 or 70. You got other percentages, but those are the two before and after the 60%. First time applying, age 56. Should I expect another exam in the future? If you have a routine future exam, and Chris actually said it earlier in the narrative section of the rating decision, if it says since there's a likelihood of improvement, then you have a routine future exam. If not, you do not. She says, when you charge people, it places a level of value on what you're offering. That is true. And I think it holds that individual accountable as well, because regardless of who you work with, if I go to Dave and I'm like, hey, I want to refinance or buy a home, Dave, what I got to give you? 2 months bank statements. I got to go out, print that off. You still got work you have to do. Okay. It's just not, oh, Dave, I want to buy a house. Here's $1 million in cash. Go figure it out. You're like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, there's definitely still work you got to put in. And that's why I always tell people, because I get phone calls almost every day right now because of YouTube, is that, they're like, hey, can you help me? Because I was denied for my mortgage. And I'm like, well, didn't they review all your documents before you started? And they're like, well, no, I just gave them verbal information. They told me they could do it. We started halfway through the process. I got denied. So the same thing with VA disability, right? You don't do the research. You don't submit everything correctly. You're going to get denied for the claim.
Yeah.
So,
So
David, I
go
have a
ahead.
question about patience in the process. So I've purchased multiple homes. I don't even involve my wife in the process because she'll say, shut it down.
Hold on, Rod. Hold on,
Go
Rod.
ahead.
You want to close your office doors back
Oh.
up? We're not trying to bring nobody's frequency down now.
Shut it down. Why are they asking that? We should be done by now. They keep asking these questions. They said this was the last time they were going to ask for something. And they're asking again. What are you kidding me? I don't want it anymore. I say, honey. Just let me do it. This every single time they tell me this is the last document we're going to need. And
I know.
Next week they want a letter from my daughter who gave me $5 for lunch,
I know. And I'll tell you that, you definitely need to have patience because some people are like you said, oh, I feel like I'm getting investigated. Why do they need this? Why do they need that? And I'm like, listen, I get that. It is a painful, it's not a painful process. It's actually you that made it complicated because if you just had a regular job where you didn't have all this additional self-employment income, you weren't transferring money every other day in between 6 different accounts, you wouldn't have that, right? So it's just, you got to realize that, lenders and the VA also require a certain set of documents to give you real money. That's also why we don't have what we had happen in 2008, 2009, right? So it's a way to protect the masses, so we don't run into this no income, no asset loans as much as I would like to see those come back for myself. And I'm sure Dewayne would too, like, hey, bring those programs back. But for the most part, they're just abusive, right? And we have foreclosure. So, because of all that, here we are. But good point on that. Yeah, don't give up. Especially if you have, if you suffer from PTSD or any type of mental, and we see it because it's real, right? People will be like, I can't believe that you're requesting this one thing. And I'm like, we're just updating the insurance. The closing date moved. And it can mean a lot to somebody. So take a step back from that and, kind of relax. I don't know if you have some thought on that, but I see a lot of people, that's a good point, really get stressed out when they suffer from some conditions and take a step back and relax. It's going to be okay. There's just a process behind it. That's all.
Exactly. So you mentioned foreclosure. Can you get a VA loan if they foreclose on the previous VA property?
You can. So there's nothing that stops people from buying a foreclosure or buying a short sale and using your VA home loan. Nothing stops you from physically doing it, but what can stop you is if the condition of the property is in such that it doesn't meet the VA's minimum property requirements. Now, I talked to a lady a couple weeks ago when I was in DC, and she's like, I bought one of these HUD homes. The house needed a new roof. They needed new this, new that. And guess what? The lender put a new roof on. They fixed everything because the VA said it needed to be fixed. I was blown away on what they did to that property to bring it to its current standard. So, yeah, so you can. I think I gave out the website a little bit earlier, what the HUD's website was.
Okay.
I think I might have put that in the chat.
Okay. All right. So, Dave, we're about to go into rapid fire again.
Let's do it.
We got less than 30 minutes. We're at question 6:46 p.m. So we're going to see if we can get caught up here. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So thanks for the support. Thank you from Big Island, Hawaii.
Oh,
What is it like 2 p.m. Out there, over there? Hi, team. Thanks for the nuggets. I'm still serving now and retiring in 11 months. Today, this is for you. Would you recommend buying a home prior to leaving service or after with a VA rating? Good question.
It's interesting. So a couple of things. One, if you're enlisted, you won't be able to buy a home anyways if you're 12 months or less. If you're an officer, you will be able to because there's no ETS date. Unless you are an officer and there is an ETS date, I think they might be making some changes to this for people. And the other piece is going to be if you're trying to buy where you live right now, then I would say, don't wait because the whole market's going to be shifting in July, where you might the cost of ownership is going to be 2 or 3% more. You might as well buy now, lock in the equity now, pay the VA funding fee, but not pay the real estate fee because the funding fee could be rolled in. The real estate fee is not.
All right, cool. Excuse me. When I attain SMC, do I receive both incomes, SMC and at the 100% rate? Yes. So you get the 100% rate, for a single vet, or if you have dependents, and then the SMC is on top of that. So if it's SMC-K, I think it's 130, 140 a month. SMC-S, I want to say close to maybe 400, 500 or something like that. So it's on top of dependent pay and 100%.
But make sure, because someone else answered that, make sure that he already has 100%, not that he's going to get 100% because he has an SMC.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is correct. So you could have like SMCK, you don't have to be 100% to get it. Okay. You can have, if I'm reading that right, you don't, let's see, wait a minute. When I attain SMC, do I receive both income? Oh, no. So I read that wrong. You're right, Rod. So if you get an SMC, let's say SMCK, and you're 80%, that's not going to take you to 100%. SMCs are on top of whatever percentage that you already have. So SMCK is the lowest one. I want to say 130, 140. I have to look at the compensation rate table. Okay. Dave. Okay, I hope that answered that question, Christopher. This is for you, Dave.
Maybe can you help me help with the process? Yeah, we can definitely help on the process of a HUD home. It's just like a regular purchase, so we could definitely help.
All right. Wayne Smith, thanks for the super sticker. Definitely appreciate the support with that. I have 2 months left to reply to my decision. Should I request VA get additional medical records or try to get them yourself? You get them. If you ask them to do it, they're just going to prolong the claim. They're out of state, non-VA. I'm not batting 100% mentally. If you can't, then you can have them to do it, but just send them a 4142. And when you do that, just understand it's going to prolong your claim. Okay. But if you're having a good day, you get in a good mood, contact that private provider and say, hey, how can I get these particular records? Ken, great job, guys. Ken, let me know if you got into the monthly membership. Just learned that today, by the way, thanks for the responses. Not a problem. Going through this. I've been with you guys all day. I tip my hat to both of you. One thing I do value is my time, but a day well spent. Hey, again, so I want to say, hey, we dropped some nuggets and a lot of information. And it was free. You just had to invest your time. Okay. Not either to figure out after letter L, SMCL, join KMD membership. Yep. We'll be talking about SMCs. Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. I look forward to joining your monthly next week. All right. Thank you so much for the amazing information. Been here since 9 a.m. Wow. Okay. Some people been here all day. Many of my questions have been answered. Dewayne, you put an amazing. No, Dave and I. It just was not me. And believe you me, we got a support team behind us with our virtual assistants. Okay. I saw one of my virtual assistants doing some stuff, and I was like, okay, she's working today. So we got virtual assistants behind us, a team behind us, helping us, that helped us put this together. And it wasn't easy. I emailed David, I think about 1 o'clock this morning. I'm like, yep, I got your information. Yep. I'm going to put it in there. All right. I think you answered this, David. Oh, this was for somebody
well,
else.
I mean, like I can't do the actual bidding process. Either you do it yourself or you have a realtor, but I can guide you through that. It's not a problem.
Okay, so rapid fire actually worked. There's no comment after this one. 7:38 p.m. Okay, and we're at 7:39. Wow, yeah. So, whew.
Did we actually catch up?
Yeah, that was
That was it. That's
Yeah,
the first time that we've actually caught up on questions. It only
Oh.
took us doing a 12-hour live event to make that happen.
Hey, David, here we go.
I got more.
Now they're coming in. Now they're coming in.
Now they're coming in.
Yeah. How long is the diagnosis considered current diagnosis? Been here since 8 a.m. Central. Wow. She started with us and going to end with us. And actually, she sent me an email on the side. Dewayne, I don't know if you know, but we can hear you on the phone ordering plants. Current diagnosis, good question. Wow, I've never been asked that. I would say within the last 12 months, and you can go to urgent care. Hey, my back hurt. That's a current diagnosis. Don't overthink this, okay? Before we go, David, you said something. I want Rod to listen to this. You said something about YouTube. Since you've been YouTube and you're getting more calls.
Yeah.
You started talk about that for a second.
Well,
how does YouTube work for you? What do you like YouTube? How does it work for you?
Well, listen, it took me a long time to just get to make the videos. Okay, number one. Number two, I look at my old videos and I'm like, who would even watch this? I'm not joking. You watch them, you're gonna laugh. You're gonna be like, you're gonna like dislike every video that I have, but it's okay. So it was definitely it takes time to really get comfortable to be able to just do just go jump on and do a video or go through that process, right? I mean, you and I even talked about like how do we make ourselves better? And right now I'm at that stage where like I really want to kick it up a significant notch. That's why I'm going to Vegas next week and meeting with people and talking about what we're doing in this space. And it's also depending, you do YouTube for different reasons, right? We do it because I love giving back to the community, but at the same time I also have to support my family. So it's kind of, we give out as much information as you possibly, it's all free, take everything that you want, but then people will reach out and say, David, I saw your video, I'd love your help. Or, hey, can you look at this loan estimate for me? Or, hey, I'm at the halfway mark of my home buying journey. Can I run something past you? Is my lender doing the right thing for me? And so we don't badger people. We love just to help them. And, we want to answer questions. And it doesn't take much time, right? If you're like, David, can you look at this loan estimate? It takes me literally 2 minutes. You can email me. I'll have you on the line. Yeah, you're good to go. Or, no, this doesn't look right. And then a lot of questions, but anyways, yeah. So it's been a process to get to where I started to where I am today. Obviously, helped with folks like yourself, Dewayne, doing a lot of videos together. Just coming off doing research for my own disability to then just like, hey, let me just reach out to this guy on LinkedIn, see what can happen, and just collaborating with other YouTubers too that focus on helping veterans has been great. And taking this, working with the VA also has been great. So it's been a journey.
Yep. Okay.
Awesome.
So you catch that, Rod?
I caught all of that.
Yeah, no, trust me, I didn't want to do it, and I still kind of sometimes I'm like, but you know what? Now it's much easier. Just click record and just roll.
Yeah.
I think that's what Think Media says. Just click record.
There was one lady that said, "Do it janky." Her first video was janky. She said, "If you're gonna be a YouTube, just do it janky and just watch it grow." That's what I'm hearing. Do it.
And listen, if you want to make life easy, make yourself an outline and get yourself an Elgato prompter. It'll basically solve your problems.
Yeah. I got one. I was on the phone with him a couple of hours all week last week because I couldn't get the hub to come up. Where you put the text in. So I haven't even closed it. I'm like, I don't want to close the hub because I'll lose it. All right. So let's get back. We got some more questions here. Both of you, I'm on the bombs. Both of you, I'm on the West Coast. Thanks again.
Thank you.
It's that time. Been here since 9 a.m. Rocking with us.
Thank you.
Mark says we also been here all day, almost 1 a.m. across the pond. He's
Wow.
master of photography. I don't want to say his name. I think I did. He's in England. He was in my
Oh,
group last
good
week.
day.
Yeah.
Good day.
And Mark has been emailing me questions. I'm like, Mark, I just had to leave it up for him. He says, follow up what's included in my C file if I had not submitted my fully developed claim. It is yes, it is your military records and service treatment records. Okay. All right. So we got some more. Thank you so much, everyone. I really so appreciate it. David, I am an escrow closer, and people ask me the same questions about needing so much information.
Well, thank you. So you seeing these comments come in right now?
Yeah, they're coming
That's
in now.
amazing. No, thank you everyone for the support.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen, for knowledge. Field day. Yep. I submitted FTC fully developed claim mental health increase claim back in December. At what point would you call Washington, D.C. hotline to complain? They're just going to tell you, even if they send it over to the VA, claims are worked in the order received. That's not true. I worked claims that were like a week old opposed to claims that were 8 months old, just because those 8-month claims were like they had more development. It took more time. And a claim that's a week old, I'm like, oh man, they got a DBQ. I can knock this out like in 20 minutes, get my points, and everybody's happy. So, the hotline is not there to complain about the wait times, because that's what they're going to tell you. Claims are worked in the order received just to get you off the phone. This is for you, Ms. Cunningham. Sounds like Ms. Cunningham is saying, get her done. Get her done.
I got to get my own channel done, right?
Let me know if you need a guest speaker.
All right, we'll do. Mr. Kimble is the one that actually trained me. He actually came over to my house to train me
just recently
how to deliver on a YouTube channel and get it all set up and everything. So he's cracking the whip. That's why he asked you that question.
Listen, you seem like a natural. I don't even know what you got to try. Just click record. Let's roll, baby.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, you just gotta press record. Who was that? Sean that says that. You just gotta press record.
Just gotta, you know what? It's just a mentality thing.
Yeah. Ms. Kim, I've been watching your videos due to VA sending me a proposal to reduce. Yes, I just uploaded one. RVSR hearing, looking at notification letter for that root problems. Thank you for all you do. Much appreciated. Twisted, you are late.
Yeah, but he's been in before.
Yeah, I recognize it. Glad to see y'all made it through. Hope to see you guys do this again. Whew, I don't know if it'll be anytime soon. It seems y'all had a lot of fun, especially with the video calls. Yeah, we did. We had some people that didn't show up again, and we brought Chris on twice. He stayed on. I think it was John. He was listening in pretty much all day while he was at work, and then came on a second time. The FedEx. I was thinking
the FedEx guy. But you know what, Dwayne? I got an idea. I think next time we could do something that's 6 hours long, or 4 hours long, or even 2, but just do back-to-back people calling in and sharing their stories. 15 minutes each, back-to-back. That way we're just answering people's questions live, going through situations, because it might spark someone else that might have been going through something similar to be like, you know what, I'm also going through that. Or, hey, this is what I was thinking of. That's why I didn't file. Now I see if someone else is going through, let me file. It could be a way for us to do it.
So you're saying do 6 hours, back-to-back questions, or people?
Yeah, not maybe do 4 hours or 2 or 4 hours, all back-to-back questions with like one break if it's 4 hours, and just basically bring on people, no cameras. We'll just make it a kind of like a standard. Have people ask questions, and we just kind of walk them through what their situation is and what they can do to the best of their ability. It's almost like what they used to do with radio call shows.
Oh, you just talking about have one person?
No, just have every 15 minutes a new person on the line.
Yeah, we had that like every 30 minutes today.
I know.
Pretty much, and people didn't show up. You know,
But
so
this
we
time
were.
we're going to charge, and then we're going to give a
Oh,
refund.
there you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah,
That's the way to do it, because like I think this is great information. It's free, and it's like we put our time in. So put some skin in the game, and we'll give you your money back.
Yeah.
Or
there you
just
go.
they pay and they can get a free month of your
Remember.
class at a 50% off rating.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out
For sure.
and come back and do that. Okay, so we got 10 minutes. Glad, I think, yeah, Twisted. Yeah. I really learned a lot from you and your channel. Make sure you go out to Dave's channel as well, VA Housing Education. He's dropping a lot of videos on the VA claims process. Please leave the link to how to get my file, please. Okay. That's a FOIA request. You have to submit a FOIA request. I don't have that link right now. You have to submit a FOIA request to RMC. I uploaded or will be uploading a video. I've done one, I think. I have to look on my channel to see which videos, and I'll come back to that. I don't think I've done one. I know I did it during, during the training last week. This has been really good, Mr. Kimble. I have your book. Appreciate the support. So I'm setting started on my journey. Thanks again. Don't forget the membership group. Everybody that's still in here, we got 73 people. Leave a thumbs up. Just start putting a thumbs up in the comment section. We're about 9 minutes out. After today, I love y'all even more. You guys appreciate. Great job. Appreciate it. Annette, what is the discount code for the book? I will join your monthly membership for all you give out to us for free. It's worth paying for membership. Thank you for both today. All right, so I'll put those, both those in the comment section again. This is for the membership. Try to get this. And this is for the book, VA Claim 20. VA Claim 20, Annette. So just put those in the comment for you right there. Please answer 90% paid at 100% question above. Did I miss something?
Yeah, you skipped over one. Bow for Mama, 7:44 p.m.
7:44, okay. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. 90% service connected. I'm paid at 100% because of TDIU, total and permanent. Am I entitled to the same benefits? Yes, you're getting the same benefits as somebody that 100%. Yes, you are entitled to that. Sorry about that. I don't know how I missed that. I do apologize. Man, I got a PhD today. All right. We'll put the cap and gown in the mail. Do a 6-hour next time. It will be filled, people coming in. So if we do that, again, like David said, we're going to charge you, but then we'll refund it. That way you got some skin in the game. And if you don't show up, you don't get the refund. Okay. VET 50 is for the code for the monthly membership. Why does the VA deny claim without doing a CMP exam? I was airborne and have been denied my needs without exam. Okay, so did you claim it? The way you word it, I am filing bilateral knee condition with pains and strain due to being awarded the parachute badge. Okay, if you just say knees, some employees may not pick that up. Okay, and they look in your medical records, it's not there, or even if it is, you know, now you got to do a supplemental. Okay. I am late. I had contractors in and out of my house today. Okay. Yep. Twister. We know we've seen you in other of our live streams. So we recognize, recognize the name. Fabulous. Thanks. Book was a great resource. Thank you for the support. Another thumbs up there. Okay. Thumbs up. Okay, I'm rapid firing here if you don't realize
Thank
this.
you.
You all rock. Thank you. Thank you so much. No problem. I know this is your business, but this should count as Sigma service. Y'all put in great work day. A little bit different, okay? Customer service, services for humanity, but that's on the shield back there, okay? This is KMD 89, but definitely appreciate it. Okay, yeah, so we're back. Oh, man, I was about to say we're back to I can shoot a question, though. If I file an HLR and submit a 4138 stating I would like to request the early effective date due to liberalizing law change. Would I get effective date moved back? So don't put it on the 4138. Put it on 0996 with the rating decision that you're disagreeing with. Hopefully, it's within 1 year of the notification letter. I can't say what they will do exactly. So just make sure it's within 1 year.